My name is Sun Tao, and I used to be an ordinary office worker on Blue Planet. That day, the company organized an outing. I accidentally fell into the sea and struggled desperately. The despair of choking on water made me think that everything was over. But when I opened my eyes again, I found that I was no longer on Blue Star, but had traveled to a world called National Awakening of the War Spirit. Here, monsters are rampant, secret realms are everywhere, and human survival is like a candle in the wind. Only by awakening the fighting spirit can you have the qualifications to survive in this chaotic world. Fortunately, I awakened the Black Myth system. This system allows me to collect spiritual charm by killing monsters. Not only can I get rewards, but I can also extract destiny and awaken countless fighting spirits. I drew the destiny template of one of the most powerful gods in the East, the Monkey King. However, due to the lack of spiritual charm, it can only display the most basic state, Golden Monkey. This also caused me to be laughed at by my relatives and friends, saying that I had awakened a rubbish fighting spirit and was destined to be a waste. In order to prove myself and to restore the reputation of the great sage, I chose to go alone and embark on the bloody road of killing monsters and leveling up. Defeat the level 30 boss Flame Wolf and obtain the spell, Arson. Kill 500 elite tiger monsters and obtain the summoning skill, Tiger Vanguard. Kill the level 100 boss Thunder Dragon and obtain equipment, Immortal Grade Sky Dragon Thunderstaff. With the accumulation of spiritual charm, the potential of the fighting spirit is completely released. The immobilization technique, the somersault cloud, the bronze head and iron bones, the gathering and dispersion of energy, the clone technique, the 72 transformations. The great sage's magical powers are awakened one by one. Many years later, I held the Rui golden cudgel in my hand, swept through this chaotic world where demons were rampant, and created a bright and peaceful world. Those who once laughed at me now kneel at my feet, begging for my forgiveness in trembling voices. In the early morning of the Chungbei resettlement community in Shuzhou City, the rising sun shines on the rooftops, with light and shadow interweaving. A tall figure was wielding a long staff. The shadow of the staff was flying, and the momentum was like a dragon. Each move was in harmony with the heaven and earth, with a power that shocked people. Although there were countless confusions in my mind, my movements were not chaotic at all. Point, sweep, collapse, chop, slash, cloud, flick, block. Each move seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times, flowing like clouds and water, and the stick seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force, as if to make the heaven and earth submit to it. Suddenly, I roared, "Ah, break it for me!" The sound was like thunder, shaking the sky. He soared into the air, his blood surging like a river, his strength penetrating the tip of the stick. Behind him, a monkey's shadow vaguely appeared, holding the long stick tightly with both hands, and suddenly swung it down. The ironwood pile instantly collapsed, and the wood chips scattered like snow all over the sky. Beep! The system prompt sounded in my mind. Complete the novice task. Martial arts performance practice the great sage stick technique 100 times. Rewards have been issued. Copper Cloud Stick *1. Precious Lotus Medicine Pot *1. Novice mission starts. Try your skills. Mission goal: eliminate 200 monsters below level 10 and kill 5 level 10 bosses. Mission reward: 1 number of destiny spell extractions, 1 energy gathering technique. Listening to the system's voice, I gasped with an excited smile on my lips. Turning my eyes to the sky, the rising sun dyed the entire horizon red, full of vitality. I put away my long stick. My eyes were as sharp as a hawk about to flap its wings under the morning sun. Now that I have traveled through time, I will never allow myself to be looked down upon again. I whispered to myself, clenching my fists tightly, and my fighting spirit was boiling like fire. Standing on the roof, I recalled those cold stares and humiliations, and my blood boiled. How could the great Monkey King be mistaken for a golden monkey? I can tolerate this, but I can't. His eyes focused, his fists trembled, and his voice was firm. In a week, the Battle Soul College entrance examination will be held. I must take the top spot and restore the reputation of the great sage. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared. Destiny Man, Sun Tao, level 1 combat power, 8 fighting soul, God level Monkey King, 1%. Skills: Monkey King staff technique, 1, basic meditation technique. Equipment: no spiritual points, 0. My combat power is so low, I still need to kill more monsters to accumulate spiritual points. I sighed lightly, and then took out the copper cloud stick and precious lotus medicine pot rewarded by the system. The copper cloud stick is about 3 feet long, flashing with cold light, steady yet sharp. Bronze cloud stick, perfect weapon. Combat power, 260 features. Never wears out, can be made longer or shorter. Extremely strong, a dream weapon. The Balian medicine pot is small and exquisite, translucent all over, and radiates a warm glow. Balian medicine pot, spiritual artifact level rare item. Combat power, 380 features. Generates 5 healing elixirs per day. After drinking, all attributes are increased by 40% and reaction speed is doubled. A perfect weapon? A magical artifact? I looked at the treasure in my hand, my heart pounding, and I was so excited that I could hardly control myself. In this world, perfect level and above items are almost monopolized by major forces, and only a handful of them can enter the market. And now, these 2 artifacts are in my hands. With them, I can definitely clear the secret realm alone. I was full of pride. My eyes were like fire, and my voice was full of determination and fighting spirit. The Bloody Forest, located in the southern suburbs of Shuzhou City, is famous for its rich resources and beautiful scenery. This adventure zone is not only a trial ground for countless novice soul masters, but also the birthplace of legendary stories because of its lurking dangers and opportunities. There are many kinds of monsters here, including blazing wolves, greenwood monkeys, shadow leopards, violent giant bears, and other exotic beasts. The secret realm that has not been fully explored adds a bit of mystery and unknown to this forest. At this time, a team of combat soul masters were walking carefully through the woods. The core of the team was a young woman wearing leather armor. She had beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and was full of heroic spirit. Her steps were capable and elegant. Following closely behind her were 3 middle-aged combat spirit masters with vigilant expressions. They were all fully armed and looked like they were facing a powerful enemy. "Miss, the territory ahead is the blazing wolf, so be careful." Uncle Wong, holding a sword, reminded in a low voice with a sharp look in his eyes. The young woman smiled slightly, her tone confident but steady. "Don't worry, I will be careful." The 3 guards looked somewhat relieved by her calmness. One of them said in a comforting tone, "Miss, with us here, you don't have to worry about the dangers of the Bloody Forest. Besides, in just 3 days, we will definitely help you reach level 30, and you will be able to get the top spot in the Battle Soul College entrance examination. That being said, we must not take the crisis here lightly." Uncle Wong added in a deep voice, his eyes becoming even more fierce. "Especially if we encounter the Blazing Wolf King, the consequences will be disastrous." Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. The corpses of Blazing Wolf were scattered all over the road, but no living creatures were seen. Uncle Wong's face changed slightly, and he whispered, "Something is wrong. These corpses will attract the Blazing Wolf King." In the distance, the howling of wolves could be heard one after another. Uncle Wong turned back suddenly, and there was a hint of urgency in his tone. "Not good. The Blazing Wolf King is gathering the wolf pack, and the surrounding wolves are coming. What should we do?" The young woman tightly grasped her staff, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "Keep moving forward. Find those who killed the Blazing Wolf. Maybe they can help us." After passing through the jungle, a plane came into view, and the scene before them shocked everyone. A young man in black leather armor stood alone in the wolf pack, holding a long stick, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water, extremely sharp. Each of his strikes was powerful and heavy, pushing the flaming wolves back one after another. The wolf pack seemed to be besieged and retreated step by step. "And that person is me." "Ha, you beast, you even call for help?" I laughed and flew into the air. The long stick fell like thunder, and a move of pillars splitting the mountain smashed down. The wolves howled and fled in all directions. The surviving blazing wolves growled continuously, their eyes full of fear. "Ding! You have killed a level 8 blazing wolf, gaining experience *10 and spiritual essence *2. Ding! You have killed a level 7 blazing wolf, gaining experience *9 and spiritual essence *2. I put away my long stick, pulled out the gourd from my waist, and took a sip of wine. The aroma of the wine filled the air, instantly sweeping away my fatigue. A golden monkey shadow appeared behind me, howling towards the sky with great momentum. The team in the distance was stunned, their eyes full of awe and shock. Uncle Wong murmured, Who? Who is he? How could he be so powerful? At this moment, I couldn't hide my excitement. After 4 hours, the great sage's stick skills have finally reached perfection. This copper cloud stick is even more convenient to use than when I played Black Myth in my previous life. In just 4 hours, I killed more than 80 blazing wolves, including 2 blazing wolf kings, and directly soared to level 5. This efficiency will definitely make the entire adventure zone a sensation. If another wave of wolves comes, I can reach level 10 today. I secretly calculated, my heart full of anticipation. Just as he was thinking happily, the roar of the blazing wolf king resounded through the forest, and wolves came from all directions. This saved me the time of looking for monsters. I gripped the long stick tightly and faced a new wave of enemies. At this moment, I turned my head suddenly and glanced coldly towards the woods in the distance, with a hint of warning in my voice. Who's there? My eyes were as sharp as a knife and instantly locked onto the hidden figure. This glance made the 4 people hiding in the woods tremble in their hearts. Before they could open their mouths to explain, Uncle Wong suddenly exclaimed, Oh no! The wolves are coming! Amidst the continuous howling of wolves, one after another, flaming wolves with red flames burning all over their bodies rushed out from the forest, their fangs bared and their eyes fierce. Black smoke came out of the mouths of each wolf, as if they were evil beasts from hell. Blazing Wolf, level 9 combat power, 80 skill, flame entanglement. Although the combat power of a single blazing wolf was average, and even the Wolf King's combat power was only 130, Uncle Wong's face was still pale. Because this time, the number of wolves was ridiculously large, and there were 3 or 4 Wolf Kings alone. This sense of oppression made people's backs cold. With Uncle Wong's strength at level 32, plus 2 level 23 combat soul masters, it would not be difficult to deal with a blazing Wolf King. But facing hundreds of wolves, the situation is completely different. Uncle Wong once wanted to find the mysterious team that killed the blazing wolves, but in the end he only found one person, me. He looked at me with disappointment, almost despair. Standing in the middle of the wolf pack, I glanced at Uncle Wong and his group, and finally my eyes fell on a girl. A hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. This girl is so beautiful. Why does she look familiar? Before I could think about it, Uncle Wong was already shouting anxiously, Little brother, we are the adventure group of Hon Group. There are too many wolves here. Only if we work together can we have a chance to break through. Hon Group. I was startled, and then I suddenly realized Li Shuyao. That girl is the eldest daughter of Hon Group and the most beautiful girl in the school. I quickly looked around and saw the wolves getting closer and closer. I raised my hand and pointed at a huge rock. Go there. Uncle Wong and the others understood immediately and quickly climbed up the boulder. Blazing wolves are good at close-range attacks, and occupying high ground can greatly reduce the threat. However, the Blazing Wolf King did not rush to attack, but stared coldly at us on the rock, as if waiting for the opportunity. But I stood still, holding the copper cloud stick in my hand, my eyes fixed on the Blazing Wolf King. What are you doing? Come up quickly. Li Shuyao on the rock shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I'll be there after I deal with the Wolf King. I responded casually, with a relaxed tone, as if the crisis before us was just an ordinary drill. Uncle Wong was so nervous that sweat broke out on his forehead. He cursed in a low voice. Is this kid crazy? Provoking the Wolf King? Does he really think he's a hero? If the Wolf King goes berserk, all of us will be buried with him. The Blazing Wolf King crouched down and let out a deafening roar, and the surrounding blazing wolves immediately rushed towards me like a tide. Uncle Wong's face turned pale, and he murmured, It's over. He can't possibly resist the siege of more than a dozen fiery wolves. Before he finished speaking, he widened his eyes, as if he had seen an impossible miracle. I saw my body as small as a swallow, and the copper clouds stick dancing like the wind. The flaming wolves pounced on me and were knocked away, with howls of pain coming one after another. In just a few moments, no wolf could get close. The Blazing Wolf King was furious. He leaped up suddenly, his flaming hair fluttering in the wind, and rushed straight towards me. I sneered, and my body flashed, and the shadow of the stick hid its ankle accurately, and the Wolf King howled in pain. There was madness in its roar, and its eyes almost spewed fire, but my steps were graceful and my movements were nimble, and I didn't give it any chance. Take this stick from me, son. I shouted, leaped up, the stick fell, and a golden monkey shadow appeared behind me. Boom! As the stick hit down, the Firewolf King's health bar was instantly emptied by half. Li Shuyao stared blankly from the boulder, too shocked to speak. He is so strong. The Blazing Wolf King roared and fought back desperately, but I moved as fast as the wind and attacked fiercely. In just 1 minute, it was covered with wounds and its health was almost gone. The fierce light in its eyes was gradually replaced by fear. Just as I was about to give it the final blow, the Wolf King suddenly let out a long howl, and the wolves immediately became agitated and pounced on me frantically. I snorted coldly and continued to fight off the wolves that were attacking me. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blazing Wolf King dragged his broken body and turned to run wildly into the depths of the forest. "Don't run!" I shouted angrily. My eyes were about to burst. I held the bronze cloud stick tightly in my hand, and murderous aura burst out of my body. Damn it! I couldn't help but curse under my breath as I watched the boss that was about to be captured escape. Li Shuyao and the others widened their eyes, completely shocked by the scene before them. This is too exaggerated. The two soul masters behind her rubbed their eyes, looking incredulous. How is this possible? This guy's damage is too high. Can he kill the Blazing Wolf with just one stick? Look, the stick in his hand can grow bigger and smaller. What kind of weapon is this? Wait, he can even dodge this kind of attack? Could it be he's cheating? Are these fiery wolves actually very weak? The two looked at each other, their expressions full of doubt. What are you daydreaming about? Uncle Wong, come on! Li Shuyao shouted, bringing everyone back from their shock. The Wolf King has fled. Although the wolf pack is strong, they are no longer a threat. As long as we kill them and make them afraid, the crisis can be resolved. Uncle Wong and the others did not hesitate, and jumped off the boulder and rushed to the battlefield. I was so anxious that I shouted, "Fuck! Don't come over here! My experience, my spiritual essence." I gripped the stick tightly, and my attack became more fierce. However, when Uncle Wong and others joined the battle, their expressions immediately became complicated. Fuck! These firewolves are too tough. Li Yang swung his sword fiercely, but only left deep marks on the wolves, and his shock was beyond words. I am the Ghost Head Sword fighting spirit. I can kill even a monster of level 10 with one strike. So how come these wolves can still hold on? They have been strengthened by the Wolf King. Everyone be careful. Uncle Wong shouted as he waved his weapon nervously. He originally thought that the wolves were too weak to withstand a single blow, but now he realized that it was my damage that was ridiculously high. The three of them quickly adjusted their strategy and chose to defeat the wolves one by one, joining forces to fight against the wolves. With their joining, my pressure suddenly eased. In just 3 minutes, hundreds of blazing wolves were killed or escaped, leaving only 50 or so corpses scattered on the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 8 blazing wolf, gaining experience *10 and spiritual essence *2. Ding! You have killed a level 10 blazing wolf, gaining experience *10, spiritual essence *3. You have reached level 6. Man of Destiny, Sun Tao, level 6, combat power, 655, fighting soul, God level Monkey King, 1%. Skills, Monkey King staff technique, 1, basic meditation technique. Equipment, copper cloud staff, precious lotus medicine pot. Spiritual essence points, 223. Great! I couldn't help but grin as I watched the task progress rapidly. Novice mission, a small test. Objective, destroy 200 monsters below level 10, 116 out of 200. Kill level 10 boss, 5 out of 10. If we can find that Wolf King again and let it summon a few waves of minions, the mission will be completed. My eyes couldn't help but look into the depths of the forest. On the other side, Uncle Wong and the other two had not yet recovered from the aftermath of the battle. We actually survived? This can't be true, right? Li Shuyao's cheeks flushed, both because of the excitement of surviving the disaster and because this battle allowed her to level up 3 levels, bringing her one step closer to her goal. Hey buddy, what's your name? Can we team up together? She asked tentatively. I picked up the Tongyan stick, wiped the sweat off my face, took a sip of wine, and hung it around my waist, then said with a smile, Sun Tao, from Xiaonan No. 1 Middle School. Sun Tao. Li Shuyao was slightly stunned. Then she covered her mouth and exclaimed, You are the special effects master who awakened the D-level golden monkey? Special effects master? I was confused. Seeing my bewildered expression, Li Shuiyao blushed and quickly changed the subject. Thanks to your help today. How about we team up? I have the healing ability of the Jade Light, and there are level 32 and level 23 combat spirit masters in the team. They will definitely not hold you back. As soon as she finished speaking, Uncle Wong couldn't help sweating. Miss, how long have you known each other? You've revealed all your cards. How careless. I hesitated for a moment, waved my hand, and said with a smile, Forget it, I still have to chase the Wolf King. It's more convenient to go alone. Seeing my refusal, Uncle Wong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When you meet a strong person in the wild, it is always right to keep a distance. After dealing with the wolf corpse, I packed up the spoils and was about to leave when Li Shuiyao spoke again. Sell these materials to our Hon Group. I can use a space package as an advance payment, and I can also help you track the Wolf King. When I heard the term space package, my eyes lit up instantly. This is a rare item that is in short supply, and the smallest one can be sold for 5 million. Deal! I nodded decisively, and then added, But you can also take these wolf corpses. The friendly price is 1 million. 1 million all. Li Shuiyao agreed readily, with a smile on her face like a cunning little fox. But there is a condition. You have to accompany us to the next secret realm. Hearing this, Uncle Wong became anxious. Miss! As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Shuiyao raised her hand to stop him. She looked straight into my eyes, her gaze burning. I raised my eyebrows and looked at her for a few seconds, then raised the corners of my mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. So this is what you were thinking. Li Shuiyao's invitation really surprised me. It's true that they are here for the secret realm, but why don't they bring more people? Why do they have to ask me to form a team at the last minute? I thought about it for a long time and always felt that there was something fishy about it. It turns out that I was mistaken. Li Shuiyao originally just wanted to level up and had no obsession with the secret realm. After all, the difficulty there was not low, and it was almost impossible to pass it relying on Uncle Wong and a few others alone. However, after seeing my strength, her thoughts changed quietly. With me, maybe she could really give it a try. Night grass, a precious resource that can enhance the spiritual strength of plant-based martial spirits. For her, this grass is extremely important. That is why she was so enthusiastic when inviting Sun Tao to join the team. After a while, Li Xiao ordered her men to clean up the wolf corpses on the ground and took out a small and exquisite package from her waist and handed it to me. This is my space package. It has a capacity of 10 cubic meters. It's not big, but it's enough for now. I'll lend it to you first, and then I'll exchange it for a better one later. I hesitated for a moment, then took the package. There was a pink bunny embroidered on it, and I couldn't help but laugh. It's okay. It's just for temporary use anyway. I'll change to something cooler sooner or later. I comforted myself, handed the ordinary package to Li Yang, and casually stuffed the gourd and the copper cloud stick into the new package. I have to say, this thing is indeed a lot more convenient. While everyone was busy dealing with the wolf corpse materials, I asked Li Shuiyao about the situation in the secret realm. Night Forest. She handed me the information and explained, this is a bronze-level secret realm. Only combat soul masters below level 40 are allowed to enter. Many families in Xiangnan City know of its existence. She pointed at the content on the tablet and continued, the secret realm is mainly populated by night gray wolves of levels 12 to 20. The three major bosses are the Jackal Predator, the Jackal Hunter, and the One-Eyed Wolf King. However, according to investigations, these bosses are not the final bosses, and there may be hidden bosses hidden deep in the secret realm. Hidden boss? I raised my eyebrows, my interest growing. That's right. The difficulty of this special secret realm will be adjusted according to the overall strength of the team. Due to level restrictions, high-level soul masters cannot enter, so no one has ever seen the true face of the hidden boss. My eyes fell on the description of night grass in the information, and I immediately became interested. Can this grass really enhance the spiritual strength of plant-type martial spirits? Yes, Li Shuiyao said frankly. It also slightly improves other martial spirits, but it helps the plant system the most. I need the night grass, and as for the other gains in the secret realm, you can have priority. Hearing this, I nodded and agreed. Okay, but after we leave the secret realm, you have to help me track down the Wolf King just now. Deal. She smiled and handed me a team bracelet. Put it on. After forming a team, you can share experience and avoid accidental skill injuries. After putting on the bracelet, I checked my spiritual accumulation points and found that I had accumulated more than 200 points. Seeing that the trip to the secret realm was imminent, I decisively chose to improve my strength. Drop. Do you want to spend 100 spiritual accumulation points to upgrade the Destiny template? Yes, I confirmed. Then, with a flash of golden light, a surge of heat surged through my body, and my strength increased significantly. New skill information also emerged. Angry Ape Strength. Passive, a critical hit will occur after every 5 attacks. Physical fitness will be improved when upgrading, and the attack speed of the stick will be plus 10%. Check the attribute panel. Destiny Man, Sun Tao, level 6, combat power, 773, fighting soul, god level Monkey King, 2%. Skills, Monkey King staff technique, 1, basic meditation technique, Angry Ape Strength, 1. Equipment, copper cloud staff, precious lotus medicine pot, spiritual essence points, 123. I was pleasantly surprised to find that my combat power had increased by more than 100 points. This skill is really good, I exclaimed. After adjusting our condition, we headed towards the depths of the bloody forest. Half an hour later, the team arrived at a cave. Li Shuiyao took out a stone stained with black blood from her bag and inserted it into the groove at the entrance of the cave. In an instant, the entire cave shook, and countless blood-colored threads gushed out from it, interweaving into a 2-meter-high portal. The entrance to the secret realm is open. Let's go in. Li Shuiyao's face was full of anticipation. I reached out and touched the portal, feeling its strange energy. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Uncle Wong suddenly spoke up, his tone serious. The secret realm adventure is not a joke. Since we have formed a team, we must be honest and tell us about your fighting spirit and skills. Others echoed, yeah, we have to understand your combat power before we can cooperate. I shrugged and smiled, no problem. I'm a D-level fighting spirit golden monkey, a level 6 fighting spirit master, with a combat power of over 200, and my skills are mainly stick techniques. Level 6. Everyone was stunned. Li Shuiyao's eyes widened. She remembered that I awakened at the same time as her, but I reached level 6 in such a short time? This is too fast. The others obviously didn't believe it. Level 6 is so strong? Then, aren't we even worse than losers? I helplessly spread my hands and said, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, what I said is true. Li Shuyao quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't argue, the entrance to the secret realm can't be maintained for long. Let's go in quickly. In the end, it was Li Shuyao who broke the silence, and the 5 of them stepped into the secret realm together. When the light and shadows intertwined and changed, I opened my eyes again, and the world before my eyes was completely different. We were in a dense forest of dead trees, and the air was filled with a suffocating cold. It was clearly daytime just now, but after stepping in here, it turned into a starless night. A lone moon hung in the dark blue sky, its cold light falling on the forest, making the twisted silhouettes of dead branches look like the claws of a devil. A chilling wind blew by, carrying a whimpering sound like the howling of hell, making people shudder. Ding! We have entered the secret realm, Dark Night Forest. Testing the team's combat power. Combat power detection completed. Matching difficulty. Hell. Clearance conditions. Kill the Jackal Predator 0 out of 100. Kill the Jackal Leader 0/3. Kill the Werewolf Alchemist Mon 0/1. Background introduction. According to legend, after the alchemist who attempted to obtain divine power failed, he turned the town into ruins, and the residents all turned into jackals, wandering forever. Upon hearing this information, Uncle Wong's face turned pale instantly, and his tone was filled with shock that could not be concealed. How difficulty? This secret realm is well known in Shuzhou, and even a well-equipped level 39 team has only ever triggered the difficult mode. And our team actually faced the difficulty of hell? Could it be that some hidden condition has been triggered? Uncle Wong frowned and muttered to himself. I didn't take it seriously and raised my eyebrows and asked, how difficult is hell? Li Shuiyao explained with a wry smile. Not only are the monsters stronger, but the mechanisms and traps are all different. All strategies are completely invalid. What's worse? Uncle Wong took over, his face solemn. The monsters in the secret realm are stronger than those in the outside world. The normal monsters are equivalent to the elite monsters outside, and the monsters in hell difficulty are almost at the level of the boss in the outside world. As for the boss, it's completely unimaginable. He sighed, his tone revealing helplessness. Miss, this secret realm is impossible to fight. Even if you are all level 39 combat soul masters, it is still dangerous. Why? Li Shuiyao looked confused. Uncle Wang patiently explained. The boss in the outside world has low intelligence and a single fighting method. But the boss in the secret realm has a special mechanism, and we must find a way to crack it to have a chance to defeat it. And we have neither a strategy nor time to explore. At this point, his tone changed. Let alone the boss, we have trouble even dealing with ordinary monsters. Miss, I can't let you risk your life. Li Shuiyao fell into deep thought after hearing this. She understood the risks of the hell difficulty, but she was unwilling to give up directly. But at this moment, I am overjoyed. The monsters in hell difficulty are equivalent to the boss in the outside world, which means that the spiritual rewards will be particularly generous. Killing a boss from the outside world can gain dozens of spiritual essences, and the monsters here are the same. So how much is the boss worth? I secretly calculated, my heart full of anticipation. Unlocking the Destiny template requires a huge amount of spiritual points. Now that I have such a great opportunity, how can I let it go? Not to mention the rewards and rare materials for clearing the difficult secret realm. The temptation is simply irresistible. I picked up the copper cloud stick and raised an uninhibited smile. If you are afraid, just say it directly. This kind of secret realm is as difficult as hell. If you want to leave, just leave. I will do it myself. Uncle Wang's face turned pale, and he shouted angrily. You are courting death. Make plans first, and then make decisions. Don't fight a battle you are not sure of. What do you know? TSK, if you're afraid, why bother with all this? I sneered and picked up the copper cloud staff. The secret realm is meant to be fought. It's just right that you left. No one will snatch the monsters from me. Arrogant, Uncle Wang stamped his feet in anger. Do you know what hell difficulty means? Playing alone? You are hopelessly stupid. Li Shuiyao tried to dissuade him. Sun Tao, this time it's too difficult. Let's try again later. But I waved my hand nonchalantly and walked straight into the depths of the forest. It's up to you, just don't stop me. Uncle Wang stared at my back and gritted his teeth in anger. Madman, miss, don't be stupid with him. Unexpectedly, Li Shuiyao smiled and said softly, Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I know what's going on. The next second, she changed the subject, but he is right. It is a rare opportunity to enter the hell difficulty secret realm. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't even try to kill the monsters? Miss, Uncle Wang almost choked on his own saliva. However, Li Shuiyao had already stretched out her long, beautiful legs and was chasing in my direction. Miss, wait for us. Uncle Wang sighed helplessly. Although he was unwilling, he had to bite the bullet and follow in order to protect Li Shuiyao. The moonlight shone through the broken treetops, and the dead branches intertwined like the claws of a demon, swaying in the wind and casting a hideous shadow. The howling of jackals came from the forest, like a sneer from the depths of darkness, chilling me to the bone. I stood at the fork in the road, carrying the copper cloud stick, staring at the unclear path in the fog, feeling very annoyed. It's another hellish place like this. I frowned and couldn't help complaining. The map is a mess. The person who designed this secret place definitely deserves a beating. At this time, Li Shuiyao followed with her team and seemed amused by my complaints. Sun Tao, this is not a standalone game. Secret adventures require teamwork, she said with a smile, and then winked at Zhangmin. Zhangmin understood what he meant and condensed green light on his palms. Two illusory wind birds flew out of his palms, fluttering and disappearing into the mist. How cool! I couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time I had an idea. If I could also summon a clone, I wouldn't have to be beaten to a pulp by the last boss. Not long after, Zhangmin took back the Qingfeng bird. His face was pale and his voice was low. Both roads are not peaceful. On the left is a cemetery. The yin energy is so heavy that the Qingfeng bird dare not approach it. On the right is a dilapidated village. Jackals are everywhere. He paused, then added, There are about 30 gnolls outside the village. The village is divided into 3 territories, each with more than 20 gnolls. The younger ones have bows and arrows, and the leader uses a mace. There is also a sea of red flowers deep in the village, but it is too far away, and the breeze bird cannot fly over it. After hearing this, my heart sank. It was indeed the familiar secret realm without martial ethics style. The cemetery may be the final boss's lair, and the sea of flowers seems to be the key clue. Uncle Wong stroked his chin and analyzed. We can clear the village first and advance step by step. What are the arrangements next? Li Shuiyao looked at Uncle Wong, with a hint of dependence in her tone. Uncle Wong glanced at me and called on me, let's test the strength of the jackals first and pull one out for a solo fight. Sun Tao, you go. I was stunned, and the corners of my mouth twitched. Okay, I'm familiar with this kind of thing. He took 2 steps and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Li Shuiyao asked puzzledly. I looked around and said in a serious tone, be careful, there is murderous intent. Everyone became nervous upon hearing this and raised their weapons in alert. At this moment, a bone arrow suddenly flew out from the depths of the dense forest and headed straight towards Li Shuiyao. Zang! I raised my hand and swung the stick to knock away the bone arrow. In the distance, a red-eyed gnoll appeared, holding a short bow and letting out a terrifying howl. Jackal Predator, level 13 combat power, 280 skill, toxic shot. Level 13 monster, 280 combat power? Li Shuiyao's face turned pale. It's stronger than the average boss outside, and it's a ranged attack type. Terrain suppression is useless. How can we defeat it? Uncle Wong also frowned. They also have hatred chains. If we kill one, we might attract a whole group of them. We can't take the risk. Miss, let's retreat. Chain hatred means that after killing a small monster, a group of small monsters may be triggered to attack, and it is impossible to defeat them one by one. In addition, these gnolls are tough archers. Once besieged by them, his life might be in danger. Therefore, Uncle Wong wanted to retreat. At this time, I smiled and said, what are you afraid of? You guys step back, leave this to me. Uncle Wong snorted coldly. You don't know how to live or die. Miss, go. Before he could say anything, I rushed towards the werewolf, facing the whistling bone arrows, moving as nimbly as the wind. Come on, I sneered, and the copper cloud stick swung with great force. It pierced the chest of the werewolf with 1 blow, and then swept away 3 more. Fuck! Zhang Min's eyes widened. This damage is even more outrageous than cheating. The remaining gnolls quickly formed a formation and rained arrows at me. When Uncle Wong saw this, his face suddenly changed. He can't be stopped. Retreat quickly. However, I stood firmly, and the copper cloud stick danced into an impenetrable stick flower. The bone arrows hit me one after another, but none of them could get close to me. Ding! Successfully defended against long-range attacks. The Great Sage's stick technique is upgraded, and the skill stick technique, see-through, is obtained. I stopped my stick and stared at the gnoll in front of me, with a golden light in my eyes. Are you done? It's my turn. Just when we had dealt with a group of gnolls, the soil at a distant fork in the road suddenly began to stir violently. After a moment, a small skeleton crawled out from the ground with difficulty, and the dirt on its bones slid off. Hey, it looks like someone is passing by. It tilted its head and looked around, obviously not noticing our presence. Strange, I clearly heard the noise. It muttered to itself, then sat down on a stone beside it, took out a piece of bone that was shining with cold light from behind its butt, and looked at it carefully. The boss told us to give this bone fragment to people if we meet them. They can use it to wake the boss and help them fight against the gnolls. Its eyes dimmed and it sighed softly. Without the help of the Night Soul, they can't defeat those beasts at all. The little skeleton looked far away toward the sky, muttering, Boss, when will you be free? At the same time, I was swinging my club and smashing the last jackal predator's head with a powerful blow. Blood splattered everywhere, and the body fell limp to the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 13 Gnoll Predator, gaining experience *130 and spiritual essence *23. Ding! You have killed a level 14 Gnoll Predator, gaining experience *134 and spiritual essence *24. System notification sounds rang in my ears one after another. I laughed and exclaimed, it's so exciting. The rewards from these guys are too generous. Li Shuiyao and her teammates who were standing by were stunned. This is too outrageous. She pointed at the corpses of the gnolls lying on the ground and said in disbelief, he just killed a 280 power Gnoll Predator so easily. Uncle Wong had a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, his combat power may have exceeded 400. This performance is definitely not the level of a D-level combat spirit. It is at least S level, or even SS level. Li Shuyao raised her eyebrows excitedly and murmured in a low voice. Interesting. At this time, I walked over lazily, drinking wine while fiddling with the gnoll corpses on the ground, and asked casually, "Do you want these corpses? If not, I will just throw them away." Li Shuyao smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Of course. The claws and teeth are valuable. I will take the others back for research. It's up to you, but don't forget to pay the bill." I shrugged. My words were casual but blunt. On the way, under the reconnaissance of Zhang Min's Qingfeng bird, we discovered more patrolling jackals one after another. This time, Li Shuyao was very excited to go on stage herself. However, the three of them barely managed to deal with a jackal, and they were almost killed. Only then did they realize that those jackals were not weak, but that I was too strong. After clearing out the outer jackals, we stood on a small hill overlooking the ruins of the village ahead. According to the intelligence from the Qingfeng bird, there were 3 jackal leaders in the village, each with more than 20 men scattered around the village. How to fight? Li Shuyao asked while lying on the slope. Uncle Wang pondered for a moment and proposed 2 plans. Either spread out the battle line and defeat them one by one, or concentrate firepower to kill the leader first. However, the second option requires extremely high combat power. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly realized that I was gone. "Where are the people?" Uncle Wang frowned and looked around, his face full of confusion. Zhang Min raised his hand and pointed to the entrance of the village, his voice trembling. He walked over alone. Everyone looked up and saw me carrying a huge stick, making a provocative gesture with one hand, grinning and saying, "Hey, you thieves, look, Grandpa is here." The gnolls in the village suddenly became furious and rushed towards me, roaring. One of the leaders even burst out with red fighting spirit and rushed towards me on his wolf. A combative jackal leader. Uncle Wang's expression changed, and his voice became a few notches higher. Li Shuyao stared at my back nervously, her fists clenched unconsciously, and her breathing became rapid. Fighting spirit, in essence, is neither a skill nor magic, but a profound art of energy manipulation. In theory, any creature can learn it, but only a few can master it. During the more than 300 years of war between humans and monsters, adventurers gradually discovered that many powerful wild monsters and bosses also mastered fighting spirit. These beings are extremely difficult to deal with, and can even determine the outcome of a battle. The power of fighting spirit is not only reflected in the improvement of physical fitness, but also through special methods to release amazing fighting spirit skills, which are fast, fierce, and extremely threatening. In the exploration of secret realms, what adventurers fear most are those bosses who can control fighting spirit. They pose a far greater threat than ordinary enemies. This time, when Uncle Wang and his party entered the Bronze Secret Realm, they thought the difficulty was manageable. Unexpectedly, before they saw the final boss, they encountered a ghoul leader with fighting spirit. Gnoll leader, Night Soul state, level 19, combat power 820, skills, Red Lotus fighting spirit, death blow. Seeing the terrifying nature of the jackal leader, Uncle Wang's face suddenly changed, and he said hurriedly, "Miss, we have to retreat. We can't defeat them with our limited strength." Li Shuyao clenched her fists, her face full of reluctance. But the boss with a combat power of more than 800 made her realize that they really had no chance of winning. But she gritted her teeth and asked, "What about Sun Tao?" "Miss." Uncle Wang stamped his feet anxiously. "We can't care about so many things now. Although Sun Tao is strong, he can't handle dozens of jackals and this leader. If we drag it on, we won't even have a way to retreat." Li Shuyao struggled in her heart, her eyes flickering. Just as she hesitated, a strange noise came from the direction of the battlefield. In the distance, I saw the Gnoll leader's men being led into the forest. The leader was me. I provoked them without hesitation, attracting a large number of jackals to chase me. After they entered the dense forest, I flashed and launched an ambush and killing move immediately. Corpses flew out from the dense forest one after another and fell at the feet of the werewolf leader. Blood splattered everywhere, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. "Ouch!" The Gnoll leader roared and ordered his men to launch a rain of arrows. The wind whistled in the dense forest, and arrows rained down. However, I used my stick to dance with my shield and easily defused them. The branches broke without any damage. After a rain of arrows proved fruitless, the Gnoll leader sent out squad after squad to investigate. only to hear a familiar series of stick blows, followed by complete silence. Finally, it could no longer sit still and led its team into the dense forest. However, what greeted it was a pile of neatly fallen jackal corpses and me lurking quietly. The Knoll leader roared and released his fighting spirit, swinging his mace into the dense forest. I took advantage of the terrain, cleared out the last few of his men, and turned to approach. "You're the only one left." I grinned, took a sip of the gourd wine, and challenged him with a stick in one hand. "Come on, one on." The Knoll leader was furious and smashed his mace wrapped in flaming fighting spirit at me. I used Overlord, lifting the tripod to block its death blow. In an instant, the ground cracked and a strong wind howled. After a brief confrontation, I raised a sneer at the corner of my mouth. "Is that all the strength you have? It's not good enough." The angry ape power in my body was running wildly, and the strength was poured into my arms. The shadow of an angry ape appeared behind me, with a fierce momentum. The Knoll leader was startled, as if he sensed a threat. "Are you ready? I'm going to attack." "See through. Open." I picked up the copper cloud stick wrapped in golden flames, my eyes as blazing as fire. This see-through skill is a prerequisite for the fiery eyes and golden pupils. It consumes mana to activate, and can break through illusions and fog, and can also see through the enemy's weaknesses. Once the weakness is accurately hit, the enemy can be paralyzed. But maintaining see-through is a challenge for me right now. With my current level of Angry Ape power, I can only hold out for 3 minutes. However, with the biomedicine pot in hand, the situation will improve. The biomedicine pot can be used 5 times a day, and now there are 4 times left. But there are still 2 werewolf leaders and a final boss behind, so I have to use it sparingly. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided to go all out and finish the battle quickly in 3 minutes. The moment the skill was activated, golden light burst out from his eyes. The blood and fighting spirit of the Knoll leader and the wolf appeared in his field of vision as if transparent. Dozens of weak points marked with golden light were clearly visible, and each hit could hinder their movements. Time was running out, so I pushed off the ground and rushed towards the target at lightning speed. The Knoll leader roared and swung his mace, attacking head-on. I dodged left and right, my long stick dancing like a dragon, light strikes to dissolve, heavy chops to counterattack. With a straight stab, it accurately hit the golden weak spot on the chest of the werewolf leader. The powerful impact forced it back, and its movements suddenly became stiff. While it was catching its breath, I quickly got close to it, sweeping and chopping with force. Each move was fierce and without reservation. The wolf took the opportunity to pounce, its sharp teeth pressing directly into my back. I stepped back to avoid it, then sneered and turned the long stick. "Don't worry, you can't run away." The Knoll leader shook his head, as if to break free of his stiffness, and leaped off his wolf with a roar, swinging his mace directly at me. "There's a second stage?" I sneered. "It doesn't matter. No matter what stage it is, we have to fall today." The leader commanded the wolf to charge, and the mace came smashing. The wolf was extremely fast and pounced in front of him in an instant. I focused my eyes, and in the state of seeing through, its movements were as clear as in slow motion. I dodged and hit the wolf's waist with a long stick, sending it flying several meters away. After blocking the wolf, I faced the leader of the wolf. The metal sound of the sticks clashing was deafening, and even the dead branches around were shaking. I roared in anger and kicked the leader in the chest, sending him flying several feet away and breaking several boulders. While it was still lying on the ground, I leaped up and poured my angry ape power into the bronze cloud stick, which shone with golden light. Chopping stick style, the stick shadow fell to the ground like a meteor, hitting the head of the wolf leader heavily. The ground exploded, and dust flew. The leader screamed, fell to the ground, and turned into a pool of blood and flesh. "Ding! You have killed the level 19 Knoll leader, and gained experience *530, spiritual essence *120. Seeing this, the wolf nearby let out a whine and tried to run away with its tail between its legs. I walked forward with a sneer and knocked him down with a stick. "Why are you running? I'll send you to death." The wolf died under the stick. "Ding! You have killed a level 19 Knoll work, gaining experience *230 and spiritual essence *54. The 4 people on the hillside were already dumbfounded. They saw me single-handedly challenge a group of jackals, including a level 19 leader, and I won all of them. This guy is a monster, right? Uncle Wong was stunned, looking at the messy battlefield, feeling incredible. His combat power is at least above 700, even close to 800, coupled with his superb stick skills. Who can stop him? Even Uncle Wong's self-proclaimed powerful B-level fighting spirit, the earth-splitting black bear, seemed insignificant at this moment. Brother Sun is simply invincible, others exclaimed. But Li Shuiyao stared at me without blinking, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes, and it was obvious that she was becoming more and more fascinated by me. When the four of us walked down the hillside, I had just recovered my physical strength, but my mana had not yet been fully replenished. I used this time to turn over the corpse of the Knoll leader, and 3 shining trophies came into view. Chapter 11. Iron Wall, Hair Clone. 3 pieces of equipment. A small boss actually dropped 3 pieces of equipment, which made Sun Tao's heart beat faster. 1 green, 2 white, 1 fine item, and 2 common items. This is indeed a hell-level secret realm. Even a small boss can drop so many items. Sun Tao sighed. The drop rate of magic equipment in this world has always been very touching. Bosses outside the secret realm generally do not drop anything, but only some materials. The drop rate in the secret realm is also pitifully low, and usually only the final boss will drop a few items symbolically. Most of the equipment is of excellent quality, and there are very few of perfect quality equipment. In this secret realm, the small boss alone dropped 3 equipment, including an excellent level equipment. There are 2 other werewolf leaders like it. With the addition of a final boss, Sun Tao couldn't even imagine how much he could gain after defeating it. Click on the properties of the 3 props. Broken Knight's Medal, excellent grade. Power, 130. The medal representing the glory of the knight seems to have a name engraved on it. Souls. Wearing this medal of knighthood can reduce the damage taken and can trigger 3 fighting spirit slashes every day. Features. Fighting Spirit Slash activates the fighting spirit in the knight's medal and causes area damage to the enemies in front. Sun Tao was surprised that the first excellent equipment was actually a medal. Among magic equipment, accessories such as rings, medals, and necklaces have the lowest drop rate. I didn't expect to get one here. Or the medal that can reduce the damage taken and release skills is simply ecstasy for the warrior. This thing is pretty good, but it's not very useful to me, so it's more practical to sell it. Seeing Li Shuiyao and others coming over, he handed over the medal. How much does Hon Group charge for this? Li Shuiyao took the medal and looked at it, and was immediately surprised and said, "It's actually an excellent medal, the combat power is not low, and it can also release skills. This is a good thing." After thinking for a moment, Li Shuiyao quoted a price to Sun Tao. Probably between 2 and 3 million. Can sell for 2 million. Sun Tao is overjoyed. Now his living standards would be greatly improved. With the corpses of monsters defeated before, maybe I can buy some cultivation resources to assist in my cultivation. Okay, then you can help me deal with it. By the way, I'll give you these bodies as well. You can transfer the money to me later. Okay. Li Shuiyao nodded and directed Li Yang and Zhang Min to go forward and clean up the bodies of the jackals. Collect some useful things. The remaining 2 are ordinary items. Jackal Club. Common grade weapon. Power. 89. The mace made by the Knoll leader himself has a certain chance of ignoring defense when attacking, and will cause bleeding damage when attacking. Features. Bleeding. When attacking, the opponent will be put into a bleeding state according to the attack power. Greedy travel boots. Common grade shoes. Power. 65. The short boots made by the Knolls are especially suitable for running and can increase your agility. The mace was of average quality, and Sun Tao already had the bronze cloud stick in his hand, so this thing was of no use to him, so he simply gave it to Li Shuiyao. As for the greedy travel boots, Sun Tao just put them on himself. After jumping around for a while, I realized that magic equipment is better than ordinary shoes. It made him feel a little lighter. They took a short break and had a meal on the spot. When Sun Tao had almost recovered, they headed back to the village. The remaining 2 groups of Knolls were naturally no match for Sun Tao, but this time he had the help of Li Shuiyao and others. Although it cannot kill the monster directly, it can help Sun Tao lead the little jackals away so that he can deal with the jackal leader with peace of mind. Ding! You have killed the level 19 Knoll leader and gained experience *530 and spiritual essence *120. Ding! You have killed the level 19 Knoll leader and gained experience *530 and spiritual essence *120. After killing these jackals, the rich experience allowed everyone to level up again and again. Li Shuiyao directly advanced from level 3 to level 6. Even Li Yang and Zhang Min were promoted to a higher level. Sun Tao even advanced 3 levels in a row and was only 1 step away from level 10. Destiny Man, Sun Tao. Level 9. Power, 984. Fighting Spirit, God level Monkey King, 2%. Skills, Great Saint Staff Technique, 2. Basic Meditation Technique, Raging Ape Strength, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick Lotus Medicine Pot. Spiritual Points, 2778. Novice Task, Try Your Hands. Mission Description, Eliminate 200 monsters below level 10. 116 out of 200 eliminated. And kill 5 level 10 bosses, 5 out of 10 eliminated. Mission Rewards, Destiny Spell Extraction times *1. Chi Gathering Spell *1. Looking at his skyrocketing spiritual points, Sun Tao's face was almost crooked with smiles. I made a lot of money. As expected, I still have to go to the secret realm. It's a pity that the jackals in this secret realm are all over level 10. Otherwise, it would be much better if they could complete the novice mission together. I have more than 2,000 spiritual essences now. Next, I have to fight the final boss. Should I strengthen it? After thinking for a while, Sun Tao decided to strengthen it. Only when your strength improves can you obtain better resources. Ding! Do you want to consume 300 spiritual points to upgrade the Destiny template? Yes! With a flash of golden light, Sun Tao felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his physical fitness was improved again. Ding! The proficiency of the Destiny template is improved, and the skill is obtained, Copperhead and Iron Arm. Copperhead and Iron Arms. God level. When facing impending damage, you can transform yourself into an immovable stone sculpture to block it. A successful block will restore your mana and cause stiffness damage to the enemy. Iron Head and Iron Arms. Passive effect. Each upgrade can additionally improve physical fitness, and there is a chance of immunity to damage when facing a fatal blow. Oh my god! Divine skill? Sun Tao's eyes widened when he saw his newfound skills. It can block damage, stun the enemy, and restore mana. It is simply a magical skill in fighting. There is also a chance to be immune to fatal damage, which greatly improves Sun Tao's tolerance in combat. This made Sun Tao want to improve his proficiency in the Destiny template. Maybe he could even obtain a god-level skill. Ding! Do you want to consume 900 spiritual points to upgrade the Destiny template? Ding! The proficiency of the Destiny template is improved, and the skill is obtained. Hair Clone. Hair Clone. God level. Pull out hair to create 3 clones to fight the enemy together with you. The clones have half the combat power of the original body and will disappear directly after being attacked 3 times. It's actually a hair clone. Seeing that he had acquired the skills, Sun Tao was overjoyed. This is the Monkey King's signature skill. Finally, I opened it myself. With this skill, Sun Tao is no longer afraid of being beaten up. If the opponent has more people, pluck out a few hairs, blow them gently, and summon countless clones to fight. Hee. From now on, it's going to be a righteous gang fight. Chapter 12. He can also split himself? Sun Tao, do you find it strange? Li Shuiyao suddenly leaned over and asked Sun Tao in a low voice. Sun Tao was still immersed in the joy of the upgrade and didn't understand what she meant. Strange? What's strange about it? Li Shuiyao touched her chin and said, These 3 Null leaders can all release fighting spirit, and the attributes of their fighting spirit are different. One is the fire-attributed Red Lotus fighting spirit. One is the water-attributed Frost fighting spirit, and the other is the earth-attributed Black Rock fighting spirit. This is very unusual. Hearing this, Uncle Wong nodded and said, Indeed, generally speaking, monsters of the same species tend to master the same attributes of fighting spirit when they practice fighting spirit, but it is indeed a bit abnormal that the 3 Null leaders master 3 kinds of fighting spirit, and they also each exploded a Knight's Medal. Logically speaking, no matter how high the drop rate of the Knight's Medal is, it shouldn't drop on every boss. In this way, these Knight's Medals are more like quest items. Li Shuiyao reached into her bag and took out 3 Knight Medals. If you look closely, you'll find that the combat power bonuses and description features of the 3 medals are exactly the same. The only difference is the name on the medal. Their names are Souls, Carlos, and Roll. Sun Tao looked at a medal for a long time and guessed, maybe these Null leaders were knights before they transformed, so they have this Knight medal. Uncle Wong nodded. Very likely. This also explains why the fighting spirit attributes of these 3 Null leaders are different. Sun Tao scratched his head. But what can we do now that we know this? Uncle Wong explained to him. Through these, we can analyze the situation of the final boss in advance. From the description of the dungeon, the final boss should be the werewolf alchemist Mons. It is possible that he was transformed from a human like these werewolf leaders. Then the alchemist. I can tell from the sound that it's a cloth armor range profession. Its skills are likely related to alchemical potions. I don't know if it's status-related or damage-related alchemical potions. Listening to Uncle Wong's analysis, Sun Tao was very impressed. As expected of a senior soul master, he can analyze so many things just from a name. Not like myself. No matter what you are, I will just beat you with a stick. If one stick doesn't work, try two. After taking a rest, everyone continued to move forward. Passing through the village, there is a sea of red flowers not far away. The moon and the other shore flower. Li Shuiyao suddenly exclaimed. Sun Tao turned around and looked with a puzzled look on his face. Didn't I tell you before that there is a herb called nether night grass in the nether night forest that can enhance the spiritual strength of plant-type martial spirits and is also a little helpful to other martial spirits? This ghost moon flower is equivalent to an upgraded version of the ghost night grass. It can not only greatly increase the mental strength of the plant-type martial spirit, but also may awaken the second soul skill. Eating it can also increase the mental strength of other types of martial spirits, and can also enhance with attribute resistance. Li Shuiyao explained to Sun Tao, but soon she frowned again. That doesn't make sense. Yue Higanbana is usually found in the level 90 golden secret realm. How could there be one here, and in such a large area? Sun Tao grinned. Anyway, it's a good thing. Li Shuiyao nodded. Yes, a plant of Yue Higanbana can be sold for at least 2 million yuan outside. Such a huge area. Sun Tao, we are rich. There were little stars twinkling in Li Shuiyao's eyes, and her saliva was about to drip as she looked at such a large patch of Yue Higanbana. Just as everyone was preparing to go up and pick the fruits, suddenly, bursts of dog barking were heard from the wooden house in the center of the sea of flowers. Vuif, vuif, vuif. 4 gray wolves as big as calves suddenly jumped out of the wooden house, growling at everyone with bared teeth. Alchemy Gray Wolf. Level 23. Power 712. Skills Violent Bite, Alchemical Bloodline. The Gray Wolf is no weaker than the Knoll leader. 4 of them appeared at once. This made everyone alert immediately. I was wondering why Zoro and the others were so excited all of a sudden. It turns out that some guests have arrived. Suddenly a voice came from the hut. Sun Tao and his companions looked up and saw a figure slowly walking out of the hut. He was thin, with short golden hair and smiling eyes. He had a slight smile on his face, was leaning on a cane, and was wearing a neat suit and vest, looking like an English gentleman. Sun Tao took a closer look. Alchemist Moons. Level 25. Power 834. Skills Alchemical Mist, Unstable Potion. 5 boss. This time, not only Uncle Wong, but even Li Shuiyao was upset. Why are there 5 bosses in the end? Although these wolves may not be bosses, their combat power is too terrifying. It's over. It's over. It's really over now. Seeing these 5 bosses, Sun Tao became excited instead. If we can kill these 5 bosses, it will definitely be a big explosion. Li Shuiyao was about to collapse. Brother, it's already this late, and you're still thinking about exploding. Just let's not get blown up. Uncle Wong also spoke up. We haven't started the battle mode yet. We can still move forward. Everyone retreat slowly and don't attract the attention of the boss. As soon as Uncle Wong finished speaking, he saw Mons, who had just come out, suddenly throw out a glass bottle. A green mist quickly spread around. It's a rare occasion for guests to come, so don't be in a hurry to leave. Come and play with my pets for a while. Green mist enveloped the surroundings. Sun Tao just took a breath and saw a slight poisoning status appear on his status bar. Jade light. Li Shuiyao raised her staff, creating a hazy green light that kept the green mist out. Looking at the 4 gray wolves gradually approaching, he couldn't help but look a little desperate. Oh no, there's no way to retreat. This is really over. I'm sorry, Sun Tao. I'm the one who got you into trouble this time. If I hadn't insisted on coming to the secret realm to take risks, you wouldn't have encountered this kind of danger. Li Shuiyao clenched her staff tightly, her pretty face full of self-blame. Sun Tao held the stick and shook his head. Please put away your sad expression. It's a bit too early to give up just like that. Facing the 4 gray wolves, Sun Tao stomped his feet hard. The whole person rushed towards the gray wolf quickly, as if sensing that they were being despised by Sun Tao. The four gray wolves suddenly roared loudly. Magnificent! The four people on the side suddenly looked pale and kept shouting, "It's all over!" But the next second, Sun Tao wiped his hand behind his head and blew gently in front of his mouth. Herr Clone, 4 or 5 Sun Taos appeared in front of him in an instant, waving iron bars and rushing towards the gray wolf. Seeing this scene, Li Shuiyao and others' eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped. "Ah shit! He can also split himself." Chapter 13, Werewolf Mons. Sun Tao's clone instantly engaged in a fight with the 4 gray wolves. They are proficient in the great sage's stick techniques, and they are even more powerful than Sun Tao himself. The iron rod kept rolling in his hand, beating the gray wolf into a miserable state. The gray wolf roared continuously, but couldn't even touch the corner of Sun Tao's clone's clothes. As for Sun Tao himself, he held his breath and concentrated, his eyes flashing with golden light. He activated the recognition function, and his figure flashed, instantly appearing behind a gray wolf. The copper cloud stick was raised high and hit the gray wolf on the head with one blow. The gray wolf was instantly put into a state of stiffness. Then the shadow of an angry ape appeared behind him, activating the angry ape power. With one powerful blow, the great sage Kaidan beat the gray wolf into a pulp. Ding! You have killed the level 23 alchemy wolf and gained experience *490 and spiritual essence *115. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. Sun Tao killed a gray wolf. Li Shuiyao blinked. Looking at Mons, who was still motionless, he said to Uncle Wang, "It seems that we can fight." He didn't move when we were hunting the wolves. Uncle Wang found the same thing when he saw it. Mons just stood aside and watched quietly the fight between Sun Tao and several gray wolves. There was always a faint smile on his face, and his squinting eyes did not change at all. Is this guy just a decoration? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he saw Moons suddenly clapping his hands. What an impressive skill. Looks like my little cuties are going to have to use some real skills. As he spoke, he pulled out a bottle of red potion from his arms and threw it to the ground. The moment the potion bottle broke, a red smoke quickly spread and was captured by the remaining 3 gray wolves, who quickly inhaled it into their mouths and noses. As they inhaled the red gas, the 3 gray wolves seemed to fall into a state of madness. His eyes suddenly turned red, and streaks of red blood began to appear on his body. The attack speed was more than twice as fast as before. Sun Tao felt the pressure rising instantly. His clone began to have difficulty dodging the gray wolf's attacks and was hit several times in a row. The figures became illusory. Sun Tao realized that this was not going to work, so he simply controlled his clone to gather all 3 gray wolves together. Then he stood on the stick and used the stick-splitting style together with his 4 clones. Bang! The powerful force caused the gray wolves' brains to burst, and their huge corpses collapsed limply in the sea of flowers, making the moonlit flowers even more vivid. Ding! You have killed the level 23 alchemy wolf and gained experience *490 and spiritual essence *115. Ding! You have killed the level 23 alchemy wolf and gained experience *490 and spiritual essence *115. Ding! You have killed the level 23 alchemy wolf and gained experience *490 and spiritual essence *115. The sudden upgrade light on her body made Li Shuiyao a little unbelievable. Is this the end? So simple? Compared with Sun Tao, his A-level fighting spirit is just a joke. Gurgle! Uncle Wang swallowed even more hard. Being able to kill a level 20 boss in seconds before reaching level 10, this is too incredible. Zhang Min and Li Yang both had dazed expressions on their faces and hadn't reacted at all. Sun Tao put away his stick, stood up, and slowly exhaled. He took out his gourd and took a sip, restoring his health to full and entering a fighting state. You can actually deal with my little cutie, and you. Before Monins could finish his lines, Sun Tao rushed up with the copper cloud stick. With a bang, he was knocked to the ground. Moon staggered to his feet from the ground, his once gentle face now replaced by an indescribable savagery and anger. The broken pieces of glasses were scattered at his feet, like his suppressed anger. It's rude to interrupt others when they are talking. Since you want to die, I will send you to hell. It's time to let you see the real power. Moon's voice was low, and the murderous intent revealed in his words was as real as substance, causing the air around them to freeze. He let out a long howl toward the sky, the sound piercing through the thick clouds and causing the branches around him to shake continuously. The sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and the originally calm night sky suddenly changed. The dark clouds surged in like a tide, shrouding the entire world in depressing darkness. A bright moon was unusually bright, falling directly on Mons. Moons roared, veins bulged under his skin, his muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his clothes were torn to pieces by this force and blown away by the wind. His limbs gradually lengthened, and sharp claws grew on his fingertips, flashing a sharp cold light. Looking at Mons, who completed the transformation in an instant, Sun Tao blinked. How come you also have a second stage? Werewolf Alchemist Moons. Level 25. Power 950. Skills: Violent Claw, Bloodthirst, Horrible Howl, Kiss of Death. What a terrifying fighting power. Even Sun Tao couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. It is worthy of being the final boss of Hell difficulty. Its strength is just different. 9. More than 900 combat power. Li Shuiyao, who was not far away, had completely lost all color on her pretty face. She looked at Sun Tao with worry in her eyes. What? More than 900 combat power? Uncle Wang and the other two also saw the fighting power of the werewolf Mons and were so frightened that they looked as pale as death and lost all will to fight. Miss, Sun Tao is holding us back now. Let's run. Feeling Monin's terrifying aura, Uncle Wang unconsciously took 2 steps back and tried to persuade Li Shuiyao to run away. But Li Shuiyao just shook her head, indicating that Sun Tao was still here and she absolutely could not escape. Uncle Wang was a little helpless. His own combat power was only over 300. Facing Mons, who had a combat power of over 900, he was not sure he could protect Li Shuiyao. He winked at Li Yang and Zhang Min, telling them that if they saw something wrong, they could just knock the lady out and leave. He was secretly alert to the direction of Mons. If Sun Tao can't hold on, he will delay this werewolf even at the cost of his life. It's all your fault? You made me look so ugly again. I will use your blood to wash away the shame. Mons roared and rushed towards Lu Chun, waving his claws. Looking at Monins, who kept rushing towards him, Sun Tao crouched slightly and said with a sigh, "There are so many hairs. It's just that I don't have Guangxi now. Otherwise, I would definitely let you know the power of the fiery sword technique." Mons was very fast, and he closed the distance with Sun Tao in the blink of an eye. He waved his hands, and a series of claws grabbed Sun Tao's chest. In the fighting state, Sun Tao's reaction was extremely quick, and with the help of his insight, he continued to avoid Mons. The colleague dodged the claw attack by moving his body to the side, and the long stick in his hand turned into a black shadow, accurately blocking the werewolf's sharp claws. When the two collided, there was a loud sound like the collision of metal, and it stirred up circles of airwaves. Li Shuiyao and the other 3 stood not far away, watching the fight between Lu Chun and Mons. Their eyes widened. Oh my goodness! Is this guy still human? Chapter 14. Extreme Dodge, Killing the Werewolf. Feeling that tremendous power, Moon's eyes showed shock. His own werewolf bloodline is a high-level bloodline extracted from S-level monsters. Since he acquired werewolf blood, he has never encountered an opponent with equal strength. No matter what the enemy is, it will be torn to pieces by his claws. But the human in front of him could actually block his attack and even defeat him. How is this possible? Is his fighting spirit more powerful than that of an S-class monster? Without giving Mons much time to think, Sun Tao blocked his sharp claws with a stick and took advantage of the situation. While Mons was in midair and unable to gain leverage, he pulled the stick back directly, then gathered all his strength, and the shadow of an angry ape appeared behind him. He hit the werewolf's legs with a stick. You still want to break my legs? Dream on. Howl of terror. Roar. The werewolf Mons roared, and the roar was as real as if it caused Sun Tao's movements to pause slightly. Mons' figure swayed slightly, and Sun Tao's stick missed the target in an instant. Fortunately, Sun Tao had already mastered the Great Sage's stick technique, so he was not greatly affected after the stick missed the target. Putting away the stick, Sun Tao stood up and looked at Mons not far away. The golden pupils instantly saw through the darkness, revealing all of Mons' weaknesses. You are quite capable, man. When I kill you, I will make you into a puppet and make you work for me. Mons licked his claws, his eyes flashing with brutality. Sun Tao held up a stick flower and sneered. Neither a human nor a dog. He doesn't want to be a human, but wants to be a dog. How ridiculous. Moons was angry. He had always been proud of his werewolf blood. Now that Sun Tao despises me like this. How can I not be angry? What do you know? This is my first step to becoming a god. As he said this with a roar, he waved the claws on both hands wildly, and dozens of red lights were emitted to attack Sun Tao. Violent claw attack. Sun Tao also reacted quickly and gathered all his magic power. The whole person stood still and instantly turned into a bronze statue. Head of copper and arms of iron. Ding, 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 ding. The claw light hit Sun Tao, and it actually made a clanging sound like the collision of metal and stone. Li Shuiyao, who was standing by, was stunned. The light from the werewolf's claws was enough to create a hole the size of a fist. This is enough to show how powerful the claw light is. If Li Yang were to go up to resist it, he would probably fall to the ground in 2 hits. Even if it's Uncle Wang, he can probably only withstand 4 attacks at most. And Sun Tao actually took it for more than 10 times and was still fine. The terrifying claw light didn't even leave a trace on him. It's so terrifying. What kind of skill is this? Such a strong defense is almost the same as being invincible. Li Shuiyao sighed on the side. Unfortunately, it seems that Sun Tao cannot move when using it. Otherwise, this skill would be truly invincible. Uncle Wang also nodded and sighed with a hint of regret. After using his copper head and iron arms to block Mon's violent claw machine, Sun Tao's figure flashed. His whole body was flashing with golden light, and the long stick in his hand stretched out directly, using a stick-poking stance. Mons had no time to react in midair and was stabbed in the chest by the iron rod. The whole person flew backwards quickly. Boom! Mons flew backwards and slammed heavily into the cabin in the center of the sea of flowers, instantly destroying the fragile cabin. Endless smoke rose from the cabin. This is too amazing. No matter how many times you watch it, you'll be amazed. Li Yang and Zhang Min sighed on the sidelines, saying that Sun Tao's fighting style was really fierce. Every stick was deadly, and every punch hit the flesh. It's hard to imagine that he's only at level 10. If he could reach level 30, how powerful would he be? If I could reach level 50, level 100, just imagining it gave them a chill. Don't offend him. The two looked at each other and saw the same idea in each other's eyes. Damn human, it's been hundreds of years. I haven't been injured this badly. The ruins not far away suddenly shook. Mons pushed away the broken wooden stakes and looked at Sun Tao fiercely. I changed my mind. I'm going to crush you bit by bit. As he spoke, Mons exerted force with his feet and leaped into the air, with an incomparable dark aura emanating from his body. Sun Tao's pupils shone with golden light. See the opponent's trajectory clearly and swing directly. The copper cloud stick and the wolf claw kept colliding, and the sound of ping-pong could be heard in the air. The two figures kept colliding in the air, and Sun Tao's great sage stick technique continued to improve during the battle. Ding! The great sage's stick technique is upgraded to the stick technique of Zhanzu. Spread your feet. God level. When dodging, if the limit dodge is triggered, a clone will be left at the original place to automatically attack the enemy, which can accumulate a layer of stick power. Hearing the system prompts ringing in his mind, Sun Tao's eyes flashed. The next second, under the swing of Mon's claws, he dodged and completed the ultimate dodge. He left an afterimage on the spot and hit Mons in front of him on the head with a stick. In Sun Tao's eyes, Mons was full of flaws. Through the previous battle, he had even figured out Mon's attacking habits completely. Extreme dodge is a piece of cake for Sun Tao. Attacked by Sun Tao's afterimage, Mons was stunned at first, and then let out a furious roar. He exerted the werewolf power in his body to the extreme, and his attack speed continued to increase. But it is becoming increasingly disorganized. On the other hand, Sun Tao was coping more and more easily. He even had a feeling that the werewolf had been weakened. When Mons showed a flaw, Sun Tao directly used a stick to hit Mons on the shoulder. Taking advantage of his unstable body, Sun Tao quickly stepped forward and swung at him with several sticks in succession. There was a brilliant light swirling around the stick, and there was a faint mist emerging from the iron hoop on the top. The fierce attacks continued to fall on the werewolf Mons, causing the alchemist to scream in pain. He retreated again and again, even his steps were a little unsteady. Plop! With a dull thud, the werewolf moons fell to the ground. Facing the approaching Sun Tao, the fierceness and brutality he had at the beginning were no longer on his face. Instead, there was shock and fear. No, no, no. Don't kill me. I can tell you the secret of eternal life. Mons changed his previous brutal look and begged for mercy from Sun Tao again and again. At this moment, he was really scared. There was only a thin line of blood left on his head. As long as Sun Tao hits him with one more stick, he will be able to kill him completely. Eternal life? Sun Tao sneered and looked up and down at the ugly appearance of Mons. If I have to become like you to gain eternal life, then I don't want eternal life at all. The reason why Sun Tao said this was entirely because he relied on the fighting spirit of the Monkey King. Immortality is just the most basic ability for the great sage. Eternal life had no appeal to him at all. Besides, the werewolf was too ugly to be worthy of negotiating terms with him. Bang! With a swing of the stick, the headless werewolf's body fell limply to the ground. Four props flashing with various colors of light exploded. At the same time, a cold system prompt sounded in Sun Tao's mind. Ding! You have killed the level 25 alchemist werewolf Mons and gained experience asterisk 530 and spiritual essence asterisk 160. As experience poured in, Sun Tao's body glowed with golden light and he was promoted 2 levels. Instantly reached level 11. Ding! You have cleared the bronze secret realm, Dark Night Jungle, Hell level, and received an additional reward. Trial mission ticket, Black Wind Mountain. Chapter 15 Great Harvest. Seeing Sun Tao defeat the werewolf Mons, Uncle Wong and the others were in disbelief and could hardly believe their eyes. Is my eyes blurry? A boss with 900 combat power was beaten to death by him. Liang shouted exaggeratedly. Not to mention that this is a secret realm of hell difficulty. Even if it is normal difficulty, the final boss is not easy to defeat. Generally, it requires the precise coordination of a full team to pass the level without any damage. And now, Sun Tao actually cleared the hell-level secret realm by himself. In fact, their only role here is to cooperate with Sun Tao to open the secret realm. Thinking about it this way, Liang even felt that he was quite important. After all, without me, Sun Tao couldn't even enter the secret realm. Li Shuiyao's eyes were full of surprise, and her curiosity about Sun Tao had reached its peak. Who is this guy? Even in the top circles in Shuzhou City, Li Shuiyao had never seen anyone as talented as Sun Tao. A soul master who is less than level 10 can chase down a level 25 boss with a combat power of 900 and beat him up. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe it if you told them. Even online novels don't dare to write like this. Maybe I can invite him to go to that secret place with me. Li Shuiyao pinched her chin, and the more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Seeing that the boss was defeated, several people came down the hill and moved towards Sun Tao. At this time, Sun Tao was looking through the several pieces of equipment that were dropped by the werewolf Mons. Rage pill recipe, excellent grade. Required secondary position, pharmacist. After learning, you can obtain the method of making the berserk pill. Berserk pill. After taking it, you can enter a berserk state, with attributes increased by 30%, attack speed increased by 50%, and the duration is 5 minutes. Side effect. After taking it, you will be weak for half an hour. It turned out to be the method of making elixirs. A hint of joy flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. In this world, soul masters can learn secondary skills according to the characteristics of their own souls. Common ones include chefs, miners, blacksmiths, pharmacists, tailors, etc., while more advanced ones include formation masters, puppet masters, and weapon refiners. The combat capability of a top-level deputy is no weaker than that of an ordinary A-level fighting spirit. Pharmacist is one of the upgraded professions of pharmacist. Unexpectedly, this secret realm actually produced medicine formulas, which gave Sun Tao a real surprise. It's actually a medicine formula. Sun Tao, you've made a fortune. Behind him, Li Shuiyao's voice suddenly sounded. She walked forward with a smile and looked at the introduction of the formula of the violence pill. Combat elixirs, although they weaken the opponent for half an hour, can increase combat effectiveness by at least 40%, which is enough to complete a comeback in a life-or-death moment of battle. This formula, if sold to us, would be worth at least 5 million. 5 million! Sun Tao took a breath when he heard Li Shuiyao's offer. I guess I heard it right, but can an excellent grade pill recipe be sold for so much money? Seeing Sun Tao's confusion, Li Shuiyao explained to him. Generally speaking, the formulas and blueprints produced in this kind of secret realm are extremely valuable. After all, this is not a one-time deal. Our group has its own specially trained pharmacists. Once they learn the recipe, they can start making the berserk pill. By then, let alone 5 million, even 50 million can be earned back. Sun Tao could understand this. Hon Group is wealthy, and it is originally in the business of monster materials, so the cost of collecting berserk pills is lower. All they need to do is train a few pharmacists who are skilled in making berserk pills. The money invested in the early stage can be recovered quickly. How about it? Sell it to us? I could take 6 million. Li Shuiyao's eyes were burning. A recipe for the violence pill was definitely not her target. She values Sun Tao's potential more. Building a good relationship with Sun Tao is more important than obtaining 100 berserk pills. Sun Tao was overjoyed to see that she had increased her salary by 1 million with such ease. Including the previous materials and equipment, his income from this trip to the secret realm is almost 10 million. So, of course, after giving the recipe for the violence pill to Li Shuiyao, both of them felt that they had made a great profit. The next one is also an excellent grade equipment. Fong Fist. Excellent weapon. Power. 186. The boxing gloves covered with fangs will cause huge damage to the enemy when hitting them, and will also cause a certain amount of bleeding effect on the enemy. Features. Bleeding. When attacking the enemy, it will cause bleeding effect to the enemy for 3 seconds, which can be stacked up to 5 times. A pair of boxing gloves that can increase combat power by 186. Its characteristics made Uncle Wong and the other two open their eyes wide. Uncle Wong, a boxer who uses boxing gloves, was drooling. What an awesome feature. If the attack speed is fast, it can cause bleeding all the time. Compared to this pair of boxing gloves, my ordinary grade boxing gloves are simply garbage. I spent more than 800,000 on them. Hearing Uncle Wong say this, Sun Tao smiled slightly and threw the boxing gloves to him. For you. Uncle Wong was stunned and didn't understand what Sun Tao meant. This. I don't want it. We didn't help you at all. I don't have the face to ask for this equipment. Uncle Wong quickly handed the boxing gloves to Sun Tao. But Sun Tao didn't accept it. It doesn't matter. Without you, I can't enter this secret realm. This glove is for you. Hearing this, Uncle Wong couldn't help but feel touched. He resisted the urge to cry and said with a sob, Okay, I'll take the gloves, but I'll still pay you. This will be counted as my purchase of 1.5 million. Sun Tao shrugged. It's up to you. The remaining 2 are ordinary grade materials. Spike claws. Common grade materials. Special materials obtained from werewolves can be added when forging weapons to give them a bleeding effect. Unstable compounds. Common grade. After taking it, you will randomly gain one of the 6 effects: blood recovery, strength, speed, slowness, dizziness, and nausea. None of them worked, so Sun Tao just threw them all to Li Shuiyao to deal with. In addition to these things, they also have a very important material to collect. Moonflower. Extraordinary material. It can greatly improve the spirit strength of the martial soul. After taking it for the first time, there is a chance to obtain the second soul skill. Plant-based martial souls can get extra bonuses. There is drug resistance and multiple doses are ineffective. Can be used to upgrade the liquid medicine. Holding the collected Yue Higanbana, Sun Tao was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this thing can not only increase the strength of the martial soul, but also be used to upgrade the medicine. In the sea of flowers outside the cabin, Sun Tao and his team collected more than 20 plants, except for the moonbrinkle flower that was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Sun Tao took 10 plants and gave the rest to Li Shuiyao. Because they had agreed before that Li Shuiyao didn't want any of the items in the secret realm, she only wanted the Yue grass. Although the Yue grass was not found, the more precious Yue Bianhua was found. Looking at Li Shuiyao's happy expression, Sun Tao seemed to remember something. By the way, do we still have a boss to fight? Hearing his words, everyone was stunned. Then he remembered that they did have a cemetery that they hadn't explored yet. Could it be? Hidden boss. Chapter 16, Ghost Night Husker. After resting for a while, they started to head to the cemetery on the other side. Not long after walking, they returned to the fork in the road. Sun Tao, who was carrying the stick, suddenly let out a strange sound. Li Shuiyao was a little confused. What's wrong? Sun Tao poked the little skeletons scattered on the ground with a stick. I remember when I first came here, this wasn't available yet. Is it a new hidden level? Before the few people could figure it out, the little skeleton on the ground suddenly moved. Sun Tao immediately picked up the stick and stared at it with squinted eyes. Hate it. Stop poking my bones all the time. I won't be able to fight anymore. Accompanied by a whirlwind, the little skeleton on the ground pieced together its body and stood up under the influence of a mysterious force. Seeing that Li Shuiyao and the others were looking at him as if they were facing a great enemy, the little skeleton immediately waved his hands. Don't be nervous. I'm not an enemy. It took out a piece of bone from somewhere behind its back. You are all adventurers, right? This is what our boss asked me to give you. Go to the graveyard in front and smash this piece of bone. Then you can summon our boss out. He will answer any questions you have. Hidden mission. Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that there were hidden tasks in this secret realm. Sun Tao took the bone fragment from the little skeleton's hand, and a few of them continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a cemetery lined with tombstones. Woo woo woo. The ghost's wails echoed in the air. Sun Tao played with the bone fragment in his hand and threw it to the ground with a snap. The next second, the air seemed to freeze, and a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared. The ground in front of everyone suddenly cracked, and a hazy figure slowly emerged from the fog. Stranger adventurers, I need your help. It really is a hidden mission. As soon as he heard this man's opening remarks, Sun Tao was certain in his heart that this was definitely a hidden mission in this secret realm. Otherwise, this guy should be exhausted now. With the dull sound of horse hooves, a ghost knight in red armor walked out of the fog. Ghost Rider Husker. Level 25. Power 870. Skills: Charge Judgment Spear, Night Shield, Sky Slash. It turned out to be a ghost knight who was no weaker than the werewolf mons. Unfortunately, I can't fight because my health bar is not lit. Sun Tao felt a little sorry and continued to listen to him. I am Haska, the Knight Commander of the Imperial Crimson Lotus Knights. I have been ordered by the Empire to defeat the alchemist mons. However, he is too powerful. Even my brothers were brutally killed by him and turned into gnolls. Adventurers, I hope you can help them free themselves and help me continue to defeat Monans. As a help, you can take my token, which can temporarily activate the Knight's metal and awaken the remaining soul inside. When you defeat Monans, throw out my token and I will come out to help you. Upon hearing Haska's words, Uncle Wong's expression suddenly became strange. This isn't a hidden quest at all. This is the secret realm mechanism. No wonder he was surprised before. As a bronze secret realm, less than level 20, the strength of these werewolf leaders and the final boss was really beyond the standard. I thought it was because of the hell level difficulty, so I didn't think much about it. Unexpectedly, it was because they didn't find the correct secret realm mechanism. The key point is that Sun Tao actually fought back. This is outrageous. The so-called secret realm mechanism means that there are many ways to weaken wild monsters or bosses in the secret realm. Some of them may be attribute restraint, and some may be terrain restraint. As long as it is used well, it can greatly reduce the difficulty of passing the secret realm. In the secret realm, Ghost Knight Husker is undoubtedly a typical secret realm mechanism. Uncle Wong guessed that the normal path should be that when the secret realm explorers find that they cannot defeat the werewolf leader, they will come to the cemetery first to get help from the Ghost Rider. Then use its token to awaken the residual soul in the Knight's metal when fighting the werewolf leader to help in the battle. Finally, in the boss battle, you can summon Husker to help. In this way, the difficulty of the secret realm will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. But they did none of this. Sun Tao just relied on his brute force to get through. This is too outrageous. The others obviously thought of this as well, and their faces turned strange. Sun Tao was still picking his ears and hadn't realized what feat he had accomplished. If you can find my brother's order of chivalry, I can help you fuse them together into a true order of chivalry. After Haska finished speaking, Li Shuiyao immediately took out 3 knight medals from her waist bag. Is this what you were talking about? Seeing the fragment of the knight's medal in Li Shuiyao's hand, Haska became a little uneasy. Have you finished defeating the Gnoll leader? Everyone nodded. Haska was a little unconvinced. I mean, you defeated the Gnoll leader who was guarded by 20 Gnoll raiders and had fighting spirit without my help. Everyone nodded. Haska was silent, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then you guys are pretty amazing. Taking the 3 knight medals from Li Shuiyao, his eyes were full of nostalgia. Then, a faint light of fighting spirit appeared in his hand. The 3 fragments of the knight's metal slowly merged together under the control of his fighting spirit. Gradually, a new metal of chivalry was formed. Red Lotus Knight Metal. Excellent grade. Power, 432. The metal represents the glory of the Crimson Lotus Knights. There is no one's name on it. It is automatically signed after being worn. Wearing this knight's metal can reduce the damage taken and can be used to summon heroic spirits. Features: summoning heroic spirit. Summon a knight heroic spirit with charge, fighting spirit slash, and knight shield to assist in combat. The heroic spirit has 60% of the user's combat power, exists for 1 minute, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Fuck! A metal that could be used to release fighting spirit to slash, turned into a top-grade metal that could summon the spirit of a knight. Not only can it reduce the damage you receive, but it can also summon a frontline knight spirit to fight. It is simply a perfect fit for auxiliary soul masters. Li Shuiyao suddenly widened her eyes and drooled. Looking at the newly made knight's metal, Haska nodded with satisfaction. Give it to Li Shuiyao. The metal is ready. Let's go find trouble with Mons together. To be honest, he is quite strong. Without my help, it would be difficult for you to defeat him. Just as Haska was about to leave, Sun Tao, carrying the copper cloud stick, tapped the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, you don't have to go. We've already fought Mons. Haska opened his mouth wide when he heard Sun Tao's words. You guys have fought this too? Everyone continued to nod. Let me confirm. The Mons you are talking about should be the one who can summon 4 alchemical gray wolves and has a werewolf form. Sun Tao nodded, rummaged in his waist bag, and pulled out a sharp claw still stained with blood. Looking at the sharp claws in his hands, Husker fell silent. This is indeed the claws of Mons. He sighed, and his figures seemed to become less illusory. I didn't expect you guys to be so strong. Now that Mons is dead, my mission is accomplished. Thank you, adventurers. In return, I will give you my armor. I hope it can continue to fight for freedom. As he spoke, Haska showed an expression of relief on his face, and his figure gradually began to dissipate. Only a red armor was left falling from midair. Red Lotus Armor. Perfect grade. Power, 462. The armor used by the Crimson Lotus Knights in group battles has been through hundreds of battles. It can increase the user's defense and life recovery speed, and can release Crimson Lotus Flames to burn the enemy. Features: Crimson Lotus Flame. When activated, the whole body will burn with Crimson Lotus Flame, increasing magic defense, causing burning damage to surrounding enemies, and causing rebound magic damage to enemies that cause damage to oneself. It's actually a perfect grade armor. Chapter 17, that's another price. Looking at the exaggerated combat power and terrifying characteristics of the armor, Uncle Wong couldn't help but scream. Not only can it increase defense, but it can also cause burning damage to the surrounding area and rebound damage. It's really a warrior's magic weapon. Thanks to the characteristic of Red Lotus Flame, Uncle Wong dares to say that he doesn't need to change it even if he uses it until level 50. Sun Tao, are you selling this armor? If you let us operate it, it can be sold for at least 30 million. Li Shuiyao's eyes turned red. What a perfect armor. This is the first time she has seen it. You should know that perfect level magic equipment is strictly controlled by the state on the market. You can't buy it even if you have money. Even their family, which owns a huge industry like Hon Group, only has 13 perfect grade magic props at home. 30 million? After hearing Li Shuiyao's words, Sun Tao, who always loved money, shook his head. Forget it. I won't sell this armor for now. I just happen to be in need of a piece of armor right now. Keep it for yourself. Although the name of Red Lotus Armor Sue is ordinary, its appearance is very gorgeous. The entire chest of the armor is decorated with an unfolding red lotus petal pattern, surrounded by fine, scaly armor, which not only protects the vital parts but also looks majestic. Subtle golden lines flow on the surface of the armor. These lines seem to contain life under the sunlight, sometimes flickering, sometimes dimming, like the breath of flames. Anyone who looks at it can feel the heat. The belt is in the shape of a dragon head, and its eyes are inlaid with sparkling gems that flash red light, as if flames could burst out of it at any time. The skirt armor on the lower body is also in the shape of a red lotus. The streamlined armor looks like layers of red lotus petals stacked on top of each other, forming a perfect protective net. One word to describe it: cool. Such handsome armor is exactly what Sun Tao likes. How could it be sold easily? No matter how strong it is, Sun Tao will decide on it. After all, being strong is only temporary. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Wearing the Red Lotus armor, Sun Tao held the stick and kept turning his body. He couldn't be more satisfied. Anyway, I have already made a lot of money from this trip to the secret realm, so these tens of millions are not a big deal. Seeing that Sun Tao was not willing to sell it, Li Shuiyao felt a little regretful. But she didn't know what to say. After all, they had agreed before entering the secret realm that they didn't want anything in there. Just night grass. Well, this journey to the secret realm ends here. Looking at Sun Tao, Li Shuiyao seemed to be hesitant to speak. Why? Do you have anything else to say? As if she realized that her gaze was too direct, when Sun Tao looked at her, Li Shuiyao lowered her head slightly and her pretty face turned red. Uncle Wang and the others looked at each other with joy on their faces. They were completely impressed by Sun Tao's strength. If the young lady could establish a good relationship with him, it would undoubtedly be a good thing both now and in the future. Thinking of this, the three of them tactfully walked away to give the two some space to be alone. Can I add you on Feishin? Next time there's a secret place, we can explore it together. Li Shuiyao took the initiative to speak, and Uncle Wang and the other two looked as if they were shocked. Okay, that's it. The lady takes the initiative. No one can resist. My phone is out of battery. Sun Tao scratched his cheek and said embarrassedly. He really wasn't lying. He had been so busy practicing the great sage stick technique these past 2 days that he even forgot to charge his phone. Plus, I was in a hurry to go out and didn't even bring my cell phone with me. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Li Shuiyao almost cried. I finally took the initiative to ask for a boy's contact information, but he actually came up with such a poor excuse. Is it that he looks down on me? Seeing that Li Shuiyao looked like she was about to cry, Sun Tao became a little anxious. He hurriedly explained, Hey, why are you crying? I'm telling the truth. I didn't bring my phone with me, and it's really out of battery. Seeing Sun Tao's panic, Li Shuiyao suddenly burst out laughing. There were tears in the corners of his eyes, but his face showed a look of secret joy. He took out a pen from his waist bag, grabbed Sun Tao's hand, and wrote a string of numbers on his palm. Okay, I believe you. I'll transfer the money to you later anyway. Here's my number. Send me a message when you get back, and I'll transfer the money to your card. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget anything related to money. Sun Tao patted his chest and promised that he would send her a message after returning. In a couple of days, we have a group planning to go on an adventure to the Skull Caverns. Do you want to join us? I can pay for your tickets. Skeleton Cave. Sun Tao's heart moved. This is a good place. The most famous secret realm in Shuzhou City. The difficulty level is probably silver level. There are 9 floors in total, with monsters ranging from level 10 to level 50. The monster density is high and the explosion rate is high. It is simply a paradise for soul masters. Because of its high level of danger, it has been under the control of the Shuzhou municipal government. Only 1,000 people can enter every day. If you want to enter, each person needs to pay a ticket fee of 2 million. Sun Tao had thought of going there to level up before, but he gave up because he was short of money and couldn't afford the entrance fee. I remember that the minimum requirement for the Skull Cave is a team of 10 people to enter. Li Shuiyao nodded. That's right. This adventure was initiated by Su Wei, the young master of Lingyao Group. Most of the participants are people from our circle. Including me, there are 5 of us in total. We agreed that each person can only bring 1 person with us. We are going to see our true combat power, which can also be regarded as a display of our potential. Hearing this, Sun Tao raised his eyebrows. Don't you still have Uncle Wang? Why don't you just ask him to go with you? Li Shuiyao sighed. I'll tell you the truth. There's a person here whom I hate who has been pursuing me. I want to take you there and make him give up. Sun Tao said, Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? This is another price. When Li Shuiyao heard what Sun Tao said, she was stunned. What? Do you want to listen to what you were saying? I'll let you pretend to be my boyfriend, and you still want to charge me money? Am I, Li Shuiyao, a despicable person? Don't worry. I have a strong sense of professional ethics. As long as you pay me, I will do whatever you tell me to do, and I will slap whoever you tell me to slap in the face. Sun Tao bared his teeth and grinned. No matter what he thinks of you, as long as I take action, I will definitely make him obedient. Li Shuiyao almost laughed out of anger at Sun Tao's words. He shook his head helplessly. You tell me how much it is. Sun Tao thought for a moment and said, For a master like me, the appearance fee should be at least 3 to 5 million. Since we are classmates, I will give you a discount for 0.8 million. Is our friendship as classmates worth only 200,000 yuan? For 0.9 million? Li Shuiyao had a headache and quickly raised her hand and said, "Forget it. 480 is 480. Do you have any other requests?" "Of course. First, you pay for my ticket, and we'll split the profits from the secret realm. Second, you can't do anything to me. If you need to act out, you have to let me know in advance, and you have to pay extra money based on the situation." Sun Tao said incoherently while counting on his fingers. "Holding hands costs 30,000, kissing costs 50,000. And if you want me to be obedient, I won't do it for less than 100,000. Hard. Li Shuiyao's fist hardened. She had never seen anyone so shameless. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Anything else?" "Also, this relationship is limited to secret adventures. If you have any negative impact on me or any scandals arise after you come out, you will be responsible for it." After communicating for half an hour, the two finally reached an agreement. Looking at the expression of shame, anger, helplessness, and secret joy on Li Shuiyao's face, Uncle Wang sighed. The lady is in the hands of the police. Chapter 18. Immobilization Technique and Qi Gathering Technique. After leaving the secret realm, Sun Tao found the blazing wolf boss that had escaped before with the help of Li Shuiyao and others. With just a few blows, these bosses will be killed. Ding! You have killed the level 10 Blazing Wolf King and gained experience *32 and spiritual essence *5. It's boring, it's killed in a few hits, there's no challenge at all. Sun Tao muttered to himself, thinking that the Wolf King could still summon his minions, so he held back when fighting. As a result, the Wolf King didn't make a sound until his death. "Wolf King, you fucking killed all my little brothers. What the hell am I doing?" Ding! Complete the novice mission, a small test. Destroy 200 level 10 monsters, 5 level 10 boss, and get rewards. Destiny spell extraction times *1. Gathering spell *1. Get the novice mission, newbie. Mission description. Complete a trial mission. Mission reward. Chinkuan scroll *1. Destiny spell extraction. You can extract character spells from the specified Destiny template. Energy gathering technique. God level, passive effect, increases mana recovery speed, can accumulate stick power when attacking, up to 3 layers can be accumulated, active release can instantly release all stick power, increase attack damage and critical damage. Another God level skill. You are truly worthy of being called the Great Sage. Sun Tao sighed. He still had one more chance to draw the Destiny spell. Maybe he could even draw out a God level skill. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Li Shuiyao standing beside him. His eyes turned, and an idea instantly popped up in his mind. "Hey, do me a favor." Li Shuiyao's mind was full of question marks. Didn't she just agree to help him deal with the corpses of the Wolf Kings? What else does he need help with? What does he mean by reaching out? Do you want to hold your own hand? What's going on? There are so many people here, and you don't even know how to find a place with fewer people. Seeing Sun Tao extending his hand towards her, Li Shuiyao inevitably began to have wild thoughts, and her little face turned red. "You, what are you doing? There are so many people here." Sun Tao shook his hands impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Li Shuiyao blushed and secretly glanced at Uncle Wang and the others. They were dealing with the body of the Blazing Wolf King and did not look at this side. They didn't notice at all that the corners of their mouths were stretched to their ears, and their faces looked like they had been hurt. Wow, they're holding hands. They're holding hands. So sweet, so sweet. As expected of a young lady, your charm is simply impeccable. Placing her little hand on Sun Tao's, Li Shuiyao pouted. "I only let you hold my hand because you led me to the secret realm. Please don't misunderstand me." Sun Tao. A slap landed on the back of Li Shuiyao's hand. "What are you doing? I asked you to blow into my palm." Li Shuiyao was extremely embarrassed. She raised her hands in the air, not knowing whether to raise them or put them down. He stared and said loudly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He blew air on Sun Tao's palm as if in a fit of anger, and even spit out some saliva on purpose. "Hey, you're an adult, and you're still spitting." Sun Tao wiped his palms on his clothes in disgust. "Just click in your mind to use the Destiny spell extraction." Ding! The Destiny template Monkey King was selected, and the spell, Immobilization, was successfully extracted. Immobilization technique. God level. Use magic power and shout the word immobilize to make the opponent unable to move. The higher the intelligence, the shorter the immobilization time. Sure enough, it's another God-level spell. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Sun Tao was ecstatic. It turned out to be the Monkey King's signature spell, the immobilization spell. This feels great. A magical control skill that can directly freeze the opponent. And the freezing time is actually related to the opponent's IQ. Immobilize X. IQ test. Sun Tao looked at Li Shuyao, who was still sulking on the side, and felt a little restless inside. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Shuyao pouted, very unhappy with Sun Tao's actions just now. Forget it. He doesn't look very smart. It will take a day. Sun Tao shook his head, thinking that he was too kind and only thought of using the immobilization technique when fighting monsters. Okay, it's getting late. I have to go back. Remember to transfer today's money to my card. Seeing that Uncle Wang and his men had dealt with the body of the blazing Wolf King, Sun Tao put away the bronze cloud stick and said to Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao nodded. Don't worry, we will be able to deal with these things soon. I can transfer the money to you tomorrow. Okay, let's go. I'll contact you if you need anything. Sun Tao waved his hand casually and walked out of the forest alone. All the fiery wolves in this area have been dealt with by him, so there is no danger. So Sun Tao was not worried about Li Shuyao's safety. Li Shuyao stretched out her hand and wanted to call him, but she opened her mouth, but no word came out in the end. Really? You didn't even wait for me. You acted like I was going to eat you. It was not until Sun Tao's figure completely disappeared that she stamped her feet and spoke with a pout. After coming out of the bloody forest, Sun Tao did not stay for long. He rushed to the station as fast as he could and took the last bus back to the city. The atmosphere in the carriage on the return trip was completely different from the one on the way there. Fatigue diluted the joy of the harvest, and some teams lost their teammates forever. There was sadness and silence on everyone's face. But no one shares the same joys and sorrows. Sun Tao was not affected by the atmosphere. He sat at the back and took pictures, excitedly clicking on his own properties. Destiny Man, Sun Tao, level 11, power 1,340, fighting spirit, God level Monkey King 4%, skills, Great Saint Staff Technique 3, Basic Meditation Technique, Angry Ape Strength 1, Copperhead and Iron Arms 1, Hair Clone 1, Immobilization Technique 1, Chi Gathering Technique 1, Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick Lotus Medicine Pot, Spiritual Points 1267. In order to defeat the boss, I upgraded the Destiny template by 2 levels and spent all my spiritual charm points. After defeating the boss, I killed some wild monsters and accumulated more than 1,200 spiritual charm points. It's a pity that it now requires 4,000 spiritual points to increase the proficiency by 1 level, so it cannot be upgraded for the time being. It can only be used to improve skills. He casually upgraded his Angry Ape Power and Chi Gathering Technique to level 2, and directly used up more than 1,200 spiritual points. Looking at his current panel, Sun Tao can only describe it as gorgeous. After all, there is no soul master who can possess 4 god-level skills at level 11. And the combat power directly reached 1,300. It's outrageous, Sun Tao thought unconsciously. Even if some of my classmates are at the same level as me, their combat power is probably not even half as high as mine. In fact, Sun Tao still overestimated his classmates. Even Li Shuyao, the school beauty who possesses an A-level fighting spirit, only has a combat power of more than 300 now. Others didn't even break through 100. Don't be proud. Don't be complacent. Sun Tao at this moment was completely different from when he was fighting. It is less aggressive and more low-key. Although I am already considered good among my peers compared to those true geniuses, I am still far from good enough. Although soul masters below level 50 are basically no match for me, the second level is a hurdle. Once I encounter a master above level 50, I will have no choice but to run away. After reaching level 49, a soul master needs to upgrade his soul. Once successful, he can become a second-level soul master, and his level can continue to increase. Compared to first-order soul masters, second-order soul masters have stronger attributes, higher combat power, and also have the ability to summon the true form of the soul. It's simply not comparable to what Sun Tao can do now. Sun Tao understood very well that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Before he truly grows up, he will never reveal his true fighting spirit level. His goal has never been to be invincible at the same level, but to become the strongest soul master in the world. I have the destiny of the great sage equaling heaven. We must not embarrass the great sage. There was a gleam of confidence in Sun Tao's eyes. He firmly believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to become the strongest soul master in the world. Cuckoo. There was a rumbling sound from my stomach. Sun Tao touched his stomach with a bitter expression. He had been out for almost a day and hadn't eaten lunch or dinner, so his stomach was already growling with hunger. Even the great sage has to eat his fill. Chapter 19. First visit to Black Wind Mountain. When Sun Tao returned to the resettlement community, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. After 8 o'clock, the lights in Shujo City are bright, but all this prosperity has nothing to do with the resettlement community in the north of the city. The streets in the community are old but not dirty, and the street lamps on both sides emit dim lights. The elderly and children were enjoying the cool air and playing in the square, and their happy laughter kept echoing in the night sky. Sun Tao walked in the corridor of the community, looking at the tube-shaped buildings with a smile on his face. "Brother Sun, you're back." A young figure rushed out from the corridor and threw himself into Sun Tao's arms. Sun Tao lowered his body slightly and hugged the person. "Little Nwomi, did you listen to your mother today?" Sun Tao held Xiao Nwomi in his arms with a smile on his face. Little Nwomi raised his head and gave Sun Tao a kiss on the face. "Of course, I ate my own meal today. I even ate 3 vegetables. And today the teacher taught us to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Mom said I sang it beautifully." Looking at Xiao Nwomi's proud look, Sun Tao pretended to be surprised and said, "Wow, really? Our little Nwomi is so great. She has really grown up." Behind Xiao Nwomi, a graceful figure hurried over. Seeing that it was Sun Tao holding Xiao Nwomi, he breathed a sigh of relief. "So no. You're clinging to brother Sun Tao again. Come down quickly." Zhou Yang deliberately put on a stern face and scolded Xiao Nwomi. What she got in return was Xiao Nwomi making a face at her, then lying on Sun Tao and laughing secretly. Zhou Yang looked at her helplessly and said to Sun Tao with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry to bother you again." Sun Tao laughed and touched Xiao Nwomi's head. "Don't bother me. I like Xiao Nwomi too." Zhou Yang is a single mother who has been living next door to Sun Tao with her little Nwomi. I heard from others that Xiao Nwomi's father was a soul master who died in a Warcraft invasion 3 years ago. Later, my parents became seriously ill, and even though we had spent all our family savings, we were still unable to save them. They can only move to resettlement communities to make ends meet. By the way, brother Sun, I heard that you have awakened your fighting spirit. Isn't it a very powerful fighting spirit? Little Nwomi asked Sun Tao with her big eyes blinking. Her father was a battle soul master, so she admired battle soul masters the most and wanted to become an excellent battle soul master in the future. Sun Tao smiled and scratched Xiao Nwomi's nose. "Of course, don't you see who your brother Sun is? He must be an extremely powerful fighting spirit." Zhou Yang walked into the corridor holding Xiao Nwomi, watching from the side with a faint smile on his face. After sending Xiao Nwomi home and playing with her for a while, Sun Tao returned to his own home. After eating something casually, Sun Tao sat on the bed and took stock of what he had gained that day. First of all, the biggest improvement is the improvement in level and combat power. After entering the secret realm, I raised my level to level 11. I also completed the novice mission and gained 2 god-level skills. A lot of good things were obtained in the secret realm, and they were all handed over to Li Shuyao to deal with. A conservative estimate is that the value is more than 10 million. Once the money comes in, I will probably be able to buy a house in the city. However, Sun Tao decided to live here first because after the Battle Soul College entrance examination, he would definitely go to Kyoto. It would be more cost-effective to take the money and buy a house in Kyoto at that time. The money now can be used to buy some cultivation resources, such as spiritual potions, to increase the speed of cultivation. In this world, besides going out to fight monsters and level up, soul masters can also practice by absorbing free energy from the outside world through various mental and meditation methods. Continuously improve your energy intensity to achieve the goal of upgrading. But this kind of training is much slower than going out to fight monsters. Therefore, people often just use it as an auxiliary means, and the main way to upgrade is still to go out and fight monsters. By the way, I think I got a trial mission ticket today. Sun Tao took a look in the system space and saw a golden card floating in his mind. With a flip of his palm, he took it out of the system. The front of the golden card had 3 characters in small seal script printed in positive relief. Black Myth. On the back is a painting of a high mountain and a ruined Zen temple. There are 3 big words Black Wind Mountain written on it. Is this the ticket for the trial mission? It doesn't seem like anything special. Sun Tao took the ticket and looked at it over and over again, then opened the entry. Trial mission ticket Black Wine Mountain after using. you can enter the special trial map Black Wind Mountain. Defeating the final boss will unlock the Destiny mural and allow you to enter and exit the trial world freely. The number of times you can use it is 0 out of 10. After failing the trial 3 times, you can turn on the performance mode, separate a wisp of soul, and enter the simulated trial, which does not take up the number of times you can use the ticket. Looking at the description on the entry, Sun Tao frowned slightly. The trial mission ticket can only be used 10 times, which means that if he fails to pass the level 10 times, the ticket will be wasted. But the good news is that as long as he can pass the level within 10 times, he will be able to enter the Black Wind Mountain trial world unlimitedly in the future. It is equivalent to obtaining a secret realm with you. Thinking of this, Sun Tao instantly became full of energy. He is very familiar with Black Wind Mountain. Several bosses, Guangji, Guangmo, Link Suzy, Bai Xiushi, Yuhan, and Elder Jinshi are all old acquaintances. When he first played Black Myth, he was stuck in Black Wind Mountain for 3 full days before he was able to clear it. He can dodge any skill the boss has with his eyes closed. So, now see this Black Wind Mountain trial mission ticket. Sun Tao was full of confidence and said with disdain, "Humph, just a small Black Wind Mountain. Watch me take it down in 2 hours." He threw the card in his hand, and it turned into a golden light gate in midair. Taking out the copper cloud stick from his waist bag, Sun Tao looked determined and strode into the portal of Black Wind Mountain with his head held high. At the moment Sun Tao stepped into the Black Wind Mountain, the sky above Shuzhou City suddenly changed. Countless dark clouds gathered. Lightning and thunder sounded like angry roars. "Walk, walk, walk, wander, wander. I am willing to be a horse and an ox for copper coins. It is better to be a human than a monster. I am not afraid of the death of the King of Hell." The mountain road of Black Wind Mountain was filled with demonic energy, and 2 wolf demons were wandering around. A wolf demon was shaking his head and making doggerel. He glanced at a peach on the ground, and his face suddenly lit up with joy. "Hey, you see, happiness will come naturally when fate brings it." The wolf demon picked up the peach and laughed. The other wolf demon also smiled. "Big brother is so lucky. Who knows where this thing came from?" The wolf demon who was picking peaches smiled and wiped the peaches on his clothes. "I'm just hungry. This peach is really sensible." After taking a bite, he suddenly screamed and threw the peach away. Sun Tao just felt dizzy, and suddenly he emerged from a cloud of smoke. "How did I turn into a monkey?" Looking at his hands covered with monkey hair, Sun Tao was shocked. "You little monkey, you actually played a trick on your grandfather? Today I will teach you a lesson." Hearing the familiar shouting beside his ear, Sun Tao came back to his senses. "So this is the trial mission? I actually became the Monkey of Destiny." Chapter 20. Horrible Black Wind Mountain. Seeing 2 wolf monsters coming towards him, Sun Tao was not panicked. He took out the copper cloud stick from his ear and hit it with it casually. Bang! When the knife and stick collided, Sun Tao's face changed drastically. "This force is wrong." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another wolf demon raising its knife to chop at him, and Sun Tao quickly dodged the attacks of the 2 wolf demons. Roll backwards several times in a row to create distance. Golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes, and he quickly found out the information of the 2 wolf monsters. Wolf Scout, Level 3. Power, 642. Skills, Swordplay, Slashing. Wolf Warrior, Level 3. Power, 632. Skills, Sword Shield. Level 3. More than 600 combat power? You must be kidding. Sun Tao was shocked. A combat power of more than 600 was already equivalent to a small boss in the secret realm. In the Black Wind Mountain, there were only a few little monsters at the door. This is enough to show how terrifying the Black Wind Mountain is. The little monsters at the door have a combat power of more than 600, so how much combat power should the elite monsters and boss behind them have? 2,000? 3,000? Sun Tao didn't dare to think about it. I can only beat the wolf monsters in front of me first. "Ah, give me your life." The wolf scout rushed toward Sun Tao, waving his long knife and howling. It seemed to have learned some tricks, and the long sword in its hand was covered with a layer of gray light. The sword slashed down with incredible swiftness. Sun Tao dodged and silently recited the qi gathering method in his mind. The strength in the body continuously flows into the long stick in his hand. When the wolf scout's moves are too old, just hit it on the head with a heavy stick with full power. The enormous force caused the wolf scout's brain to burst. The next second, the wolf scout's body turned into countless ashes. Then, The breeze blew them all onto Sun Tao. It seemed as if something was absorbed by him. What is this? Experience? Sun Tao was somewhat confused, but he didn't have time to think about it, because the wolf warrior had already rushed in front of him with sword and shield raised. At the moment it attacks, dodge to the left and instantly trigger the stretching foot. A residual image was left at the place. Together with Sun Tao, the two monkeys held sticks and beat the wolf warrior fiercely. A series of light stick strikes left the wolf warrior unable to move. The final heavy blow sent it flying into the sky. As expected, wolf warrior also turned into ashes. Ding! You have killed a level 3 wolf scout and gained experience *32 and spiritual value *18. Ding! You have killed a level 3 wolf warrior and gained experience *32 and spiritual value *18. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Sun Tao's face instantly fell. This is too little experience. At the moment when the two wolf demons died, an old voice was heard in the air. No matter how many times I come here, I can't change my mischievous temper. After hearing this, Sun Tao realized that it was the land of Black Wind Mountain who was speaking. After walking a few steps forward, I saw a land temple less than 1 meter tall, not far away. Oh my, what are you doing? Hurry up and pluck out a hair and worship. Sun Tao pulled a piece of monkey hair from his head, and as if by instinct, he shook it, and it turned into a fragrant stick. It was planted in front of the land temple. The dry branches on the temple suddenly came back to life and grew peach blossoms. A wisp of white smoke drifted out from the shrine, landed beside Sun Tao, and turned into an old figure. It looked to be only as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child, with a crutch in one hand and a scratcher in the other. It had a full beard and an extremely large head. Sun Tao recognized it at a glance. This was the land of Black Wind Mountain. You know what, I used to watch it on the computer, but this time I could see it with my own eyes. It is exactly the same as in the game. Little God, I am the landowner of Black Wind Mountain. I've been waiting here for a long time. After the Black Wind Mountain land god finished speaking, he looked closely at Sun Tao and examined his face carefully. I couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Same, so similar. Sun Tao was startled by his sudden approach. Just as he was about to ask, he found that he couldn't move at all. Well, he's a mute just like the Destiny man in the game. Sun Tao thought helplessly and could only watch the god of land start to talk about the background. Go further ahead and you will reach the Guanyin Temple, which was also very popular in the past. It's a pity that there was a fire. Later, the temple was rebuilt, but if people's hearts are burned out, what's the point of building a temple? The god of land kept talking and Sun Tao listened quietly. It seems that this trial mission is the same as the first one in the game, which is to fight the black bear monster. Suddenly, a wolf howled from the distant mountains, which scared the god of land. You don't remember this place, but there are many people here who miss you. Little monkey, wish you good luck. After saying this, the god of land turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared in the land temple. Sun Tao felt that he could move again. Okay, next we have to kill Guangxi, fight Datu, and use the fire shield to fight the black bear. Sun Tao was full of confidence. After all, he had played this first time countless times. The road to the ghost is more familiar to me than my own way home. Drops, get the blue talisman of shrinking the earth *1. Green talisman for shrinking the earth. Special item can be used in trial missions to instantly return to the nearest land temple. Wow, it's exactly like in the game. Sun Tao weighed the green talisman that could shrink the earth in his hand and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I thought time travel was the limit, but I didn't expect that one day I would be able to play the real-life version of Black Myth, Monkey King. He shook his head, put the green talisman for shrinking the earth into his backpack, and continued on his way. Brother Guangxi, I'm coming. 5 minutes later, a piece of monkey hair slowly fell from the air, revealing the figure of Sun Tao. His face was dull, and he looked at his hands in disbelief. I was King beaten to death by Gu Huyuan. He just walked forward, collected all the materials he could, and successfully arrived at Gu Huyuan. I thought Gu Huyuan would be the same as in the game, just a target to teach players how to immobilize. Unexpectedly, this guy was incredibly oppressive. Holding a 10-foot-high axe, he chopped Sun Tao to death in just a few strokes. He didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by Gu Huyuan's heavy axe. Fuck, I can't even beat this Nemagu guard. How can I beat Guangxi? Sun Tao felt helpless. After his death, he knew that there were only 3 lives in one trial. Once all 3 lives die, the trial is declared a failure. If he fails all 10 trials, the trial mission ticket will disappear, and he will lose the opportunity to pass Black Wind Mountain forever. I just don't believe it. A little guard can stop me. Sun Tao once again rushed to Gu Huyuan with a stick in his hand. Gu Huyuan was holding a heavy axe, looking heroic and majestic. Looking at Sun Tao, who appeared in front of him again, he swung the axe and said in a muffled voice, "You monkey, you come to die again." Sun Tao said nothing more, fully displaying the character of a dumb man with destiny. He started to gather his energy right away, and without waiting for the guard to make any move, he smashed it down with a powerful stick. Bang! He was hit on the head by a group of people suddenly, and Gu Huyuan stepped back a few steps. Suddenly, he became furious. "How dare you? How dare you come to Black Wind Mountain and act wildly?" He swung the axe directly and used a powerful move to split Huashan. Boom! The huge force created a fist-sized hole in the ground. Sun Tao even felt the ground shaking. The splashing stones hit Sun Tao's face, and it was a bit painful. What a good guard! I want to see how capable you are. Chapter 21 Battle with Guangxi. Gu Huyuan Elite. Level 8. Power 1730. Skills: Natural Power, Bull Charge. That's what a goalkeeper should be like when he guards the mountain. Sun Tao, holding the Tongyan stick, fought with Gu Huyuan. Unlike the clumsy ones in the game, the Gu Huyuan here is extremely skilled in martial arts. The huge axe in its hand seemed to be weightless, flying up and down, giving Sun Tao no chance to attack. But Sun Tao is not an ordinary man with destiny. He is a Superman with the ability to immobilize people, a head of steel and arms of iron, and the ability to clone himself with just a tiny bit of hair. How is it possible that he can't even beat a small guard? Last time he was careless and didn't dodge. Gu Huyuan seized the opportunity and took him down with a series of smooth little combos. This time, he paid full attention and stared closely at Gu Huyuan's movements. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light. After he saw through the situation, he could see the movements of Gu Huyuan clearly. He kept moving forward, dodging Gu Huyuan's attacks. "Damned little monkey, take this axe from your grandpa, yo." Perhaps he was annoyed by Sun Tao's hiding, so Gu Huyuan roared angrily. He jumped high with the axe in hand and was about to chop down Sun Tao's head. There was a flash of gold in Sun Tao's eyes, and he pointed at him and shouted, "Certainly, bite." With a crisp sound, golden magic power appeared above Gu Huyuan's head, and special runes were outlined and flowed, forming the word Ding above its head. Gu Huyuan was instantly fixed in midair by a mysterious force, unable to move at all. Taking this opportunity, Sun Tao plucked a handful of monkey hair and blew it gently. 4 or 5 monkey clones appeared holding sticks and rushed towards Gu Huyuan. Bang! 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 The clone stick quickly fell on Gu Huyuan's body, causing his health bar to drop rapidly. Sun Tao stood in place and used the Qi gathering technique. At the last second before the immobilization spell was about to end, a heavy stick with 3 levels of stick power was thrown at Gu Huyuan. Bang! The iron rod hit Gu Huyuan on the head, knocking it back several steps. Gu Huyuan roared angrily and wanted to fight back, but his health bar was already half gone. Before he could make any move, he heard a stop from midair. Bite! Gu Huyuan was once again fixed by the golden light, and the Black Wind Mountain land crawled out from his body. I haven't used it for a while, but this immobilization technique is still useful. Since you are an old friend from Huagua Mountain, it would be okay for me to teach you a trick. Come on, put your hand out quickly. Sun Tao was delighted when he saw the god of land. Sure enough, the earth god will appear when you beat him to half health. But I have already learned the immobilization technique. What else can he give me? Can he upgrade the immobilization technique? With doubts, Sun Tao raised his hand, and the land of Black Wind Mountain scratched and flicked, and a golden light flashed. A golden word Ding instantly appeared in Sun Tao's palm. Ding, gain experience in fusion of immobilization technique, level of immobilization technique +1. It's upgraded indeed. Sun Tao was delighted and quickly opened the system. The upgraded immobilization technique increases the damage caused to the target during the immobilization period. As the immobilization technique was upgraded, Sun Tao's inner understanding of this spell continued to increase. He had a vague feeling that if he could improve his immobilization skills by a few levels, he might be able to achieve group immobilization. Unfortunately, my magic power is not that deep. It's okay when I encounter some stupid ones, but if I encounter a stronger monster, I can only freeze it for a moment. The god of land was still mumbling to the side, and he hadn't finished speaking yet. Gu Huyuan's whole body trembled, and he was instantly freed from the effect of the immobilization spell. The god of land jumped up and said quickly, "These idiots have no idea of respecting the old and loving the young. Boy, use the magic you just learned to subdue him." As he spoke, the god of land turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in front of Sun Tao. "You run pretty fast." Sun Tao shook his head and chuckled, and saw Gu Huyuan rushing towards him again with an axe. He dodged immediately and took advantage of the gaps between his attacks to launch a series of sneak attacks with his stick. When the immobilization spell was ready, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and Gu Huyuan was immobilized again. This time, Sun Tao didn't give it any chance and directly used a set of smooth little combos to attack. Take away the last bit of blood from Gu Huyuan. Ding! You have killed the level 8 Gu Huyuan elite and gained experience *84 and spiritual essence *32. After killing Gu Huyuan, Sun Tao continued to move forward and walked to the second land temple. He skillfully plucked a hair and turned it into a fragrant incense stick and inserted it into the incense burner. Suddenly, the land temple was activated, and the god of land emerged from the white smoke again. If you keep charging forward without knowing your own limits, you'll end up in big trouble. I will transform you into a golden cicada. You can follow the light of the fire ahead to explore the reality of this mountain. The god of land waved his cane, and a magical power instantly wrapped around Sun Tao's body. It instantly transformed him into a special golden cicada. The art of transformation. It's truly magical. Sun Tao was delighted, as this was the first time he experienced the 72 transformations. It is indeed magical. Feeling the magic power outside his body, he gradually gained some understanding of the art of transformation. He controlled the golden cicada to fly forward, bypassing various monsters along the way, and also took a look at the ghost head wandering on the road. Defeat Guangxi first, and then deal with Data later. Sun Tao looked at Big Head's back and couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by it in his previous life. When I played Black Myth in my previous life, in order to ensure my own gaming experience, I was stubborn and refused to read the guide, and I was stuck at the Big Head for more than 3 hours. Finally, I had no choice but to look for guides online. Unexpectedly, the solution was to go around and kill Guangxi first. But Sun Tao was very angry. This time, he will not repeat the same mistake and go directly to Guangxi. After taking the red tide, fight Big Head for another 300 rounds. Wait till I take my Guang dad, and then you'll be done for if I don't do it. He bypassed the patrolling wolf demon and successfully arrived outside Guangxi's courtyard. The figure flashed and instantly turned back into the appearance of the Destiny Monkey. Huh? Another monkey? A voice came from the yard. Sun Tao looked closely and saw that it was a wolf demon with human body wearing a monk's robe. He held a double-ended sharp blade in his hand and slashed it across the ground, causing it to burst into flames. Guangxi Leader. Level 12. Power 2356. Skills: Swallow Return, Fire Dance, Fire Cyclone, Red Tide Slash. Fuck, such a high combat power. This is going to be hard to fight. Looking at Guangxi's terrifying fighting power, Sun Tao's face turned pale and he secretly groaned in his heart. Seeing that Sun Tao didn't reply, Guangxi's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he twirled the red tide in his hand and spoke slowly. "How about you put down your sticks and learn some Buddhism from me?" Sun Tao had no way of replying and could only give him a full-charged heavy blow. "Donor, please listen to the Dharma." After being hit by a stick, Guangxi immediately raised Chi Chao. His body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Sun Tao in an instant. Before Sun Tao could react, he felt a flash of fire before his eyes. The whole person was chopped down to the ground. Flames were burning on his body, causing him continuous burning damage. Fuck, so fast. Sun Tao was startled when he saw Guangxi using the starting posture of Swallow return again. He quickly raised his hand and pointed, shouting, "Set." In an instant, infinite golden light fixed Guangxi in place. Hair clone. Sun Tao and his clone took the opportunity to rush forward and started attacking. Taking advantage of the last second of the immobilization spell, he delivered a heavy blow with a stick and then rolled backwards to create some distance. "Damn monkey, take my knife." Guangxi roared after recovering from the immobilization spell. He pulled his whole body back and threw out the red tide in his hand. The red tide turned into a flaming spinning gun and instantly attacked Sun Tao. Sun Tao was unable to dodge and was hit by the flaming spinning gun. Then there was a flash of fire before his eyes, and Guangxi waved the red tide in the air, then swooped down in an instant. I'm overthinking it. You just look like him. In the raging flames, Sun Tao gradually turned into a strand of hair and slowly floated back to the land temple. Chapter 22. Is there only one monster in this trial? Fuck. Brother Guangxi, are you that strong? Sun Tao, who was resurrected from the land temple, was unbelievable. When did Guangxi become so powerful? Not only is the combo flawless, the damage is also high, and I could be killed in just a few moves. What the hell is this? Sun Tao had a mask of pain on his face. After this challenge, there are still 9 chances left. Go and try Guangxi's moves first. If you can't do it, you can only raise your level before challenging him. Sun Tao thought about it and set off again with the stick in hand. I cleared out the monsters along the way and gained 300 spiritual points. Once again, we arrived at the gate of Guangxi's compound. Through the door frame, Sun Tao was preparing himself mentally. It's okay, it's just Guangxi. If you fight seriously, you can easily defeat him. How about you put down your sticks and learn some Buddhism from me? Flames rose in the temple, and in a flash, the flaming knife was in front of Sun Tao. After a few slashes, Sun Tao, who was unable to dodge, was already covered in flames. The health bar dropped down. At this moment, Sun Tao was as anxious as a big horse. I just hate that I can't speak. His whole body was on fire, and he was rolling around. Just as the stamina bar was used up, Guangxi came towards him with a fire knife. Swallow returns. With one swing of the knife, flames filled the sky. The Destiny monkey collapsed to the ground powerlessly and turned into a strand of golden monkey hair. What the hell? After this death, Sun Tao was directly ejected from the trial mission and returned to the real world. He grabbed his hair and screamed madly. Almost there. Almost there. Guangxi can be defeated. Guangxi was almost out of health just now. At the critical moment, Sun Tao had no strength to roll over and failed to avoid Guangxi's fire dance whirlwind, so he was taken away directly. As it stands now, it's hard for me to defeat Guangxi, not to mention that there are Dado, Guangmo, Link Suzy, the white-clothed scholar, and the black bear demon behind me. To be on the safe side, it would be better to first upgrade your level to level 20 before taking the trial. Sun Tao was lying on the bed feeling a little depressed, and he just couldn't accept that he had not beaten Guangxi. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. The next second, he sat up from the bed. No, I must defeat Guangxi today. Sun Tao, who was so excited, took out the trial ticket and entered the trial mission again. Half an hour later, Sun Tao appeared on the bed again. His eyes were a little dull. Guangxi's words are still echoing in my mind. I was overthinking it. They just look a bit similar. Ding! After failing 3 trials in a row, you will get the achievement. Is there only one monster in this trial? Damn! This Guangxi is too hard to beat. Sun Tao felt like crying, but had no tears. The difficulty of this trial mission made him feel like he was a person from the first round who was destined to fight the boss of the 3rd round. Not only are the values high, but the movements are also very fast. If you fail to dodge in time, you will be killed instantly. I can only try the performance mode first. After I get familiar with the boss's attack movements, I can consider clearing the level. If I continue like this, I will just waste the trial opportunity. Sun Tao sighed. After dying 6 times in a row, he felt as if his body was falling apart. Although the task of this trial is to turn him into a destiny monkey, but the necessary pain and perception of harm will be reflected back to him. Dying 6 times in such a short period of time was a bit too much for even him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he practiced the angry ape power technique in his mind. Soon, a mysterious power began to flow in his body. An endless stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered from all directions, forming a spiritual energy hole above Sun Tao's head, and madly poured into his body from the Baihui acupoint. This technique, at the same time, a mysterious memory of inheritance suddenly flooded into Sun Tao's mind. That is the complete practice of the angry ape power, which can enable Sun Tao to cultivate directly from a mortal to the realm of a celestial immortal. Converted into the strength level of this world, it is a god-level combat soul master above level 300. Being able to directly cultivate to level 600, This is already considered a god-level, top-grade combat spirit technique. Sun Tao was shocked. In this world, the fighting spirit techniques are divided into 6 levels from top to bottom according to their power. God level, saint level, heaven level, earth level, mysterious level, and yellow level. Each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Generally speaking, the Xian level and Huang level fighting spirit mental methods can only be cultivated to the 3rd level at most. If you want to continue to improve your strength, you must acquire more advanced fighting spirit techniques. However, what is recorded in general Battle Soul academies are only the Xian level and Huang level Battle Soul techniques. If you want to obtain more advanced fighting spirit skills, you must join a national organization or some multinational groups. But Sun Tao now has a god-level mental method, so he probably won't have to worry about the fighting soul mental method for a long time. Sun Tao pondered in his mind and began to calm down and comprehend the mystery of the angry ape power. The more Sun Tao comprehended the power of the angry ape, the more shocked he was. This technique is simply amazing. It can be said that even if we look at the entire world, this angry ape power is definitely considered the most advanced fighting spirit technique. And, according to the memory inheritance records just obtained, this angry ape power is a special mental method created by the Monkey King Sun Wukong for the monkeys in the Flower Fruit Mountain based on the great heavenly immortal secret he learned. When one cultivates to the highest level, one can seamlessly connect to the great heavenly immortal technique. I didn't expect that the angry ape force had such a history. Sun Tao sighed. It turned out that the angry ape power was just a simplified version of the great heavenly immortal art. No wonder it's so powerful. At the same time, I also feel a little regretful. The simplified version of the angry ape power alone is already so terrifying. How powerful would the complete version of the great heavenly immortal art be? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Why didn't Sun Wukong pass on the great heavenly immortal art to his monkeys and grandchildren? That's because it is the only stone monkey, and its monkeys and descendants are all ordinary monkeys. Even if it passed down the great heavenly immortal art, no monkey would be able to practice it. If Sun Tao didn't have a system, he probably wouldn't be able to even cultivate the angry ape power. After all, this was created by the great sage for his monkeys and grandchildren, and Sun Tao, a human being, is simply unable to practice it. He crossed his legs and began to use the furious ape power. An incomparably mysterious perception enveloped Sun Tao, causing his strength to increase rapidly. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and a sense of enlightenment came to his mind. Ding! During the training, I felt something in my heart, and my angry ape's strength level increased by 1, unlocking the characteristics, strengthening the 5 internal organs. Strengthen the 5 internal organs. Each level increases the upper limit of health slightly. When taking damage, it is not easy to suffer internal injuries, and all delayed damage effects are weakened by 50%. After only practicing for a short while, Sun Tao was surprised to find that his body had become much stronger. Even after leveling up 11 levels today, the feeling wasn't so obvious. Moreover, the hidden injuries on his body were constantly being repaired as he practiced the angry ape power. Chapter 23 Red Notice, Zhao Tianming. After practicing for a night, Sun Tao felt that he was able to do it again. He took out the trial ticket and entered Black Wind Mountain again. Hey, Brother Guangxi, here I come. 15 minutes later, Sun Tao lay on the bed again, feeling hopeless. 3 lives, a total of 15 minutes, 6 of which were spent on traveling. So on average, I only played with Guangxi for 3 minutes each time. Guangxi, just wait for me. Thinking of the torture with a fire knife just now, Sun Tao was so angry that his teeth were itching. He got up and dressed straight away. He planned to go to the Bloody Forest to level up again today. He had to raise his level to 30 before the Battle Soul College entrance examination. After all, there are too many geniuses in this world. If he doesn't have enough strength, he will definitely not be able to get the top score in the college entrance examination. How can you talk about clearing the name of the Monkey King if you can't even get the top score in the college entrance examination? I had a simple breakfast and went out just in time to meet Xiao Nuomi, who was in kindergarten. Little Nuomi clung to him and insisted on going on an adventure with him. It wasn't until Zhou Yang slapped him twice on the butt that he gradually behaved himself. Brother Sun, remember to bring me a gift. At the kindergarten gate, Xiao Nuomi waved goodbye to Sun Tao with tears in her eyes. Don't worry, be a good boy today. Sun Tao smiled and waved, and only turned and left when he saw Xiao Nuomi being led into the classroom by the teacher. I'm sorry to have troubled you this morning. On the way to the station, Zhou Yang kept apologizing to Sun Tao. Sun Tao waved his hand and replied with a smile. Sister Zhou, you are too polite. I like Xiao Nuomi very much, so it's not a big deal. Zhou Yang tied up her hair, covered her mouth, and smiled. Do you have time tonight? To celebrate your awakening of the fighting spirit, how about I buy some food and have dinner at my house tonight? Looking at Zhou Yang's beautiful face, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel moved. Although Zhou Yang has given birth to a child, she's actually not old. She got married at the age of 24 and is not yet 30 years old. After giving birth, she looks fuller and more charming. She wore a khaki jacket with a white camisole underneath. She was wearing light blue jeans and had a pair of straight and slender legs. Especially the huge capital. I don't know if it's because of the birth of the child, it's a bit exaggerated. Her waist is slender and can be held in one hand. Her figure is better than that of most other girls. Housewives are awesome. I don't know what scene came to my mind, and Sun Tao's face turned red. Holding his cheek, he stammered, Today, it depends on the situation. I have to go to the bloody forest, and I don't know when I will be back. Zhou Yang seemed not to notice Sun Tao's stealing glances at him, and had a faint smile on his face. Okay, I'll buy some groceries later and wait for you at home at 6 o'clock. Sun Tao was still trying to find an excuse to refuse, but the bus he was waiting for arrived, so he quickly told Zhou Yang. Okay, I'll call you when I get back. After saying that, he ran into the car as if escaping. Looking at Sun Tao's fleeing back, Zhou Yang didn't know what she was thinking about, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Arriving at the bloody forest, Sun Tao came to the area of the blazing wolves with ease. After yesterday's sweep, there are very few blazing wolves left in this area. Sun Tao walked for half an hour, but didn't find any. He continued to move deeper into the jungle. As he advanced, the forest in front of him became denser and denser. At the same time, at the edge of the bloody forest, a ragged figure was fleeing for his life. From time to time, dark red blood dripped from his body onto the ground, like sulfuric acid, burning the ground with a sizzling sound and emitting a pungent, corrosive smell. Zhao Tianming ran through a dense forest in a panic, cursing as he ran. Damn it. Damn Suyu. Didn't he just eat a few people? Why did he keep chasing me? And they sent out the Dragon Fong squad to capture me. If I didn't have compound number 8 in my hand, I wouldn't be able to escape. Even so, he is now seriously injured and probably can't even beat an ordinary second-level Soul Master. You know, he is a level 163 fourth-order Soul Master, and he can usually beat hundreds of second-order Soul Masters with one hand. If I remember correctly, the territory ahead is the Blazing Wolves. There seems to be a hidden secret realm inside that no one has ever discovered. Although the secret realm is quite dangerous, this is my only chance, Zhao Tianming thought in his heart. Hearing the noise coming from behind him, he quickly made up his mind. Although running into the bloody forest might result in him being surrounded by the Dragon Fong squad, he had no other choice. In his current condition, he couldn't run far. If he waited for the Dragon Fong team to catch up, he would surely die. Only by entering the bloody forest and using the hidden secret realm to recover from injuries can one find a chance to escape. He has the Wind Wolf fighting soul in his body, which has the ability to heal itself. As long as he is given time, he will be able to recover most of his fighting power. This is his only chance of survival. With this thought in mind, he endured the injuries on his body and ran towards the bloody forest at a high speed. Not long after he left, 5 or 6 figures emerged from the jungle, led by a beautiful policewoman with a hot body and fiery red hair. She squatted down and looked at the bloodstains on the ground. The blood is still hot. Zhao Tianming is right in front. He can't run far. She was about to get up and chase after him when the boy next to her grabbed her. Suyu, Zhao Tianming is a 4th-level combat soul master after all, so we should be careful and wait for the main force to arrive before chasing. Suyu shook his hand away and shouted angrily. By the time the main force arrives, they will have already run away. We finally got the chance. How can we let him get away so easily? Having said that, Suyu rushed straight into the woods without caring about anything else. Seeing this, the man sighed and said to his teammates beside him, Quickly notify the local security bureau, issue a red warrant, block the entire bloody forest, mobilize air support, and notify all the battle spirit masters inside to come out. Have the security bureau send out personnel, in groups of 4, to conduct a carpet search. We must catch Zhao Tianming today. The blood forest is not small. If they rely solely on the Dragon Fong team to search, it will not be easy to find Zhao Tianming's trace. The key point is, as a high-ranking member of the Beast God sect, who knows whether Zhao Tianming has any desperate trump cards in his hand, he doesn't want any accidents to happen to his team members. Soon, the Security Bureau's air support arrived over the bloody forest. All the soul warriors in the forest, this is the Shuzhou City Security Bureau. We are currently hunting down the wanted criminals. Please go to the forest entrance in an orderly manner, verify your identity, and leave quickly. All the soul warriors in the forest, this is the Shuzhou City Security Bureau. We are currently hunting down the wanted criminals. Please go to the forest entrance in an orderly manner, verify your identity, and leave quickly. Listening to the broadcast from the plane, many soul masters who were fighting were slightly startled. The Security Bureau is chasing a fugitive? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Red wanted warrant. This fugitive is probably not a simple person. He is probably at least a third-level combat spirit master. What the hell? Level 3. I'm not even level 30 yet. If I encounter this, I'll be dead in an instant. Most of those who venture into the Blood Forest are first-level combat soul masters, and some are not even level 40. Faced with the brutal red notice, are you just waiting to die if you don't leave? One by one, the soul masters quickly returned to the forest entrance. Only Sun Tao, because he was too deep, did not hear the broadcast from the sky for a while. At this time, the copper cloud stick in Sun Tao's hand was shining with golden light. Stick chopping style. With a blow of the stick, a werewolf holding a shield in front of him was knocked flying and instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Ding! You have killed a level 14 blazing werewolf and gained experience *83 and spiritual essence *42. Chapter 24, Attack in the Woods. Vulnerable. Standing with his stick put away, Sun Tao looked at the werewolf corpse not far away, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it's not that I've become weaker, but the monsters in Black Wind Mountain are too strong. Sun Tao regained his confidence. During the several times he entered the Black Wind Mountain trial, not to mention bosses like Guangxi, even small monsters like ordinary wolf scouts and wolf guards were very difficult for him to defeat. He even doubted for a moment whether he had become a loser. Now it seems that the monsters in Black Wind Mountain are simply too strong. Is this the value of the monster? Sun Tao thought in his mind, and without stopping, he put the body of the blazing werewolf into his waist bag. Unfortunately, the monsters here are too scattered. It takes a long time to find a monster. The spiritual essence and experience given are also low. It would be great if I could enter another secret realm. Sun Tao sighed, picked up his stick, and prepared to find the next monster. Before he had walked far, he heard the sound of a broadcast coming from not far away, and his brows furrowed slightly. The Security Bureau is hunting down a wanted criminal? Or is it a red warrant? This is indeed a big commotion. It looks like this fugitive is no ordinary person. Although we don't know the strength of this wanted criminal, he must not be a simple person since the Security Bureau has issued a red warrant for his arrest. To be on the safe side, it is better to withdraw from the bloody forest first. With this thought in mind, Sun Tao did not stay any longer. He simply packed up his things and turned around to walk towards the outskirts of the bloody forest. Sun Tao's figure was running, shuttling between the woods at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, he had run hundreds of meters away. I didn't expect that the great sage's stick technique also includes footwork. This speed is too fast. It's not inferior to the average wind-type fighting spirit. After half a day of leveling up, Sun Tao also gained more than 500 spiritual essences, which was just enough to upgrade the great sage's stick technique to the next level. I didn't expect to be rewarded with a skill. Light body, God level, passive skill that greatly increases movement speed in non-combat states and reduces physical energy consumption when dodging. After becoming light, Sun Tao became extremely fast and his hand-foot coordination ability was greatly enhanced. Flying over the branches among the trees, Sun Tao was about to reach the outskirts of the bloody forest when suddenly his expression changed. The whole person stopped on the tree trunk. He took out the copper cloud stick from his waist bag and looked around vigilantly. This smell of blood. It stinks. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light, and he saw the black and red aura not far away at a glance. You found it even though it was hidden so well. Boy, you are not simple. Seeing Sun Tao staring at him, Zhao Tianming knew that he had been exposed. Shaking his body, Zhao Tianming climbed up from the ground, his eyes full of resentment, twisting his arm that had just recovered. Unfortunately, my life is not very good. Be careful in your next life. After saying that, 6 blood-red sharp blades popped out from the knuckles of his hands and rushed towards Sun Tao with scarlet claw light. Feeling the other party's violent momentum, Sun Tao's expression froze. At least a second-level combat spirit master. This guy is the wanted criminal. Sun Tao's mind raced, and he understood instantly. The other party's breathing was unstable, and he was obviously injured. That's why he didn't turn around and run. After all, this guy is at worst a third-rank combat soul master. If he turns around and runs away, he will only die. But in a head-on battle, taking advantage of the opponent's injuries, he might still have a chance of survival. Boy, go to hell. Bloody claws. While Sun Tao was thinking, Zhao Tianming had already rushed in front of him with a ferocious face, and the scarlet claw light came towards him with endless murderous intent. Sun Tao has discovered me. If I let him go now, he will most likely inform the Longya team behind me. You must never neglect any possibility of being exposed. Therefore, in Zhao Tianming's heart, Sun Tao must die. Moreover, in his opinion, this guy was just a novice soul master who hadn't even entered the second level. Even if he was seriously injured, he could still be killed easily. There will be no impact. So, the moment the two met, Zhao Tianming wanted to kill him. There was a flash of knife light in his eyes, and Sun Tao's face changed slightly, but it was too late to dodge. His body stiffened subconsciously, and he instantly turned into a stone statue made of fine iron, blocking the claw light of Zhao Tianming. Head of copper and arms of iron. Without any hesitation, he used this life-saving skill directly. When the claw light came to him, Zhao Tianming's expression was ferocious 1 second, and then suddenly changed drastically the next second. Clang! The crisp sound of gold and stone intersecting sounded, and the claw light bombarded Sun Tao, erupting with a powerful aura. The huge force even knocked Zhao Tianming back 3 steps. What kind of skill is this? Zhao Tianming looked surprised. Even my bloody claws can't break it open. Is it a god-level skill? Zhao Tianming was extremely shocked. This bloody claw was a real advanced skill. Even a second-level Earth-type war soul master known for his defense could not block his attack. Although he is in a bad state now, it should be no problem to kill a first-level battle spirit master just now. But he was blocked. Not only was he blocked, he was even hit by the opponent's skill and almost fell to the ground. Are the first-level soul masters so powerful nowadays? The next second, the iron and stone statue on Sun Tao's body turned into fragments and fell off, with a look of shock still on his face. It's really scary. Is this the strength of a second-level combat spirit master? Even though he is seriously injured, he is still so terrifying. Seeing that Sun Tao's skill had ended, Zhao Tianming had come back to his senses. He grinned and jumped up again. The knife in his hand flashed, and the shadow of a giant wolf appeared behind him. So what if I have god-level skills? You are just a first-level ant. D. Zhao Tianming roared, turned his right hand into a claw, and pounced on Sun Tao from the sky, ready to chop him in half. This claw was even more swift and domineering than the previous one. The strong, murderous intent made Sun Tao feel a little stuffy in his chest. Oh no, what should I do? Sun Tao cried out and raised his left hand, ready to use the immobilization technique to block the attack and give himself a chance to escape. Before he could cast the spell, he heard a sharp shout from midair. Stop! Red Lotus Slash! An unrivaled and domineering sword energy instantly swept over from a distance. Oh no! Suyu is here! Seeing the knife coming, Zhao Tianming's pupils shrank slightly. He gave up attacking Sun Tao, put his hands on his head, and used his arms to forcefully block the knife light. Bang! The airwaves rolled, and Zhao Tianming was directly hit by the knife light. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Zhao Tianming couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blow he just took from Su Yu caused the blood in his body to churn violently, and his injuries worsened again. Sun Tao looked in the direction where the knife light came from, and saw a red-haired beauty wearing special combat uniform and holding a long knife. The air behind him surged like a fiercely burning flame, and the shape of a lotus flower appeared faintly. In the center of the pistol, a long sword is suspended, tumbling up and down, constantly flashing bright sword light, like a green dragon and a crescent moon, sharp and unparalleled. Chapter 25 Hidden Secret Realm, Silver Moon Empire. Zhao Tianming, you have no way to escape. Su Yu's face was frosty, and he slowly moved forward with his big knife. Zhao Tianming fell to the ground with a look of deep resentment on his face. Suyu, I just ate a few ordinary people. Why are you chasing me so closely? Suyu had a cold face, raised his long knife, and shouted angrily. A few ordinary people? You have been roaming around the country committing crimes, and have killed 86 people and injured hundreds of people. You call this a few people? Besides, every one of you crazy people from the evil god sect deserves to die. Tell the truth. What is your plan for coming to Shonan? Looking at the angry expression on Suyu's face, Zhao Tianming laughed. Haha, you want to know? Unless you catch me. He dodged with a claw and let out a wolf howl that shook the earth. The shout startled Sun Tao, who was standing by, and it seemed as if something terrifying was emerging before his eyes. The next second, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly became clear again. Looking at Zhao Tianming's figure, Sun Tao couldn't help but look shocked. It turned out to be a mind control skill. If he hadn't been in the state of seeing through things, he would have really fallen into his trap. On the other hand, Suyu was not affected at all by Zhao Tianming's terrifying howl. The long sword stood upright, and the dazzling blade light chopped out in an instant. Not good. Zhao Tianming was shocked. He didn't expect that Suyu was completely unaffected by his skills. He wanted to turn around and defend himself, but he was a beat too slow. Bang! With one slash of the knife, Zhao Tianming vomited blood again. Kill! Red Lotus triple attack. At the same time, Suyu had already rushed up, holding a big knife, and his whole body was spinning like a windmill, chopping directly at him on the head. Looking at Suyu's extremely domineering sword move, Zhao Tianming's face was filled with fear, and he wanted to dodge and escape. But he was firmly locked by Suyu and couldn't run away at all. He could only raise his hands to block again. But how could he be a match for Suyu's sword if he just parried in a hurry? 3 consecutive slashes were made, as fast as lightning. One slash broke the claws, the second slash broke the defense, and the third slash hit Zhao Tianming's chest firmly. He felt as if he had been hit hard, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper, terrifyingly pale. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. And this is the result of Suyu restraining himself. She wanted to capture Zhao Tianming alive, not really to kill him. Zhao Tianming was kneeling on the ground, blood flowing from his chest. His entire body was weak, and the steel claws on his hands were cut off by Suyu, causing him to tremble uncontrollably from the pain. You forced me to do this. Zhao Tianming raised his head. His eyes were red, revealing a desperate madness. He reached across his waist with his left hand, pulled out a sky-blue syringe of medicine, thrust it into his neck, and injected it into his body. Ush! Zhao Tianming screamed wildly. Veins popped all over his body. His body expanded more than twice as much, and his momentum continued to rise. The violent air waves swept in all directions, stirring up a large cloud of smoke and dust. Feeling Zhao Tianming's momentum, Suyu put away his sword and stood up, his face extremely solemn. Compound number 8. It was this small blue potion that allowed Zhao Tianming to escape the search of their dragon-toothed team many times. This thing can not only comprehensively improve Zhao Tianming's attributes, but also allow him to temporarily block pain and directly enter a state of rage. We must hold him back until Li Xian and the others arrive. Suyu moved her feet cautiously. After fighting with Zhao Tianming a few times before, she knew how powerful this guy would be after taking compound number 8. Never take it lightly. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Zhao Tianming's figure disappeared, replaced by a 2-meter-tall, green-haired werewolf. Its eyes are red and its body is covered with muscles. Wisps of breeze are wrapped around its legs, and it constantly exudes powerful aura. Sun Tao, who was dozens of meters away from Zhao Tianming, was stunned. Fuck! This is the true form of the fighting spirit. The true form of the fighting spirit is the signature skill of a 4th-level fighting spirit master, able to transform into one's own fighting spirit and fight directly. It is extremely powerful. It can maximize the combat effectiveness of the soul master. This guy is not a 2nd-level combat spirit master. He is a 4th-level combat spirit master. Sun Tao's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Suyu, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face, holding a big knife, ready for battle. Li Xian is too slow. Why hasn't he come yet? She thought anxiously. With her current strength, it is impossible for her to defeat Zhao Tianming, who is at the 4th level. After all, He was just a level 124, third-order combat soul master. Facing Zhao Tianming in full condition, it was good enough that he could survive. I can only try my best to drag it. Compound number 8 only has 3 minutes. If this period of time passes, he will be seriously injured. Then it will be my chance. Suyu was thinking in his heart, looking at Zhao Tianming not far away, and swallowed secretly. I couldn't help but tighten the sword in my hand. These little movements were seen by Zhao Tianming on the opposite side. He had a crazy look on his face, licked his paws, and gasped. I've eaten so many people, but I haven't eaten a third-level battle spirit master yet. Maybe we should change our taste today. After saying that, he kicked his legs. A green ripple flashed in the air, and Zhao Tianming disappeared from the spot in an instant. Seeing Zhao Tianming disappear, Suyu was shocked and quickly raised his knife to defend himself. The next second, Zhao Tianming appeared from the air, grabbed Sun Tao's neck, and ran towards the depths of the bloody forest. Suyu was left standing there in a daze, blinking his eyes, not knowing what had happened. After a while, Suyu finally reacted. This guy is trying to run. Suyu was so angry that her nose was about to be crooked. Then she remembered that Zhao Tianming had injected compound number 8 many times. If the injection continues, his body will not be able to bear it and will explode automatically without him having to do anything. Therefore, what this guy just injected was definitely not compound number 8. I was cheated. Suyu, who had figured this out, no longer hesitated. He pushed his feet and moved as fast as lightning, following the direction where Zhao Tianming disappeared. In the blood-red forest, the light was mottled and the mist was lingering. Sun Tao was carried by Zhao Tianming through the intricate forest. He was so sad that he could not even cry. What did he do to offend anyone? The two men were fighting peacefully, so why did they suddenly take him away? Hey kid, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. But you were lucky. You can enter a hidden secret realm before you die. Zhao Tianming held Sun Tao hostage and kept walking through the dense forest. There was a strange smile on his face and a hint of madness in his tone. Sun Tao was being strangled by Zhao Tianming and was unable to speak at all. He could only struggle desperately. But the difference in strength between the two was too great. No matter how hard Sun Tao tried, he could not break free from Zhao Tianming's restraints. Zhao Tianming seemed to be extremely familiar with this forest. After twists and turns, he bypassed the territories of many ferocious monsters. As the two continued to go deeper, the surrounding environment became more and more weird, and even the air seemed to be filled with an ancient and cold atmosphere. Finally, just when Sun Tao was about to collapse and faint, Zhao Tianming came to a secret cave entrance covered by vines. Zhao Tianming threw Sun Tao aside roughly, with a fanatical light flashing in his eyes. This secret realm is still here. Sun Tao rubbed his neck, raised his head with difficulty, and looked towards the cave. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of me. Do you want to enter the level 40 hidden secret realm, Silver Moon Empire? The entrance to the secret realm can only be opened if both human blood and werewolf blood are present. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Sun Tao was shocked. It's actually a hidden secret realm at level 40, and it requires both human and werewolf blood to be present to open it. No wonder this guy wanted to capture me. That is to say, after I open the secret realm, I will be useless, and he will kill me. Once a thought came to Sun Tao's mind, it could not be dispelled no matter what. He began to think desperately about how to get out of this predicament. Chapter 26, I'll fuck your grandma. After putting Sun Tao down, Zhao Tianming walked slowly forward and forcefully pulled open the vines at the entrance of the cave, revealing the bronze iron door buried deep inside. He's still here. Seeing that the iron gate was still there, Zhao Tianming burst into laughter. When I found this secret realm, I didn't have werewolf bloodline yet, so I couldn't open it. Now that my wind wolf bloodline has matured, it's time to enter it. Zhao Tianming touched the iron gate, his eyes filled with crazy greed. Sun Tao moved his body behind him, took out the gourd with great effort, and took a sip. He already had a way to break the deadlock in his mind. Now, there is only one word: drag. Although I don't know what kind of medicine this guy injected himself with before, why he suddenly became so powerful. But what is certain is that the effect of this medicine will not last long. Furthermore, there may be strong side effects. Otherwise, this guy would not choose to kidnap me and run away, but would kill the red-haired beauty first and then take me away. So if Sun Tao wants to get out now, the best way is to delay time. As long as the opponent's potion time is over, there might still be a glimmer of hope. I still have the immobilization technique and the hair clone technique in my hands. My iron arms and copper head have already cooled down by half. If I can really hold him until the effect of the medicine wears off, it's still unclear who will win. Sun Tao thought to himself, watching Zhao Tianming's movements closely. Zhao Tianming on the other side put down his hand, turned around, and grinned at Sun Tao. Don't worry, I can't bear to kill you now. This hidden secret realm requires both human and werewolf bloodlines to open. Neither is indispensable. As for whether you live or die after entering the secret realm, that depends on your luck. As he spoke, he stretched out his sharp claws, drew 3 bloody marks on his palm, and wiped them on the right side of the iron gate. The blood slowly seeped into the iron gate, and gradually a red light appeared. Seeing the iron gate react, Zhao Tianming turned around, licked his claws, and grinned at Sun Tao. Boy, it is your honor to be able to enter a hidden secret realm before you die. You should know that many combat soul masters may not be able to enter a hidden secret realm to take risks in their entire lives. In your next life, remember to thank me. Sun Tao shrank back, pretending to be terrified. Wait a minute. I'm going to die anyway. Can you let me be a wise ghost? Zhao Tianming's hand stopped in midair, with a strange smile on his face. Want to delay time? Do you think you still have a way out? Even if the light-returning potion loses its effect, a mere first-level combat spirit master, like you can't escape from my grasp. But what you said makes sense. Zhao Tianming said this, walked to a big rock nearby, and sat down, looking at Sun Tao with a smile. You have 3 chances to ask questions, and then I'll send you on your way. Sun Tao swallowed his saliva and observed the cooling time of the copper head and iron arms. Who are you? Why are you interested in a level 40 hidden realm? Zhao Tianming laughed. These are 2 different questions, but since you will help me open the secret realm later, I can tell you. My name is Zhao Tianming. I am the Red Robe Guardian of the Evil God Sect, nicknamed Mad Wolf, and I am a 4th Order Combat Soul Master of level 163. As for this secret realm, even though it's just a level 40 hidden secret realm, it contains secrets that can further upgrade the werewolf bloodline. When Sun Tao heard Zhao Tianming's self-introduction, he took a breath of cold air. The Evil God Sect, the Red Guardian, a level 163, rank 4 Battle Spirit Master. No wonder he's so powerful. At first, Sun Tao thought that Zhao Tianming was at most a 3rd-level combat soul master, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. Looking at the fierce look on Zhao Tianming's face, Sun Tao suddenly had an idea. Pretend to be suddenly enlightened. Zhao Tianming. So you are Zhao Tianming. Sun Tao's reaction stunned Zhao Tianming. Am I very famous? Why? You heard my story? Looking at Zhao Tianming's expression, Sun Tao felt happy. Great, this guy isn't very smart, so I can try to fool him a little. I have long heard that Mad Wolf Zhao Tianming is a famous 4th-level combat soul master, known for his chivalrous heart. Seeing him today, I find that his reputation is well-deserved. He is truly majestic and powerful. In order to save his life, Sun Tao tried his best to recite the few idioms in his mind. Damn it, don't let me get you into my hands, or I'll make sure you're in trouble. Sun Tao thought viciously in his heart, but said it with a smile on his face. If you had told me earlier that Brother Zhao wanted to enter this secret realm, I would have helped him no matter what. If not for anything else, just for your name, Zhao Tianming, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. Hearing Sun Tao's compliment, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but smile. Oh my, so I'm so famous? Zhao Tianming touched his head and couldn't remember when he had such a good reputation. You are a good talker. I will try my best to make you happy later. Sun Tao smiled awkwardly. As long as I can help, Brother Zhao, just take my life. I just don't know if I should say this. Having said this, Sun Tao deliberately paused and pretended to be heartbroken. Seeing this, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but move closer. What are you talking about? Say it now. Sun Tao looked up at Zhao Tianming, and when he saw him approaching, he spoke slowly. That sentence is, I'll fuck your grandma. Sun Tao roared and suddenly kicked Zhao Tianming in the face, then did a backflip and stood up. Zhao Tianming was caught off guard and was completely unprepared. Sun Tao kicked him on the softest part of his nose. He let out a wail and took 2 steps back. He covered his nose, his eyes instantly turned red, and the aura around him suddenly became violet. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Zhao Tianming roared, his voice trembling slightly with anger. He jumped up suddenly and pounced towards Sun Tao like a ferocious mad dog, with murderous intent all over his body, ready to kill Sun Tao on the spot. Facing Zhao Tianming's attack, Sun Tao was not panicked at all. His magic power surged all over his body, his eyes flashed with golden light, and he pointed at Zhao Tianming and shouted. Certainly, in an instant, golden runes enveloped Zhao Tianming's entire body, fixing him firmly in midair. Seeing that Zhao Tianming was immobilized, Sun Tao quickly took out the copper cloud stick from his bag and used the qi gathering method. Streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth continued to flow towards Sun Tao. He poured it all into the iron rod in his hand. Sun Tao knew that although Zhao Tianming's intelligence was not high, he was a fourth-rank combat soul master after all, and the immobilization technique could not control him for long. You must deliver the strongest attack in the shortest time. If you fail in one attack, you must escape. With this in mind, Sun Tao practiced the qi gathering technique while pulling out 4 hairs from the back of his head and blowing them gently. Instantly summoned 4 clones in front of him. Without Sun Tao saying anything, his 4 clones rushed up with sticks in their hands, surrounded Zhao Tianming, and started beating him hard. On Sun Tao's side, he also accumulated 3 levels of stick power. The copper cloud stick was surrounded by golden light. He stepped forward with the stick, jumped high, and smashed it down on Zhao Tianming's head. Stick chopping style, Sun Tao roared, and the iron rod broke through the air, like a mountain collapsing, the sky falling apart, and the earth splitting apart. The violent momentum locked onto Zhao Tianming's body, determined to kill him with one blow. The next second, Zhao Tianming broke free from the immobilization spell and saw Sun Tao's stick coming at him. His face changed instantly. Not good. Is this guy really a first-level combat soul master? Chapter 27 Space Ring. Looking at the golden iron rod in Sun Tao's hand, Zhao Tianming was filled with horror. Pinned in place by Sun Tao's immobilization technique, he felt as if he was roaring 1 second, and the next, 3 or 4 Sun Taos appeared around him with sticks and beat him fiercely. And the stick in the hand of Sun Tao, in front of him, even made him feel a little threatened. Zhao Tianming tried to raise his hands to block, but his movements were too slow. Before he could defend himself, the copper cloud stick filled with gravity suddenly fell on him and smashed him away. The next moment, Sun Tao's eyes widened, and he tightly grasped the iron rod in his hand and stabbed it with a stick. D. The copper cloud stick suddenly stretched out and instantly stabbed Zhao Tianming's chest, piercing straight through. Zhao Tianming's eyes were full of horror. He wanted to speak, but no words came out. The next moment, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The green light dissipated. The hair on his body began to fall off. The claws on his hands disappeared, and his body shape slowly returned from a 2-meter-tall werewolf to a human form. The time for the rejuvenating potion has passed. Zhao Tianming looked like a seriously ill person who had just regained consciousness. His face was terribly pale, his muscles were contracted and weak, and his vitality was uncontrollably draining away. How? Is it possible? Zhao Tianming felt unwilling. It took him a lot of effort to escape from the Dragon Fang squad. As a result, he died at the hands of a first-level combat soul master, a person who was treated as an ant by him. This is absolutely ridiculous. If he had known this would happen, he would rather have been caught by Su Suyu. That way he would at least be respectable. But now, there's no point in saying anything. Sun Tao's iron rod pierced his chest, and due to the side effects of the restorative potion, the vitality in his body continued to drain away. Even the recovery ability of his werewolf blood could not save him. You kid! Staring at Sun Tao with resentful eyes, Zhao Tianming pointed at him and roared. The evil cult will not let you go. After speaking with his last breath, Zhao Tianming completely closed his eyes, leaned back, and fell to the ground. Ding! You have killed the 163rd level 4th stage combat Soul Master Zhao Tianming, and gained experience *117421, Spiritual Essence *13242. Call! Hearing the system prompt, Sun Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mind completely relaxed. This was his first time killing someone, and the feeling was completely different from killing a monster. After all, Warcraft are just monsters, so there is no psychological burden in killing them. But killing is different. Of course, Zhao Tianming was prepared to kill him, so Sun Tao would naturally have no psychological burden in killing him. However, it is inevitable that it will be a bit uncomfortable when killing someone for the first time, and one needs to slowly adjust one's mentality. Sun Tao couldn't help but feel his heart pounding when he thought that as an 11th level combat soul master, he actually killed a 163th level 4th order combat soul master. I jumped over 150 levels. Who would believe me if I told anyone? Sun Tao smiled bitterly and shook his head. This kill was purely a fluke. Zhao Tianming was already seriously injured, and then he fought with Su Yu, who had the strength of a 3rd level combat soul master, which made his injuries even worse. In addition, he was careless due to Sun Tao's deception, and was attacked by him and hit with a fully charged heavy stick. Finally, the time limit of the restorative potion that he had taken before had expired, and the powerful side effects backfired, causing his vitality to rapidly drain away. Due to the influence of various factors, Sun Tao was able to accomplish this feat of killing a 4th order soul master at a level above 100. Thinking of the system prompt just now, Sun Tao couldn't wait to open the system panel to check his properties. Destiny Man, Sun Tao, level 21, power 3216. Fighting Spirit, God level Monkey King, 4%. Skills, Great Saint Staff Technique, 3. Basic Meditation Technique, Angry Ape Strength, 3. Copper Head and Iron Arms, 1. Hair Clone Technique, 1. Immobilization Technique, 1. Chi Gathering Technique, 2. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick Lotus Medicine Pot. Spiritual Points, 14489. Wow, I've leveled up 10 times. My combat power has exceeded 3,000. I also gained more than 13,000 spiritual essence points. Looking at his attribute panel, Sun Tao's eyes lit up. With so much spiritual energy, I can now upgrade without any hesitation. That's right, this guy is a 4th level combat soul master, and he probably has space equipment. Thinking of this, Sun Tao immediately ran to Zhao Tianming and started searching his body. Soon, a silver wolf head ring was found on his right hand. Indeed there is. Sun Tao was overjoyed and immediately took the space ring from his hand. Concentrate your mental energy and explore into the space ring. Because it had lost its owner, the space ring was completely defenseless against Sun Tao. It only took half a second to break in. This space ring is about 200 cubic meters in size. Although it is just the most ordinary space ring, it is much larger than Sun Tao's current space package. Inside were various miscellaneous magical materials, as well as a bunch of equipment of various qualities. Basically, they're all high-quality magic equipment. It's a pity that their levels are too high, starting at over level 140, and Sun Tao can't use them at all now. We can only wait and see if we can sell it to Li Shuiyao for disposal. In addition, there is a pile of bottles and cans, and a pile of gold nuggets that have formed a small hill. This is really a fortune. Sun Tao took out a glass bottle, opened the lid, and a rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth instantly emanated. This is the ultimate spiritual fluid. The best spiritual liquid is a natural treasure that can accelerate the training of a combat soul master. It contains rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Even if you don't use it for cultivation, drinking a sip when you are injured can instantly replenish your vitality. Generally speaking, only ordinary spiritual liquid is sold on the market, with prices ranging from 3 million to 8 million. This kind of top-grade spiritual fluid is a strategic material that is strictly controlled by the government. Zhao Tianming's space ring contains hundreds of small bottles of top-quality spiritual liquid like this. In addition to these things, there is also a separate safe, placed alone on the edge of the space ring. What is this? Sun Tao took out the safe with a token on it. The token was very old and looked nothing special, but it gave off an aura that made Sun Tao uncomfortable. There is a pattern on the back that looks like a giant octopus. Considering Zhao Tianming's identity, Sun Tao guessed that this token might be related to the evil god sect. This safe probably also contains important information about the evil cult. Unfortunately, I can't open it myself, so I can only find an opportunity to hand it over to the authorities later. Sun Tao put away the token and the safe, and rubbed the ring on his hand in great joy. With the space ring, this pink space package can be retired. Zhao Tianming is such a good man. Not only did he give me experience and spiritual essence, he also gave me so many good things. With his level raised, his spiritual power skyrocketing, and such a huge gain, how could Sun Tao not be happy? But now there is another problem facing Sun Tao. That is whether to hand in this space ring. This guy is a beggar being hunted by the security bureau. If I hand over his body, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this space ring. Sun Tao pondered in his heart that if he handed over all of it, he might get nothing. No, you might also get a good citizen banner from the security bureau and a bonus of 500 yuan. No matter what the result is, Sun Tao can be sure that the harvest will definitely be less than it is now. After all, this is the lifelong wealth of a fourth-rank combat soul master. Suddenly, he saw the bronze iron door beside him, and an idea came to him. Perhaps I can take this corpse to a hidden secret place and destroy it. Chapter 28. The Power of a Stick. Hidden secret realms are different from ordinary secret realms. Once the hidden secret realm is opened, regardless of whether the soul master has passed it or not, its entrance will disappear and it will never be accessible again. Therefore, using a hidden secret realm to destroy the body is definitely the best choice for Sun Tao. The combat power of an average level 40 soul master is only about 800 points. Even in a difficult secret realm, 1,500 points of combat power is enough to clear it. I now have over 3,000 combat power, and there are so many spiritual essences that can be upgraded. It will be no problem for me to clear this hidden secret realm alone. Unfortunately, Zhao Tianming is already dead. I need to capture a living werewolf before I can open the secret realm. Thinking of this, Sun Tao no longer hesitated. He waved his hand and put Zhao Tianming's body into the space ring, preparing to go to the bloody forest to capture a werewolf. 10 minutes later, Sun Tao returned to the bronze iron gate, carrying a knocked-out werewolf. Sun Tao smeared the blood on the iron gate, and the information about this hidden secret realm suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Entering the hidden secret realm. Silver Moon Empire. Difficulty, Hell. Level requirement, 0, 200. Number of people required, 0 to 10 people. Conditions for unlocking. Human bloodline January 1st, werewolf bloodline January 1st. Introduction. In the distant past, Gadilus sacrificed his kingdom to the evil god in order to gain the power of immortality. He was reincarnated as a vampire and enslaved his subjects. In order to expand the territory of his empire, he created the deformed life form of werewolves. As the number of werewolves increased, they were not satisfied with being oppressed by the vampires and blew the horn of counterattack. Bloodline test completed. Your camp has been automatically matched. Demon Hunter. As the bronze door slowly opened, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in Sun Tao's eyes, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. The light flashed, and after a moment of dizziness, Sun Tao opened his eyes. He found himself in a wilderness, and the werewolf in his hand had disappeared. It's actually a secret place of a faction. Sun Tao didn't expect that this was actually a secret place of the camp. Compared to other types of secret realms, camp secret realms are more complicated. Not only do you need to kill the specified boss, but you also have to be wary of soul masters from other camps. However, this is not a problem at all for Sun Tao, because he captured the werewolf from the other camp from the Bloody Forest. His intelligence is almost 0, and it won't have any effect on him at all. Ha ha ha. This is like me clearing a faction secret realm by myself. This is really cool. Taking out the bronze cloud stick, Sun Tao began to explore the wilderness before him. Not long after walking, I saw several bodies lying not far away. As Sun Tao approached, the corpse suddenly began to twitch and stood up with a twisted posture. Interesting zombies? Sun Tao was not in a hurry to attack. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and their attributes emerged. Wolfsbane. Level 35. Power 930. Skills. Wolf Poison Rot. Level 35. More than 900 combat power. It is worthy of being a hidden secret realm of hell level. Sun Tao sighed and hit with a stick. The enormous force directly smashed the wolf poison zombie's head, emptying its health bar in an instant. 7 or 8 wolf poison zombies crawled out from the ground, and Sun Tao hit them with a few more sticks, helping them die again. Ding! You have killed a level 35 wolf poison zombie and gained 320 experience points and 130 spiritual essence points. Ding! You have killed a level 35 wolf poison zombie and gained 320 experience points and 130 spiritual essence points. Ding! You have killed a level 35 wolf poison zombie and gained 320 experience points and 130 spiritual essence points. After walking a little further along the wilderness trail, he killed more than a dozen wolf poison zombies in seconds along the way. The rich spiritual essence made Sun Tao feel very excited. Moving forward, and after climbing over a small hill, Sun Tao discovered that there was a village not far away that was being besieged by wolf poison zombies. Village? It looks like there should be clues to the mission there. Unlike ordinary secret realms like the Dark Night Forest, many tasks in the camp's secret realm require the sole master to explore on his own. If you can't find the mission clues, you won't even know where the boss is. He jogged all the way and rushed in holding the bronze cloud stick. I saw Sun Tao sweeping with his iron rod. In an instant, dozens of wolf poison zombies were cut in half. More wolf poison zombies rushed up howling and were carried away by Sun Tao with 2 sticks. These wolf poison zombies were cleaned up in no time. A guard in simple leather armor stepped forward. "Thank you, Demon Hunter. These wolf poison zombies have blocked the northern passage. A few red flame werewolves that came from nowhere have run to the northern church. Can you help us eliminate them?" Ding, get the mission, destroy and purge the church. Kill wolf poison zombie 0 of 200, red flame, werewolf 0 of 3. Mission reward, red wolf arm guard. It really is the mission clue. Sun Tao quickly nodded and accepted the task. He took the map handed to him by the guard, walked around the village entrance, and headed towards the church in the north. Ding, you have killed a level 34 wolf poison zombie and gained experience *311 and spiritual essence *127. Ding! You have killed a level 35 wolf poison zombie and gained 320 experience points and 130 spiritual essence points. Ding! You have killed a level 37 wolf poison zombie and gained experience *328 and spiritual essence *133. Along the way, he sent away the wolf poison zombies that rushed up like cutting melons and vegetables. I got lost in the middle and took several detours before I found the northern church on the map. After searching for so long, I finally found it. Looking at the church in front of him, Sun Tao happily put away the map. He almost vomited from killing so many wolf poison zombies along the way. Entering the church gate, 3 wolf-like monsters were wandering in the ruined courtyard. Looking at the 3 red flame werewolves, Sun Tao couldn't help but think of Guangji, who had been torturing him last night. Damn it. Let me collect some interest from you first. Spinning the copper cloud stick in his hand, Sun Tao rushed forward. Roar! When the 3 werewolves heard someone coming in, they immediately turned around and roared angrily at Sun Tao. His body suddenly burst into flames. Red Werewolf Elite. Level 40. Power 1,328. Skills, Sacrifice, Wolfsbane. If other Soul Masters encountered 3 red flame werewolves with a combat power of more than 1,300, they would probably be in a state of panic for a while. But facing Sun Tao, their combat power of more than 1,300 people is not enough at all. Raising the stick, Sun Tao used the Qi gathering technique and smashed down with the heavy stick with full power. Smash it for me! The iron rod, filled with endless power, slammed down between the 3 werewolves. Boom! A loud bang instantly resounded throughout the wasteland. The terrifying force created a huge hole in the ground, with dirt and rocks splashing all around. A powerful shock wave spread around like a wave, instantly knocking the 3 werewolves around away. Ding! You have killed a level 40 red flame werewolf and gained experience *642 and spiritual essence *321. Ding! You have killed a level 40 red flame werewolf and gained experience *642 and spiritual essence *321. Ding! You have killed a level 40 red flame werewolf and gained experience *642 and spiritual essence *321. A golden light appeared on Sun Tao's body. He's upgraded. Chapter 29. Mounts and Clues. When the dust settled, Sun Tao landed steadily on the ground. Hiss! Looking at the area in front of him that was cleared by his stick, Sun Tao couldn't help but take a breath. This was the first time he had used a fully charged heavy stick since he had killed Zhao Tianming. He had thought that this heavy stick would be very powerful, but he had not expected it to be this powerful. The power of the stick was far beyond Sun Tao's imagination. Fuck, is this the power of the Monkey King? Sun Tao's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This stick has 30 years of skills. I wonder if the final boss can withstand it. Previously, Sun Tao was worried that he would be stuck in this hidden secret realm. Now it seems that the worry was completely unfounded. I didn't expect that a fully charged heavy stick with 3,000 combat power would be so terrifying. I haven't used my spiritual essence yet. If I use it all to upgrade my destiny template and skill level, I'm afraid the power will be even stronger. By then, I'm afraid that even a third-level combat soul master won't be my match. Sun Tao was so excited that he wished he could use all his spiritual energy to upgrade right now. However, as my strength increases, the copper cloud stick is no longer enough. I remember that after clearing Blackwind Mountain, I seemed to be able to obtain the forging drawings of the scale stick twin snakes and the beast stick bear. I wonder how powerful those two sticks are. Sun Tao thought to himself as he picked up the bodies of the 3 werewolves. I thought they were just elite monsters and wouldn't drop anything good. But when collecting the 3rd corpse, a bone flute fell from his body. Shadow Wolf's bone flute. Exquisite item. A bone flute made from the leg bones of a shadow wolf. When it is blown, it can summon a level 5 shadow wolf for riding, which increases the non-combat movement speed by 30%. A mount actually appeared. Sun Tao was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Compared to industrial products such as cars and motorcycles, rare items that can summon mounts have always been at a high price in the market. There are even many times when there is no demand for the product. Although this thing cannot directly increase combat power, it looks cool. Some mounts can even go into the sky and into the ground, and are not restricted by the terrain in the secret realm. The key is that you can collect and take it at any time, which is very convenient. Therefore, many soul masters want to equip themselves with a mount as soon as they become rich. In the market, even the rubbishiest Arabian horse reins can be sold for 7 or 8 million. If the style is a little cooler, it can be more expensive. If something like the one in Sun Tao's hand were to be auctioned, it would be no problem to sell it for tens of millions. But he's not going to sell it. With such a cool mount, you must enjoy it yourself first. He took the bone flute and blew it gently, and a large amount of black mist floated out of it. Oh! A melodious wolf howl came from the void. A moment later, a light blue ghost wolf appeared in front of Sun Tao. It is about 1 meter tall, its body is translucent light blue, and it has a saddle around its waist. Cool. Is this the shadow wolf? So cool. Sun Tao looked at the ghost wolf in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After jumping onto the wolf, I suddenly felt that my aura was different. Boy, wait. Just as Sun Tao was about to ride away on the wolf, he suddenly heard an old voice coming from a church not far away. Riding the ghost wolf over there, he saw an old man dressed as a priest hiding at the entrance of the cellar and waving at him. Who are you? Sun Tao asked. My name is Rick, and I'm the priest of this church. Young man, where are the 3 werewolves? Rick looked out from the cellar, trying to find any trace of the 3 red flame werewolves. Sun Tao shrugged. I've already finished them all. When Rick heard Sun Tao say this, his face was full of disbelief. Just you? Stop kidding. That's a level 40 red flame werewolf. You'd better come in quickly. It will be bad if the werewolf finds you when it comes back. Facing Rick's questioning, Sun Tao curled his lips and threw out a werewolf corpse directly from the space ring. The werewolf corpse that suddenly fell from the sky scared Rick below. Oh my god! It really is the red flame werewolf. Rick looked carefully and found that it was indeed the red flame werewolf that had been wandering here before. His face was immediately filled with joy. Great! These 3 werewolves are finally dead. I don't have to hide in the cellar anymore. Climbing out of the cellar, the old man smiled foolishly and brushed the dust off his body. Thank you so much, Your Excellency the Demon Hunter. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been trapped by these 3 werewolves. I finally found a way to kill all the werewolves. I must send it to the village chief as soon as possible. As he said that, old Rick turned around and went back into the cellar, bringing out a huge book. Sun Tao keenly captured the key information from his words. What on earth is going on here? Hearing Sun Tao's question, old Rick sighed slightly, blew gently on the cover of the book, blowing away the dust on the surface, revealing the words on the cover. Chronicles of the Silver Moon Empire. 300 years ago, we were a rich and beautiful country called the Silver Moon Empire. Our king Dracula was diligent and caring for his people. The people lived and worked in peace and contentment. Everything was so beautiful. Until one night, a blood moon rose in the sky, and His Majesty Dracula suddenly fell ill. He was unconscious for at least half a day. His body was covered with tumors, and he would cough up blood from time to time. In order to cure His Majesty's illness, the court doctors tried everything they could, but to no avail. Until a witch came and told His Majesty that only by sacrificing half of the country's people could his illness be cured, and he could also be given the power of eternal life. Sitting on the shadow wolf, Old Rick chattered about the history of the Silver Moon Empire. Sun Tao listened quietly at the side. He knew that this should be the background introduction of the secret realm, and the final clue to pass the level might be hidden in it. In order to survive, His Majesty Gadila sacrificed his own people and turned into the legendary terrifying creature, the vampire. Although the vampires have the power of immortality, they cannot eat, drink water, or see the sun. They can only survive by relying on human blood. In order to maintain his rule, Gadila transformed the nobles of the empire into vampires and continued to enslave the vast majority of citizens. But as vampires, they can only come out at night to ensure their safety during the day. Gudra used his own blood and the blood of the demon wolf to create a deformed monster, the first werewolf, Hog. And the first-generation werewolf Hog, under the instruction of Gudra, transformed a group of werewolves to serve as the daytime guards of the vampires. From then on, the daytime belonged to the werewolves, the night belonged to the vampires, and death belonged to humans. Rick looked up from his book. And this situation lasted until 100 years ago. A noble vampire princess fell in love with a lowly werewolf guard. Their love made His Majesty Gadila furious, and he vowed to destroy all werewolves. But hundreds of years of rule had already made the werewolves dissatisfied with the vampires. Under the leadership of Hog, the werewolves rose up in resistance and overthrew the rule of the vampires. During this battle, Gudra developed a potion that can reverse the blood magic of werewolves. If it can be injected into Hog's body, this potion can use the blood power as a bond to instantly destroy all werewolves. Unfortunately, before His Majesty Gadila could use the potion, he was betrayed by the vampire princess and was besieged and killed by werewolves. Chapter 30, Perfect Blood, Eternal Night Castle. You get the Chronicles of the Silver Moon Empire and start the main quest, Perfect Blood. Mission objective: hand in the perfect blood potion formula. Mission reward: perfect blood potion. After listening to old Rick's story, the two returned to the village. So, I just need to bring you that potion? Sun Tao looked at old Rick. Old Rick pounded his waist and said, the perfect blood potion has long disappeared in the long river of history, but its formula is still there. As long as you can bring the formula to me, I will be able to make a weakened version of the perfect blood potion. Then we can defeat those damn werewolves. The formula is in the hands of the former vampire princess, Selena. She now lives in the Eternal Night Castle in the east with the werewolf leader Marcus. There are still some blood slaves in the castle. If you want to go there, you have to be careful. It's best to bring some silver weapons with you. Sun Tao nodded and opened the map given by the guard. Sure enough, the logo of Eternal Night Castle appeared on it. Riding on the Shadow Wolf towards the Eternal Night Castle, Sun Tao discovered another advantage of the Shadow Wolf. This guy can actually read maps. Just put the map in front of it and point out where you want to go, and it will automatically find the way. This is so friendly to Sun Tao, who has a poor sense of direction. On the way, Sun Tao remembered that he seemed to have obtained a piece of equipment after completing the task, so he took it out. Red Wolf Arm Guard. Exquisite Grade Arm Guard. Power, 332. Gauntlets made from materials from Red Flame werewolves can increase the user's resistance to fire. It's a fine handguard, just average. I'll let Li Shuiyao deal with it later. It should sell for several million. Sun Tao casually put the Red Wolf Arm Guard into the space ring, took out the Copper Cloud Stick, and cleaned up the wolf poison zombies that were chasing after him. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Tao rode the Shadow Wolf to the outskirts of a castle. The entire castle is full of Gothic style, with outer walls made of dark black stones, the surface covered with moss and vines. The dilapidated bricks and stones reveal a gloomy and weird look everywhere. The heavy iron fence gate has a bat spreading its wings to fly on one side and a roaring wolf head on the other side. The night wind penetrates the gaps between them, making a low whimpering sound. Is this the Evernight Castle? Just when Sun Tao was solo clearing the secret realm, the evil god sect's Chinese branch headquarters, an old man in a red robe hurried to the door of a secret room. He looked terrified and knelt at the door, speaking in a trembling voice. Great Elder, Mad Wolf's life token is broken. There was silence for a moment, and then a hoarse voice came out. Where did he die? The old man quickly replied. The 10,000 Souls Lantern shows that it is in Shuzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Shuzhou City. The voice from inside the door sounded slightly doubtful. I haven't heard of any old guy from the Dragon Group in Shuzhou City. Is there any situation in District 13? The old man shook his head. Not yet. The voice from inside the door hesitated for a moment. To be on the safe side, have all personnel in District 13 relocate and destroy all the information on compound number 8 in the base. We must not let the Dragon Group find any clues. The God's Descent plan cannot fail. The old man nodded, bent his body, and prepared to retreat. Wait, send Blood Shadow and Moon Soul to Shujo City. The red-robed elder of our evil god's sect must not die in vain. If we can't find the murderer, activate the evil spirit formation and let half of the people in Shujo City be buried with Mad Wolf. Yes, great elder. Ding. You have killed a level 37 blood slave and gained experience asterisk 412 and spiritual essence asterisk 211. Ding. You have killed a level 35 blood slave and gained experience asterisk 412 and spiritual essence asterisk 211. Holding the copper cloud stick, Sun Tao fought his way from the gate of the castle to the rooftop. I don't know how many blood slaves hiding in the darkness were killed along the way. To be honest, these blood slaves are not very strong. They're just annoying. When they have nothing to do, they like to hide in dark corners such as the corners of the castle's walls, roofs, and floors, and then wait for Sun Tao to pass by and suddenly attack him. If Sun Tao's perception had not been greatly enhanced after his level increased, he might have been ambushed by them. Why learn something else but imitate other sneak attacks? You deserve to be captured and made into a blood slave. Sun Tao pushed open the door to the rooftop, cursing. As soon as I opened the door, a disgusting stench hit me in the face. Sun Tao couldn't help but frown and cover his mouth and nose. It was empty inside, with only a gorgeous Western-style coffin placed in the huge room. A sturdy young man stroked the coffin with his hand and spoke softly. You shouldn't have come. Selena hates being disturbed when she's asleep. We've already hidden here, so why are you still chasing after us? Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light as he checked his attributes. Second-generation werewolf Marcus leader. Level 50. Strength, 1936. Skills, Wolfsbane, Scarlet Flame, Death Embrace, Shadow Strike, Blood Rage, Deathwalker. With a combat power close to 2,000, he is worthy of being the boss of the Hidden Secret Realm. Sun Tao even felt that if he had not taken advantage of the opportunity to kill Zhao Tianming, he would not have been a match for this guy. Damn demon hunter, I will tear you to pieces. Seeing Sun Tao remain silent, Marcus roared and transformed into a werewolf over 3 meters tall. He kicked his feet and jumped into the air, and his 2 sharp claws chopped towards Sun Tao's head like swords. Facing Marcus' attack, Sun Tao's eyes were extremely calm, and there was even a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Seeing the opportunity, Sun Tao took a step back, leaving behind an afterimage of his clone in the original place, and hit Marcus with a stick. Spread your feet. Bang! The stick landed on Marcus' head, causing no damage, but extremely insulting. Marcus' eyes immediately turned red, and he went into a frenzy. Dark red blood filled his body, and his figure swelled again. Blood Shadow Rage. Marcus' eyes flashed with ferocity. His limbs crawled on the ground, and he turned into a streak of blood and pounced towards Sun Tao fiercely. He is extremely fast, but no matter how fast it is, it can't be faster than Sun Tao's mouth. Certainly, Sun Tao pointed at Marcus and shouted. Golden runes appeared, instantly freezing Marcus' figure in midair. Humph, just a werewolf, nothing more than that. He used the chi gathering technique, and the magic power in his body continuously flowed into the copper cloud stick in his hand. Ding! 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 Following 3 crisp stick sounds, golden light on the bronze cloud stick surged. Stick chopping style. Boom! A powerful blow from the chopping stick hit Marcus directly on the head. A huge force burst out from the copper cloud stick. With the support of the 3rd level of the chi gathering technique, Sun Tao's power is so terrifying. With one blow of the stick, Marcus' head was smashed into a meat paste, and his body flew backwards like a rag sack. The health bar above the head was emptied instantly. Not dead. The expected system prompt did not sound, and Sun Tao raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a closer look, I found that there was still a thin blood bar on Marcus' head. The flesh on the neck was also slowly wriggling, trying to restore the head. Hey, you're still pretty strong. Sun Tao was delighted, twirled the stick in his hand, and prepared to go forward and send it away. Just as Sun Tao was about to take action, a cold female voice suddenly came from the side and called him. Dear Demon Hunter, please show mercy. Chapter 31. Blood Princess Sai Lingna. Boom! The lid of the coffin on the side was suddenly blown away, and several streaks of blood shot out from it, heading straight for Sun Tao's face. Faced with the sneak attack, Sun Tao was prepared. He immediately did a somersault and perfectly avoided the bloody attack. Turning around, I saw a blonde beauty floating in the coffin. Her skin was as pale as snow, her eyes were red, and her long, wavy golden hair swayed in the wind, emitting a faint smell of blood. Even though she was covered in a white nightgown, it still couldn't hide her huge breasts. Her face was cold, and her eyes were frosty as she stared at Sun Tao with disgust. And Sun Tao also looked at Sai Lingna. In terms of appearance, she is definitely the most beautiful woman Sun Tao has ever seen. Every gesture and movement exudes a captivating seduction. She is plump, graceful, with a thin waist, wide hips, and narrow shoulders. The perfect gourd-shaped figure can be said to be quite hot. The nightgown fluttered in the wind, faintly revealing the long legs wrapped in black stockings underneath. What a nice view! Even though he was an enemy, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel tempted. The Blood Princess Sai Lingna, leader. Level 52. Power 2134. Skills: Death and Decay, Blood Soul Sucking, Silver Moonlight, Ghost Wolf, Blood Sea Emerging, Perfect Bloodline. So strong. Level 52, with more than 2,000 combat power and 6 skills. If it were any other team of soul masters with insufficient combat power, they would probably be in big trouble. Are you the vampire princess Selena? Sun Tao asked curiously while turning the copper cloud stick. Sai Lingna looked down at Sun Tao condescendingly, opening her blood-red lips. Lowly human, how dare you trespass into the Eternal Night Castle? Selena's eyes were red, and her white hands were emitting a blood-red light. As she moved, her originally white pajamas gradually changed into a red evening dress that looked as if it was made of blood. The dress was embroidered with delicate golden patterns, which contrasted with her red eyes, making it breathtakingly beautiful. The deep V dress made her big breasts look even fuller. They kept swaying in front of Sun Tao's eyes, and her dazzling whiteness almost made him unable to take his eyes away. Death and Decay. Sai Lingna stretched out her hand and pointed, and a blood-red rose bloomed under Sun Tao's feet. The horrifying death energy was released instantly. Sun Tao stepped on the ground with his feet and flew into the air, supporting himself with the stick. Directly avoided the explosion damage of the bloody rose. Whoosh! 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 Before he landed, another sonic boom sounded in the air. Sun Tao frowned and looked up, only to see a sea of blood that had appeared on the ground at some point. The waves surged, and countless blood-red arrows flew out from the sea of blood. Sun Tao rolled over and landed on the ground, and directly swung the copper cloud stick in his hand to dance, directly deflecting the blood arrows. Selena frowned, and her hands glowed with a light blue light. Ghost Wolf, fight for me! Bang! Black fog surged above the sea of blood, and 5 ghost wolves rushed out from the black fog in an instant. Summon? As if anyone can do that. Sun Tao stopped sticking, plucked a handful of hair, and blew gently. Call! 4 or 5 clones holding sticks rushed forward and wrestled with the ghost wolf. Then he suddenly bent his knees, stepped hard, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The figure almost left an afterimage in the air, and directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters to come in front of Sai Lingna, raising the copper cloud stick and hitting her on the head. Hey, take this stick from me. What? Sai Lingna was shocked. She didn't expect Sun Tao to be so fast. Before he could react, Sun Tao's stick was about to fall on his head. She had no time to react. The ruby on her chest flashed red, and her whole body instantly turned into a pool of blood and merged into the sea of blood under her feet. Bang! The stick, shining with golden light, smashed down with a loud bang, and the huge force blasted the blood sea under the feet into waves 5 or 6 meters high. Putting away the stick, Sun Tao stood on the sea of blood, full of murderous aura, like a god of death descending to the earth. The waves surged, and Selena gathered herself together not far away, covering her chest with her hands, her face full of shock. Impossible. How could you possibly hurt me? If I were to transform into a sea of blood, I should be immune to all physical attacks. Sun Tao sneered and raised his hand to stroke the copper cloud stick in his hand. You are indeed immune to physical attacks, but you are not immune to my magic power. Swish! As he spoke, He raised the copper cloud stick, pointed it at Sai Lingna, and said sternly, "Hand over the formula of perfect blood, and I can give you a quick death." Selena bit her lip, her eyes red as blood. "If you want perfect blood, come and get it yourself." With a sharp scream, terrifying sound waves swept across the entire place. The sea of blood rolled back all around, rushing madly into Selena's body, and turned into a blood cocoon in midair. The ghost wolves fighting with the clones also abandoned their opponents and threw themselves into the blood cocoons howling. "Oh, transformation?" Sun Tao sneered, activated his ability to see through things. His eyes glowed with golden light, and he could see everything inside the blood cocoon. He came directly to the place not far from the blood cocoon, used the chi gathering technique, and waves of strong power continuously poured into the bronze cloud stick. Ding! 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 The 3 layers of stick power were fully accumulated, and Sai Lingna just broke out of the cocoon. Huge bat wings spread behind her. A majestic blood energy swirled around her. A silver rune appeared between her eyebrows. An obvious wolf ears and a wolf tail appeared on her head and behind her. Holding a great sword and wearing silver and red rose armor, he exudes a powerful aura. "You can force me to use the blood demon's true form. You should be proud of it," Selena shouted. The sword in his hand released a dazzling red light, ready to split Sun Tao in half with one sword. "Noisy! Watch the fight!" Sun Tao shouted angrily, leaped into the air, and hit Sai Lingna with an extremely fast and fully charged heavy stick. The stick whistled, and the iron rod approached her. Selena instantly felt the extremely fierce, murderous intent in it. Oops! What a terrible attack! Selena was so horrified that she had no time to dodge, and could only hastily raise her sword to block. Bang! The next moment, the sword in Selena's hand shattered and broke into pieces. The bronze cloud stick continued to move forward with unabated force. After smashing the big sword, it fell on Selena with tremendous power. The tremendous force shattered her armor instantly, and she spurted out blood and fell heavily to the ground. How is that possible? Selena was terrified. "I'm a level 52 leader, but I can't even take a single blow from the opponent. How strong is he?" Seeing that Sun Tao was about to attack with the stick again, Sai Lingna's face turned pale and her heart trembled wildly. He quickly raised his hands and begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Don't kill me. I am willing to serve you as my lord. Please let me go." Swish! The copper cloud stick stopped at Sai Lingna's nose, and Sun Tao tilted his head and looked at her coldly. Selena crawled on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. "Dear demon hunter, please let me go. I am willing to sacrifice my soul and become your most loyal servant. I will never betray you." As he spoke, he took out a golden magic scroll from his arms. Soul Master and Servant Scroll. Perfect level item. After using it, you can obtain the other party's soul, sign a Soul Master and Servant contract with them, and will never betray them for the rest of your life. Sun Tao looked at Sai Lingna and narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know how credible Selena's confession of mastership was, but this master-servant contract would not lie. If you choose to believe her, although you may miss the rewards of 2 bosses, you can get a vampire maid. It's quite exciting to think about it. I definitely didn't take her in just to be a vampire maid. She is the perfect fusion of vampire and werewolf blood. With a little training, she will be a great help. Yes, that's the reason. I glanced out of the corner of my eye and saw the werewolf still fainted in the corner, and suddenly remembered the background story introduced by old Rick. Sun Tao couldn't help but ask, "What is your relationship with him?" Chapter 32 picked up a maid. Selena looked puzzled, but she still gave a shaky answer as she looked at the iron rod in front of her. "Marcus is my personal bodyguard. He grew up with me. I have always regarded him as my brother." "Good guy. Classic brother." Sun Tao curled his lips. "I read in a book that you two are lovers." Tai Lingna. What? What kind of bullshit book is this? How can it be so nonsense? Sai Lingna suddenly became anxious and ignored the bronze cloud stick in front of her. She wanted to stand up and find Sun Tao to ask for clarification. Stop. Sun Tao quickly suppressed her and repeated what old Rick had told him. After hearing this, Selena was so angry that her teeth itched. Dumb ones. They know nothing and just write nonsense. When I get out, I will destroy all these damn Silver Moon Chronicles. And that old Rick, I don't think he's a good person either. What kind of good person would take unofficial history as official history? Huh? The Silver Moon Chronicles is a wild history? Sun Tao was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The humans in this secret realm have always been ruled by vampires and werewolves and have no means of recording history. Even if they did record it, it would only be the superficial appearances they saw, and many things might have been imagined by the recorder. Anyway, it's just unofficial history. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it must be unofficial enough. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Are you sure you want to recognize me as your master? Sun Tao put away the stick and took the master-servant contract from Sai Lingna's hand. Selena lowered her head. Although she was unwilling, she had no choice to save her life. Moreover, following Sun Tao would give me the opportunity to escape from this closed world. Hog's werewolves are getting closer and closer to the Eternal Night Castle. If they continue to stay here, they will be discovered by those dirty guys sooner or later. Compared to freedom, she values her life more. By leaving this world, she can see a wider world. This is what she longed for. Therefore, when she discovered that Sun Tao was very strong, she chose to surrender immediately. Ding, you have successfully conquered the vampire princess Selena. The soul master-servant contract turned into a golden light and shot into the eyebrows of Sun Tao and Sai Lingna respectively, and an inexplicable induction connected the two. Sun Tao only felt that there was an extra soul in his mind, and he could sense Sai Lingna's thoughts with a slight touch. And as long as he thought about it, he could destroy her soul directly. Sensing Sun Tao's thoughts, Sai Lingna's face turned pale. Acting pitiful, after signing the master-servant contract, Sun Tao finally had time to understand the truth about the perfect blood. Let Selena take out the formula of perfect blood first. I opened the scroll in my hand and saw that it was full of unfamiliar tadpole script, none of which I could understand. So, the legend that perfect blood can restrain werewolves is also false. Selena sighed. Perfect blood is real, but it is not a poison that kills werewolves as humans imagine. It is a blood potion that helps vampires get rid of the curse of sunlight. As she spoke, she slowly opened her mouth and told Sun Tao the truth of what happened 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the Silver Moon Emperor Gadila was not satisfied with the fact that the vampires could only survive in the dark. He wanted to gain the ability to walk under the sun. So he used the blood of the second generation of werewolves and vampires as a model, trying to create a perfect creature that combined the advantages of the two races. The experimental subjects he chose at that time were his own daughter Selena and her personal guard, Hog's biological son Marcus. At the beginning, the experiment went smoothly. Selena successfully integrated the werewolf blood, retaining the noble vampire magic and possessing the strong physique of a werewolf. My father was very excited about the success of the experiment, and he immediately wanted to use his own blood to prepare a more perfect medicine. But as soon as the potion was injected into Marcus' body, he went crazy instantly, broke free from his father's soul magic, attacked the guards, and turned into a monster without any reason. Wait, why did you inject the potion into Marcus' body? Sun Tao asked curiously. Selena smiled bitterly. The so-called perfect blood is actually to inject hundreds of alchemical potions into a werewolf, and then use the werewolf's powerful self-healing ability to absorb and fuse these potions. Then, take out the heart from his body and extract the most essence of the blood. This is the legendary perfect blood. Can a werewolf survive without a heart? Sun Tao was a little surprised. If Bai Gan had this ability, he would not have been killed by Daji. Sai Lingna shook her head. As long as the heart is put back within half an hour, he won't die. Sun Tao rubbed his chin. So, the legend that perfect blood can restrain werewolves is false? No. Sai Lingna explained. Perfect blood can indeed curb the werewolf's recovery ability in a short period of time. To a certain extent, it can indeed restrain the werewolf. However, if the werewolf is not killed during this period, once it absorbs the perfect blood, it will gain greater power and enter a violent state. Sun Tao can understand it this way. The most powerful thing about werewolves besides their agility is their exaggerated recovery ability. This can be seen from the fact that Marcus was able to recover slowly even though his head was smashed by Sun Tao. Take out the bone flute and summon the shadow wolf. You're just going to follow me wearing this? Sun Tao pointed at the armor on Sai Lingna. Selena climbed up and spun around on the spot. The armor on her body instantly turned into petals and dissipated. The red blood light condensed on her body and turned into a black and white maid outfit. Sun Tao reached out and carried her onto the wolf's back. Her embrace was filled with her sweet fragrance, which made his heart beat faster. It was the first time in 100 years that Selena was so close to a boy, and her face turned red instantly. He twisted his body and wanted to open his mouth to scold, but when he thought of Sun Tao's terrifying strength, he finally moved his mouth for a long time, lowered his head, and spoke in a low voice. "Your sword hit me. Sun Tao." "Ah." He moved back awkwardly. Lingna also reacted instantly, and her face turned even redder. "What should we do with this guy?" Sun Tao pouted at Marcus lying on the ground. Selena sighed, put her hands on her chest, and controlled the blood in her body to condense into a crystal-clear ruby in her palms. With a wave of his hand, the ruby instantly shot into Marcus's forehead. "This blood diamond can ensure that he will not lose his mind after I leave. Just let him stay here. Even if Hog's men find this place, they won't hurt him." After everything was done, Sun Tao patted the wolf's head, and the magic wolf carried the two people and ran towards the village. Although I didn't get the reward for killing 2 bosses this time, it's not a loss to pick up a vampire made for free. After the two left, it was unknown how much time had passed before Marcus slowly woke up from his coma. Looking at the messy hall, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find Selena. Selena! Selena! Marcus searched everywhere in the Evernight Castle like crazy. Suddenly, he saw the blood diamond between his eyebrows in a mirror. His right hand trembled as he gently stroked the blood diamond, and he seemed to be able to feel Selena's breath from it. Faintly, Marcus seemed to be able to feel that this time he might really lose Selena. No, Selena. Chapter 33. Comrade Zhao Tianming is such a good person. Perfect blood recipe fake. The carefully crafted potion formula has no flaws that anyone can find and can be submitted as a mission item. Is this really okay? Sun Tao looked at the fake formula in his hand and couldn't help but ask Lingna beside him. Selena patted her chest. "Don't worry, I'm a great alchemist. This formula is easy for me to obtain. Besides, no one has ever seen the formula for perfect blood, so there won't be any problems. This is the legendary perfect blood formula." Old Rick took the scroll from Sun Tao's hand and opened it impatiently. "This is it. This is it. This is the legendary perfect blood." Old Rick excitedly ran into the room and rummaged through the drawers, beginning to look for the alchemical materials recorded on the scroll. Sun Tao turned his head to look at Lingna and asked in his heart, "Is there anything wrong with your recipe?" Selena blinked and replied, "Don't worry. This weakness potion is an alchemical potion we developed specifically for werewolves. We use very cheap materials. As long as a werewolf smells a hint of it, it will become weak for half an hour." While waiting for Old Rick to make the potion, Selena curiously flipped through the Silver Moon Chronicles on the table. As soon as I opened it, I saw a name on the title page, Wade Winston Stryfill. When she saw the name, Selena couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth slightly. After all this time, it turns out it's this guy, Wade's book. No wonder Old Rick believed that perfect blood was a poison for werewolves. Seeing Lingna's strange expression, Sun Tao asked in his heart, "Why? Do you know this author?" Lingna said with a smile, "I don't know him well." Sun Tao heard a hint of gnashing of teeth in her tone. Wade is a 4th-generation vampire. He's not very powerful, but he's very annoying. When he has nothing to do, he likes to write some random things for others to read. It's said that his dream is to become the most famous novelist. Don't even mention us vampires. Even those lowly blood slaves know that writing novels is a dead end. But this guy just doesn't believe in evil. He writes novels when others are sleeping, when others are having a party, and when others are raising their offspring. The point is, it's fine if he writes well, but every time he writes a piece of paper, it's a mess, and he always puts some erotic stuff in it. It's simply a disgrace to our blood race. Later, no one among the vampires read his novels, so he turned his attention to the human race. I guess he wrote this book at some point in time. After saying that, Selena couldn't help but think of how that bastard Wade had actually written several stupid pornographic books in which he was the male lead and she was the female lead. I wanted to tear the Silver Moon Chronicle in my hand into pieces immediately. After listening to Lingna's introduction, Sun Tao scratched his head a little embarrassedly, not knowing how to explain it to Old Rick later. The Silver Moon Chronicles is actually a novel. I did it. A few minutes later, Old Rick rushed out of the room excitedly, holding a bottle of potion. He ran to Sun Tao excitedly, holding the medicine in his hand. "This is the perfect blood potion I prepared according to the recipe. I never thought that the werewolf nemesis would be made of ordinary materials. I have them all here." But why is this perfect blood different from what is written in the book? Shouldn't it be as red as blood and as clear as ice? Old Rick was puzzled. Perfect blood, fake, exquisite item. After use, it can weaken the recovery ability of the werewolf's bloodline and make it fall into a weak state. Duration, 30 minutes. Looking at the properties of the potion, Sun Tao's mouth twitched, and he quickly explained, maybe there are some places in our alchemy steps that we didn't do well. Do you want to try the effect of this potion first? Old Rick shook his head and handed the medicine in his hand to Sun Tao. You can just try this. There are more and more werewolves around. I need to prepare more potions. Ding, you have completed the first stage of the Secret Realm mission. Obtain mission reward. Perfect blood fake. Do you want to start the next stage of Secret Realm mission? Required level, level 90. Sun Tao, a hidden realm at level 40, and you told me that the second stage of the mission can only be unlocked at level 90? You must be joking. Sun Tao complained in his heart, and suddenly remembered a secret knowledge point that his teacher had talked about before. A world-class secret realm. This is actually a world-class secret realm. The so-called world-class secret realm is a large secret realm composed of several or even dozens of secret realms. It's similar to a cinematic universe made up of movies. World-class secret realms often have multiple entrances, and each entrance leads to a different secret realm area. The type, difficulty, and objectives of the secret realm are also different. But if you can complete the tasks in the secret realm, it is very likely that you will unlock the second stage of the secret realm and enter other secret areas. A world-class secret realm often contains rich resources and a large amount of wealth, and can even develop a third-rate adventure group on the verge of bankruptcy into a world-class multinational group. This is how the Yellow Turban Group in the Imperial capital developed. Knowing that this was a world-class secret realm, Sun Tao instantly understood why the level requirement for this secret realm was from 0 to 200. If the level does not meet the requirements for starting the mission, a secret realm teleportation stone will be automatically generated. The mission is completed and we are about to leave the secret realm. Along with the system prompt sound, a fist-sized plain gray stone condensed in Sun Tao's hand. Secret realm teleport stone. Special item, can teleport a team of 5 to a designated secret realm to start a secret realm mission. Secret realm, Silver Moon Empire. Secret realm teleportation stone. Looking at the teleportation stone in his hand, Sun Tao was overjoyed. I made a lot of money this time after being kidnapped by Zhao Tianming. Not only did he level up, but he also got a vampire maid. In the end, I even got a secret realm teleportation stone. From this point of view, Comrade Zhao Tianming is really a good person. This is such an authentic thing to do. Sun Tao was so excited that he wished he could go to the wilderness to drag out Zhao Tianming's body and beat him again. After returning home, I settled Sai Lingna down first, and then went to Zhou Yang's house for dinner. After playing with Xiao Nuomi for a while, Sun Tao returned home. Ding! 45 million yuan has arrived in my bank card. As soon as he got home, Sun Tao was startled by a text message on his mobile phone. When I opened it, I found out that it was Li Shuiyao who transferred the money. By the way, I also received a text message from her. The total amount of the items sold last time was 44,972,100 yuan. I rounded it up for you and transferred you 45 million yuan. Remember to check it. I called you all day, but you didn't answer. Hurry up and approve my Feishan friend request. I looked at the call log and saw that there were indeed more than 30 missed calls. Sun Tao was helpless. There was no signal in the secret realm, so he put his mobile phone in the space ring and did not take it out. Click on Li Shuiyao's phone number and dial it. After a few beeps, Li Shuiyao's surprised voice came from the phone. Brother, you finally answered the phone. Something big happened in Shuzhou City. Chapter 34, Hexagrams and Red Tide. Did you know? This morning, a wanted criminal ran into the bloody forest. The security bureau immediately closed the mountain and searched for him. I heard that the man is a 4th-level combat soul master. Hearing Li Shuiyao's exclamation, Sun Tao laughed secretly in his heart. How could he not know? It was he who killed Zhao Tianming. He also threw the corpse into a hidden secret realm. Without the secret realm teleportation stone in Sun Tao's hand, even if the security bureau had omnipotent abilities, they probably wouldn't be able to find it. Even his space ring is still in Sun Tao's hands. Although he was secretly happy, Sun Tao still pretended to be surprised. Fuck, is this true? With such a powerful wanted criminal, can we still enter the bloody forest? Anyway, you can't get in today. A large security force is searching inside. If you don't want to be considered an accomplice of a wanted criminal, just go ahead. By the way, do you know who is leading the team to catch the wanted criminal this time? There was a hint of excitement in Li Shuyao's voice. Sun Tao couldn't help but think of the red-haired beauty he met in the forest. Who is it? Suyu. Red Lotus Goddess Suyu. When Li Shuyao said this name, her voice rose a few notches with excitement. She is my idol. When she was in high school, she awakened the S-level fighting spirit, the raging Red Lotus, and entered Kyoto College with overwhelming momentum. Later, she led her team to win the National Fighting Spirit College competition and directly won the national championship. After graduation, she joined the Chinese Dragon Group and became a member of the Dragon Fong team. After that, she participated in major events such as the Dragon Mountain Defense War, the Thunder Cliff Beast Tide War, and the Black Cloud City Attack and Defense War, and earned the name of the Red Lotus Goddess. Li Shuyao's voice became more and more excited, just like a crazy fan who was recommending a star to others. She's so cool. I'd be willing to shave 20 years off my life just to meet her. Sun Tao took the cup of water from Sai Lingna and smiled. Then there's no need for that. She's just an ordinary person. On the other end of the phone, Li Shuyao, who was lying on the bed, rolled her eyes. What do you know? This kind of genius, if he gives us just a few words of guidance, it will benefit us for the rest of our lives. Shuzhou City Yunlong Command Center. Suyu pushed open the door of the command center with a bang. Damn it, I'm so pissed. I was almost there, but still, that bastard Zhao Tianming got away. An old Taoist priest who was making tea in the office was startled by the noise of Suyu pushing the door. The teapot in his hand almost flew out. Xiaoyu, when will you be able to control your temper? My door isn't cheap either. What if you break it? Suyu sat down opposite the old Taoist priest angrily, picked up a teacup, and drank it down. Pa, what the hell, no taste at all. Do you have any wine? Bring me some. The old Taoist rolled his eyes and picked up the teacup with heartache to see if it was broken by Suyu. I don't have anything like that. Tea is the real thing. You'll understand when you're my age. Suyu drank a few sips of tea and felt really uncomfortable. So he took out a bottle of Wuliangye from his space belt, opened the cap, and started drinking. Cool. Suyu took a sip, shouted that it was refreshing, and said that this was something that people should drink. I don't want to argue with you. Tell me, what do you want from me? Suyu scratched his head embarrassedly. Since we haven't caught Zhao Tianming yet, I want Taoist Zhang to tell me where that guy is hiding. The old Taoist rolled his eyes and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Open the recorder and play the recording. Fortune-telling? Do I, Suyu, need fortune-telling to do things? I'm going to say this today. Even if I, Suyu, die in battle or jump off here, I will not ask old man Zhang to tell my fortune. Quiet. The whole office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Before setting out to arrest Zhao Tianming, Zhang Tianchen felt something and offered to help Suyu tell his fortune. But Suyu didn't believe him at all. To be frank, fortune-telling is a scam. They, the Dragon Fong team, rely on their strength to do things, not fortune-telling. Zhang Tianchen was also helpless. Although his fortune-telling was accurate, he still needed the consent of the person who was fortune-telling. After persuading for a long time, he had to give up when he saw that Suyu disagreed. As a result, Suyu left with high hopes but returned disappointed. This time I came to Zhang Tianchen for help because I really had no other choice but to give it a try. According to the intelligence they received, Zhao Tianming had a complete set of information about Compound Number 8 and the God's Descent Plan, and Suyu must find these things. After hearing her previous recording, Suyu was so embarrassed that she tapped her toes on the ground and wished she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the spot. In order to hide the embarrassment, he could only drink desperately. After a few sips, he almost choked himself. Suyu's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and it was unclear whether it was because of embarrassment or because of the alcohol. Putting his phone away, Zhang Tianchen laughed. What do you think, Mr. Su? Are you willing to let me tell your fortune now? Yes. Yes. Suyu nodded hurriedly. Zhang Tianchen smiled and shook his head, waved his hand to put away the teacup, then took out an ancient tortoise shell from his sleeve, and with a flick of his left hand, 5 ancient coins were instantly thrown into it. As he held the tortoise shell in his hand and chanted the spell, a huge phantom of a compass appeared behind him. The heavenly stems and earthly branches on the compass keep rotating, deducing all the changes in the world. Huh! Zhang Tianchen leaned over to look at the hexagram on the table, stroking his beard in confusion. How strange! How strange! This hexagram is really rare to see. What's wrong? Where is Zhao Tianming? Zhang Tianxin pulled his beard and said, the hexagram says that Zhao Tianming is dead, but you will get what you want soon. Fire and earth are in Jin, heaven and earth are in Tai, and the azure dragon is in the north. The hexagram should be in your north. The north? Su Yu stared with even more doubts in his heart. I told you that fortune-telling can't be trusted. Could it be that you were the man of destiny that the king mentioned? Bang! With a blow of the stick, the wolf-headed monk's body fell to the ground and turned into light spots in the sky that were absorbed by the double-headed fire knife on the ground. Passed. Sun Tao laughed. After coming back today, he was thinking that now that his level had been raised, he should be able to clear Black Wind Mountain. So I took out the trial mission ticket and tried it. As expected, Guangxi was easily defeated. Pick up the double-headed fire blade left on the ground by Guangxi. Ding! You have killed the level 12 boss, the fiery wolf demon Guangxi, and gained experience *531 and spiritual value *311. Obtained weapon, Red Tide. Red Tide. Spiritual level Horcrux. Power, 1692. The red wave 3 points is scorching and intimidating. After equipping it, you can gain the ability to transform into a wolf demon coach, and the attack will cause fire damage. Finally got it? Guangxi. Looking at the introduction of Chi Chao, Sun Tao was shocked. Horcrux. This is actually a Horcrux. Chapter 35. Fireproof Hood. Epic magical weapon. The so-called Horcrux is a special kind of equipment in this world. It can be refined by a fighting soul master and worn directly on the fighting soul. Compared to ordinary magic equipment, once a soul weapon is refined, it can be taken into the body of a soul master and no one can take it away. Moreover, if the distance is not far, it can automatically fly back to the hands of the soul master. In addition to increasing combat power, Horcruxes can also grant the soul master a variety of mysterious abilities, which is equivalent to directly adding an additional skill. For example, this Red Tide can allow Sun Tao to acquire the skill of transforming into Guangxi. Guangxi and Sun Tao are so familiar. In my previous life, I don't know how many times I fought against boss. And it was only thanks to Guangxi that I was able to save me and get through the dangerous situations. Without Guangxi, Sun Tao might not even be able to get through the first chapter. I didn't expect the Red Tide to become a Horcrux in here. Sun Tao happily picked up the Red Tide and began to communicate with the fighting spirit in his body. Waves of soul power flowed into the Red Tide through Sun Tao's palms, gradually engulfing the Red Tide, making it smaller and smaller. Finally, it disappeared in Sun Tao's palm. The giant ape fighting spirit behind him held a double-ended flaming blade in his hand. Feeling his own fighting spirit, Sun Tao nodded with satisfaction. As his level continued to increase, this fighting spirit changed from a golden monkey at the beginning to something like the Monkey King. I just don't know if I can become a real great sage after the Destiny template is fully unlocked. He stood up and took out the copper cloud stick from his ear. Sun Tao thought to himself, Guangxi passed, the next one will be Data. Stepping onto the familiar road, Sun Tao chopped down the monsters and came to the open space where the ghost head was wandering. Ghost Boss. Level 15. Power 2745. Skills: Earth Shatter, Trample, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, Reincarnation. I stood at the intersection for a while, waiting for my strength to recover. Then he silently recited the Qi gathering technique, charged up a 3-bean heavy stick, and smashed it hard on Big Head's back. The huge force caused the wandering Big Head to stagger and fall to the ground instantly. Sun Tao seized the opportunity and launched a series of light stick attacks. Big Head stood up crying and gathered golden light in his hands. Turn around and slap. The fierce palm wind directly broke the big tree next to it in half. But Sun Tao simply dodged to the left and completed a perfect dodge, leaving a shadow at the spot, hitting the Big Head with a stick. I took the opportunity to attack from the side with a light stick. When the first attack failed, Data started to raise his foot again, wanting to step on Sun Tao to death with one kick. Seeing Big Head's actions, Sun Tao did not hesitate at all and rolled backwards twice in a row, avoided the Big Head's trampling. Then he did another nimble forward roll, approaching the Big Head while dodging his Wanfo Chaozong attack. Certainly, Sun Tao raised his hand and pointed, shouting in his heart. The golden rune instantly froze Big Head in place. A series of light and heavy stick attacks caused Big Head's health bar to drop rapidly like a flood. Gather up enough stick power, and in with a final heavy blow using 3 levels of stick power. I cleared the level with Big Head without any damage. Ding! You have killed the level 15 boss ghost and gained experience asterisk 574 and spiritual value asterisk 343. Ah, it's so easy. I don't even need Guangxi. I can pass the level without any damage. Sun Tao felt secretly happy. Thinking about the experience of being killed by Big Head in the past, he finally got rid of his anger. Back then, he was like other people of Tianming. He didn't fight Guangxi, but came to fight Dadu to the death. As a result, he was killed instantly with a few moves of Wanfo Chaozong. I remember that when Sun Tao played for the first time, he was stuck at Big Head for a full hour, until his roommate couldn't stand it anymore and told him that he could take a detour to fight Guangxi first and then challenge Big Head. I cleared the level so easily today, which can be regarded as my revenge for being stuck there that year. Afterwards, he defeated Link Suzy, Guangmo, and the Scholar in white with ease. Ding! You have killed the level 17 Demon King Link Suzy and gained experience asterisk 621 and spiritual value asterisk 456. Ding! You have killed the level 20 boss Guangmo and gained experience asterisk 632 and spiritual value asterisk 463. Ding! You have killed the level 24 boss White Robe Scholar and gained experience asterisk 782 and spiritual value asterisk 532. The Scholar in white is more difficult to deal with than the one in the game. Not only does he have lightning-fast spear skills, he can also control the flow of water and perform magical powers. If Sun Tao hadn't held back to save Guangxi's life, he might not have been able to defeat him. Ring the 3 huge bells standing in various places. In a trance, Sun Tao felt that he had arrived at the door of a temple. There are 4 big characters written on it. Guanyin Zen Temple. I'm afraid this is the old Guanyin Temple where Elder Jin Shi is. I don't know how strong Elder Jin Shi is. Sun Tao held the copper cloud stick and pushed open the door of Guanyin Temple. When I looked up, I saw a big-headed golden monster in the yard, very similar to the previous ghost. Umitba. The 3 huge bells finally rang. The golden monster closed his eyes, performed a Buddhist salute, and then excitedly shouted to the zombies around him. Disciples, the masters outside are here, and they brought me treasures. Sun Tao raised his eyes and checked Elder Jin Shi's attributes. Elder Jin Shi, Demon King. Level 28. Power 5,261. Skills: Greedy Golden Body, Buddha Light Splitting the Earth, Chanting Scriptures and Worshipping Buddha, Buddha Light Universal Salvation. With a combat power of more than 5,000, Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. His current combat power is only over 3,000, which is almost 2,000 less than Elder Jin Shi. However, he still has a large amount of spiritual energy in his hands. Previously, I was thinking of upgrading after I cleared Black Wind Mountain. If he cannot win this time, he plans to use his spiritual energy to increase his combat power first. As Sun Tao gradually approached, Elder Jin Shi suddenly paused. This smell? Is it you who came back? Then he became angry, and his body was shining with golden light. You must have hidden the cassock. Give it back to me. As he roared, countless mummies emerged from all around, apparently the souls of those who had been burned to death in the Guanyin Temple before. Sun Tao raised his stick and fought back, hitting each of these wronged souls with his stick without any effort at all. Elder Jin Shi jumped on the spot and stomped hard on him. Sun Tao rolled backwards, avoiding the trampling of Elder Jin Shi. After dodging the attack, Sun Tao pointed directly at Elder Jin Shi. Certainly, the golden magic power turned into runes and immobilized Elder Jin Shi. There was a dazzling golden light in Sun Tao's eyes, and he rushed forward with the bronze cloud stick in hand. Golden magic power flowed, and the copper cloud stick in Sun Tao's hand suddenly became longer. Powerful magic power surged out in an instant, and a fully charged stick pierced through Elder Jin Shi's body. The golden magic power exploded directly around Elder Jin Shi, and he fell to the ground, howling. Sun Tao stepped forward and hit Elder Jin Shi with a series of light stick strikes. When Elder Jin Shi was about to stand up, he transformed into a big head and kowtowed. Boom! Continuous attacks knocked Elder Jin Shi to the ground again. Most of the health bar above his head also disappeared. Take the robe. You can die with your eyes closed. Come on. The next second, Elder Jin Shi roared, leaped directly into the air, and sat cross-legged. The mummies around it walked towards it uncontrollably. Sun Tao, who had fought Elder Jin Shi once before, naturally knew that this was the time for the boss to recover health. He just picked up the stick and started beating the monsters that came towards him. After fighting for a few minutes, Elder Jin Chi fell down again. It didn't eat any monsters and was filled with rage. Buddha's light surged in its palms, and it was about to kill Sun Tao with one palm. But Sun Tao saw through all of this. He was not in a hurry. He dodged the palm wind from Elder Jin Chi left and right, came to its side, and attacked it madly with the light stick. After gathering enough strength with the stick, he directly struck Elder Jin Chi on the head with a powerful and heavy stick-chopping move. Elder Jin Chi's golden body could not withstand the huge damage and exploded instantly. The surrounding smoke slowly dissipated, leaving only the dazzling golden light. No, Guangxi, Guangmo, I don't want this robe anymore. Stop the fire. Elder Jin Chi's voice gradually dissipated in the air. Sun Tao also returned to the last mouthful of Hong Zhong in a trance. The wolf demon's corpse on the tree drifted away with the wind, turning into a red cloak and slowly falling into Sun Tao's hands. Fireproof hood. Epic magical weapon. Power. 7,384. Legend has it that this is a magic weapon in the hands of King Guangmu. After being sacrificed, it will be immune to fire damage and will restore health in the flames. It has the additional feature of rebirth from the flames. Rebirth from the ashes. God level passive. After suffering near-death damage, you'll be reborn in the flames. The amount of health after rebirth depends on the power of the flames. Looking at the fire shelter in front of him, Sun Tao opened his mouth wide. Epic. Magical weapon. Chapter 36. First battle with the Black Wind King. After coming out of Zhang Tianqin's office, Suyu returned to his own office. Sitting in the office chair, looking at the whiteboard opposite that was filled with case clues, he let out a long sigh. Buzz! The phone on the table vibrated. Suyu picked it up and saw that the name displayed on it was Principal Yu of Shuzhou No. 1 Middle School. Suyu answered the phone. Hello, Principal Yu. What's the matter with you calling me so late? Haha, Xiao Su. I heard from your family that you have been on a business trip to Shuzhou City recently. Principal Yu's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Suyu, he got down to business. The National Battle Spirit College entrance examination is just a few days away. I was thinking if you have time, could you attend the school's swearing-in ceremony to cheer up your juniors? Tiska, Principal Yu, I also want to attend the oath-taking ceremony, but Suyu was about to refuse when Zhang Tianqin's words suddenly flashed in her mind. Fire and earth are in Jin, heaven and earth are in Tai, the azure dragon is in the north, and the hexagram should be in your north. You'll get what you want soon. Opening the map and taking a closer look, I found that Shuzhou No. 1 Middle School was just north of the Yunlong Command Center. Looking at the positions of the two, Suyu muttered softly. No way! Is it really such a coincidence? Ah, what's such a coincidence? Principal Yu didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion. Oh, it's okay. I was just talking to a colleague. Suyu quickly reacted and quickly changed the subject and said, I want to say, this is such a coincidence. I also want to go to the school to see if I can find some good seedlings. That's great. Let's make it a deal. Hearing Suyu's agreement, Principal Yu was very excited. Suyu was the most outstanding graduate of Shuzhou No. 1 Middle School in the past 20 years. Inviting her to come and give a speech to the students who are about to take the Battle Soul College entrance examination will definitely greatly boost morale, and maybe even move her position as vice president up. After chatting with Principal Yu for a few more sentences and finalizing the details of attending the oath-taking ceremony, Suyu hung up the phone. He put the phone down and looked back at the whiteboard filled with clues to the case. Suyu tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers. God's descent plan, compound numero 8. Old man Zhang, I will trust you just once. On the other side, Sun Tao, who had obtained the fireproof cover, had followed the guidance of the land god of Black Wind Mountain and arrived at the gate of the new Guanyin Temple. The last demon king who will face the Black Wind Mountain trial mission, the Black Wind King, the Black Bear Spirit, stepping into the courtyard of the new Guanyin Temple. The first thing you see is a warrior monk sitting on a cushion at the main entrance. He is wearing a red monk's robe. He is a sturdy figure like a black iron tower. Fist-sized Buddhist beads hung on his chest, and his muscles bulge high, making him look like a monk who had achieved enlightenment through martial arts. Black Wind King Boss. Level 32. Power 9,428. Skills: Bear Tyrant's Power, Gathering Chi and Scattering, Nanhai Buddha's Light, Thick Skin and Strong Body, Mountain Guardian, Gun Skills like God. Looking at the exaggerated fighting power of the Black Wind King, Sun Tao took a breath of cold air. Damn, 9,000 combat power at level 32? Are you serious? Can a human defeat this thing? Seeing Sun Tao approaching, he chuckled and said, "It's been 500 years. I rebuilt the Guanyin Temple, and it's even bigger than before." He spoke with a strong voice, stood up, and picked up the halberd beside him. Those monks who were buried in the sea of fire turned into lonely ghosts wandering in the mountains. He patted his chest and said coldly, "It's me. I will save them with my own hands." I even restored the fragments of the scriptures one by one. With that said, King Black Wind raised his halberd and pointed it at Sun Tao from a distance. "But I know that one day you, the Hosen, will still come to my door." Before he finished speaking, Sun Tao's heart suddenly rang with alarm bells. There was no time to think about it, so I subconsciously used the bronze head and the iron arm. The next moment, the Black Wind King soared into the air and spun around in the air. The huge body, carrying a long spear weighing several hundred pounds, pierced Sun Tao's iron arm fiercely. When the huge sound resounded throughout the Zen temple, and Sun Tao only felt a huge force coming. He was actually bounced out of the state of having a head of copper and arms of iron. The Black Wind King retracted his spear and swept it towards the falling Sun Tao. Sun Tao dodged in an instant, leaving an afterimage on the spot. See through and unfold. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light, and he could see through the vital points of the Black Wind King. He swung a stick and smashed it hard on the head of the Black Wind King with the force of thunder. The Black Wind King's shot missed, and he quickly returned to defend, directly blocking Sun Tao's iron rod with his halberd. Boom! The bronze cloud stick smashed heavily onto the Black Wind King's halberd. The terrifying force exploded in an instant, smashing the Black Wind King's palm so hard that his thumb shook violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and his body was smashed down an inch. Feeling that tremendous power, Black Wind King was also shocked. He boasted of his unparalleled powers, and after becoming a demon, he mastered the power of the bear tyrant. Even the monkey Sun Wukong was not much stronger than him back then, but the monkey in front of him was actually stronger than him. Could he really be the man of destiny as mentioned in the legend? Before Black Wind King could react, Sun Tao quickly pulled back his stick and took a step back. Then he gathered all his strength and stabbed the Black Wind King in the chest with his stick. The Black Wind King had no time to react and could only grunt, trying his best to withstand Sun Tao's stick. Bang! The force of the rebound made Sun Tao take several steps back. Sun Tao looked at the Black Wind King in shock. "I hit the weak spot, but didn't even get stiff. This guy's body is too hard." The Black Wind King patted his chest with his hand, and his body swayed slightly. "You don't know how to escape, yet you dare to act wildly here?" After saying that, its huge body instantly turned into a ball of black smoke, rushing towards Sun Tao violently. Sun Tao hit with his stick, but it went straight through the black fog, and he was knocked away by the Black Wind King. Most of the health bar above his head disappeared in an instant. What the hell? How do I fight this? Thinking about the experience of fighting the Black Wind King in the previous life, Sun Tao suddenly remembered that the immobilization technique could knock it into the Black Wind state. He immediately pointed and shouted in his heart. Certainly, a golden talisman flashed by, and the Black Wind King instantly fell out of the black fog. There were still wisps of golden light on his body, and he was shaking his head in pain. Sun Tao took advantage of the opportunity and rushed forward, swinging his stick and hitting the Black Wind King with it several times in a row. Then, he took advantage of the moment when he was attacking to use the stick-breaking style. He swung his stick to deflect the spear attack of the Black Wind King, then jumped high with the stick in both hands. Amidst the golden light, the bronze cloud stick shone brightly and landed on the Black Wind King, with the power of the three-layer stick bursting out. The severe pain made the black bear retreat repeatedly, and it almost couldn't hold its weapon. Ding! With a crisp sound, the halberd fell to the ground, and the Black Wind King stumbled backwards. What a powerful monkey! Black Wind King covered his chest and said unwillingly, "If you have the guts, come to the top of the mountain with me." Without waiting for Sun Tao's response, he turned around and rushed into the sky, turning into a gust of black wind and flying away into the distance. Sun Tao was about to catch up when he saw a cloud of smoke coming out not far away. It turned out to be the land of Black Wind Mountain. Sun Tao paused, remembering that in the game, the land god of Black Wind Mountain taught the Destiny Man the spell of gathering shape and dispersing energy here. Is it the same here? Chapter 37, Gathering and Dispersing Energy, the Combat Power Source. His technique of gathering and dispersing energy may look fancy, but it's actually not difficult. The landowner of Black Wind Mountain took his scratcher and collected a cloud of smoke in the air. This Black Wind monster is not very skilled in martial arts, and he hasn't changed much since his trip to the South China Sea. However, he has left some vitality after using it a few times just now, which is just right for us to use. As he spoke, he threw the collected smoke towards Sun Tao. White smoke enveloped Sun Tao and poured into his body in the blink of an eye. Ding! The land of Black Wind Mountain teaches you the art of gathering and dispersing energy, and you gain the skill, gathering and dispersing energy. When the system prompt sounded, a sense of enlightenment emerged in Sun Tao's mind. In an instant, he understood the technique of gathering shape and dispersing energy. Gathering form and dispersing energy. God level. When gathered, it becomes form. When dispersed, it becomes energy, hiding the body and leaving a clone at the original place. It will reappear after attacking or the clone dies, and cannot be seen through by any means when invisible. Sure enough, it's another God-level skill. Sun Tao was delighted. This ability to gather and disperse energy was worthy of being the great sage's skill. It was indeed powerful. When he was invisible, he couldn't be seen. This alone makes it worthy of being called a God-level skill. Moreover, Sun Tao still remembered that the gathering and dispersing chi could be upgraded in the game. After upgrading, you can even charge the heavy stick while in stealth mode. Based on this feature, a genre has even developed in the game called the stealth heavy stick genre. To put it simply, it means to start with a heavy stick, then take the opportunity to deal damage, wait for the boss to attack, then become invisible, then fully charge the heavy stick again, and then continue to deal damage. This cycle continues until the boss is killed. The bear monster is at the top of the mountain. There are some good things here. You can search for them before going up. After teaching Sun Tao the art of gathering and dispersing energy, the land of Black Wind Mountain turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Then Sun Tao started searching the temple. A green lotus elixir was found in a side hall, which added a lot of lives. My strength is still too weak now, why not just add some more before leaving? After killing Zhao Tianming and clearing the hidden secret realm alone, Sun Tao had accumulated a large amount of spiritual points. In addition, the previous kills of Guangxi, Yuhan, and other bosses gave a lot of spiritual points. Considering that the Black Bear Demon in the first stage has a combat power of more than 9,000, the second stage is estimated to be even stronger. So Sun Tao planned to use his spiritual energy to add some points first, improve his combat power, and then challenge the Black Bear monster. Ding! Your destiny proficiency has been improved. The current progress is 5%. Ding! Your destiny proficiency has been improved. The current progress is 6%. Ding! Your destiny proficiency has been improved. The current progress is 7%. Ding! Your destiny proficiency has been improved. The current progress is 10%. Ding! The skill level is insufficient, and the proficiency of destiny cannot be improved. After consuming more than 10,000 spiritual essences, Sun Tao raised his proficiency in the destiny template to 10%. If he wants to continue to improve, he needs to upgrade the Great Sage Stick Technique and Angry Ape Power to level 10. As his proficiency in the Destiny template increased, Sun Tao felt some subtle changes in the fighting spirit in his body. Although his appearance has not changed, he feels more and more like the Monkey King. Before, it looked more like a monkey, but now it feels like one person. Sun Tao didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that there was a terrifying power hidden in his fighting spirit. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any trace. For a moment, he thought it was a psychological effect caused by the consumption of his spiritual energy. Ding! Your skill Great Sage Stick Technique has been upgraded to level 3. Ding! Your skill Great Sage Stick Technique has been upgraded to level 4. With a large amount of spiritual points being poured down, Sun Tao upgraded his Great Sage Stick Technique and Angry Ape Power to level 5 respectively, and also upgraded his other spells a bit. Waves of enlightenment surged into Sun Tao's mind, making him feel that the use of these methods was just like what he had understood for many years. I am becoming more and more adept at it. He used up all the 16,000 spiritual points in his hand. Although all his spiritual points were used up, Sun Tao's combat power also increased rapidly. Destiny Man, Sun Tao, level 23. Power, 14,452. Fighting spirit, God level monkey king, 10%. Skills, great saint staff technique, 5. Basic meditation technique, angry ape strength, 5. Copperhead and iron arms, 3. Hair clone, 2. Immobilization technique, 2. Chi gathering technique, 5. Gathering and dispersing chi, 1. Equipment, copper cloud stick, lotus medicine pot, red tide, fireproof cover. Spiritual points, 9. Looking at his skyrocketing combat power, Sun Tao is full of confidence. With a combat power of 14,000, I should be invincible below level 3. I'm sure I'll be the top scorer in the National Battle Soul exam this time. It's no wonder that Sun Tao is so confident. Even an SSS level fighting spirit may not have a combat power of more than 5,000 at this level, let alone 10,000. And Sun Tao has a combat power of 14,000. Although more than 7,000 of them came from the fire shelter, that was also Sun Tao's ability. Rush all the way to the top of Blackwind Mountain. There are flaming pagodas all around, and in the middle is a tall tower enshrining a glittering golden orb. For some reason, Sun Tao felt an inexplicable attraction when he saw the orb for the first time. There was no sight of the Black Wind King on the top of the mountain. Sun Tao walked forward, and suddenly a strong wind blew up, and the flames around him rose instantly. The old monk once told me, if you don't see it, your mind won't be disturbed. In ordinary practice, you should enter all forms and break all forms. Then you can be free. The voice of the Black Wind King echoed in the air. Countless black dots rose from the top of the pagoda and condensed into the shape of a giant black bear in midair. But didn't he go crazy when he saw this scene? The black bear, which was about 30 feet tall, roared angrily, and its powerful might swept around. The fire around became more intense, as if it was going to burn everything here completely. Shit, it's hot. The heat wave hit his face, and Sun Tao was startled. He waved his hand and quickly brought out the fire shield. A transparent film enveloped Sun Tao's body, isolating the surrounding flames. The moment he summoned the fire shield, Sun Tao felt that the magic power in his body was leaking out madly like a flood. What the hell? This magic weapon consumes so much mana. Sun Tao was shocked and found that it was the fireproof shield that was consuming a large amount of his magic power. He was so scared that he quickly closed it again. After just a short while, most of Sun Tao's magic power was consumed. Fuck, it's worthy of being the magic weapon of the king. The mana consumption is too fierce. This is because my angry ape power has been upgraded. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hold out for long with my limited mana. It seems that this magic weapon can only be used at critical moments. Sun Tao had planned everything, but he never expected that the fire shield would consume so much mana that he could not use it more than a few times. If only I hadn't upgraded other skills just now, I could have put all my spiritual points into the angry ape power to increase my mana. As a mere warrior, he couldn't help but shed tears of regret. Chapter 38. Defeat Black Wind and gain root. Boom! The earth is trembling. The flame is burning. The giant bear leaped into the air and attacked Sun Tao with the force of a mountain. In the black bear state, the black bear demon exerted his divine power to the extreme, and his terrifying bear paw slapped down heavily with a sharp palm wind. If Sun Tao had not just increased his combat power, he would have chosen to turn around and run away. Sun Tao opened his eyes and started to see through things. The golden pupils watched the black bear's every move. Before the opponent's bear paw fell, he directly used the technique of gathering and dispersing energy, transformed into a wisp of smoke, and instantly exited the black bear's attack range. The bear's paw slammed hard on the ground, tearing a huge gap in the hard ground. The terrifying force exploded instantly, and the powerful shock wave spread wildly in all directions. Sun Tao's clone only lasted for a moment before being shattered by the bear's paw. But at this time, Sun Tao had already accumulated 3 levels of stick power and smashed it down fiercely at the black bear monster. A stick hit the black bear demon on the head, causing it to roll on the ground. Sun Tao took the opportunity to go up and hit hard with the bat. Several consecutive blows from heavy sticks landed on the black bear's body, causing it unbearable pain even though it had thick skin and flesh. Roar! The black bear demon was furious. He stood up with flames burning on his raised palms. He slapped the ground angrily. The earth tore apart and flames gushed out. The surrounding ground suddenly erupted like a volcano, with dozens of fire pillars suddenly erupting. The entire top of Black Wind Mountain turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Fire hood! Sun Tao stretched out his hand, and the fireproof shield turned into a gauze dress that covered him and isolated the flames around him. The blazing flames could only bring him a little warmth. Seeing this, the black bear roared and pounced on Sun Tao, and its hands moved faster and faster. Although the speed was fast, it lacked order, and Sun Tao found it much easier to deal with it. He used his skills to move swiftly under the black bear's giant palm, constantly dodging the black bear's huge fist. The black bear demon pressed forward like a madman, and more flames hit the ground. If Sun Tao hadn't been wearing a fireproof shield, he would have had no place to stay here. As the battle became more intense, Sun Tao became more and more adept at fighting. Although the black bear demon is huge in size, he only has a few moves. After fighting for so long, Sun Tao has already mastered his attack methods. He dodged the black bear's punch skillfully. His figure flashed as if in sync with the black bear. He took continuous steps backwards, and the long stick in his hand rose up and stabbed the black bear's chest fiercely. Poke the stick, and the phoenix flies through the flowers. A huge force hit the black bear demon's chest valve, causing him to feel suffocated, and he could not help but stand there in a daze. Sun Tao took this opportunity, stepped forward quickly, and swung the long stick in his hand to gather full force, then smashed the cat to the ground with the heavy stick. Even the thick-skinned black bear demon couldn't withstand such repeated beatings. He was beaten back by Sun Tao and turned into a ball of black wind again, heading straight for the top of the tower that was shining with golden light. "You little monkey, you have some skills. Today, I will not bother with you. This time is different from the past. No one will help you. Once I take this treasure, I can rebuild the temple wherever I want." After saying that, the black wind rolled up the golden light and was about to fly away. But in the next second, golden light suddenly burst out from the black wind. The black bear demon kept screaming miserably, and even the black wind could hardly hold on. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, smoke and dust rose from the ground. However, the black bear demon was attacked by the golden light and fell directly from the air. At this moment, it has returned to its black bear appearance, with its hands clasped together and kowtowed repeatedly for mercy. "Great sage! Oh no, little saint, spare me! Little saint, spare me!" The black bear demon changed from his previous majestic and unruly appearance and begged for mercy repeatedly, fearing that Sun Tao would beat him to death with a stick. "I was also coerced by the heavenly palace. If I had no choice, who would dare to attack the plague god who caused chaos in the heavenly palace?" It was so frightened at this moment that even its voice was trembling slightly. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, he had not yet completed Black Myth. In order to ensure his own gaming experience, he forced himself not to read the online guides. In addition, my mentality was a little broken when I was playing the first level, and I didn't pay much attention to the plot. As a result, he didn't know much about the background of Black Myth. He only knew that the story took place 500 years after Journey to the West. But now it seems that this matter also seems to have the shadow of Buddhism and heaven. In his memory, the black bear demon was taken in by Bodhisattva Guanyin as a mountain guardian god and was practicing in the purple bamboo forest of the South China Sea. It didn't make sense for him to leave Putuo Mountain and suddenly run back to Black Wind Mountain to become a mountain king. And considering his strength, he could never be a match for the great sage. This matter must be related to the gods and Buddhas in the sky. The god of Black Wind Mountain suddenly emerged from the ground and spoke. What the bear said is quite true. No matter how brave he is, he would never dare to murder the great sage. There must be someone else behind this. Seeing someone talking to him, the black bear demon hurriedly said, "Besides, this thing is very evil. After I came here, I had no idea how to refine it. I could only place it high up in the sky and occasionally trick some small monsters into worshipping and making money. If the little saint lets me off this time, I will go back to the South Sea and apologize for my crime. I will put on the golden hoop again and never leave Putuo again." After hearing the black bear demon's words, Sun Tao looked at the golden light in the air thoughtfully. Is this the item that the great saint saw joy with his eyes? I wonder what level it is. The golden ball of light seemed to feel Sun Tao's gaze and trembled slightly. The local god of Black Wind Mountain said hurriedly, "Don't listen to him, little monkey. Quickly retrieve the great sage's relic and have a look." Sun Tao walked forward slowly, and the golden light turned into a black and red bird, which slowly landed on Sun Tao's arm. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light. Seeing joy, artifact. Combat power, uncalculated. One of the 6 instruments of the spiritual stone monkey. It has supreme magical uses and possesses some of the power of the great sage. It can bring the dead back to life and break delusions to see the truth. People with weak minds will induce greed if they hold it. Features: fiery eyes and golden pupils, God level. After being integrated into the fighting soul, you gain the innate skill fiery eyes and golden pupils, which allows you to see through all illusions, mazes, illusions, invisibility, and clones. You are immune to all mind control skills, and no longer consume mana when seeing through the enemy. When the enemy attacks, breaking the enemy's weaknesses can gain temporary invincibility and increase attack power. Divine artifact. Seeing Yin Jinshi's introduction, Sun Tao was overjoyed. With the fire shelter as a precaution, he was actually already prepared in his heart. Even if this piece of equipment is not legendary, it is at least very close to it. But when he saw that she had really been obtained, he realized that he had still underestimated the power of the great sage's roots. This is actually a divine weapon, a sacred weapon that even the country attaches great importance to. In the entire world, only the bald eagle, the Russian bear Gaul, the British Empire, and China possess the artifact. And each country has a small number of them, but their power is greater than that of each other. It can be called an alien version of nuclear weapons. Even in China, there are currently only 8 sacred weapons, which are held by the 8 war gods of the Dragon Group. And today's Sun Tao actually got one. The root equipment is actually a divine weapon, and this is only the first chapter. There are 6 root equipments in total, which means I can get at least 6 divine weapons. Sun Tao's heart started pounding when he thought of the game information he had read before. 6 artifacts. Not to mention China. The entire United Nations has to act according to my wishes. Chapter 39, Main Mission. As he saw the joy in hand, a stream of memories flooded into Sun Tao's mind. Those were fragments of the great sage's memories, intermittent and blurry, but they still allowed Sun Tao to see a lot of things. I'm afraid that the great sage discovered some secret in Lingshan back then, so he wanted to leave and return to Wagwashan to live a quiet life. But the gods and Buddhas in the sky seemed unable to tolerate him, so the heavenly court and Buddhism joined forces. The great sage was killed in the Flower Fruit Mountain, and his 6 roots were also taken away by the various demon kings. What puzzled him was that neither Buddhism nor heaven seemed to react to the demon king taking the great sage's 6 senses. Just let them take it and don't control it. Maybe they also want to do something with these roots. Even letting him travel to this world with the black myth system might have been part of these guys' plan. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and Sun Tao let out a long sigh. My strength is still not enough. If I had enough strength, I wouldn't care about gods or Buddhas. I would just knock them all down with one blow. As long as I have strong power, I will be able to overturn the chess game. It is still unknown who will be the chess piece in the end. Just as Sun Tao was thinking, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! You have defeated the level 32 boss Black Wind King and gained experience *1423 and spiritual value *854. Ding! You have completed the trial mission. Black Wind Mountain and the Destiny Mural, fire shining on black clouds, has been unlocked. You can go to the Destiny Pagoda through the Chinquan Scroll and enter the trial's secret realm. Ding! You have completed the novice task, newcomer, and received the task reward. Chinquan Painting Scroll *1. Sun Tao was delighted and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, an ancient scroll appeared in his palm. When I opened it, I saw a splash ink landscape painting with 6 mountains on it. Chinquan Painting Scroll. Perfect grade item. Power, 0. When not in combat, you can open the Chinquan Scroll to go to Tianming Village and collect living creatures into the scroll. Consuming spiritual essence can upgrade the Chinquan Scroll to the Rui Scroll and unlock the Lu Ding Liujia side quest. Spiritual essence required for upgrading. 100,000. 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Sun Tao was shocked by the upgrade requirements of the scroll. After he had strengthened himself, he only had a few spiritual points left. He had just defeated the black bear monster, and with some small monsters on the way, he only had more than 1,000 spiritual points. 100,000 points of spiritual energy? I don't know when I will get them all. I'm afraid we'll have to wait. No wonder I didn't find the Shin Monkey in Black Wind Mountain. It seems that I can only encounter it after upgrading the Rui Scroll. Sun Tao thought to himself. The 6 dings and 6 jias are important helpers to the man of destiny in the game. According to the video Sun Tao has watched, there are 4 people, namely the monkey, the dog, the dragon, and the tiger, who can help the man of destiny with gourd upgrades, alchemy, medicine planting, forging, and other matters. I just don't know if other 6 ding and 6 jia gods will appear later, and what roles they will play. Sun Tao couldn't figure it out for a moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it and reached out to put Jinshi into the ring. Suddenly, he saw she flapping its wings and flying towards his chest. It immediately turned into a golden light, merged into his body, and flowed into his eyes. Suddenly, a golden ape fighting spirit appeared behind Sun Tao, and its eyes shot out golden light, which rushed straight into the sky and stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. Fortunately, this happened during a trial mission, otherwise I don't know how many people would have been alarmed. The golden light gradually faded, and Sun Tao half knelt on the ground, covering his eyes and breathing heavily. He just felt like his eyes were on fire, burning extremely hot, as if 2 fireballs were placed in his eye sockets, burning him so much that he wanted to scream. But there was an inexplicable voice in his heart that kept telling him to hold back. As long as he held back, he would gain huge benefits. Ding, the root of the great saint has been integrated. Joy is seen. Skills acquired. Fiery eyes and golden pupils god level. Obtain the main quest. Gather the 6 roots. The great sage returns. Mission description. Collect the 6 instruments of the great sage. Defeat the remaining body of the great sage. And revive the great sage son Wukong. Mission reward. Fighting soul incarnation, Monkey King. Looking at the task panel in his mind, Sun Tao smiled bitterly. This system really thinks highly of him. He actually wanted him to collect all 6 instruments and revive the great sage. The Black Wind Mountain in the first chapter alone is so difficult to defeat, so wouldn't the subsequent levels be even more difficult? Huangfeng Ridge, Xiaxishan, Ponzi Cave, Huiyan Mountain, and Huabo Mountain. The monsters in these maps are more perverted than each other, and I hadn't even read the guide before. I only had a general understanding. He is basically a pony who can't even get past Tiger Vanguard. Now he was asked to collect 6 instruments, and Sun Tao felt a headache just thinking about it. Alas, there is still a long way to go. Sun Tao sighed and suddenly saw an exclamation mark under the task panel. I clicked on it and found out it was a side quest. Side quest 1. Loyal and courageous, righteous Ma Batian. Find Ma Baishan's second brother in Black Wind Mountain to start the loyal and courageous side quest. Mission reward. Spell. Dark Thunder. Side quest 2. 4 Dragon Kings. Find the flying dragon scales in Huangfeng Ridge and find the locations of the 4 Dragon Kings in various places. Kill them and you will get the Dragon Ball. Mission reward. East China Sea Dragon Palace token. Side quest 3. Endless Trial. Continue to clear the trial's secret realm. After each clearance, the difficulty of the secret realm will increase and the rewards will increase. You will receive additional rewards if you clear the secret realm 100 times in a row. Mission rewards. After each clearance of the secret realm, a separate settlement will be made, and you can obtain forging materials, alchemy herbs, and exquisite inner elixir. Side quest 4. 3,000 Great Ways. On the path of destiny, you need more skills to rely on, so try a secondary skill. Mission reward. Secondary job skill scroll *1. There was no time requirement for the 4 side quests, so Sun Tao took on all of them. Get them done when you have the chance. As Sun Tao took on the task, he found a 60-hour countdown on the task panel. With a slight touch, he knew that this was the cooling time. When the countdown was over, the task panel would refresh the side quest, and then he would be able to accept it again. As Jinshi merged into Sun Tao's body, the trial mission was completely completed. The trial panel on the system also lit up, revealing this mural, which was the fire illuminating black cloud that Sun Tao had just cleared. According to the system's prompts, Sun Tao needs to pass through the Hell-level secret realm to have a chance to obtain a trial mission ticket. The higher the level of the secret realm, the greater the difficulty and the greater the chance of obtaining a ticket. Sun Tao's eyes blurred, and he returned to his room. His body also changed from a monkey back to his human form. Owner! In the room, Sai Lingna, who was cleaning in a maid outfit, saw Sun Tao appear and her eyes lit up. With a slight smile on his face, he was preparing to welcome Sun Tao back. Welcome back, etc. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Sun Tao, the smile on his face stopped abruptly and he froze in place for a moment. My heart is filled with shock. No way. This guy's become stronger again. Chapter 40 Chinquan Painting Scroll. Sai Lingna, who had fought with Sun Tao before, knew his strength. Although strong, it is not enough to scare yourself. But now, just standing there made him tremble all over, and he couldn't help but want to kneel down to him. It was like seeing a real god. I couldn't even muster the energy to resist. If Sun Tao had had this kind of strength before, she would have probably knelt down on the spot. I won't fight him at all. He's gotten stronger again. Doesn't this guy have any limits? Sai Lingna had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was happy that Sun Tao was so powerful and she could rely on him. On the other hand, he was worried that Sun Tao was too powerful, making him seem worthless and would abandon him. Perhaps we can only try this method. Sai Lingna bit her lip, thinking of the several times Sun Tao had glanced at her chest before, and made a secret decision in her heart. Selena! Selena! Sun Tao stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Sai Lingna. I don't know what this little vampire maid was thinking. Her face suddenly turned as red as a monkey's butt. It turns out that vampires can also blush. Sun Tao also saw this. Ah, master, are you going to eat me now? Selena came back to her senses and asked subconsciously. Sun Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you have to eat? I asked if the meal is ready. I am starving. Only then did Selena realize that she had been thinking the wrong thing, and she covered her face and ran quickly to the kitchen. 3 minutes later, Sun Tao sat at the dining table, looking at a black thing in front of him in silence. What's this? Selena replied, as a matter of course. Fried steak. You human stoves are so difficult to use. I tried several times, and everything got burnt. Didn't you take the pot? Bah! What pot? I don't see any pot. Sun Tao rubbed his forehead and said, Forget it, don't worry about that. Pointing at the black charcoal on the plate, he said, Isn't this burnt? Selena shrugged. This is the last piece. Come on, I haven't cooked for over 300 years. It's already pretty good to be able to cook like this. Sun Tao covered his face and sighed deeply. Sure enough, agreeing to let a vampire who hadn't cooked for more than 300 years cook for him was a mistake in itself. Forget it, I'll just eat some instant noodles. Instant noodles? What is that? The sole salvation of a human gourmet late at night, just when Sun Tao and Sai Lingna were having dinner together, inside the Vatican Cathedral on the other side of the ocean. The Pope knelt devoutly before the statue and prayed. The holy light refracted from the glass of the dome, covering the entire church like angel wings. Behind the Pope, an angel curled up in 8 pairs of wings is sleeping quietly. Faintly, one could still hear the sacred hymns echoing in the void. Suddenly, the holy light on the huge statue of light flickered slightly. The Pope opened his eyes, and a sacred pentagram flashed in his eyes. The breath of the old gods. This direction is the east. Impossible. The place has been sealed by the gods. It is impossible for a god to be born there. Could it be that Asgard is not abiding by the rules and is preparing to go in and reap the faith? The Pope thought for a moment, then spoke slowly, his ethereal voice echoing throughout the church. Chiba, come see me now. Soon, the door of the church opened, and a girl wearing a light white nun's uniform, with beautiful caramel eyes and long flaxen hair, slowly walked in. Behind her was a 2-winged angel holding a staff, emitting a faint holy light. Good day, Your Holiness. The Pope nodded slightly and said softly, Chinya, I remember you have Chinese blood. Chinya half knelt on the ground respectfully. My father is Chinese, my mother is Sakura, I have half Chinese blood. The Pope nodded. Just now, the Temple of Light sent down an oracle that the breath of the old gods is reviving in the east. I'm going to send you to China to investigate the clues of the old gods and make sure to stop the old gods from waking up. All the temples of light and holy knights in the Far East are at your disposal. Hearing the Pope's order, Chinya looked up in surprise and opened his mouth in shock, completely different from the calm look he had just had. She is just a second-level combat soul master who has just awakened and reached level 50. Even if the fighting spirit is an S-class 2-winged angel, she shouldn't be given such a difficult task right from the start. The Pope thinks too highly of her for preventing the old gods from reviving. Although she was in charge of the Temple of Light and the Holy Knights in the Far East, it was too difficult. It is no less than asking a young priest who has just condensed the holy light to capture the fallen angel Lucifer. Ah, just rely on me? Chiba pointed at himself and asked uncertainly. The Pope smiled and said, Don't worry, you are definitely not the only one. I will ask Santiago to contact China and start an exchange student activity. Then you will go to China with the other exchange students. The oracle shows that only you can do this. The clue to the old god is in Kyoto Academy. Seeing that the Pope had said so much, Qinye couldn't refuse. Yes, your holiness. After finishing the instant noodles, Sun Tao looked helplessly at Sai Lingna, who looked very satisfied. Oh my, it's so delicious. This instant noodles is so delicious. You humans are the ones who know how to make delicious food. Selena patted her belly contentedly, feeling that she had lived in vain for several hundred years. Sun Tao tidied up the table a little. He clapped his hands and said to Selena, "Come on, I'll take you to a nice place." When Sai Lingna heard that Sun Tao was going to take her out to play, she quickly got up, said excitedly, "What good place? Anything delicious?" The past 100 years have almost suffocated her. Every day, she either stays in the castle of eternal night to sleep or watches skeletons fight in the wilderness. The only people around her are mentally retarded werewolves and lowly blood slaves. There's no one to talk to. Now that I finally get out, I can't wait to have fun outside every day. Sun Tao wiped his hands and took out an ancient scroll from the ring. It was the Qinquan painting scroll that had just been obtained. Unfolding the scroll, Sun Tao locked onto himself and Sai Lingna beside him with his spiritual sense. As she screamed, the two of them turned into a ball of ink and flew into the scroll of heaven and earth. After taking the two people in, the Qinquan scroll floated slightly and gradually disappeared in the air. Sun Tao and Sai Lingna only felt a flash before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they were already on a beach with a small land temple standing next to them. Sun Tao moved slightly closer and understood how to use the land temple. He just waved his hand, and a curtain of light unfolded in front of him. The above is the scene in the Qinquan scroll. This is an area of several thousand square meters, with 6 islands of different sizes scattered around it. They are named Piaomiao, Xinling, Yaoqi, Qingwan, Yunin, and Danya respectively. The islands are connected by land temples, and each has its own unique landscape features. There are mountains, forests, lakes, and streams on the island, with tall and steep peaks reaching into the sky. The peaks are often surrounded by purple lightning, as if it is a place for body refining by heavenly thunder. The mountain waterfall cascades down, the sound of water roars, and the momentum is magnificent. There was a huge sun hanging in the sky above, and the surroundings were shrouded in fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Watching the ever-changing scenes on the screen, Selena opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. So beautiful. Chapter 41, 6 Islands of Qinquan. Selena also boasts that she has seen a lot of the world. As a vampire with unlimited lifespan, she had also been to islands, to forests, climbed mountains, and crossed rivers. But I have never seen such a magnificent scenery. It was a kind of beauty she had never seen before, which seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Almost every picture has infinite charm. Sun Tao sensed her thoughts and smiled slightly. Let the Qinquan painting scroll bring some oriental aesthetic shock to this country vampire from the secret realm. This Qinquan scroll is indeed a little beyond my expectations. The area is already this large at the beginning. If we use the spiritual essence, we can increase the area of the island. Could it be possible to evolve into a small world afterwards? Sun Tao laughed and shook his head. These were still too far away for him. Just to upgrade to the Rui scroll, 100,000 spiritual points are required. If you want to upgrade it into a small world, how much spiritual energy will it take? He waved in front of the stunned Selena. Welcome, my world. Come on, let's take a look around our new home. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Sai Lingna's eyes widened. Pointing at the island under his feet, he screamed, "You said this is your world." Selena is going crazy. Does Sun Tao know what he is talking about? This is a subspace, and it is a stable, independent subspace with attached law fragments. It is simply the perfect foundation for the kingdom of God. She had only seen such a perfect subspace in alchemy books. Sun Tao smiled slightly and waved his hand. A white cloud fell from the sky and landed in front of the two people. After mastering the Qinquan scroll, he automatically gained a skill called Tingyun. Unfortunately, it can only be used within the scroll, and its movement speed is not very high, probably just for him to hurry on his way. Carrying Sai Lingna, who was still in shock, Sun Tao rode the white clouds and slowly flew into the sky, flying towards the island. The island we are standing on is called Piamiao Island. It is shrouded in veil-like clouds all year round. It is the largest of the 6 islands. In addition, there are 5 other islands: Xianling, Yaoqi, Qingwan, Yunin, and Danya. Each of them has its own characteristics. I will take you to learn more about them later. Riding on the auspicious clouds, Sun Tao took Sai Lingna to look at the towering ancient trees, rugged rocks, and gurgling streams on the island. Every step brought a new scene, which was breathtakingly beautiful. After a few minutes, the two flew over a mountain and saw an open space halfway up the mountain, not far away. On it stands a simple brick and stone temple with 3 large characters with Zhangmiao inscribed on it. After reading it, Sun Tao clapped his hands and laughed. Interesting, interesting. After the clouds descended, there was a large blue stone standing in front of the open space, with 3 big characters Xingxi and Fu written on it. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the blue stone, and as the palm of his hand glowed, his magic power poured out. A white light flashed on the blue stone, and a beautiful woman in palace dress emerged from a puff of white smoke. He bowed to Sun Tao and said, "The Qinquan scroll spirit has seen the holder of the scroll." Sun Tao nodded and pointed to his stomach not far away. "Please introduce this place to me." Wan Ling bowed and said, "This place is the temple of the 5 internal organs, the core of the Qinquan scroll, and the source of spiritual energy. The holder of the scroll can invest spiritual essence here to upgrade the scroll's spiritual veins and increase the concentration of spiritual energy on each island. In addition, the holder of the scroll can consume his spiritual essence at my place and summon the Yellow Turban Warrior to build the Immortal Cave. Practicing in the Immortal Cave can gain the effect of gathering spiritual essence." With Wan Ling's introduction, Sun Tao gradually understood the characteristics of each island. The master of Piamiao Island practiced to increase the spiritual energy obtained during practice. If the Qinquan scroll is upgraded to the Rui scroll, Lulu village will also appear on Piamiao Island. The master of Xianling Island cultivates his body. There is a thunder tribulation peak where one can use the heavenly thunder to forge the body and increase physical strength. The owner of Yao Qi Island grows medicine. The seeds of spiritual medicine obtained outside can be placed on Yao Qi Island, which will accelerate the growth rate of the spiritual medicine and increase the medicinal properties of the spiritual medicine. The master of Qingwan Island tames beasts. The spiritual beasts raised here can refine their bloodlines and may also awaken their innate magical powers. The main purpose of refining weapons is to refine weapons. There are 3 underground fire veins on the island, which can produce 3 underground fire refined irons every month. They can be used to forge weapons. The success rate of refining weapons on the Yunin Island is 30% higher than that in other places. The owner of Danya Island makes elixirs. The island is full of wood energy and vitality, which is most suitable for making elixirs and can improve the quality of the elixirs. After listening to Wan Ling's introduction, Sun Tao's eyes lit up. This picture scroll of heaven and earth is so cool. It's simply a magical tool for farming on the go. However, currently only Piamiao Island is open to Sun Tao. If he wants to unlock other islands, he needs to invest spiritual energy. Looking at the jade slip that Wan Ling handed over with a smile on his face, Sun Tao suddenly didn't want to laugh anymore. Xianling Island has 30,000 spiritual energy. Yaoqi Island has 60,000 spiritual energy. Qingwan Island has 50,000 spiritual energy. Yunin Island has 70,000 spiritual energy. And Danya Island has 50,000 spiritual energy. It takes 260,000 spiritual points to unlock all of them. It just requires spiritual value. Wan Ling nodded and smiled. Everything in the painting is transformed by spiritual energy, so it naturally needs spiritual nourishment. And you need to provide 1,000 spiritual essence points to the scroll every month. Otherwise, the spiritual energy of the scroll will decline and its power will be greatly reduced. Sun Tao sighed. He didn't expect that he would have to pay a mortgage when he came to this world. Placing his hand on the large blue stone, it showed that building the lowest level 1 immortal residence would require 5,000 spiritual points, which made Sun Tao, who was short of money, frown. "Oh, I thought I had some assets, but I didn't expect to be a pauper." Sun Tao sighed and waved his hand to let Wan Ling go back first. He turned to Sai Lingna and said, "You stay here for the time being and find a place to rebuild the Evernight Castle. Tell me if you need anything, and I will prepare it for you. By the way, Do you have any requirements for blood slaves? The Chinquan scroll is so huge that Sun Tao simply does not have the time to manage it alone. So after much thought, Sun Tao decided to keep Sai Lingna in there and let her manage it for him. Anyway, they have signed a sole master-servant contract, and Selena's life and death depends on his own thoughts. So he is not afraid of her betrayal at all. Sensing Sun Tao's thoughts, Sai Lingna became anxious. The reason why she was willing to recognize Sun Tao as her master was because she didn't want to stay in that small secret realm. Now Sun Tao is preparing to lock himself in this subspace. So wouldn't it be a big loss for him to recognize his master? I don't agree to anything. Moreover, in this Chinquan scroll, because it had just been opened, there were no living creatures. If Sai Lingna stayed in it, she would be bored to death. Finally, Sun Tao agreed to let her go out and play for 10 days every month, and only then was she willing to serve as Sun Tao's housekeeper. In theory, there are no requirements for blood slaves, as long as their level is lower than mine. But I think there will be jobs like growing herbs, raising pets, mining, etc., and it would be best if they were humanoid blood slaves. I personally recommend humanoid monsters such as orcs, ogres, winged men, and elves. After being transformed into blood slaves, they can retain a certain level of consciousness, making it easier for me to command them. If it were an ordinary human, after being transformed into a blood slave, he would most likely become an idiot. Sun Tao nodded. He would definitely not choose orcs, ogres, or the like. His painting of the universe is so beautiful. If he puts those things in it, it will pollute the eyes. Elves and winged people are the best, but he hasn't heard of where such monsters are yet, so he can only keep an eye out for them in the future and look for a chance to catch them. In fact, if you don't mind, the skeleton monsters are also very good laborers. They don't eat or drink, and they work hard without complaint. They are simply perfect hard laborers. Sai Lingna's words made Sun Tao's eyes light up. Skeleton monster? What a coincidence. It seems that Li Shuiyao has made an appointment with him to go to the Silver Secret Realm Skull Cave today. There are a lot of skeletons in there. Chapter 42. Top Quality Soul Power Potion Auction. Li Shuiyao was leaning on the sports car, wearing a pair of exaggerated frog-shaped sunglasses. He chewed gum, not caring at all about the surprised looks around him. Where did this young lady come from? Why did she park her car in our neighborhood? I don't know. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be waiting for someone. Fuck, who is so damned? If I were to date her, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a villa. You really don't want to suffer at all? After waiting for about 10 minutes, Sun Tao slowly came down from upstairs. Sun Tao, I'm here. Li Shuiyao stood on tiptoe and waved and shouted at Sun Tao. The surrounding residents were shocked. Fuck, it's actually Sun Tao. This guy is so spineless. He's actually a gigolo. Damn it, he really has a good life. I feel so bad. It's not true. Tell me it's not true. Ignoring the neighbor's gossip, Sun Tao walked directly to the passenger seat of the sports car, opened the door, and got in. Li Shuiyao got in the car, took off her sunglasses, and tilted her head towards him. Your place is really hard to find. There's not even a gate. Sun Tao shrugged. It's like this in resettlement communities. Do you want to move out? You have money anyway, and I happen to have a few vacant houses that you can move into right away. Sun Tao thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. The Battle Soul College entrance examination is coming soon. Who knows where I will go to school in the future? If I go to Kyoto University, I plan to buy a house directly in Kyoto. Li Shuiyao thought about Sun Tao's strength and felt that what he said made sense. With his ability, even if he couldn't get the top spot in the country, it would be easy for him to enter Kyoto University. That's fine. I have a house in Kyoto anyway. If you want one, tell me in advance, and I'll give you a cheaper price. Isn't it equivalent to living together if Sun Tao lives in his own house? As soon as the thought came to her mind, Li Shuiyao didn't know what scene came to her mind, and her face turned red. Sun Tao naturally didn't know what was in Li Shuiyao's mind, but he already had plans for the money in his hands. After completing the hidden secret realm last time, he accumulated a lot of equipment. Adding those from Zhao Tianming and handing them over to Li Shuiyao, it is estimated that they can be sold for another 300 to 400 million. However, Sun Tao didn't know whether the authorities were investigating Zhao Tianming and was worried that if he took action now, it would attract the attention of the Security Bureau, so he had not contacted Li Shuiyao. I'll wait until I get to Kyoto. As for the money I have now, I can save a few million for living expenses. With the remaining 10 million, I will buy some ordinary animals, saplings, flowers, and plants, and prepare to put them in the Chinquan painting to enrich the ecosystem. It would be too desolate if there were no animals in it. Sun Tao plans to use the remaining 30 million to buy some soul power potions. Soul power potion is specially used for combat soul masters to increase their soul power. It is known as one of the 3 basic medicines along with genetic medicine and spiritual fluid for cultivation. Sun Tao now possesses the Great Sage's stick technique and the Angry Ape power, so he doesn't have to worry about his physical body at all. Recently, a batch of top-grade spiritual liquid was seized from Zhao Tianming, so there is no need to worry about cultivation resources. His biggest shortcoming now is actually the limit of his own mana. After all, Angry Ape Force is a martial art that focuses on close combat, and the mana limit increased by 2 little each time it is upgraded. Now Sun Tao can't even use all his magic power to gather and disperse his energy a few times, let alone create a clone by just a hair. Using it once will drain his magic power. Therefore, if Sun Tao wants to improve his combat power, the most important thing is to increase his mana limit. Soul Power Potion is a potion specially made for soul masters to increase their soul power limit. It increases the soul power limit by increasing the mental strength of the soul master, thereby achieving the purpose of increasing the mana limit. It's just that this thing has always been in short supply in the market because of the scarcity of raw materials. With Sun Tao's current means, he can't buy it even if he has money. So Sun Tao could only ask Li Shuiyao if she had any solution. Soul Power Potion? Li Shuiyao held the steering wheel with one hand and thought for a while. That stuff isn't easy to buy, but we have some connections. How much do you want? I can sell it to you for 3 million each. 3 million is not expensive. Sun Tao is familiar with the market for soul power potions. Even the lowest quality, low-level soul power potions could be sold for more than 4.2 million yuan outside. 3 million is at most the purchase price of Li Shuiyao's family. Thank you. I have about 30 million on hand now. Please buy me 10 soul potions. Li Shuiyao thought about it and said to him, the effect of low-level soul power potions is relatively weak, and if you drink too much, you will develop drug resistance. Instead of using 10 bottles, you might as well find a way to get a top-grade soul power potion. There will be an auction in Kyoto at the end of next month. There will be 5 top-grade soul power potions. You can try to get one. Top-grade soul power potion. Not only can it greatly increase the upper limit of soul power, but when combined with the previously obtained Yue Bianhua, it can also greatly increase the probability of obtaining the second soul skill. Would Li Shuiyao be so kind as to give him the top-grade soul power potion? You know, she also has the moon banana in her hand. Looking at the expression on Sun Tao's face, Li Shuiyao knew what he wanted to say. Don't worry, I have already taken 3 top-grade soul power potions since I awakened. I have already developed drug resistance in my body. I can only take 1 more at most, so I won't fight with you. On the contrary, I will help you. As long as you take the picture of the potion, give me one. Sun Tao was puzzled. Why don't you ask your family for help? Li Shuiyao smiled bitterly. Every family has limited resources. Even the Li family is no exception. So our family members may seem to have a good life, but in fact, we have to fight for everything ourselves. If this set of potions was bought by the family, there is no way I would get a share. Sun Tao was still puzzled after hearing this. That's impossible. You are an A-level fighting spirit. Wouldn't your family give you more resources? Li Shuiyao smiled bitterly. A level fighting spirit? Ha! Which of our family members is not fed with various potions after birth? At worst, they can awaken a B-level fighting spirit. An A-level fighting spirit doesn't even have the qualifications to be included in the family tree. What's more, our family is just a branch of the Leaf family in Kyoto. The real right of speaking is still in the hands of the head of the family. This was the first time Sun Tao heard Li Shuiyao mention their family situation. But she only said a few words, then shook her head and said no more. Anyway, you should keep some money in your hand during this period. The last auction price of a top-grade soul power potion was about 80 million per bottle. I'm afraid it will be even more expensive this time. I'll bring some money with me, and we can work together. Afterwards, I only need a top-grade soul potion. There are many good things at the auction. Even if you can't buy a soul potion, you can bid for other things. 80 million for 1, 400 million for 5. Sun Tao silently calculated in his mind and felt that even if he included Zhao Tianming's equipment, it still didn't seem to be enough. Fortunately, the auction will be at the end of next month, so he still has time and should be able to get it. The sports car sped all the way, quickly drove out of the west gate of the city, and arrived at a huge open space in the suburbs. The place is full of parked vehicles, and from time to time there are buses and RVs coming in and out. Li Shuyao parked the car and unbuckled her seatbelt. Let's go. This is the public parking area closest to the Skull Cave. Let's meet up with the others first, and then we'll take a bus to the entrance of the Skull Cave together. Sun Tao nodded, pushed the door, and got out of the car, then walked to the front of the car to meet Li Shuyao. Suddenly, Li Shuyao reached out and held Sun Tao's arm. Even through the thick red lotus armor, Sun Tao could still feel its amazing elasticity and couldn't help but twist his arm. Li Shuyao's pretty face instantly blushed, and she pinched Sun Tao's soft flesh hard through the gap in the armor. Behave yourself. Remember what I just said to you in the car. Sun Tao muttered. Starting now? I thought we had to wait until everyone is here before starting. Chapter 43. Skunkave. Suwei. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of a large square. Inside is a market spontaneously organized by the Soul Masters, where you can buy some items and equipment needed to go to the Skull Cave. Some Soul Masters who have returned from their adventures in the cave may choose to process some excess magic materials here. At the door, there was a group of 6 student-like Soul Masters looking around, as if they were waiting for someone. From the equipment they wear and the high-end clothing linings, it can be seen that they are definitely not ordinary people. Seeing Li Shuyao and Sun Tao approaching, one of the girls immediately waved and shouted excitedly. Shuyao, over here! We are here! This girl is called Su Tian, and she is Li Shuyao's best friend who grew up with her. He is also one of the top rich second generation in Suzhou City. When Li Shuyao saw her, she let go of Sun Tao's arm and walked forward to hold her arm. Tian, what level have you reached? Oh, don't mention it. A few days ago, I went to the Scarlet Forest to level up. Before I could kill a few monsters, the security bureau came and chased us all away. Now I'm still half a tube of experience away from level 3. You have to protect me later. Su Tian said this and looked at Sun Tao, who came with Li Shuyao. Who is this? Their adventure to the Skull Cave was a plan set up by her cousin Su Wei in order to pursue Li Shuyao. So everyone was very tactful and brought basically all the family bodyguards with them, giving young Master Su enough space to show off. However, Li Shuyao's bodyguard, Su Tian, basically knows them all. I have never met anyone like Sun Tao. Looking at Sun Tao's handsome face, Su Tian couldn't help but blush. I wondered whether I should ask Li Shuyao to ask him to come over. Anyway, she was going to be with her cousin soon, and it would be a waste to keep such a good resource with her. But the next moment, Li Shuyao's introduction made everyone drop their jaws. He's my boyfriend, Sun Tao. Ah! Su Tian screamed strangely, and her eyes widened. Pointing at Sun Tao, he stammered, Is he your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Li Shuyao smiled gently, ran to Sun Tao, and took his arm. Hi, it was just a few days ago. I didn't have time to tell you. Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. He is still very powerful. Ordinary? Everyone looked at Sun Tao's handsome face and secretly complained in their hearts. Such a handsome face, and you call him ordinary. Sun Tao remembered Li Shuyao's instructions in the car and smiled at everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Sun Tao, a level 10 combat soul master. Level 10. Everyone was shocked again. This guy looked about the same age as them. It should have been not long since he awakened. It's already level 10. Is he cheating? Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Sun Tao smiled secretly. If he told them that he was already level 23, they would be scared to death. Who is level 10? Is there such a talented person in Suzhou City? Suddenly, a frivolous voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone's face changed instantly. Li Shuyao and Sun Tao turned around and looked. I saw a handsome boy in silver armor slowly walking out of the market. He looked at Li Shuyao with surprise. However, Sun Tao still noticed that when his eyes swept over him, a hint of barely visible disgust flashed across the depths of his pupils. Behind him followed a middle-aged wizard wearing glasses and a white robe, emitting bursts of light magic. Sun Tao looked at Li Shuyao standing beside him and asked with his eyes, Is this the guy? Li Shuyao nodded slightly and greeted him with a smile on her face. Long time no see, Brother Su. Li Shuyao told Sun Tao in the car that Su Wei was the son of the mayor of Suzhou City and had been pursuing her recently. Because of the family business, it was not convenient for her to break up with him, so they could only rely on Sun Tao to make Su Wei give up. Sun Tao understood what he meant, and without waiting for Su Wei to come closer, he immediately took 2 steps forward, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, Oh, you must be Su Wei, Mr. Su, right? I heard from my daughter Shui Yao that you usually take good care of her. Thank you so much. My baby is usually a little stubborn. He doesn't listen to anyone but me. If he says something wrong, don't take it to heart. How about this? After Shui Yao and I confirmed our relationship, we haven't treated everyone to a meal yet. How about I treat everyone to a meal tonight? Sun Tao's greeting was extremely polite, but Su Wei felt uncomfortable hearing these words. But Sun Tao didn't care whether Su Weishu was feeling uncomfortable or not. He had received the money and would do the job for the money he was paid. Su Wei is feeling uncomfortable? That's right. What I want is that he feels uncomfortable. Hearing Sun Tao calling Shui Yao one by one and baby the other, Su Wei was almost furious. He had never seen such a shameless person. Have you got the marriage certificate? Just be a baby and call Shui Yao. Have you considered other people's feelings? Considering that Li Shui Yao was in front of him, Su Wei couldn't get angry. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and spoke softly. There's no need to eat with us. Not everyone is qualified to eat with us. Now that everyone is here, let's get going. After saying that, Su Wei said no more. He walked past everyone and led the way towards the entrance of the skeleton cave. No one except Sun Tao noticed that a fierce, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Interesting, you want to kill me? Let's see if you are tough enough. Sun Tao grinned and became more and more excited about what was to come. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. Compared to engaging in intrigue with this guy, it would be more refreshing to just kill him with one blow. After all, the dead don't bother others. Pay the entrance fee and enter the entrance of the skull cave. In a trance, everyone walked into a dark cave. Ding! Entering the hidden secret place, Skull Cave, first level. Testing team strength. The combat power test is complete, and the difficulty of the secret realm is being matched. Difficulty hell. Level requirement 0, 100. Number of people required 10. Clearance conditions. Kill skeleton warrior 0/300. Kill skeleton mage 0/3. Kill ghost knight 0 to 1. Introduction. In the ancient past, in order to attract followers, the god of death Manga granted wizards the power to control death, causing the empire to collapse overnight. The once prosperous capital turned into a bottomless and terrifying cave. Hearing the system prompt, everyone except Sun Tao looked a little nervous. Oh my god! How could it be the hell-level skeleton cave? It's over, we can't win now. Fuck, this is hell difficulty. I'm afraid we can't even kill the monsters. Brother Su, why don't we retreat? Before Su Wei could say anything, the other boys had already begun to think about backing out. They are all rich second generations, and their happy life has just begun. There is no reason for them to take risks just to accompany Su Wei to pick up girls. Even Li Shuyao looked at Sun Tao in shock. Hell difficulty again? When they came in to explore before, they were only matched with normal difficulty. Why would it be hell difficulty this time? Is it because of Sun Tao? Chapter 44. Go and lure the monster. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Do you want to continue? In the team, a man in leather armor looked at Su Wei. Su Wei also had a conflicted look on his face, although he really wanted to appear calm and composed in front of Li Shuyao. But the hell copy was too terrifying. Even if he had invited a level 39 Holy Light Soul Master in advance, he was not sure he could escape unscathed. But when he saw Li Shuyao leaning on Sun Tao's chest, a nameless anger rose in Su Wei's heart. Damn it, isn't it just a hell-level skull cave? What's there to be afraid of? Su Wei said loudly. I've already made a guide. All levels of the skull cave have the same content. With a guide in hand, even if the monsters are higher level and stronger, we still have a chance. Please believe me, as long as we proceed step by step and cooperate with each other, we will be able to pass the customs smoothly. As soon as Su Wei finished speaking, his younger brothers immediately followed suit and cheered. Well said, Master Su. We will do whatever you say. That's right. If we back down just because of a hell difficulty secret realm, we won't be able to survive in the future. That's right. Since the secret realm has calculated that our combat power is capable of clearing the hell difficulty, then we will definitely have no problem. Seeing everyone supporting him, Su Wei smiled proudly. He turned to look at Li Shuyao, only to find that she had been whispering with Sun Tao beside her and didn't even look at him. Damn it! Do you still take me seriously? Su Wei's heart was burning with rage. He suppressed his anger and spoke. Then let's report our levels and fighting spirits first so that we can plan our tactics. Let me start with myself. I am a level 5 battle spirit master, with an A-level battle spirit, Thundercloud Spear. Level 39 battle spirit master, C-level battle spirit Holy Light Scepter. Behind Su Wei, the bespectacled and white-robed wizard spoke concisely. Others also revealed their levels and fighting spirits. Basically, the second generation are all B-level combat spirits around level 5 or 6, and the bodyguards they bring are all C-level combat spirit masters around level 29 or 30. The worst is Li Tian, who is not even at level 3 and has basically no combat power. After listening to everyone's words, Su Wei looked at Sun Tao and asked in a deep voice, I know Shui Yao is a level 6 combat soul master, and her combat soul is the A-level Jade Lotus, which has a blood-adding skill. I wonder what kind of combat soul this brother has? What abilities does it have? Everyone also looked at Sun Tao. Although most of them were from number 1 middle school, they usually looked down on ordinary students like Sun Tao. Therefore, they did not know him. Sun Tao patted his cheek. Oh, Brother Wei, I am a level 10 combat soul master, a D-level combat soul golden monkey. Oh, D-level golden monkey? Are you Sun Tao from class 3? Fuck. Are you the special effects master Sun Tao, who had such a cool vision when he awakened, but turned out to be a D-level fighting spirit? The moment Sun Tao talked about his fighting spirit, everyone, including Su Wei, widened their eyes. There was a hint of mockery on his face towards Li Xiuyao, as if to say, is this the boyfriend you're looking for? That's it? Li Xiuyao was about to say something for Sun Tao, but he grabbed her hand. I am indeed a D-rank fighting spirit. What's wrong? There was no expression on Sun Tao's face. What else? You still have the nerve to ask what's wrong? You are a piece of shit, and you still have the nerve to take advantage of our experience. That's right, a D-level fighting spirit is useless. It's over, we really can't win now. Before Su Wei could say anything, the others started cursing. In their eyes, D-level fighting spirits are garbage. So what if Sun Tao is level 10? What kind of combat power can a D-level fighting spirit have? And it's a golden monkey fighting spirit. It sounds like it doesn't have much fighting power. Do we need to feed the skeleton inside with bananas? Brother, this is where you are wrong. We came to the Skull Cave to familiarize ourselves with the fighting spirits and improve our combat power, not to have fun and pick up girls. As a D-rank fighting spirit, you are more suitable to fight slimes in the green grassland instead of causing trouble here. Su Wei said coldly. Hearing this, Li Xiuyao couldn't help herself anymore. No matter what, Sun Tao was someone I brought here with me. What they're saying now is basically a slap in her face. She grabbed Sun Tao. Su Wei, what do you mean? Su Wei Su? Literally. I'm telling you, Su Wei, don't think you're so awesome. Sun Tao's strength is beyond your imagination. Without him, we wouldn't be able to get through this secret realm today. Hearing Li Xiuyao's words, Su Wei sneered and pointed at Sun Tao. Just a soul master with a D-level soul? Xiuyao, have you been deceived by him? So what if he's level 10? How much combat power can a D-level fighting spirit have? 30 points or 50 points? I think it's the best if it could be over 80. It's unimaginable. I think it's unimaginable garbage. Su Wei looked at Sun Tao with disdain on his face. But, for your sake, we can take him with us. But after clearing the secret realm, we have to distribute all the rewards according to the team's contribution. The more you work, the more you get. The less you work, the less you get. No work, no gain. Su Wei stared at Sun Tao, and it was obvious that the last sentence had a hidden meaning. But Sun Tao didn't care. I don't care. Li Xiuyao, who was standing aside, sneered and whispered to Sun Tao. Let him know what strength is later. Sun Tao made an okay gesture. Don't worry, it's covered. Since Su Wei has spoken, others will naturally not object. Looking at the dark skeleton cave, everyone took out their equipment from their space pockets and put it on, ready to go and prepare for the adventure. Seeing that Sun Tao had not taken any action, Su Wei sneered. Brother, you don't have any equipment yet, do you? I have a spare set of armor here. How about you use it first? You won't be able to do any harm anyway, so you might as well attract more firepower. Su Wei's suggestion seemed well-intentioned, but in fact he hoped that Sun Tao would die in the secret realm. After all, it's an adventure in a secret realm, so isn't it normal for a few people to die? Thinking of this, Su Wei couldn't help but sneer. After these words were spoken, the others also tried to hold back their smiles, and all looked at the expressionless Sun Tao, wanting to see how he would respond. Sun Tao scratched his head, feeling a little helpless. In a secret place of this level, Do you still need to wear armor? Fuck, man, you're crazy. Do you know the hell difficulty secret realm? The monsters are equivalent to the small boss outside. With your small body, the monsters inside can kill you with one blow. Su Wei raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. It seems that you are very confident in your own abilities, brother. It just so happens that there are a few lonely skeletons in there. Why don't you go and lure them over here? That would be considered a contribution. When Sun Tao heard Su Wei's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Great! He was just wondering what excuse he could come up with to act alone. There are so many little skeletons in the skeleton cave. They are all valuable labor. If I could collect them all into the Chinkoan painting scroll, I wouldn't have to worry about hard work in the future. Chapter 45. Is he cheating? Continue along the dark cave until there are no more torches ahead. Sun Tao then took out the bronze cloud stick. His eyes shone with golden light, and the dark cave became as bright as day. Click, click, click. Before he had taken a few steps, he suddenly heard a sound of bones colliding in front of him. 5 or 6 skeleton warriors crawled out of the ground, holding broken knives and swords in their hands. They opened and closed their mouths at Sun Tao, but no one knew what they were saying. Skeleton warrior. Level 13. Power 275. Skill crippling strike. Looking at the attributes of the skeleton warrior, Sun Tao curled his lips. Rubbish! With a swing of the stick, the 6 skeleton warriors were instantly shattered into pieces on the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior and gained 10 experience points and 2 spiritual essence points. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior and gained 10 experience points and 2 spiritual essence points. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior and gained 10 experience points and 2 spiritual essence points. Listening to the system message beside him, Sun Tao frowned. This experience and spiritual essence are too low. Could it be that because my level has increased, the experience and spiritual essence of these low-level monsters have also decreased? Sun Tao shook his head, feeling very unhappy at the thought of wasting time on these trash. After thinking for a moment, he looked back and saw that Su Wei and others had not caught up. He flipped his hand, took out the Chinkoan scroll, and gently waved his hand to release Sai Lingna from the scroll. Owner! Sai Lingna pinched the hem of her skirt and bowed to salute Sun Tao. Sun Tao waved his hand and said to her, There are many skeletons in this cave. Take a look at which ones we can use, and we will put them into the Chinkoan scroll. If not, kill them all? Selena nodded, turned her head, and looked deep into the cave. A blood-red pentagram magic circle lit up in her pupils. They are just the lowest level skeleton warriors, worthless. But there seem to be 3 skeleton mages deep in the passage. They seem to be of some use. We can consider taking them in. Sun Tao raised his eyebrows slightly and carried the Tongyun stick on his shoulder. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. I'll take care of those skeleton bastards, and you go and take down those 3 skeleton mages. As he spoke, Sun Tao kicked off his feet and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the depths of the skull cave. Countless skeleton warriors sleeping in the passage were awakened by Sun Tao. They crawled out from all directions, howling. Before they could launch an attack, a beam of blood suddenly pierced through the chest, instantly killing these skeleton warriors. Sai Lingna withdrew her hand, looked at Sun Tao's disappearing figure, and smiled slightly. The whole person slowly disappeared into the darkness. In fact, the first floor of the skeleton cave is not very big, but the monsters are densely packed. Most of the time, the skeleton warriors hide in the mud under your feet or in the cracks of the wall. You never know when they will suddenly attack you. At the entrance of the cave, Su Wei was giving everyone the final explanation of the secret realm. He was holding a notebook in his hand, which was filled with strategies and precautions about the skull cave. He waved his hand and asked the white-robed wizard behind him to cast a layer of light shield on everyone. This light shield can protect you from a sneak attack from the skeleton monster. Please be careful and don't use up the shield carelessly. After Su Wei finished speaking, everyone else burst into laughter. Don't worry, Master Su. We are not useless people who have awakened D-level fighting spirits. These rubbish skeleton monsters can't hurt us at all. That's right. Let that kid go and lure the monsters. There has been no movement for such a long time. I'm afraid he may be hiding somewhere. Maybe he didn't go far at all. When we go in, we'll see him lying on the ground shivering. Listening to the ridicule from the crowd, Li Shuiyao felt very uncomfortable, but Sun Tao said not to argue with these people. He had a way to make them shut up. Hearing everyone's comments, Su Wei laughed and scolded, "Better be careful. The monsters in the skeleton cave are not very threatening. The main reason is that the density of monsters is relatively high. Often there are more than a dozen skeleton monsters at a time. When the fight starts, remember to use area attacks and clear the monsters quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Also, as you go further in, there will be 3 forks in the road. Only the leftmost one leads to the final boss, the Death Knight. The other 2 intersections are dead ends. One has 100 skeleton warriors, and the other has 3 skeleton mages. They are both very difficult to deal with. Be careful." After Su Wei finished speaking, another boy nodded and said, "Brother Su is right. We only have 1 life, so we'd better be careful. Even if it's a fully equipped level 15 adventure group, it's still difficult to defeat this skeleton cave. We are not strong, and this is still hell-level difficulty, so it's better to play it safe." As soon as the boy finished speaking, Su Tian suddenly screamed, Look at the task panel." Everyone was shocked and thought that something had changed in the secret mission. Quickly open the task panel and take a look. Clearance conditions: kill skeleton warriors 13/300, kill skeleton mages 0/3, kill ghost knights 0 to 1. I saw the number of killed skeleton warriors on the task panel jumping rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it jumped from 13 to 18, and then to 25. The whole process takes no more than a second. Looking at the jumping numbers, everyone's brains froze for a moment. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the system? My God, the system is wrong. This is the embodiment of rules. How can it be wrong? We're all here? Who's killing monsters? Could it be? Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe their guess. The 9 of them were still preparing at the entrance of the cave. Only 1 person has entered the cave so far. At the same time, the number of skeleton monsters killed on the task panel soared rapidly. All the clues indicate that it was Sun Tao who started the killing spree. As soon as the idea came out, everyone was shocked. I couldn't help but wonder if they had entered the wrong secret realm. Or did I hear the difficulty of the secret realm wrong? Could this be the Skull Cave on easy difficulty? Fuck, is this true? Can a level 10 D-class battle spirit master have this much strength? Is this a fake hell difficulty secret realm? Killed 7 more. Does he kill all these skeleton monsters instantly? Just follow them and you'll know. Everyone rushed forward quickly, and the remains of skeleton warriors were everywhere along the way. The broken bones made everyone gasp. Is this guy really a D-level fighting spirit? Is the attack so horrific? Are the bones ground into powder? Before anyone could figure it out, they saw the number of skeleton warriors killed in the task panel suddenly jumped by 100. Then the number of skeleton mages suddenly increased from 0 to 3. Everyone was stunned for a moment, dumbfounded. Su Wei even screamed out loud. This is impossible. Just now, Sun Tao killed 100 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton mages in an instant. The monsters aren't even in the same place. This is impossible. No matter how powerful he is, doesn't it take time to travel? Doesn't it take time to kill monsters? How is it possible to kill all these monsters at the same time? Su Wei's mind was in a mess. After thinking for a long time, he could only come up with one possibility. Is he cheating? Chapter 46, Why Did You Mess With Him? Everyone jogged all the way to the end of the middle fork. All I saw were skeletons all over the ground, and no sign of Sun Tao at all. Boss! He must be at Boss's place. Su Wei shouted loudly that if he didn't catch up with Sun Tao quickly, all the monsters in the secret realm would be killed by him. It would have been fine if it was any other time, but the bad thing was that Su Wei had just used a fair scroll to change the team's distribution mode to output distribution. If they don't contribute, they won't even get a share of the final experience. Not to mention the equipment that exploded. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have this kind of ability? Su Wei cursed Sun Tao in his heart for being despicable. He did not dare to stop for a moment and led everyone quickly to the boss area on the other side. As soon as I reached the cave entrance, I saw Sun Tao waving the bronze cloud stick calmly and sweeping it across. Bang! In an instant, more than a dozen skeleton warriors summoned by the Death Knight were swept away. He didn't even have time to scream before he was shattered into countless bones in the air. After killing more than a dozen skeleton warriors in seconds with one stick, Sun Tao did not stop at all. Instead, he took a heavy step forward and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Death Knight not far away. Roar! The Death Knight roared and swung the giant sword in his hand towards Sun Tao. Under its terrifying power, The ground beneath its feet instantly caved in, and countless cracks spread wildly from it as the center to the surrounding areas. The extremely sharp sword energy slashed towards Sun Tao like a streak of silk. Swish! Facing the incoming sword energy, Sun Tao's figure nimbly flashed, leaving a residual image on the spot, directly avoiding the sword energy of the Death Knight and rushing towards it at a faster speed. As he approached the Death Knight, Sun Tao lightly tapped his toes and used a large rock in the cave for leverage. The whole person jumped up, and the iron rod in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. D. As the stick was swung out, a golden monkey shadow appeared behind Sun Tao, and it opened its mouth wide and let out a silent roar. Powerful magic power was poured into the bronze cloud stick, and it smashed down on the head of the Death Knight with a whistling wind. The violent force of the stick fell on the head of the Death Knight, and the violent force instantly extinguished the soul fire in its head. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, cracks spread from the top of the Death Knight's head and gradually spread throughout his body. Along with the skeleton horse beneath him, they all turned into debris on the ground. Ding! You have killed the level 15 boss Death Knight and gained experience *82 and spiritual value *21. No! Seeing the Death Knight being killed in an instant, Su Wei cried out in grief. Unexpectedly, even though they tried their best to get there, they still didn't get the experience of the boss. This was a wasted trip, and I even spent the money on the ticket to the Skull Cave. Everyone else was stunned when they saw this scene. Everyone was stunned and rubbed their eyes desperately, simply unable to believe what they were seeing. Sun Tao put away his stick, stood up, turned his head, and looked at the people at the cave entrance with slightly raised eyebrows. Wow, you guys are pretty fast. You arrived earlier than I thought. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. What a terrible power. What a terrifying fighting power. The level 15 Death Knight was killed instantly with just one blow. Is he really a D-level fighting spirit? They all believed that he was a God-level fighting spirit. Looking at Sun Tao in front of them, the expressions on everyone's faces froze, and they stared at him as if they saw a monster. Especially Su Wei, who was looking for an opportunity to kill Sun Tao, looked pale at this moment. He was very worried that Sun Tao would suddenly attack and kill him. Behind him, the white-robed wizard holding the scepter lowered his head slightly, with a gleam of light in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "Interesting guy. How come you are so powerful? How much fighting power do you have?" After a long silence, a fat man in the team finally couldn't help it and asked in a trembling voice. The others also stared at Sun Tao with burning eyes. They're also very curious. Isn't he a D-level fighting spirit? Even if it is a level 10 D-level fighting spirit, it shouldn't have much fighting power. How can he be so powerful? The key point is, this guy didn't seem to use any special skills the whole time. He just waved his stick and killed a bunch of skeleton warriors and Death Knights in seconds. You have to know that these monsters will take half an hour to fight even if they have the protection of a level 30+ Soul Master. Can Sun Tao resolve the battle in 3 seconds? If I tell this to others, no one will believe it. Facing the fat man's question, Sun Tao shrugged. Don't worry about it. It won't hold you back anyway. The word holding back was like a loud slap in everyone's face. Except for Li Shuiyao, everyone blushed and subconsciously glanced at Su Wei beside them. Why did you mess with him? It's okay now. Now, not only did I not get any experience, but I also wasted the money I paid for the ticket. You could have been clinging to someone powerful, but you had to make it like this. Feeling everyone's gazes, Su Wei's face turned ugly, and he felt extremely unhappy. But he didn't dare to refute. After all, Sun Tao was too strong. This was a secret place, and he was not sure if Uncle Qin behind him could protect him. Li Shuiyao, who was standing aside, looked at Sun Tao with eyes full of surprise and joy. Damn, Sun Tao, you didn't even tell me you were so strong. Now I can make Su Wei give up completely. Cough, cough. She coughed twice and spoke with a smile. Now everyone has seen Brother Sun's strength. I think with our combat power, we can definitely try the second floor. However, the premise is that everyone must listen to Brother Sun's command. When Su Wei heard this, he was about to object, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he had no reason to refute. Generally speaking, if a soul master who is adventuring outside forms a temporary team, in the absence of professional commanders, the strongest person will often serve as the captain. The strength that Sun Tao has shown now can be said to have crushed everyone. Even the bodyguards they brought with them might not be as powerful as Sun Tao, fully qualified to be captain. Sun Tao didn't care about this. He could kill the enemy with one blow no matter it was on the first or second floor. There is no difference. So, he didn't mind taking back the command position. This would save him from having to guard against Su Wei's interference during the battle. By the way, if I were the commander, the distribution principle would remain the same. The more you work, the more you get. The less you work, the less you get. No work, no pay. Sun Tao's words made everyone unable to help but glance at the output panel within their sight. 1. Sun Tao, output 100%. 2. Liyun, output 0%. 3. Su Wei, output 0%. 4. Li Shuyao, output 0%. Everyone. After a moment of silence, everyone couldn't help but look at Su Wei standing aside. Why did you provoke him? At this time, the white-robed priest who had been standing behind Su Wei spoke. Forget it. The second floor is still too dangerous for you. Even we have to be careful. If we are not careful, we will be wiped out. I suggest that we stop this secret realm trial here. It's still early anyway, so we can go to the rocky wasteland nearby to improve our strength. Chapter 47. The second floor of the Skull Cavern. Hearing Uncle Chin's words, Su Wei's eyes lit up. Yes, they no longer have a chance in this secret realm. Going to the second level would just mean watching Sun Tao perform. Instead of doing this, it is better to go out to the adventure area outside to gain experience. Although the effect is not as good, he can ignore Sun Tao's pretense in front of him. Otherwise, your spiritual faith will be shattered in the end. The other people in the team also fell into silence. Although they didn't get anything this time, they managed to clear the first level of the Hell-level Skeleton Cavern. You can also show off by saying it out loud. As for the 2 million for the tickets, they haven't taken it to heart yet. After all, everyone here has millions of pocket money every month. They think it's a good deal to spend just 2 million for the right to show off. Then let's leave. Everyone chose to leave the secret realm and walked into the portal on the side one after another. Only after Su Wei's figure completely disappeared did Li Shuyao turn around and look at Sun Tao. You're not leaving? Sun Tao shook his head and looked at the entrance that appeared on the wall after the Death Knight died. It's not easy to come here once. I plan to go to the second floor to take a look. Anyway, his main purpose of entering the skeleton cave this time was to collect some skeletons that could serve as laborers. We have only captured 3 skeleton mages, which is far from enough to build the Eternal Night Castle. So Sun Tao planned to go to the second floor to take a look. Anyway, his strength is enough to sweep away the monsters on the second floor. Without the burden of Su Wei and others, Sun Tao can go all out. Even if the difficulty doubles, Sun Tao is not afraid. Hearing this, Li Shuyao immediately retracted the half-foot that had already stepped into the portal. He looked at Sun Tao with burning eyes. You want to go to the second floor? Take me with you. Sun Tao frowned. Li Shuyao was so incompetent. Wouldn't it be more troublesome to take care of her if he brought her along? He is too lazy to be someone else's babysitter. Anyway, Li Shuyao's previous commission was just to pretend to be her boyfriend to make Su Wei give up. I have completed the task perfectly. There is no need to bring her along. He immediately shook his head. Forget it. I haven't been to the second floor yet. I don't know how strong the monsters are. It's a bit inconvenient to take you with me. Li Shuyao. I can add money. Sun Tao. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that classmates should help each other. If you want to go to the second floor, I will protect you even if I die. How much do you want to add? Li Shuyao looked at Sun Tao speechlessly. Why didn't she realize that he was so greedy for money before? 100,000. How about that? Sun Tao thought about it and felt that he could ask for more. Yes, I can, but 100,000 yuan will only allow me to take you to the second level. If you want me to guarantee your passage, you have to pay more. At least another 100,000. Li Shuyao smiled faintly. It's okay. Just 100,000. Just take me in. If there's danger, I'll run away by myself. Sun Tao. Awesome. Seeing that things had come to this, Sun Tao didn't know what to say. After he made the request, he immediately transferred the money and took Li Shuyao into the portal on the second floor. By the way, did you get a lot of stuff after beating the first level? Do you need me to help you with it? I guarantee you'll make a profit at this price. Swish. At the entrance of the Skull Cave, there was a flash of light. Su Wei and others were teleported out from the first floor of the skeleton cave. Looking at the figures around her, Su Tian suddenly screamed in shock. Shuyao. Shuyao didn't come out. Everyone was shocked and looked around quickly, but sure enough, there was no sign of Li Shuiyao and Sun Tao. Really? And Sun Tao, neither of them came out. Shit, they won't go to the second floor? That's impossible. The difficulty won't reset when you enter the second level. That's the hell level skeleton cave. No matter how strong Sun Tao is, he can't possibly defeat the boss on the second floor. He's a level 40 death shooter, the nightmare of a first level combat soul master. Who knows? Maybe they were just kissing in the secret place. They're just a couple who just fell in love, you know. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Su Wei's face became more and more ugly. That's enough. Bang! With a roar, Su Wei directly inserted the spear in his hand into the ground. Countless lightning bolts filled the air, scaring all the surrounding soul masters. Seeing Su Wei's unfriendly expression, no one dared to say anything more. But he couldn't hide the look of watching a show on his face. Observing everyone's expressions, Su Wei was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He wished he could rush into the secret realm immediately, pull Sun Tao out, and kill him. But with his current strength, he simply can't do it. He stared at the blue teleportation light gate and waited for a long time, but did not see Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao appear. Su Wei immediately understood that they must have gone to the second floor. When he thought of the intimacy between the two, he had only one thought in his mind. Damn you, Sun Tao. I won't let you go. Ding. Entering the hidden secret place. Skull Cave, second level. Clearance conditions. Kill Death Vine 0/50. Kill Obsidian Statue 0/3. Kill Death Shooter 0/1. Introduction. In the ancient past, in order to attract followers, the god of death Manga granted wizards the power to control death, causing the empire to collapse overnight. The once prosperous capital turned into a bottomless and terrifying cave. A ray of light flashed, and Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao appeared at the entrance to the second floor. Compared to the corridor on the first floor, the second floor is undoubtedly much larger in terms of space. It was like an underground world, with countless crystal-clear minerals hanging high above the head, emitting a dim light, and there was a huge jungle not far away. The wildly growing vines twist and turn like giant dragons, forming natural obstacles. Sun Tao's eyes were shining with gold as he looked at the jungle not far away. This is the second level of the Skull Caverns, the Jungle of Death. The two continued to move forward, and Li Shuiyao held up the staff behind them, barely illuminating the road ahead. This is mainly for her own use. Sun Tao has dark vision and will not need it at all. As soon as the two stepped into the jungle, they were immediately surrounded by a thick humidity. The air was filled with the scent of soil, rotten vegetation, and some unknown creatures, mixed into a heart-pounding odor. Oh no, there's something wrong with the taste. As soon as he smelled the odor, Sun Tao's face suddenly changed. He used the power of the angry ape to expel the odor from his body, and instantly closed his mouth and nose, circulating his internal energy. He turned around and wanted to remind Li Shuiyao to be careful, but I found it was too late. Li Shuiyao inhaled the strange smell. Her little face turned red, and she smiled foolishly. Brother Sun, love me. The staff fell to the ground, and the light on the top gradually went out. Li Shuiyao's face flushed red as she lay on Sun Tao's chest. Her small hands kept groping on the red lotus armor, trying to find the buttons to unlock it. Suddenly, a rapid rustling sound came from behind. Sun Tao immediately looked back alertly, only to see a black shadow approaching them at an alarming speed. It was a thick vine, twisting its body like a living thing and coming straight towards them with a whistling sound. Certainly, without thinking too much, Sun Tao just pointed and shouted. A golden light flashed, instantly fixing the vine in midair. Chapter 48: Death Vines. While the vines were immobilized by the immobilization spell, Sun Tao took the opportunity to hug Li Shuiyao and quickly retreat. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light, and he instantly checked the properties of the vine. Death Vines. Level 22. Power 643. Skills: hallucinogenic poison gas, death coil. Sun Tao's eyes focused on the vines that could emit hallucinogenic magic energy. No wonder Li Shuiyao fell into the trap without knowing it. Holding Li Shuiyao, he waved his right hand, and the bronze cloud stick instantly appeared in his palm. Using the technique of gathering strength, streams of magical power flowed into the bronze cloud stick through Sun Tao's palm. A rich golden light condensed on the stick. The next moment, the immobilization spell on the vines was lifted, and the huge vines twisted their bodies in midair, as if they had eyes, firmly locking onto Sun Tao's figure. Swish! The death vine swung its body and aimed at Sun Tao's chest, shooting out at high speed like an arrow. Facing the attack of the death vines, Sun Tao was not in a hurry. He stretched out the copper cloud stick in his hand instantly and used a fully charged stick-like force to hit the death vines hard. Bang! As the long stick approached, the death vine seemed to sense the terrifying power in it. They stretched out their soft bodies and wrapped around the copper cloud stick, trying to tie it up tightly. Seeing this scene, Sun Tao smiled coldly. Then let's see who has more power. D. Sun Tao let out a low shout, swung his long arm, and swung the lengthened copper cloud stick directly, sweeping it out swiftly. Boom! The thick stick smashed hard on the stone wall beside it. The terrifying force directly shattered the death vines wrapped around the copper cloud stick into several pieces. Not dead. There was no expected system prompt, so Sun Tao opened his Dharma eyes. When he saw through the vines, he could instantly see the energy lines inside the death vines. He saw a green magic energy path on the vines that was gradually dissipating as the vines shattered. Following the energy pathway, Sun Tao discovered that there was a huge green ball of light several dozen meters underground. At the same time, 4 or 5 emerald green vines broke out from the ground and attacked Sun Tao like long whips. This is probably the true form of the death vine. Sun Tao dodged the whip of vines repeatedly, found an open space, knocked Li Shuyao unconscious with a palm, and put her down. Do you think I can do nothing if I hide underground? Sun Tao held the copper cloud stick tightly in both hands, his eyes fixed on the death vine body below, his muscles bulged, and he stabbed with the long stick. The copper cloud stick stretched out instantly, and with infinite magic power, it penetrated the fragile ground and rushed straight towards the green light ball underground. The death vines seemed to have sensed the threat from Sun Tao and controlled the vines on the ground to block in front of itself, trying to resist Sun Tao's attack. But Sun Tao's power was too strong. Those vines only lasted for a moment in front of the copper cloud stick before they were instantly pierced through by the copper cloud stick. With terrifying force, the copper cloud stick broke through the earth and split the rocks and pierced straight into the center of the green light ball. In an instant, terrifying magic power gushed out and exploded directly from within the ball of light. He only felt a muffled sound coming from underground, and the vines that were originally waving wildly on the ground suddenly stopped moving and fell heavily to the ground. It gradually withered and curled up, turning into a bunch of gray, dead branches. Ding! You have killed the level 22 death vines and gained experience *132 and spiritual essence *86. Obtain death vine seeds *3, magic fiber *10. Sun Tao was delighted when he heard the system prompt in his mind. This little monster can also plant seeds? He was wondering where to get some seeds of magic plants, but he didn't expect to find them here. After all, the Qinquan scroll is filled with rich spiritual energy, so even if you put some ordinary plants in it, they can probably be cultivated into spiritual medicines. If we put some magical plants in there, maybe it would give Sun Tao some unexpected surprises. Death vine seeds. Premium grade items. Death vines from the purgatory world can absorb the blood of living things and condense blood flowers. Vines tempered by magical energy are excellent equipment materials. Magic fiber. Fine-grade material. The fiber material on the death vine can carry magical energy very well and is especially suitable for weaving magic robes. It's actually a high-quality material. Looking at the introduction of these two props, Sun Tao was shocked. It is truly a secret realm of hell difficulty, with high-quality seeds and equipment materials dropping from the monsters. No wonder Sun Tao was so surprised. The quality of the equipment created is closely related to the quality of the materials. For example, fine-grade magic fiber like this, if it falls into the hands of a master tailor, it is even possible to make a perfect robe. What's more, there are high-quality vine seeds. If cultivated properly, you can even harvest high-quality materials continuously in the future. As the death vines died, Li Shuyao also woke up from her coma. He sat up from the ground with his head covered, and seeing Sun Tao's half-smile, he immediately remembered the beautiful scene in the illusion just now. His face suddenly turned red. He put his hands on his hips and pretended to be fierce. Why are you laughing? You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened just now. Otherwise, Li Shuyao talked for a long time, but couldn't explain it clearly. Sun Tao smiled slightly and reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't worry, I have many advantages, and keeping my mouth shut happens to be one of them. As long as you pay me enough hush money, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. Hard. After hearing Sun Tao's answer, Li Shuiyao clenched her fists. If she hadn't considered that she couldn't beat him, she would have at least let Sun Tao know what the iron fist of justice is. Tell me, how much? Li Shuiyao said through gritted teeth. Sun Tao tilted his head, looked at Li Shuiyao's angry expression, and laughed. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Turning the copper cloud stick in his hand, Sun Tao prepared to move forward. Hey, Sun. Just as he was about to leave, Li Shuiyao suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Should we continue? There was still a look of fear on her face, and she was obviously still frightened when she thought about what had just happened. I was worried that I would encounter an even more embarrassing situation later. Although his life might not be in danger under Sun Tao's protection, he would probably lose face. This was something Li Shuiyao couldn't accept no matter what. Hearing Li Shuiyao's question, Sun Tao nodded as a matter of course. Of course we have to continue. We finally came here. We can't go back empty-handed. Looking at the frightened expression on Li Shuiyao's face, Sun Tao understood what she was worried about. Put your hand out. Li Shuiyao didn't understand, but she still stretched out her hand obediently. Sun Tao stretched out her hand and clapped it, and a golden light was instantly slapped into her palm. Li Shuiyao only felt her palms getting warm, and a warm energy instantly flowed through her body, isolating the external air and establishing an internal breath circulation in her body. This magic power can help you enter the inner breath state. As long as you don't suffer fatal injuries, it can last for at least 3 hours. I'm going to keep going anyway. If you're scared, you can leave first. Sun Tao said calmly that with his strength, there would be no danger at all. Besides, he had the Chinkuan painting scroll on him, so he could summon Sai Lingna to help when necessary. Li Shuiyao looked at the golden light in her palm, her eyes gradually becoming firm. No, I want to follow you. I can escape once, but I can't escape for my whole life. If I run away when I encounter difficulties, I will never grow up. Seeing Li Shuiyao's fearless look, Sun Tao's mind was full of questions. No, this secret realm isn't that difficult. Why are you so excited? Chapter 49, Obsidian Statue. Although he didn't understand why Li Shuiyao suddenly became so passionate, Sun Tao didn't say much. The main theme is not understanding, but respecting. The two men moved forward and encountered many death vines on the way, which were all dealt with by Sun Tao. These vines are easy to deal with as long as you are careful. After all, they mainly rely on hallucinogenic poison gas to launch sneak attacks. As long as the poison gas is isolated, half of their means will be reduced. The remaining half is to deal with their main bodies hidden underground. In other words, Sun Tao's bronze cloud stick can be extended. If it were any other adventure group, it would probably take a long time to force out the real body of the death vine. After passing through a jungle, Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao arrived at the entrance of a temple ruins. The entire temple is built with stacked stones, and dense green vines are entwined on the ruins, as if time has left endless traces here. The blue light above, dimly shining on these vines, added a touch of eeriness and weirdness. When Li Shuiyao saw this horrifying scene, her pretty face turned pale with fright. She hid tightly behind Sun Tao, clutching the corners of her clothes with both hands, her body shaking constantly, and she didn't know where her previous bold words had gone. There was a hint of tears in her voice. Sun Tao, are you sure we are in the right place? This place is so scary. Sun Tao seemed unusually calm, with golden light flashing in his eyes, and looked up at the sky. It was clearly seen that a strange magical element was constantly emanating from a triangular area in the temple, spreading in all directions like invisible bonds. Don't worry, it must be right, Sun Tao said firmly, then stepped into the ruins of the temple. Following the guidance of the magical elements in the sky, the two carefully shuttled between the broken stone pillars and collapsed walls, and finally arrived at the westernmost part of the temple. In front of us is an ancient altar. The altar is covered with traces of time, but one can still feel its former sacredness and solemnity. In the center of the altar stands a black statue more than 3 meters high. It has a burly body and wings on its back, like an ancient god of war. Holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, he exudes an ancient and mysterious aura. In Sun Tao's eyes, it was that was constantly spreading the mysterious magical fluctuations around. Obsidian statue, elite. Level, 28. Power, 936. Skills, death aura, dark sphere, magic immunity, defeat. One of the magic nodes of the death circle. His entire body is carved from hard obsidian. He is immune to most magical attacks and possesses unrivaled power. He is the guardian of the Purgatory Temple. Gurgle, looking at the terrifying fighting power of the obsidian statue, Li Shuiyao swallowed secretly. She had never seen a monster that was immune to magical damage, and this was not even the final boss of the second floor. It's just an elite monster before the boss. But even though it's just an elite monster, it still possesses a terrifying combat power of 900 points. And it also has the skill of magic immunity. It can be said to be the nemesis of mages. Sun Tao, what should we do now? Looking at the more than 3-meter-tall statue in front of her, Li Shuiyao asked nervously. Along the way, she now completely trusts Sun Tao. She would beat him the way Sun Tao said. I'll attack you later. Stay away. As for your skills, use whatever you have. They're useless anyway. Sun Tao looked up and down at the obsidian statue not far away, then took out the bronze cloud stick and said lightly. Ah! Li Shuiyao was a little confused after hearing this. Watching a play again? Isn't it the same as in the dark jungle? Am I so useless in Sun Tao's eyes? Li Shuiyao was a little dissatisfied. Don't look down on me. I am useful too. Sun Tao glanced at her helplessly. It's up to you. Just be careful. Sun Tao walked forward holding the copper cloud stick, carefully observing the obsidian statue in front of him. Generally speaking, statue-like monsters like this are often extremely powerful and have a lot of health, so you can never fight them head-on. The best way is to use ranged magic to kill it, or find some terrain to get stuck in, and then slowly kill it with ranged attacks. But Sun Tao looked at the wings behind the obsidian statue and shook his head slightly. Looking at the wings behind it, you can tell that it won't be able to get stuck in the terrain this time. In addition, it has the skill of being immune to magic, so it is probably not realistic to attack it with magic. It looks like I can only fight it with my body skills. Sun Tao thought about it and started to circulate the chi gathering technique in his body, and the copper cloud stick in his hand continued to gather strength. As Sun Tao approached, the obsidian statue not far away suddenly opened its eyes. The eye sockets inlaid with sapphires stared at Sun Tao. Sun Tao stepped forward quickly, the copper cloud stick in his hand already filled with 3 levels of stick power. I plan to give the obsidian statue a head-on blow to test its water content. Before he could approach, the eyes of the obsidian statue suddenly flashed with a faint light, and 2 black rays of light shot out in an instant, hitting Sun Tao's vital points. Oh shit! Starting from 0 frame? Without paying attention to the stick in his hand, Sun Tao quickly flashed, leaving a residual image on the spot, and cleverly avoided the attack of the statue. Boom! The black light brushed past Sun Tao's body and fell on the ground not far away, instantly blasting a fist-sized hole in the ground. Sun Tao took advantage of this opportunity, stepped forward, and stabbed the statue's chest with a long stick in his hand like a snake emerging from a cave. Bang! With a loud bang, the statue was knocked back several steps, but then it stabilized itself. There was an even more angry light flashing in its eyes, obviously angered by Sun Tao's attack. He raised the giant sword in his hand and rushed towards Sun Tao with a roar. The more than 3-meter-tall statue rumbled towards Sun Tao like a heavy tank with unparalleled momentum. In just half a second, the obsidian statue rushed in front of Sun Tao. Careful, Li Shuiyao behind him exclaimed, and had already picked up the staff in her hand, ready to release her jade light to provide treatment to Sun Tao at any time. But facing this violent obsidian statue, Sun Tao did not dodge or evade. He just flashed and avoided the charge, while starting with a light stick and hitting it full of attacks. After gathering enough strength with the stick, he leaped into the air and, with the accumulated power, swung a heavy stick to hit the statue's knee hard. Boom! The enormous force caused the obsidian statue to lose control of its center of gravity, causing it to fall on its back with a bang. Seeing the obsidian statue fall, Sun Tao took advantage of the situation, and after finishing the stick-splitting move, he jumped into the air with the stick and delivered another powerful stick-splitting move. Bang! The chopping stick style with double stick force landed heavily on the head of the obsidian statue. Even though the statue was carved from extremely hard obsidian, it could not withstand this horrific blow. A heavy blow with a combat power of up to 3,000 points landed on the forehead. Even though the obsidian statue had the attribute of damage reduction, its health bar was emptied instantly. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang. The obsidian statue lying on its back on the ground began to crack and turned into a pile of black rubble that scattered on the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 28 elite obsidian statue and gained experience *219 and spiritual essence *103. Obtain magic core *3, obsidian fragment *10. As the obsidian statue died, Li Shuiyao, who was watching the whole battle, opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Chapter 50 Materials and Drawings. It's actually a fragment of obsidian. Li Shuiyao looked at the fragments in Sun Tao's hand in surprise. Obsidian is a special forging material, generally produced in the Silver Secret realm around level 80. Its hardness and sharpness make it an ideal material for making weapons. Plus, it has the property of absorbing magical energy. Just adding a little bit of it during equipment forging can make the equipment have the ability to break magic. This makes obsidian equipment very popular among some warriors and assassin-type soul masters. The prices in the market have always been high. As the eldest daughter of Hon Group, Li Shuiyao naturally knew this thing. After all, Hon Group's star product last year, the demon-defeating chains, was made of obsidian. Is this thing valuable? Sun Tao didn't know much about this. He just thought that if one monster could drop 10 of them, they must not be worth much. The corners of Li Shuiyao's mouth twitched slightly. Usually, only 2 or 3 of them can be found on the final boss of a level 80 Silver Secret realm. Do you think they are worth the money? After hearing this, Sun Tao's eyes suddenly brightened. Well, this is good stuff. After weighing the obsidian in his hand, he turned to look at Li Shuiyao. These pieces of obsidian are for you. How about you do me a favor? Li Shuiyao was stunned. Although the 10 pieces of obsidian were just materials, they could be sold for at least 20 or 30 million yuan on the market. Sun Tao just gave it to me like this? Based on his money-hungry personality, Li Shuiyao believed that he definitely wasn't that kind. What's the matter? Li Shuiyao looked at Sun Tao suspiciously, not knowing what he was planning. Could it be that? I don't know what she was thinking about, but a blush suddenly appeared on Li Shuiyao's pretty little face. This guy wouldn't want to be with me. Such a valuable gift suddenly given to me. Oh, what a straight man. He doesn't even know how to make obsidian into jewelry, such as necklaces and rings. Who would just come up and give him the materials? Li Shuiyao felt confused and struggled for a while about whether she should agree to Sun Tao's confession. It's a simple matter. Can you help me find a forging master to teach me how to make equipment? The reason why Sun Tao said this was, on the one hand, to complete the system's side quests and learn a secondary job skill. Compared to alchemy, medicine, planting, tailoring, cooking, fishing, and other secondary jobs, Sun Tao feels that forging is more suitable for him. Be able to maximize your strength advantage. It can also improve physical strength, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the other hand, the copper cloud stick in his hand was no longer enough. After defeating Black Wind Mountain, the system did not unlock the Beast Stick Bear and the Scale Stick Twin Snakes for him. He guessed that he might have to unlock his secondary job before he could enable the equipment upgrade function. However, these are just his guesses for now and need further confirmation. After hearing Sun Tao's words, Li Shuiyao's face suddenly turned cold for some reason. You want to be a blacksmith? Li Shuiyao asked expressionlessly. Sun Tao nodded and raised his hand to show his strong biceps. Of course not. Look at my muscles. They're made for forging. It would be a waste if I don't use them for forging. Li Shuiyao was a little speechless and pushed Sun Tao's arm away. Just as I was about to get angry, a light bulb suddenly flashed in my mind and a figure emerged. An idea came to my mind. He turned around and smiled faintly at Sun Tao. Okay, I happen to know a forging master. I can introduce him to you when the time comes. It's just that her personality is a little weird, so you'd better be prepared. Sun Tao nodded. Don't worry, I've met all kinds of people. Just introduce them to me, and don't worry about anything else. Li Shuiyao smiled and nodded, then turned around and continued to move towards the depths of the temple. He muttered quietly, Wait till you fall into Sister Wu's hands, and I'll kill you. Sun Tao raised his head and looked at the magical elements in the sky. After destroying an obsidian statue, the strange magical energy in the sky indeed dissipated a lot. I wonder what will happen after all 3 obsidian statues are destroyed. Sun Tao thought about it and followed the guidance of the magical elements in the sky, continuing to move towards the depths of the temple. just as Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao continued to look for other obsidian statues. Two uninvited guests arrived in the bloody forest. Two mysterious men in black robes moved quickly through the blood-red forest, and none of the security officers searching nearby could spot them. It was as if the two men had disappeared. Soon, the two came to the grassland where Zhao Tianming died. Because Sun Tao had already passed through, the entrance to the Silver Moon Empire had long since turned into a dilapidated bronze door and no longer had any magical powers. It's right here. The Mad Wolf's aura finally appeared here. The two men in black robes stopped. Their figures could not be seen clearly under the wide black robes. One could only vaguely see through the black hoods that they were wearing half-covered masks. One of the men in black robes with a crescent moon symbol on his mask squatted down and gently picked up the soil on the ground. In addition to the Mad Wolf's aura, there is also a strange aura. Another person stood aside with a hoarse voice. It seems that the things in Mad Wolf's hands have not yet reached the Dragon Group. It's been almost a day, and they haven't made any moves yet. Yuan stood up and turned to look at the bronze iron gate not far away. It's hard to say right now. The Dragon Group is very cunning. Maybe they're just putting on a show for us. We should be cautious. Yuan pointed at the abandoned bronze iron gate and said, "The mad werewolf should be dead. That place is probably the entrance to a hidden secret realm." His breath was cut off after he passed through that door. She twitched her nose. However, there seems to be a faint scent lingering in the air. It should be his space ring that was taken away by another person. As long as we find him, we should be able to find clues. Okay, let's act now without further delay. Blood Shadow nodded. With a flash of their figures, the two disappeared into the air again. Less than half a minute after the two men left, 3 security soldiers wearing special operations uniforms emerged from the woods. They held sophisticated scanning instruments in their hands and kept scanning the ground. Ding, ding, ding. When passing the bronze iron gate, the instrument suddenly issued a violent alarm. One of the warriors perked up and looked at the instrument in his hand. "Captain, the breath detector is responding. Zhao Tianming has been here before." The captain ran over quickly, looked at the data on the instrument, and his face suddenly became delighted. "Hurry up and notify the Dragonfang team. We should have found a clue." Boom! As the last obsidian statue shattered into pieces on the ground, Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao only felt bursts of low roars suddenly coming from the depths of the temple. It seems as if some powerful being is gradually awakening. Ding! You have killed a level 28 elite obsidian statue and gained experience *219 and spiritual essence *103. Obtain magic core *3, obsidian fragment *10. Crack the death array and obtain the obsidian statue blueprint *1. Obsidian statue blueprint. Exquisite item. Blueprint that can be used to create an obsidian statue. 3 obsidian statues can form a death array. Required 5 magic cores, master-level mechanical skills. Mechanical technique. Looking at the drawings in his hand, Sun Tao took a breath. It turned out to be the blueprint for the hidden deputy mechanical engineer. Chapter 51 Skill Book Void. In this world, there are 7 general secondary job skills that can be learned through secondary job scrolls: alchemy, medicine, planting, tailoring, cooking, fishing, and forging. In addition to these 7 types, there are also hidden deputy positions such as mechanism master, formation master, and sculptor. They not only have the production capacity of general deputy positions, but can also increase the combat effectiveness of the battle soul master. However, it is difficult to change jobs to this type of secondary job. Not only does it require a special job change scroll, but it also requires a certain amount of knowledge reserves. For example, a mechanical engineer needs to at least practice alchemy and forging to a high level before changing jobs. It seems that this can only be left to Li Shuiyao to handle. Sun Tao side. Although there is no restriction on job transfer for secondary jobs, you can transfer any of them as long as you have the energy. But human power is limited, and a person only has so much energy. If you spend all your time learning secondary job skills, you will have no time to improve your own strength. Sun Tao still understands the principle of biting off more than you can chew. Therefore, Sun Tao planned to learn forging as his secondary job and not learn anything else. Master, wait! Just as he was about to hand the obsidian statue drawings to Li Shuiyao, Selena's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Please take a closer look at this drawing." Sun Tao was a little confused, but he still opened the drawing and started looking at it. Sai Lingna carefully observed the drawings in Sun Tao's hand through his perspective. Statue of the Grim Reaper. This is a statue of the Grim Reaper. Sai Lingna's surprised voice sounded in Sun Tao's mind. What is a death statue? Sun Tao asked curiously. The death statue is a golem created by Samel, the legendary god of death and purgatory. In addition to being able to protect the territory, it can also activate the death array in groups of 3. If you gather 9 groups of statues, you can upgrade the death array to the purgatory array. Inside the magic circle, all undead creatures will gain enhanced attributes, and the consumed undead energy will be quickly restored. In addition, other lives that enter the magic circle will be suppressed by the undead energy. If they are killed in the magic circle, they will become undead and be controlled by the magic circle. The most important thing is that this thing is movable. You can directly summon the statue wherever you want to set up the magic circle. Sun Tao's eyes lit up when he heard Selena's introduction. That being said, this is a good thing. It can be described as a combination of the undead version of the Kyushu barrier and the human emperor banner. But when he thought about the conditions for making this statue, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel depressed. But this thing requires a master-level mechanical engineer to make. Where can I find a master-level mechanical engineer? Sai Lingna said in surprise. Mechanical engineering. I know it. Before I fell asleep, I had nothing to do, so I learned alchemy and mechanical engineering, and I mastered both to the master level. Now I can make this statue. However, I need some obsidian and bloodstone. Sun Tao was delighted when he heard this. Selena, you are really my lucky star? He put away the drawings of the obsidian statue. At first, he didn't know the value of the drawings. Now that he knew it, he could not give it to Li Shuiyao. Collect the materials dropped by the last obsidian statue. Behind it, Sun Tao also found a hidden golden treasure chest. When I pushed it open, I saw a blue skill book inside. Void. Excellent skill. After using, you can obtain the skill Void, which transforms the target into a void creature, immune to all physical damage, and doubles the magic damage after being attacked by magic. Duration is 3 seconds, cooldown time is 2 minutes. It's actually a fine quality skill book. Li Shuiyao widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise. When she saw the effect of the skill, she was even more shocked. Magical skills. Magical skills. This skill has 2 uses. One is to use it on yourself, by applying it to yourself, making yourself immune to physical damage. As long as it is operated properly, you can completely turn the tables and win. After all, Magic Soul Masters generally have several magic shield skills that can resist long-range magic attacks. On the contrary, there is no way to deal with the skills of some warrior or assassin-type Soul Masters. With this skill, you can use it as a life-saving skill. The key is that this skill is used every 2 minutes and can even be used seamlessly in conjunction with other life-saving skills. The second is to cast a spell on the enemy, making the magic damage he takes double, and then use single-target high-explosive magic to kill him instantly. Both uses are quite powerful. Although it was only a premium-level skill book, in Li Shuiyao's opinion, in the hands of some mages, its power was probably no weaker than that of an ordinary perfect-level skill. Even though Li Shuiyao is the princess of Hon Group, she has never seen any better skill books than this one. Sun Tao, do you want this skill book? I can buy it with money, Li Shuiyao said softly. To be honest, the price of a high-quality skill book on the market is about 8 million. Your skill is very effective and very suitable for me. I am willing to pay 13 million to buy it. She knows what's going on. This skill book is really awesome, but she was not eligible for it. The difficulty of the second level of the skeleton cave itself was far beyond her combat ability. Sun Tao was basically the one fighting the whole time. Apart from occasionally giving Sun Tao some worthless jade light, she just stood aside and watched the show. It's no exaggeration to say that she is a vase. So she was very self-aware and had no intention of asking Sun Tao for this skill book. Instead, he asked him to buy it with money. Sun Tao looked at the skill book in his hand and didn't expect it to be so valuable. After thinking about it, he threw the skill book directly into Li Shuiyao's arms. Forget about the money. It's just a skill book. It's not a rare item. Just take it. If there are any secret realms in the future, just remember to call me. The reason why Sun Tao said this is because it is rather troublesome to deal with the skill book. It is useless to keep it by yourself, and you still have to sell it in the end. Instead of selling it to others, it would be better to give it to Li Shuiyao as a favor. After all, the Li family's Hon Group still has a considerable status in Shuzhou City. Before Sun Tao is fully grown up, he still needs to establish a good relationship with them. In addition, After spending some time together, Sun Tao discovered that Li Shuiyao was a pretty good person. She didn't have the arrogance of a rich second generation, nor did she have the condescending temper of a young lady. He's a pretty good guy. Maybe I could become a regular teammate with him in the future. After all, many secret realms require multiple people to open. Compared to finding some strangers to form a team, Sun Tao would rather find some people he trusts. It's only 13 million anyway, and I'm not short of money. I can earn it back by clearing a few secret realms. Looking at the skill book in her hand, Li Shuiyao felt inexplicably moved. This greedy bastard actually gave up 13 million and gave me this book. This contrast made her feel like she almost didn't recognize Sun Tao anymore. Forget it. I'll stop her when Sister Wu tortures him. Chapter 52, Night Elves. The two continued to move forward, passing through the ruins of the temple, and found an inverted blue light shield in an open space not far away. I remember there wasn't this cover here before. Li Shuiyao put her hand on her eyebrows and looked into the distance at the light shield not far away. The aura emanating from it made her feel very uncomfortable. I guess the obsidian statue we just killed unlocked the seal on the boss area. Sun Tao replied casually, carrying a stick and walking forward. Li Shuiyao quickly jogged to catch up. After passing through the light shield and taking a few steps, the two men suddenly heard the whistling sounds of several sharp arrows. Whoosh! 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 Careful! Sun Tao shouted loudly, stepped forward to protect Li Shuiyao behind him, twirled the copper cloud stick in his hand, danced with it, and swept away all the arrows from the surroundings. Looking closely, I saw 7 or 8 skeleton archers standing in the darkness. Skeleton archer. Level 26. Power 723. Skills rapid shooting stealth. Click, click, click. Seeing that Sun Tao's stick flower blocked the arrow, one of the skeleton archers moved his mouth up and down, commanding the other archers to launch an attack. Red lights lit up on the skeleton archers' skeleton frames, and they pulled their bows and shot arrows as fast as convulsions. In the blink of an eye, they shot more than a dozen arrows at Sun Tao and the other man. Fuck! You old bastards! Looking at the rain of arrows, Sun Tao cursed inwardly, reached out and hugged Li Shuiyao, jumped to the left, and dodged the rain of arrows. Being held in Sun Tao's arms, Li Shuiyao inexplicably felt a sense of security. She couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder and quietly sniff the scent on his body. Itchy! Stop it! Sun Tao frowned and growled, holding her and lightly tapping her toes. His whole figure kept gaining leverage from the rocks and quickly approached these skeleton archers. Click, click, click. Seeing Sun Tao approaching, these skeleton archers became anxious, screaming in panic, and wanted to attack Sun Tao with their bows and arrows raised. But he was knocked down instantly by a single blow from his stick. Ding! You have killed 26 skeleton archers and gained experience *32 and spiritual value *13. Ding! You have killed 26 skeleton archers and gained experience *32 and spiritual value *13. Ding! You have killed 26 skeleton archers and gained experience *32 and spiritual value *13. Clear out these skeleton archers in no time. Li Shuiyao was just breathing a sigh of relief when a hidden arrow suddenly shot out from the woods not far away. By the time she noticed it, it was already right in front of her. Ah! Li Shuiyao screamed and tried to dodge, but her hands and feet were weak and did not obey her at all. He could only stand there in a daze, watching the arrow fly towards his forehead. It's over. I'm going to die here. Wow. I'm so unwilling. Someone come save me. Li Shuiyao was filled with despair. Just as she was about to close her eyes and wait for death, a big hand suddenly reached out from the side. He grabbed the arrow that was shot at him. Snap! Sun Tao squeezed hard with one hand, and the ironwood arrow broke with a sound. What a terrible perception ability. As if frightened by Sun Tao's ability to catch the arrow with his bare hands, the attacker in the dense forest remained silent after shooting the arrow. Are you going to come out on your own? Or do you want me to invite you out? Sun Tao swung his long stick and spoke coldly towards the dense forest. In his eyes, there were 3 humanoid creatures hiding in the treetops of the dense forest. Looking at their faces, they looked a bit like the elves in the legend. Sun Tao's voice echoed in the quiet forest. After a moment's silence, a slight rustling sound was heard. 3 beings with slender figures, delicate faces, and long pointed ears, like forest elves, slowly walked out of the shadows. They were wearing emerald green leather armor, and their dark blue skin was dotted with red spots of varying shades. Their brows were slightly furrowed, and they looked at Sun Tao with strong vigilance in their eyes. Night Elves, Dead Transformation in Progress. Level 27. Power 783. Skills, Rapid Shooting Stealth. Sun Tao looked at the three elves and narrowed his eyes slightly. Night Elves. The reason why Sun Tao did not take action directly was because Selena said in his mind that these elves were very high-quality blood slave materials and asked Sun Tao not to damage them. It would be best if he could subdue them. One of the elves stepped forward and said through gritted teeth, "Oryx's lackeys, just give up. We can never become those lowly, undead archers." Sun Tao frowned and turned the copper cloud stick in his hand. "Oryx? Who is it?" "We are not its subordinates." The elf in the middle frowned and said in a deep voice, "Since you are not Oryx's men, why are you in this death array?" Sun Tao shrugged and explained, "We are adventurers from other worlds, and we came here to look for traces of the Death Shooter. As for this place, it's a new area we discovered after smashing 3 obsidian statues. Do you know where the Death Shooter is? The statue of the god of death is broken." Hearing Sun Tao's words, the 3 elves looked at each other. The one on the far left lifted up his wristband and saw that the red spots on his arm had indeed faded a lot. This discovery made the 3 elves ecstatic instantly. "It's true, Arya. The undead energy is receding, and the death circle has really been broken." The elf in the middle closed his eyes. A silver-white crescent pattern flashed between his eyebrows, and he raised his hand to release a light blue magic owl that flew out of the light shield. Not long after, she opened her eyes in surprise. The death circle outside has really disappeared. When Arya thought that the fate of her race had finally seen the light of day, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She turned around and pounded her chest respectfully towards Sun Tao. "Sorry, human warrior from a foreign land. We have been tortured by Oryx for too long, and it is inevitable that we are a little out of control emotionally." Oryx is the skeleton emperor sleeping underground. He is a follower of the death god Manga and possesses great power. He has always wanted to transform all of us night elves into skeleton archers. Arya said in a clear and slightly sad voice. "As for the Death Shooter you mentioned, he is the guardian of our night elves, our former general, Windrunner Sylvanas." Li Shuyao listened at the side, and the fear in her heart was gradually replaced by curiosity. She had never heard of the race of night elves. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful secret monster that could communicate normally. "So, you mean to stop me?" Sun Tao's eyes were sharp. He could feel the breath of death emanating from these elves, exactly the same as the obsidian statue outside. Plus, they themselves said that Deadshot was their general. This means that these elves are enemies. It seems that it is impossible to subdue her. I can only use less strength when fighting and not to hurt her body. Otherwise, Selena will not be able to transform into a blood slave. Seeing Sun Tao's unfriendly expression, he exuded a dangerous, murderous intent. The 3 elves immediately became nervous. Judging from the performance of Sun Tao, catching the arrow with his bare hands just now, Sun Tao's strength is simply not comparable to theirs. Even if the 3 of them were put together, they probably wouldn't be his match. Now they are far away from the world tree and have no ability to reproduce, and their tribe is dwindling as each one dies. In this situation, their idea is to avoid taking action if possible. Seeing Sun Tao preparing to take action, Arya hurried forward. "You misunderstood. We will not stop you, but help you deal with the Death Shooter." Sun Tao was stunned, remembering the undead Night Husker whom he had met in the night jungle before. Could this be the secret mechanism of the second floor of the Skull Cavern? Can the Soul Master get help from the Night Elves? Why? Listening to Sun Tao's question, Arya opened her mouth and finally sighed. He shook his head slightly at Sun Tao and said, "I can't explain it clearly for the time being. You should come with me and see it with your own eyes." Chapter 53, Hidden Mission. Follow Arya into the depths of the forest. Along the way, they encountered many skeleton archers, all of whom were shot to death by the other 2 night elves with gritted teeth. Arya sighed and explained to Sun Tao, "These skeleton archers are all our people. They couldn't withstand the transformation of undead energy and became like this." As she spoke, she began to tell Sun Tao the story of Oryx and the Night Elves. Hundreds of years ago, Oryx was bewitched by the god of death Mung, sacrificed his country and subjects, and became a skeleton emperor. At that time, Sylvanas Windrunner, the Ranger General of the Elf Empire, was leading her Elf Ranger Corps to visit the Auric Empire. In order to invade the Elven Empire of Quel'Thats, Auric personally took action, wanting Sylvanas to surrender and lead himself into Eversong Woods. As the Ranger General of Quel'Thats, Sylvanas naturally refused to obey, and Auric could do nothing to her because no one except the High Elves knew how to enter Eversong Woods. In order to make the elves surrender, Auric established a death circle to isolate the elves from the Tree of Life and continuously released undead energy to corrode these elven rangers. Without the Tree of Life, except for the High Elf Sylvanas, the other elven rangers were unable to resist the erosion of the undead energy, and even their daily lives became a problem. In order to save her people, Sylvanas resolutely used her own soul as a bridge, absorbed the power of death, and converted them into energy that could be absorbed by the elven rangers. But in doing so, her body fell into the control of Auric, and she became a death archer wandering in the death circle. And as time went by, Sylvanas' soul grew weaker. More and more elven rangers could not resist the erosion of death energy and were transformed into skeleton archers. Now there are less than 300 elven rangers left, and they are still struggling to survive. If Auric finds the general's soul, he will definitely find a way to go to Eversong Woods. Then Quel'Thats and the elves will be finished. Arya finished, sighing heavily. Then he looked at Sun Tao and smiled. Fortunately, you smashed the 3 obsidian statues in time and stopped the spread of the undead energy. Now we have a chance to regain our freedom. Li Shuyao's eyes lit up when she heard Arya's words. He quickly pulled Sun Tao's sleeve and whispered, "This must be a hidden mission. Why don't you ask her what we can do?" Although I don't know why this item is not included in the strategy guide, as long as we can complete this task, we will definitely gain huge benefits. I suspect that Eversong Woods is the entrance to a secret realm. That's maybe the clue. Sun Tao thought it made sense and turned to ask Arya. "So, what can we do?" Arya led the 2 of them to a canyon and turned around to say, "Now that the death circle has been broken, if we can bring back Sylvanas' body, we can open the portal to Eversong Woods. Ding, trigger the hidden mission in the secret realm and save the elves. Mission requirements: defeat Death Shooter Sylvanas and bring back her body. Mission reward: Sylvanas' blade, perfect grade bow forging blueprint." Hearing the system prompts ringing in their ears, Sun Tao and Li Shuyao looked at each other. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. There really is a hidden mission. This time I made money. Li Shuyao hurried forward to ask, "So how do we find the location of the Death Shooter?" In the walkthrough for the 2nd level of the Skull Caverns, it only states that the Death Shooter will randomly appear anywhere in the secret realm after killing 3 obsidian statues. There is only a rough range, no specific location. Arya glanced at her and whispered, "Don't worry, we have a way." As he said this, he took the lead and walked into the canyon. Sun Tao and Li Shuyao hurriedly followed. As everyone stepped into the canyon, night elves wearing emerald green leather armor stood up on the mountain walls on both sides and looked at the 2 people below. Sun Tao looked at their hateful eyes and thought to himself that if Arya and the others had not led the way, they would have been shot into hedgehogs long ago. Slowly walking into the depths of the canyon, not far away is a black quagmire that looks like oil. In the center of the quagmire, there was a divine bow with smooth lines and exquisite design. Mysterious runes were carved on the bow arms, which continuously absorbed the death energy in the air under the night sky. There are sharp blades on both sides of the bow, which allows it to play a huge role in close combat. That is where our general soul lies, Quel'Thats' legendary bow, Sylvanas' sharp blade. It's a pity that the general's soul is too weak now, and he can't come out to see you. Arya whispered to the 2. He reached into his quiver and pulled out an arrow, then stirred it in the black mud at his feet. Seeing that the arrow was covered with black mud and began to flash with strange light, he stood up and handed it to Sun Tao. This arrow is stained with the general's soul, which is fatally attractive to the Death Shooter. As long as you take out this arrow outside, the Death Shooter will come to you on his own initiative. You'd better be careful. Although Death Shooter has no soul, she still retains the fighting instincts of the general when he was alive. If you underestimate her, you will probably be in big trouble. Sun Tao took the arrow, opened his fiery eyes, and observed it for a while. And sure enough, he felt an unusual soul breath on the arrow. This breath is both cold and hot, possessing both the vitality of nature and the sense of death and decay. It is a combination of contradictions. From this breath, Sun Tao could feel the power of Sylvanas. and this is still her weakest state. Sun Tao couldn't even imagine how powerful Sylvanas was in her heyday. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression somewhat solemn. "Don't worry, I will definitely bring her to you." Putting away the black arrow, Sun Tao took Li Shuiyao and walked out of the canyon. There is a magic circle set up by the night elves in this canyon that can block the Death Shooter's perception. So if you want to lure out the Death Shooter, you need to find a place outside. "Come out, Shadow Wolf." Walking out of the canyon, Sun Tao found an open space, took out the bone flute, and summoned the Shadow Wolf, almost frightening Li Shuiyao, who was standing beside him, to faint. After discovering that it was the mount summoned by Sun Tao, Li Shuiyao widened her eyes and screamed in disbelief. "Fuck, you have a mount!" Sun Tao climbed onto the wolf, raised his eyebrows at her, and patted the wolf's head. "How about it, handsome, right?" Li Shuiyao pursed her lips. To be honest, she was really jealous. Mounts are not comparable to industrial products like cars. It's really something you can only encounter by chance. Many combat soul masters have never even seen it, let alone possessed it in their entire lives. Even though Li Shuiyao was the eldest daughter of Hon Group, she had only seen a few mounts at her father's place. They are all relatively ordinary horses, and it is obvious at first glance that they are no match for this Shadow Wolf. Carrying Li Shuiyao, Sun Tao ran all the way until he reached a grassland before stopping the magic wolf. Looking at the flat terrain around him, Sun Tao nodded slightly. To fight ranged units like archers, it's best to have flat terrain with little cover so as not to give them space to pull us. He came to the center of the grassland, took out a lighter from his ring, and set fire to a large open space. The arrow was stuck in the middle of the open space, and Sun Tao stood aside, waiting silently. I don't know how long I waited, but just when Li Shuiyao became impatient and wanted to ask Sun Tao suddenly opened his eyes, looked to the right front, and said in a low voice, "Here it comes." Chapter 54. Is this how you usually fight bosses? As soon as Sun Tao finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew up from the flat ground. A figure appeared and disappeared in the wind, approaching rapidly like a ghost. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, golden light flashed, and his sight penetrated the darkness and fell on the face of the person who came. She was wearing black leather armor, her face hidden by the shadow of the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes flashing with cold light. Seeing Sylvanas' eyes looking at her, Li Shuiyao suddenly shuddered. The cold and bloodthirsty gaze was as if that of a god of death walking out of hell. The murderous aura that came towards her made Li Shuiyao's legs tremble uncontrollably, even though they were hundreds of meters apart. "Elf! Soul!" Sylvanas' voice was low and hoarse. His eyes were fixed on the black arrow at Sun Tao's feet, with a hint of crazy murderous intent. Deathstroke Sylvanas, hero. Level 30. Power 2,750. Skills: Wind Walk, Shooting Aura, Chains of Domination, Dark Call, Lament, Wind of Silence. Hiss. Seeing Sylvanas' terrifying fighting power, Li Shuiyao took a breath. This combat power is too outrageous. Level 30 has nearly 3,000 combat power points. This is a boss that only a second-level combat soul master can defeat. There are 6 more skills. It's not something we can fight right now. Li Shuiyao tugged at the corner of Sun Tao's clothes. "Sun Tao, why don't we just forget it? There's no way we can defeat it with just the 2 of us." Sun Tao shook his head, pulled out the Tonyan stick, and whispered to her, "Stand back and protect yourself. Sun Tao, don't be impulsive. The Battle Soul College entrance examination is coming soon. It's not worth getting hurt now. Careful." Before Li Shuiyao could finish her words, Sun Tao suddenly growled, put his left hand around her waist, and threw her backwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same moment, a sharp arrow whizzed past where they had just stood and penetrated deeply into the ground behind them. The tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly, emitting a faint blue light. After being thrown by Sun Tao, Li Shuiyao rolled on the ground for several times before she could barely stop. She climbed up and looked at the arrow not far away. She was still in shock, her face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. If Sun Tao had not reacted in time, she might have been killed by the arrow. Shaking Li Shuiyao off, Sun Tao kicked his feet and suddenly jumped up, rushing toward Sylvanas like a ghost. Sylvanas sneered and quickly pulled the bowstring. An arrow flashing with faint light flew out of the air and aimed directly at Sun Tao's heart. Sun Tao reacted extremely quickly. He turned his body and dodged perfectly, The arrow just brushed past the corner of his clothes, and he narrowly avoided the attack. Sylvanas' body shook, black wind swirled around her, and she almost merged with the air as she quickly retreated. Popular. When the skill was activated, her figure became like a ghost, floating freely in the wind. While retreating, she pulled the bow again, and this time shot 7 or 8 arrows rapidly. In the blink of an eye, several sharp arrows were shot out, forming a cross net of death, covering Sun Tao on both sides. Damn, these old guys are really mortals. Sun Tao cursed inwardly, stood firmly, and waved his stick in the air, turning it into an impenetrable stick shadow that shot down the incoming arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The arrow collided with the stick shadow, making a crisp sound of metal collision and sparks flying. Seeing that her rain of arrows was blocked, Sylvanas' eyes flashed coldly. She raised her longbow and roared. Wake up! The earth trembled, and more than 30 skeleton archers woke up from the darkness and struggled to crawl out from the ground. You are the only one who has a clone? Seeing that Sylvanas was not abiding by the ethics of martial arts, Sun Tao also became angry. He simply pulled out a handful of hair and blew it gently. 5 clones of Sun Tao emerged from the smoke, holding sticks and rushing towards the skeleton archers. Each clone exuded the same aura as the original, causing the skeleton archers to immediately fall into chaos. Arrows flew everywhere, but it was difficult to lock onto the real target. Seeing that Sun Tao also created a clone, Sylvanas was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Sun Tao had such a method. He stretched out his hand and pushed, and a gust of wind whistled up, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. Wherever the wind went, magical elements scattered, and those clones formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth burst like a dream bubble. The wind of silence. The elves' special magic, a sweeping gale, can push enemies away and disperse the magical elements in the area, rendering magical skills ineffective. Seeing Sun Tao's clones shattered one after another, Sylvanas smiled coldly. Before she could start to feel proud, she heard a whistling sound from behind her head. Sylvanas was horrified and tried to dodge Sun Tao's stick, but it was too late. Gathering chi and dispersing form, breaking invisibility with one strike. Sun Tao's figure suddenly appeared beside Sylvanas, and the long stick in his hand was like an angry dragon, hitting her vest with the force of thunder. Ah! Sylvanas screamed and was hit hard by Sun Tao's stick and flew away. Bang! He rolled several times in the air and fell heavily to the ground. She struggled to stand up, but heard Sun Tao pointing at her and shouting not far away. Certainly, immobilization technique. Bite! With a crisp sound, golden runes instantly wrapped around Sylvanas, fixing her in place. Then, Sun Tao rushed forward and launched a series of light stick combos at Sylvanas. The health bar above its head dropped rapidly. Li Shuiyao, who was watching the fight from the side, was stunned. Can you still fight like this? The boss with a combat power of nearly 3,000 points was completely powerless in Sun Tao's hands. In other words, Sun Tao's actual combat power is at least 3,000. She still remembered that she and Uncle Wong had to assign tasks to each of the bosses they encountered in the simple difficulty secret realm. Only after considering all the tactics, playing styles, and situations will you take action. And if the fight starts, it will be impossible to take down the boss in less than 20 minutes. But for Sun Tao, it was a complete crushing defeat. It would be fine if this was a boss of easy difficulty. But this is the second level of the Hell-level Skeleton Cavern, comparable to a level 50 silver secret realm. Li Shuiyao couldn't even imagine how strong Sun Tao was. She now had only one thought in her mind. Sun Tao is a guy with a promising future ahead of him, and we must not make friends with him while he hasn't gotten ahead yet. Hurry up and hold on to this thigh. Bang! A loud noise not far away brought Li Shuiyao back to her senses. Looking up, I saw Sun Tao jumping high with an iron rod in his hand, and the rod was shining with golden light. The strong force of the stick came crashing down, hitting Sylvanas hard on the head. Great Sage's stick technique, stick chopping style. Boom! The enormous force created a large hole several meters in diameter on the ground, and a large amount of smoke and dust instantly exploded from the ground. The huge shock wave swept wildly in all directions, almost blowing Li Shuiyao, who was watching the battle, away. When the smoke and dust cleared, Sylvanas collapsed limply in the center of the pit. There was only a thin line of blood left on the health bar above his head. Sun Tao stood at the edge of the pit holding a stick, and his back view stunned Li Shuiyao. A secret realm boss of hell difficulty, or a final boss? Was he killed instantly by Sun Tao? A tingling electric current instantly ran from the top of her head to her tailbone, causing Li Shuiyao to tremble as if she had been electrocuted. Following Sun Tao was indeed the best decision I had ever made in my life. Sun Tao didn't notice Li Shuiyao's appearance. After dealing with Sylvanas, he summoned the Shadow Wolf and came to her side and said, "Done. Let's go." Li Shuiyao suddenly woke up from her dream and hurried to catch up. "Is this how you usually fight bosses?" "Well, that's about right." Chapter 55, Sylvanas Awakens. If Li Shuiyao hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. There are actually people who can solo the second level of the Hell-level Skeleton Cavern. This final boss is obviously prepared for the second-level combat Soul Master team. Who would have thought that a first-level combat Soul Master below level 40 could solo it? And it's effortless. I can't say that there will be no one to surpass him, but at least there has been no one before him. Li Shuiyao suddenly thought of something and asked Sun Tao curiously, "What level are you now?" Sun Tao scratched his head and looked at his attribute panel. Destiny Man, Sun Tao. Level, 24. Power, 14,464. Fighting Spirit, God Level Monkey King, 10%. Skills, Great Saint Staff Technique, 5. Basic Meditation Technique, Angry Ape Strength, 5. Copperhead and Iron Arms, 3. Hair Clone, 2. Immobilization Technique, 2. Chi Gathering Technique, 5. Gathering and Dispersing Chi, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Stick, Lotus Medicine Pot, Red Tide, Fireproof Cover, Red Lotus Armor. Spiritual Points, 2032. After clearing the first and second floors of the Skeleton Cavern, Sun Tao's experience bar was just a little bit away from level 25. The spiritual value has also accumulated more than 2,000 points. I guess I can complete another wave of upgrades by clearing Black Wind Mountain again tonight. I just don't know if Guangxi's bosses will still be there when I visit Black Wind Mountain again. In response to Li Shuiyao's question, Sun Tao thought about it. Level 24, I guess. Li Shuiyao widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears. Master Duo, what level did you say you are? Level 24? Sun Tao looked at Li Shuiyao in confusion. Why did she react so strongly? It took me 3 days to reach level 24, which is already very slow. Li Shuiyao was going crazy looking at Sun Tao's expression. Is he still feeling wronged? Do you know what you were talking about? Only 5 days after the awakening ceremony, he has reached level 24. Are you so perverted? You have to know that when others are leveling up, even if they're led by experts, they will go to high-level secret realms to kill monsters. Due to the existence of the experience distribution mechanism, you can only level up to 5 times a day. And the further you go, the higher the experience requirements for upgrading. As far as Li Shuiyao knew, the highest level of students who awakened in the same batch as them was only level 13. And this is a rich second generation from Kyoto. He has awakened an S-level fighting spirit, which is why he can upgrade so quickly. But Sun Tao actually said that he was already level 24. How could this not surprise Li Shuiyao? But this also explains why it is so easy for him to defeat the boss. The higher the level, the higher the combat power. So how much combat power do you have now? Li Shuiyao continued to ask. Sun Tao looked at her. He only said level 24, but she was so shocked. If I tell her that my combat power is over 14,000, she will be scared to death. After hesitating for a long time, Sun Tao decided to downplay his combat power. About 4,000 or so. Well, a little over 4,000. Li Shuiyao could still accept this number. Bullshit. Who is a normal person with 4,000 combat power at level 24? Is he really a D-level fighting spirit? SSS-level fighting spirits aren't that strong. Uncle Wang is the captain of their family's bodyguards. He is level 35, but his combat power is only over 600 but less than 700. Now you say that you are level 24 with more than 4,000 combat power. You are not really cheating. Looking at myself again, I am level 15 with 400 combat power points, which is probably not even a fraction of Sun Tao's. The gap is too big. It looks like you are definitely the top scorer in the country in this Battle Soul College entrance examination, Li Shuiyao said with emotion, and Sun Tao felt a little embarrassed. Do your best. There are so many geniuses in the country. Who knows if there are any cheaters? Who else can have a bigger hang than you? Li Shuiyao looked at Sun Tao with disdain. Thinking of her own pitiful fighting ability, she suddenly felt a little autistic. Seeing Li Shuyao's little face, Sun Tao scratched his head. Is the combat power still too much? Let's do 1,000 less next time. Rush all the way to the canyon where the night elves are. Arya watched in shock as Sun Tao and the other man brought Sylvanas' body. So fast. She looked at the sky not far away. It seemed like they had been out for less than an hour. So you brought Sylvanas' body here? Including the time spent traveling back and forth. Did they defeat Sylvanas in 20 minutes? Hiss. Arya took a deep breath when she thought of this possibility. Sylvanas is already the strongest among the elves. Although the Death Shooter has lost his soul, his fighting power is still there. Even she was no match for Sun Tao and the others. If Sun Tao and the others had some bad intentions, then these elves... Thinking of this, Arya's heart sank, and she could only pray that Sun Tao and the others were good people. Place Sylvanas' body next to the mire. A ray of silver moonlight fell from the sky, covering Sylvanas' blade in the center of the mire. The entire quagmire suddenly began to vibrate violently. The mud that was originally wrapped around the surface of the divine bow gradually cracked. Sylvanas' sharp blade shone in the moonlight, releasing dazzling light again. This is Elun's blessing, Arya said in surprise, her voice filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Sun Tao turned his head and found that he had been surrounded by a circle of night elves. They all knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together, and bowed their heads reverently, as if they were performing a sacred ceremony. The moonlight was like water, gently falling on them and covering them with a layer of silver gauze. The undead energy in them gradually dissipated in the rippling moonlight. At this moment, a warm power surged out from the divine bow. Sun Tao looked up and saw an illusory soul gradually emerging from the magic bow. Sylvanas? She nodded and smiled at Sun Tao, then slowly flew above her body and merged with her. As Sylvanas' soul returned, her body gradually regained vitality, and her emerald eyes opened again. I'm back! Sylvanas stood up, and the divine bow automatically flew into her hand. General! The night elves raised their heads one after another, tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. After more than 100 years, they finally waited for the general to return. They can finally go home. Sylvanas landed in front of Sun Tao and bowed slightly to him. Thank you, brave foreign warrior. You saved us. May Elun bless you forever. This is the blueprint I used to make Sylvanas' blade. I'm giving it to you now. I hope it can be helpful to you. After handing the blueprint to Sun Tao, Sylvanas turned around and looked at the sisters she brought with her. She couldn't help but feel sad to see that only a few hundred people were left instead of 3,000. Sisters, we have fought side by side on this land, witnessed countless lives and deaths, and experienced countless hardships. We have lost countless comrades. They are our friends and our family. I know that you are filled with fatigue, but please remember that we are not fighting alone. Elun is with us. Auric is still coveting Quelvats. We cannot stop and must tell the Sun Council of this news as soon as possible. Chapter 56, The Portal That Cannot Be Opened. Watching Sylvanas inspiring the elves' confidence, Sun Tao heard a familiar system prompt in his ears. Ding, complete the hidden mission in the secret realm and save the elves. Obtained quest rewards. Experience * 4,000. Sylvanas' blade blueprint * 1. Sylvanas' blade. Perfect bow. Power 635. The magic weapon of the night elves, designed by Ranger General Sylvanas herself, has powerful magic attacks and melee capabilities. Only the bravest archers are worthy of picking it up. Features. Gale Arrow can shoot magic arrows, can shoot without arrows after turning on the Gale state. It increases the attack speed by 300% and the dodge by 50%. Required level 40. Forging materials. Wind Feather Leaf, Ancient Tree Heart, Wind Whispering Vine, Wind Whispering Stone, Wind Whispering Stone with Spirit Resin. Forging requirements, Senior Forger. Looking at the drawings in Sun Tao's hand, Li Shuyao's saliva was about to flow. The biggest daily trouble for Archer-type Soul Masters is that they have to carry a large number of arrows. Depending on the needs of the battle, even more than a dozen different types need to be prepared. Once consumed, the combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. And this bow can actually shoot magic arrows, which can greatly reduce the logistical pressure of the Archer warrior. Furthermore, the sharp blade on the bow ensures that the archer will not be completely defenseless when approached. How about selling this blueprint to me? I'll give you 30 million. Li Shuiyao raised her head and asked Sun Tao, with little stars like gold coins twinkling in her eyes. She discovered that Sun Tao was a lucky star. Following him, you can not only enter the secret realm, but also obtain various precious props. Some things others may not even see even after browsing for more than 10 times. You have to know that some of these things cannot be bought with money in the market. Just like the moonlit Lycoris last time, and Sylvanas' blade this time. They are all rare and precious things. 30 million? Sun Tao looked at the drawings in his hand and was delighted. Anyway, this thing is of no use in my hands, so I might as well let Li Shuiyao deal with it. Okay, I'll sell it to you. When you finish making it, just give me one. Sun Tao threw the blueprint to Li Shuiyao and got a perfect bow for free. He felt it was a good deal. Seeing that Sun Tao agreed, Li Shuiyao was overjoyed. The level 40 perfect bow is just right for most soul masters. It is an equipment that eliminates the need to carry additional bows and arrows. I believe that as long as the price is not expensive, every adventure group will bring a few. The mere 30 million can be earned back quickly. Both of them felt that they had made a fortune. This wave is called win-win. After handing the drawings to Li Shuiyao, the experience of the hidden mission was also infused into Sun Tao's body. Invisible experience poured in, filling up his last bit of experience bar, and his body instantly flashed with golden light. He's upgraded. Seeing the upgrade light on Sun Tao, Li Shuiyao exclaimed, "You upgraded again? Level 25. Sun Tao nodded. It was indeed level 25. He didn't expect that he would get experience points after completing the task. Li Shuiyao was a little speechless, as she was still half a tube of experience away from level 16. It will take a long time to catch up with Sun Tao. At this time, Sylvanas' speech was coming to an end. She took a deep breath and her tone became more passionate. We have risen from desperate situations countless times and used our wisdom and courage to write our own legend. Today is no exception. She raised the divine bow in her hand high, and the divine bow shone brightly under the moonlight. For Alun, hearing Sylvanas' excited words, all the elves present became excited. Holding the longbow high, he echoed loudly, "For Alun! For Alun!" Sylvanas turned to look at Sun Tao, pounded her right hand on her chest, and saluted him. "Thank you, warriors from foreign lands. Next, we will return to the Song Forest to protect our home. If you have the chance, you are welcome to come to Quel'Thats. We will definitely serve you the sweetest elven wine." She waved her right hand across her chest, and a green light gathered in her palm. "This emerald badge is the key to the Singing Forest. I am waiting for you in Quel'Thats. Emerald badge, exquisité pendant. Power, 324. The magic pendant produced in the Forest of Song is engraved with a mysterious elven magic circle. It can increase life recovery ability and is the key to open the Forest of Song. Features: Fountain of Life. The user will rapidly recover health when not hurt, but will lose health after being hurt. Battery Life Magic. When Sun Tao saw the properties of this pendant, his eyes lit up instantly. What's the most frightening thing when killing monsters? It's not enough battery life. While fighting monsters along the way, no one can guarantee that they will not get hurt or lose blood. What if after fighting for a long time, you suddenly encounter a boss and you are out of health? No one can stand it. Therefore, most combat soul masters will carry a few large blood bottles when adventuring in the wild, just in case. The main thing for Sun Tao is that he has the gourd, so when he runs out of blood, he can replenish it by drinking a sip. But there is a limit on the number of times you can play the gourd. This pendant can restore health as long as you are out of combat, making it an endurance artifact for outdoor adventures. If we sell some adventure groups, I'm sure there will be people willing to buy them even if they sell for tens of millions. The key is that this may also be a secret key that can open the entrance to the Singing Forest. Its value is immeasurable. Li Shuiyao obviously realized how precious the pendant was, but she didn't say anything. After all, she had already asked Sun Tao for the blueprint of Sylvanas' blade, and it would be a bit impolite to ask again. The most I can do is ask Sun Tao to take me with him when he goes to the Song Forest. She is still quite curious about the night elves. After handing the emerald badge to Sun Tao, Sylvanas raised the longbow and chanted ancient spells. Emerald green elven runes appeared on the bow. The elves around looked at the divine bow in Sylvanas' hand with surprise. That was their hope of returning home. Just wait a moment, and these runes will turn into a portal to the Singing Forest, and they will be able to go home. But as time went by, The portal did not open as everyone expected. The spell in Sylvanas' mouth was coming to an end. Her brows were furrowed deeper and deeper, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. What's going on? Why can't I find the coordinates of the Song Forest? What on earth happened to Quell That's? If we can't contact Quell That's, we're really dead. Sylvanas was extremely anxious and tried desperately to open the portal. However, as the spell echoed, the surrounding space did not change at all, and the runes on the bow still shone with emerald green light. But no matter how hard she tried, the portal showed no response. Why? Why? Sylvanas' voice was filled with despair. She didn't understand why she couldn't open the portal to the Woods of Song. This is obviously the simplest teleportation magic. There is no way I could have made a mistake. The surrounding night, elves gathered around. They didn't say anything, but just stood there silently, looking at the former Ranger General, confusion and helplessness flashing in their eyes. The portal cannot be opened. There's no going back. Chapter 57. Evaluation of Blood Descendants and Blood Slaves. Seeing the elves looking so gloomy, Sun Tao was a little surprised. He originally thought that after completing the hidden mission, he would just watch a cutscene and wait for them to open the portal and return to the Forest of Songs. Teleport yourself out at the same time. But unexpectedly, these elves were unable to open the portal to return home. Is this another hidden mission? Sun Tao poked Li Shuyao's arm and winked at her. What's going on? Is this another hidden mission? Li Shuyao was also confused. That's wrong. The guide doesn't mention such a situation. Sun Tao scratched his head and asked Silena in his heart if she knew what was going on. I remember reading in a book that elves are actually parasites of the World Tree. They were bred by the World Tree and are responsible for protecting the World Tree. Because they are constantly supplied with energy from the World Tree, they have eternal life. Silena's voice rang in Sun Tao's heart. They can't open the portal now. There are only two possibilities. One is that they have lost the magic coordinates of the Song Forest, causing the teleportation magic to fail. As long as they can find the coordinates, they can still open the portal. As for the second option, Selena paused. He sighed slightly. That means something happened in the Forest of Songs. They can't establish a connection with the World Tree. Although nothing is wrong now, over time, without the supply of life energy, these elves will slowly die. 10,000 years ago, a group of high elves wanted to solve this problem and used magical energy as a substitute for life energy. As a result, it caused an even more serious disaster. They called it magic addiction. Then do you have a solution? Sun Tao asked curiously. He remembered that Selena had said before that these elves were excellent candidates for blood slaves. Would becoming a blood slave also present such a problem? Selena said, the solution is simple. Just turn them into blood descendants or blood slaves. Blood descendants are those I used the first embrace on to transform them into vampires, but I've never tried it before, so I don't know if it would have any effect on elves. After becoming blood descendants, they can draw life energy from blood on their own and break free from the constraints of the World Tree. Blood slaves are even simpler. I can directly implant my blood into their bodies and turn them into blood slaves under my control. Then I can directly transmit life energy to them. If I don't need it, I can also put them into a dormant state and let them fall into a deep sleep and wake them up when needed. After hearing what Silena said, Sun Tao understood that it was actually equivalent to finding a substitute for the life energy of these elves. They are unable to absorb life energy on their own and must absorb it through an intermediate medium. Compared to blood slaves, blood descendants have a higher degree of freedom and are more like a completely new race. But will these elves agree? Sun Tao is still a little conflicted. After all, elves worship nature and love life, and the ideas of vampires run counter to theirs. If they knew that Sun Tao's method was to turn himself into a vampire, Sun Tao was worried that he would be shot to death by the elves' arrows as soon as he said it. After thinking for a moment, Sun Tao decided to find an elf to sound out the situation first. After taking a quick look around, Sun Tao set his target on Arya. He quietly came to Arya and asked softly, Arya, what happened? Why didn't you open the portal? And why is everyone so sad? Arya wiped her tears, turned to look at Sun Tao, and did not directly answer his question. I'm sorry to make you embarrassed. I'll help you get out of here right now. As he said this, he was about to form seals with his hands and cast a teleportation magic to send Sun Tao out of the secret realm. Seeing this, Sun Tao quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, what happened? Maybe I can help. Arya sighed and tried to calm herself down. As you can see, we can't open the portal to the Singing Forest now. We are completely trapped here. Sun Tao pretended to be confused. There's no way to go to the Song Forest. Can't we just leave first? Arya shook her head. The teleportation magic in my hand can only teleport people from other regions away. It can only teleport up to 10 people at a time. It is impossible for all of us to escape. And Arya paused. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. We have also lost contact with the Tree of Life. If we can't find a new source of life in time, we will all. She hadn't finished her words, but her meaning was clear. After saying that, she sighed again and shook her head at Sun Tao. You can't help with this matter, so let me take you out first. Sun Tao quickly grabbed her hand. Etc. Maybe I do have a solution. On the other side, after coming out of the skeleton cave, Su Wei and his companions spent another day in the rocky wasteland. They used up all their supplies, killed more than a dozen monsters, and barely reached the next level. The efficiency is naturally incomparable to that of the secret realm. After coming out of the adventure area, no one was in the mood to talk, so they drove back to their homes. After returning home, Su Wei thought about what happened in the Skull Cave today and became angrier and angrier. Even drinking several glasses of wine couldn't calm my anger. He took out his cell phone and called Jiang Tiansheng, the leader of his adventure team. Master! After Jiang Tiansheng came over, he looked at Su Wei with a fawning face, not showing any sign of being a third-level combat soul master. I want to kill someone. Find me a powerful master. No matter how much money is spent, the key is to be reliable. Su Wei's eyes were full of murderous intent. When he thought about what happened today and Li Shuiyao's attitude towards him, he would never allow Sun Tao to continue living in this world. He told Jiang Tianxing everything about Sun Tao's performance. Jiang Tianxing pondered and said, the combat power of the hell-level skeleton cave is estimated to be close to 600. He can easily kill it in 1 second, which means that the combat power is at least 800 points. To kill him, at least a second-level combat soul master above level 70 must be dispatched. However, according to his age, he shouldn't have this much strength. Jiang Tianxing was puzzled. Su Wei also couldn't understand why a golden monkey with a D-level fighting spirit suddenly became so powerful. None of this matters. What matters is that I want him to die. Find me an expert, preferably a third-level battle spirit master. I want this to be foolproof. Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment. I thought of someone who is definitely capable of killing Sun Tao. At the same time, on the second floor of the Skull Cave, a fierce quarrel was unfolding in a dense forest. I don't agree. Even if I die, I don't want to become a dirty vampire. That's right. Even if I have to die, I want to die as an elf. That's right. Darkness can't defeat us, and neither can death. Several night elves spoke indignantly. The other elves also nodded. They could not accept that turning themselves into a race that fed on blood was undoubtedly a betrayal of nature and Alun. Arya's face was conflicted. On the one hand, she felt that what her sister said made sense. As an elf, she cannot betray her beliefs. He degraded himself and became a vampire living in darkness. On the other hand, they had lost their connection with the Tree of Life, and they couldn't just watch their sisters die. Now there is a solution in front of me. Are you really not going to even give it a try? Chapter 58, The Birth of the Blood Elves. Sisters, I know what you're thinking, but many of us have already died. No more deaths are allowed. Oric is still eyeing us covetously, and the entrance to the Singing Woods has not been opened yet. We don't know what happened to Quell That's. For Quell That's, we must survive, no matter what method is used. No matter what race we become, as long as we are still here, the elves will not perish. Although Arya's voice was soft, it shook the hearts of every elf like thunder. The elves around were lost in thought. I agree with Arya's proposal. After a long silence, Sylvanas finally spoke. But I also understand everyone's concerns, so I decided to select 100 people to accept transformation on a voluntary basis. The bloodline of the night elves cannot be cut off, and Quell that will surely rise again. After Sylvanas finished speaking, the elves below began to discuss among themselves, not knowing what choice to make. I know it's a difficult decision to make, but there are things that someone has to do. If we continue to stay here, Oric's minions will catch up with us sooner or later. If we become vampires and escape, at least we still have new hope. Even if your appearance changes, your hearts remain the same. You are still great night elves. Arya was the first to raise her hand when she heard Sylvanas say this. Ido. Then several more elves looked at each other and raised their arms. Ido. Ido. One after another, More and more elves raised their arms, and soon the number exceeded 100. Sitting by the campfire, Li Shuiyao stared at the roast duck slowly rotating above. After hesitating for a long time, I finally asked the question in my mind. Sun Tao, why did you tell them that you had a solution? Are you still planning to take these elves out? In the past, some people have tried to bring the monsters from the secret realm outside, but without exception, they all failed. Those monsters were fine in the secret realm, but once they were outside, they went crazy and attacked everything in front of them frantically. In the end, the Security Bureau took action and killed them. Later, the Security Bureau announced a rule that except for some special soul masters who had the ability to make contracts or taming beasts and could guarantee 100% control over monsters, no one else could bring monsters out of the secret realm. And now Sun Tao actually said that there's a way to help these elves. This made Li Shuiyao very unhappy. Humph! Men are really pigs. I can't walk when I see a beautiful woman. Whenever someone has a problem, he'll rush over and say he has a solution. She had to admit that each of these elves was so beautiful. Each of them had a supermodel figure and delicate facial features. Except for the slightly blue skin, everything else was perfect, satisfying all her fantasies about elves. Sun Tao did not answer Li Shuiyao's question. Instead, when he saw that the duck was almost cooked, he pinched off a small piece and tasted it. This is the taste, try it. This roast duck was something he bought in the supermarket. He threw it into the space ring right after buying it, thinking he could eat it right after taking it out. Unexpectedly, the food I sold to him was cold and needed to be heated up. That's why he roasted it over the campfire, but he didn't expect it to taste even better. Sun Tao handed the half-torn duck to Li Shuiyao and smiled slightly. Don't worry about the elves. I have my own way. Seeing that Sun Tao didn't want to talk, Li Shuiyao curled her lips, took the roast duck, and took a big bite, as if she was treating it as Sun Tao. But she didn't expect that the roast duck was still hot after it came out of the oven, and it instantly burned her tongue. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Li Shuiyao stuck out her tongue because of the burn and fanned it with her little hands. Her playful look made Sun Tao laugh. Li Shuiyao glared at Sun Tao angrily. Half an hour later, Sun Tao stood in a dim cave. In front of him was a pool of scarlet blood. Dozens of night elves were soaking naked in the pool of blood, with only their heads exposed. There were ghostly white flames burning all around, and if someone who didn't know the situation came in, they would think this was hell. A few minutes later, there was a surge in the blood pool, and a blood shadow slowly emerged from it and walked to Sun Tao's side. Looking closely, it turned out to be Selena. At this moment, because she had used too much essence and blood, her face was terribly pale and her breath was weak. Sun Tao quickly handed her the gourd in his hand. Thank you for your hard work. How is it going? After taking a few deep gulps, Selena gradually recovered her breath. The ceremony went smoothly. They have absorbed the blood of the vampires and are now integrating their elven blood. It should wake up in a few minutes, and the remaining elves can complete the transformation with their abilities. Selena rolled her eyes at Sun Tao as she spoke. I was only planning on having you knock out a few elves and bring them in as blood slaves, but who knew you would bring in more than 100 elves at once and convert them all into blood descendants? If I weren't a second-generation vampire, I really wouldn't be able to embrace so many people at once. By the way, what are you going to do with this group of elves? Sun Tao laughed. Anyway, there is enough space in the Chinquan scroll. I can put some elves in there to help me take care of it. I plan to let them take care of the jungle and plant some herbs or something. That's fine. The elves are also good at alchemy. You can let them develop in this area. Lingna said, returning the gourd to Sun Tao, signaling him to take out the Chinquan scroll so that she could go back and rest. Sun Tao took out the Chinquan painting scroll, and Lingna immediately turned into a ray of blood and merged into the painting scroll. On the mystical island, Selena had used magic to build a temporary hut where she stayed when she had nothing to do. Since entering Sun Tao's world, Selena has really let herself go. She keeps asking to go shopping and buy clothes and shoes, which annoys Sun Tao a lot. In the end, Sun Tao had to persuade them for a long time before they agreed to wait until after Zhanhuan took the college entrance examination before going shopping. After taking Lingna back, Sun Tao turned his gaze back to the blood pool. Dozens of elves had their eyes closed, their faces were pretty, and their long hair was as black as the night, swaying gently with the waves of the pool water. As they were soaked in the blood pool, their light blue skin gradually faded from its original color and turned extremely pale. Blood vessels appeared under the skin, and the blood in their bodies was no longer emerald green, but turned into a deep blood red. As the blood in their bodies transformed, they suddenly opened their eyes, with blood-red light flashing in their pupils. Blood Elf. Arya. Level 27. Power 1205. Skills: Life Drain, Blood Magic, Rapid Shooting, Stealth. As the transformation was completed, dozens of blood elves slowly stood up from the blood pool. Blood slid down their perfect bodies and dripped back into the pool, causing ripples. Seeing that perfect figure, Sun Tao, who was still a novice, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. They walked naked in front of Sun Tao, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison, "Blood elves, pay homage to His Majesty, the Demon King." Hearing their outrageous names, Sun Tao couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Selena, what are you doing again?" In the Chinquan scroll, Lingna was lying in her little room, happily browsing her phone, which was playing the online short drama, My Lord Demon. The queen escaped again, that she had cashed in advance. "Achio." Lingna sneezed, rubbed her nose, picked up the Coke beside her, and took a sip, muttering, "Hate it, who is scolding me?" Chapter 59. Forging Master Wu Runin. After transforming Arya into a blood elf, Sun Tao put them and other elves that had not yet been transformed into the Chinquan painting scroll and asked them to help take care of the forest of Piamiao Island. Plant some trees, some herbs, and so on, and then release them after we get some news about the singing forest. When Arya and the other elves stepped into the mystical island, they were stunned by the dreamlike forest. The sunlight shines through the dense treetops, casting dappled shadows. The air is filled with the fresh scent of soil, flowers, and plants, and everything seems so vibrant. If they had not sensed the aura of the world tree, they would have thought they had arrived in the singing forest. "It's so beautiful here." After collecting these elves, Sun Tao walked out of the cave. Sylvanas was waiting outside with other elves. Li Shuiyao stood aside sulking. Seeing Sun Tao coming out, Sylvanas walked up to him and smiled at him. "Thank you for your help. The elves will always remember your kindness." Sun Tao waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a little help." Li Shuiyao pouted and muttered softly, "I'm already working for someone else. What's there to be thankful for?" Sun Tao's smile froze on his face, and he quickly changed the subject. "What are you going to do next?" Sylvanas smiled slightly and didn't take Li Shuiyao's words to heart. "There aren't many of us left. The life force in my body can probably keep you all going for about 5 years. I'm afraid we can't stay on the second floor of the Skull Cavern. Oryx minions will probably come looking for us soon. I know some dwarves hiding in the Black Rock Mountain on the 5th floor of the Skull Cavern. I plan to take my sisters to find them." As she spoke, Sylvanas pointed at the pendant on Sun Tao's chest. "I'll leave the matter of the singing forest to you. This emerald badge contains my aura. Give it to Arya. She will know how to contact me." Sun Tao nodded and said that he would help her find out when he went out. After everything was explained, Sylvanas asked Li Shuiyao to come over and activate the teleportation magic left by Arya. A ray of light flashed, and Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao disappeared from the spot in an instant. After sending the two away, Sylvanas slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the night elves who were still there and grinned. "Sisters, it's time to start hunting." The night elves raised their longbows, with fierce light flashing in their eyes. "Kill all those skeletons." Swish! With a flash of light, Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao instantly appeared on the teleportation array at the exit of the skeleton cave. "Go down quickly and don't block the next batch of people being transported." Before the two could react, the staff member in charge of managing the teleportation array spoke impatiently and urged them to go down quickly. As soon as I walked down the teleportation array, a group of people surrounded me instantly. They were all businessmen who were collecting materials from the secret realm. "I'm buying skeleton tibias at a high price. The price is based on the quality, and the minimum starting price is 30,000. Brothers, do you have any skeleton tibias? I'll buy them at a high price. I'm buying soul fragments, the absolute highest price. Brother, do you have any soul fragments? Collecting skull and bone powder. Collect the soul stone." A group of people surrounded the two of them and made a lot of noise, which annoyed Li Shuiyao so much that she couldn't stand it anymore. "Just yell. Shut up." The Hudong lion roar has an outstanding effect. The people around immediately became much quieter, and many of them looked at Sun Tao with pity. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Li Shuiyao spoke. "We are an adventure group from Hon Group. We have to hand over everything we have." As he spoke, he took out a document from his pocket, which was the work ID of Hon Group. Seeing that the two were from Hon Group, the businessmen around them suddenly lost interest. Tisk, you're from the adventure group, and you didn't tell me earlier. What a waste of energy. That's right. There are only 2 people in the adventure group. They probably bought tickets to go in and take a look. There must be nothing good. It's hard to say. These 2 people are not very old. Maybe they went in to have a romantic relationship. Are you crazy? Going to a secret place to date? Aren't you afraid that a monster will appear while you're kissing? Young people really know how to have fun. Listening to those people's outrageous discussions, Li Shuiyao was so angry that she wanted to go up and bite them to death. If Sun Tao hadn't tried hard to hold her back, no one knows what would have happened. When they arrived at the parking lot, it was almost dark. After eating something on the way, Li Shuiyao sent Sun Tao home. What are your plans next? Li Shuiyao asked Sun Tao before getting off the car. Sun Tao thought for a moment and said, there are still 2 days until the Battle Soul College entrance examination. I plan to go to the Bloody Forest to practice more and see if I can level up a few more times. Li Shuiyao looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. Are you stupid? 2 days before the Battle Soul College entrance examination, the official Battle Soul Master will come to Shuzhou City to carve the Tsongyuan Tower's array. There will be space fluctuations at that time. In order to avoid triggering a beast tide, all adventure areas will be closed. Where can you go to level up? Sun Tao scratched his head. It seemed that this was indeed the case. However, he had been too busy during this period and had forgotten about it. Li Shuiyao took out her cell phone, sent a few messages, and then put the phone away. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I have made an appointment for you for the introductory blacksmith class. It will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have sent you the address. Remember not to be late. Sun Tao nodded. Since he couldn't go out to take risks, he might as well take on a deputy job and go to Black Wind Mountain to brush up on his spiritual energy. Watching Li Shuiyao's sports car disappear around the corner, Sun Tao shook his head and turned back home. At night, Sun Tao did not lie at home, but entered the Qinkuan scroll. The scroll is filled with rich spiritual energy, which is very suitable for the practice of angry ape power. He grabbed Selena's bed, pushed her aside, and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice all night. Selena just lay on the ground glaring at him all night. The next day, Sun Tao woke up from his practice, feeling extremely refreshed. He felt that the strength in his body had increased slightly, and he was able to use his magic power more smoothly. When he stood up, he found that Selena was still sitting on the ground, glaring at him with a pout. What are you doing? You're staring at me so early in the morning. Who are you trying to scare? Sai Lingna hugged her chest and said angrily, You stole my bed. Sun Tao raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with stealing your bed? Tell me what's going on with the Demon King. What weird things did you instill in those blood elves again? When Sai Lingna heard Sun Tao mention the word Demon King, she immediately shrank her neck guiltily. I didn't dare to mention the bed anymore and said it awkwardly. Isn't it because they want to find a name for you? They have to call you by a name, right? Master Demon King sounds so nice, so majestic and powerful. Sun Tao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said sternly, What a nice sound. Go and ask them to change it today. Sai Lingna tilted her head and said, That needs a nickname. We can't just keep calling him Sun Tao. Sun Tao. Sun Tao thought about it and looked at Kirishima not far away thoughtfully. Just call him the Great Sage equaling heaven. Great Sage. Selena tilted her head and muttered the name. For some reason, she felt a surge of blood in her heart. At 9 o'clock in the morning, according to the address given by Li Shuiyao, Sun Tao came to Huarong Industrial Park. Looking at the building in front of him, Sun Tao checked his phone several times to make sure he was in the right place. Is there really an entry-level training class for blacksmiths in this place? Sun Tao couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Hey, little kid over there. Just when Sun Tao was puzzled, a rough voice came from not far away. Sun Tao turned his head and saw a 2-meter-tall steel Barbie doll as tall as an iron tower waving at him. Brother, no, sister, who are you? You must be the Sun Tao that the young lady mentioned. I am the top-grade blacksmith of Hon Group. Wu Runin will be your blacksmithing teacher for the next few days. Sun Tao blinked and looked at the warrior's face several times. You shouldn't be called Runin. You should be called Runin. The corners of Sun Tao's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the terrifying muscles on this guy's body. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Well, I don't need to bother you for the introduction to forging. How about I ask your apprentice to teach me first? It won't be too late to learn the basics and then ask you for advice. Chapter 60 Thunder Firehammer. Walking towards her forging room with Sun Tao, Wu Runin had a faint smile on her face. Sun Tao followed behind her. Along the way, he met many blacksmiths from Hon Group who were standing or sitting. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and their eyes all fell on the two of them. Is this Master Wu's novice apprentice? Tisk, TSK, TSK. This is the 8th one this month. Master Wu is really cruel. I heard that this person is Mrs. Friend. Do you think Master Wu will be ruthless? Fuck, he must have offended the young lady, so he was put under Master Wu to train. It's terrible. It's terrible. Everyone was talking about it and looking at Sun Tao with eyes that were waiting for a good show, wondering how long this guy could last under Wu Runin's hands. Some said 3 days, some said a week, and the most exaggerated one said he ran away in half a day at most. Sun Tao broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. No, is this Master Wu some kind of monster? He just searched for Wu Runin on the internet and found a lot of perfect level equipment. He is a well-known forging master in Shuzhou City. He thought Master Wu was very good, and a strict teacher produces excellent students. These people also said that Master Wu was strict and many apprentices ran away. It must be because their own skills were not that good. If they couldn't even bear this little hardship, they would definitely not be able to do anything else. It's all thanks to Li Shuiyao that I was able to find such a master myself. I must thank her later. Sun Tao was thinking in his heart when Wu Runin in front of him suddenly spoke. Don't listen to what other people say. I'm usually pretty kind, and I won't curse anyone. But let me be frank. Although forging is just a basic secondary job that anyone can do, it is not easy to forge a good piece of equipment. Sun Tao smiled slightly and replied, I know, Master Wu. I will definitely stick to it. Wu Runin nodded. My last apprentice said the same thing. He was able to carry a bucket after only 3 days of learning. Sun Tao. Every step of the process, from material selection, forging, shaping, carving, infusing spirits, to quenching, cannot be neglected. If there is even a slight mistake, it will be impossible to forge the most perfect equipment. So, no matter who you are, no matter what your status is, if you fail in forging, don't blame me for scolding you. Sun Tao smiled and replied, It's okay, Master Wu. Just keep scolding me. I can bear it. Wu Runin smiled, and her smile was a little ferocious. My last apprentice said the same thing, but he ran away after 2 days. Sun Tao. What else can he say? Are you so awesome? After walking in silence for more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at a forging room. Wu Runin pushed open the door and introduced to Sun Tao. This is my forge. The high temperature that hit him in the face really scared Sun Tao. He almost took out the fire shelter. He subconsciously used his chi and angry ape power to resist the heat wave. Don't use soul power to resist the high temperature. They're your best partners when forging. Wu Runin said with a smile and took Sun Tao into the forging room. In the center of the forging room is a huge forging table, on which is connected a mechanical power hammer, which makes it convenient for the blacksmith to hammer hard materials. On the left are dozens of large barrels filled with different kinds of monster blood essence, which can be used for quenching to add corresponding magical properties to forged equipment. Next to it is the material area, where a large number of stones and iron blocks are piled up, including many magical materials. On the right is a large furnace, and not far away is a control panel that can adjust the temperature of the furnace in real time. Finally, in a corner of the forging room are various gems and powders, which are the materials that the blacksmith will use to engrave array patterns and infuse spirits into the equipment. Turning on the ignition switch of the stove, the hot flame instantly burned up, even faintly tinged with blue. First lesson in forging. Every blacksmith should have his own hammer. Wu Runin took out a sledgehammer from somewhere, and it fell into her hand, spinning freely like a toy. Then pick out a few large blue stones from the material area on the side. Qingyang stone. Heavy enough, hard enough, powerful enough. And it can also inflict fire damage. It is definitely the best choice for making a forging hammer. Putting the stones on the forging table, Wu Runin smashed them into pieces with a few hammers. Then he threw some stones and iron blocks onto the stage and smashed them to pieces. Forging is the process of fusing some metals together in a specific ratio, melting them into shape, and forging them into magical equipment. Now I will teach you the simplest way to choose materials. Wu Runin pointed at the pile of stones in front of him and said to Sun Tao, the so-called material selection is to select the forging materials according to the characteristics of the equipment you want to forge and then fuse them together. Qingyang stone is hard but has poor ductility, so I added copper cloud steel to increase toughness. In addition, I added star iron to increase weight, blazing flamestone to increase fire attribute reaction, and earth snake scale to increase stability. Finally, add a piece of thunder dragon bone so that your forging hammer can release a short electric shock when it strikes, making it easier to remove impurities from the metal surface. As she spoke, she threw the materials into the forge and watched them slowly melt. These materials have similar melting points, so you can throw them in together, but you still have to pay attention to the melting point of each material when you forge it later. Different minerals have different melting points. If you throw the wrong one, it's likely to explode. Over time, the material in the furnace gradually melted, forming a ball of colorful liquid metal. Wu Runin held a long pair of pliers and carefully poured the liquid metal into the mold prepared in advance. The mold is shaped like a square forging hammer and is now slowly being filled with bright red liquid metal. After the liquid metal cooled and solidified, Wu Runin picked up the forging hammer again and carefully hammered and carved the mold. The most difficult part of forging is forging and refining. Although there are power hammers to assist now, a qualified forger still needs to learn how to use the hammer in his hand to forge. Every time you forge, you can hammer out the impurities in the iron. Only when there is nothing left to forge will it be qualified. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Runin held the metal block and kept hitting it with a hammer, occasionally sprinkling a handful of iron powder from the side. The entire block of metal was turned over and hammered continuously, and when it cooled slightly, it was thrown into the fire to be calcined. The most important thing about forging is to do it in one go and never give up halfway. As Wu Runin spoke, she took out the iron block and continued forging it after it turned red. She swung the sledgehammer. According to Sun Tao's estimation, each blow exerted at least several thousand pounds of force, which was no less powerful than some mechanical forging hammers. No wonder she doesn't use a mechanical hammer, but hits it herself. After hammering for half an hour, the entire piece of iron was reduced to its original size. After cooling, even the color of the hammer changed, becoming a silver-white color with slight black and blue patterns on the surface, just like the veins of the hammer. A good blacksmith can hammer out a magic circle by forging, but this is too difficult for you. We usually choose to do it by carving. As she spoke, Wu Runin carried the hammer to a workbench nearby, skillfully applied a layer of special solution on it, and then took out a carving knife to carve magic runes on it. After the rune was carved, Wu Runin threw it directly into the quenching pool beside him. With a flame shooting up into the sky, the quenching was completed. A shining forging hammer was forged by Wu Runin. Thunderfire hammer, exquisite war hammer. Power, 354. The forging hammer, made by the blacksmith Wu Runin, can also be used as a one-handed warhammer. It has fire and thunder attribute damage, which can increase the blacksmith's forging success rate. Features: thunder and fire forging. There is a chance to add thunder and fire attributes to the equipment during forging. Wu Runin picked up the hammer, checked it up and down, confirmed that there was no problem, and handed it to Sun Tao. Here, I give it to you as your apprenticeship gift. After taking the hammer, a system prompt sounded in Sun Tao's mind. Ding, Wu Runin will teach you forging experience, and you will get the secondary skill, forging. Complete side quest 4, 3,000 avenues. Obtain mission reward. Secondary job skill scroll *1. Secondary job skills detected. The armor system activated. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his ears, Sun Tao was ecstatic. Finally here, armor system. Chapter 61. Armor forging. On the first day of learning forging from Wu Runin, Sun Tao helped her for the whole day. Either they are moving materials or on the way to move materials. If you move slowly, she will scold you. After returning home, Sun Tao collapsed on the bed, without any strength to move. Wasn't this introduction to forging just a trick to trick him into doing free labor? Sun Tao couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Was Li Xiuyao trying to trick him? He sighed, took out the thunder and fire hammer from the ring, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. Forging is truly magical. Thinking of the armor system he unlocked today, Sun Tao quickly got up and opened his system panel. I looked through it several times, but couldn't find the armor system. Reminds me of the settings in the game. Opening the Chinquan scroll, the words armored and built indeed appeared in the land temple. Click on the armor crafting, and it will show that there are 4 pieces of equipment available. They are the Baishi Nuo masks, Baishi lining clothes, Baishi handguards, and Baishi leg hangings. Sun Tao took them out and looked at them, and was instantly shocked. Baishi Nuo mask, ordinary soul weapon, slightly increases the soul power of the fighting spirit and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience points gained from killing monsters. Baishi Qinxian, ordinary soul weapon. Slightly increases the soul defense of the fighting spirit, and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience points gained from killing monsters. Baishi gauntlets. Ordinary soul weapon. Slightly increases the soul defense of the fighting spirit, and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience points gained from killing monsters. Baishi hanging legs. Ordinary soul weapon. Slightly increases the speed of fighting soul power recovery, and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience points gained from killing monsters. They are all Horcruxes. Although it was an ordinary item, it was enough to shock Sun Tao. After taking them out and refining them all, Sun Tao only felt a powerful soul power exploding in his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, and then pouring into the fighting spirit behind his head. The angry ape fighting spirit in his body suddenly surged more than 4 times in momentum. Sun Tao's pupil shrank slightly. A common Horcrux is so powerful, although the combat power value on his panel did not increase significantly. But he could feel that the soul power in his body had quadrupled. The fighting spirit in the body turned into a monkey wearing armor and mask, holding a fire blade and a red fireproof shield behind it, looking extremely majestic. If Sun Tao releases his fighting spirit now, no one will believe that this is just a D-level golden monkey. This is just the free Baishi suit. How powerful would it be if I could wear the Shinjin Dali suit or the Shinjin dashing suit? Feeling the powerful soul power in his body, Sun Tao couldn't help but fantasize. I'm afraid I'll be truly invincible by then. The real great sage is probably no more than this. The future is bright, but currently only the Walker set, Brocade Scale set, Bronze set, and Black Gold set can be crafted in the armor system. Walker set, Ordinary Horcrux. Set effect. Drink alcohol while sprinting. Slightly increase sprinting speed. Slightly increase attack damage per second while sprinting. This effect will naturally dissipate after stopping sprinting for a while. While sprinting, gain slight momentum per second. Jinlin set, Ordinary Horcrux. When life is low, it will slowly recover a little bit. If you are in water, the effect will be enhanced. In water, it will greatly reduce the energy consumption. If you are in water, it will greatly increase the damage of the light stick finishing move. Bronze set, Ordinary Horcrux. After triggering the talent, the light stick will be used to perform the light stick finishing move. It will cause extra damage when the opponent's immobilization spell is crushed. When the opponent's immobilization spell is crushed, the cooldown of the immobilization spell is greatly reduced. Black Gold set, Ordinary Horcrux. After using Gathering and Dispersing Chi, the damage of the attack that breaks invisibility will be increased to a certain extent. When invisible, the self and the fake body will be wrapped in black wind to continuously damage the surrounding opponents. The initial mana consumption of Gathering and Dispersing Chi will be slightly increased. After the Chi is restored, the fake body will continue to exist for a long time. They are all ordinary grade Horcruxes. But Sun Tao was not in a hurry, because he knew that once Lulu Village was unlocked, he could find Inhu to upgrade his armor, and the highest level he could upgrade it to was Divine Treasure, which would probably be enough for him to use for a long time. Continue scrolling down, and you will see a scroll at the very bottom of the armor. Tiger Challenge Scroll. Use it to challenge the tiger. Winning unlocks the treasures column. The first victory grants you the spell, Wuchuan. Spiritual Essence, 6,000. It turned out to be Lord Inhu. Excuse me. Although Sun Tao has never fought against Inhu, he has seen many videos of fighting against Inhu on the internet. Each of them was severely abused. I'm a kid who can't even beat Tiger Vanguard, so I'd better not try to cause trouble for now. Just skip it. After looking through the armor crafting system, Sun Tao found that creating these suits basically only requires materials such as cotton yarn, brocade, wolf demon skin, etc., which are a lot more than in the game. Fortunately, all of these can be found in Black Cloud Mountain. But before that, I seem to have obtained a secondary job skill scroll. I don't know what it is used for. As he was busy moving materials during the day, Sun Tao had no time to look at what this secondary job skill scroll was. Extract the scroll from the system. Secondary job skill scroll. After use, it can increase the secondary job skill level by 1 level, applicable to all secondary jobs. Can directly upgrade the secondary job skill level by 1 level. Sun Tao's face was full of joy. This is a good thing. You have to know that in this world, each upgrade of the deputy job level requires a huge amount of resources and experience. Among them, the the secondary job level, is a hurdle every 10 levels. Not only does it require skill proficiency, but the Soul Master also needs excellent talent and comprehension to be promoted. According to the level of secondary job skills, secondary job people in the world are generally divided into 8 levels: apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, master, grandmaster, legend, and god level. However, it is said that there are more advanced secondary job skills above the god level, but no one has ever seen it. Every year, many battle soul masters become secondary job professionals. But in the more than 300 years since the emergence of secondary jobs, there have only been over 100 legendary secondary job professionals. This is enough to show how difficult it is to improve secondary job skills. This skill scroll can directly improve the first level secondary job skill level. This means that if a sub-job master skill is stuck at level 49, it can directly help him break through the bottleneck and give birth to a sub-job grandmaster. If used on Sun Tao now, it can only increase his forging skill from level 1 to level 2. What a waste! So, after seeing the effect of this scroll, Sun Tao put it away. Wait until your secondary job skills are improved before using it. It's a pity that I can't see the secondary job levels of Sai Lingna and the others. Otherwise, I could give them some and create a secondary job master directly. Sun Tao sighed and shook his head. Then he collected his thoughts and prepared to enter Black Wind Mountain to kill monsters. Open the trial panel and select Black Wind Mountain. Sun Tao only felt that the land temple in front of him was filled with smoke. After a dizzying moment, he came to a pagoda. Under the dim light, a mural slowly emerged before his eyes. It is the mural of destiny, connected to the Black Wind Mountain, with fire illuminating the black clouds. I wonder if the boss will be strengthened in the second round? Sun Tao thought to himself, stretched out his hands slowly into the mural, and entered the Black Wind Mountain again. Chapter 62, Green Lotus Pill. In the second round, when entering Black Wind Mountain, Sun Tao felt completely different. He is no longer the Sun Tao of the past. Today, he has gained the aptitude of the great sage, upgraded various equipment, and mastered various magical powers. Terribly powerful. This time when I entered Black Wind Mountain, I didn't feel the same nervousness as before. Instead, I feel that the beautiful scenery and clear water make me feel relaxed and happy. Even the little wolf monsters on both sides of the road felt a lot more friendly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Revisiting the old place. I don't know if Guangxi and the others have refreshed yet. I must let them see my skills. Looking at the familiar mountain road in front of him, Sun Tao couldn't help feeling a little emotional. In order to quickly pass through Black Wind Mountain, he had not explored many places before. This time, he has returned as a king, and he is determined to take everything in Black Wind Mountain into his pocket. Just as Sun Tao was thinking, the figures of 2 wolf demons slowly approached from a distance. Walk, 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 swim, swim. Hearing this familiar voice, Sun Tao laughed. My first kill is here. Sun Tao looked at the 2 wolf demons walking towards him lazily, carrying their weapons. I couldn't help but want to laugh. You are so simple-minded and stupid. You deserve to be killed. Without waiting for the wolf demon to pick him up, he took the initiative to cancel his transformation, and in a puff of smoke, he turned into the Monkey King wearing a 100-plays suit. Brother, we are in for a treat. Haha, it's another monkey. I haven't eaten monkey brains in a long time. It's just the right time to kill it and eat it with wine. Seeing Sun Tao, the 2 wolf demons grinned and approached him with weapons in hand. Sun Tao hit them on the head with his stick twice, directly emptying their health bars and sending them away. Ding! You have killed a level 10 wolf scout and gained experience *12 and spiritual essence *8. Ding! You have killed a level 11 wolf warrior and gained experience *13 and spiritual essence *8. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his mind, a strange look flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. The level has increased from level 3 to level 10. The difficulty has really increased. If I clear it a few more times, these little wolf monsters will be higher in level than me. Sun Tao's heart sank, which meant that if his strength did not improve quickly, he might not be able to defeat Black Wind Mountain in a while. But what does this have to do with him in the second round? Just have fun now. Sun Tao's lips curled up slightly, and he walked towards Black Wind Mountain with his stick in hand. What are you daydreaming about? Pull out the roots. Before the local god of Black Wind Mountain could finish his words, he saw the Monkey King in front of him pluck out a hair and turned it into sandalwood, which he inserted into the local god temple. Without waiting for him to appear, he ran away. No, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to hear the background story? Sun Tao didn't care about him at all. He just wanted to find Guangxi as soon as possible and give him some warmth. You know, when he first entered Black Wind Mountain, he was pressed to the ground by Guangxi several times. The sentence, "I'm overthinking it, you just look like him," almost gave him pity. This time in the second round, he has to show Guangxi what it means to be the return of the great sage. Kill wolves if you meet them along the way, and slay monsters if you meet them. Wolf demon, kill. Gu Yuan, kill. Ghost, kill. He trotted all the way to the small Buddhist temple where Guangxi was. Guangxi, your grandpa is here. Huh? Another monkey. The wolf demon holding the fire blade just turned around. Then he saw a monkey with a ferocious look pointing at him and shouting. Certainly, Buzz. A ray of fairy light burst out. Surging magic power flowed, and golden characters instantly appeared above his head. Guangxi only felt an unrivaled magical power falling on him, which instantly suppressed all his cultivation. I couldn't even move an inch. Only a few thoughts were still flowing. Sun Tao grinned, plucked out a handful of hair, and blew it gently. 4 or 5 clones suddenly emerged from the smoke, rushed forward with sticks in hand, and started beating Guangxi violently. Sun Tao stood where he was, watching Guangxi's health bar plummet, and silently practiced the qi gathering technique in his mind. The force of the stick soared, and the copper cloud stick in his hand emitted a golden light. Hey, take this stick from me. Bang! The powerful force of the stick fell directly on Guangxi's head, and more than 10,000 combat powers burst out instantly. The terrifying force directly destroyed Guangxi's body on the spot. He didn't even get to say his final words before he turned into spots of light in the sky and was absorbed by the red tide on the ground. Ding! You have killed the level 24 boss, the fiery wolf demon Guangxi, and gained experience *321 and spiritual value *122. Cool! Sun Tao killed Guangxi instantly with one blow and shouted in satisfaction. As expected, the second week is so cool. He will get revenge on all the demon kings who bullied him in the past. I picked up the red tide, thinking I could get a new Horcrux. Unexpectedly, as soon as his finger touched the fire blade, it turned into spiritual energy and merged into Sun Tao's body. The weapon Red Tide has been obtained and converted into spiritual essence. 3,000 points. Ah, how did it become a spiritual essence? Sun Tao curled his lips. He was still thinking about getting one more Red Tide to see if he could sell it for money. After all, Horcruxes are not cheap, and they can cost hundreds of millions if sold at all. If I could get more, I wouldn't have to worry about money in my life. But unexpectedly, in the second round, it would directly turn into spiritual essence, causing Sun Tao's plan to fail in the womb. Forget it. It's okay to have spiritual essence. It's better than having nothing. Sun Tao shook his head helplessly, rang the bell, and continued to move forward. Ding! You have killed the level 26 Demon King Link Suzy and gained experience *352 and spiritual value *158. After killing Link Suzy, Sun Tao was about to move forward when he heard the voice of the Black Wind Mountain Land suddenly coming from behind him. Hey, little monkey, don't worry. This monster still has the golden elixir given by the Black Bear Spirit. That's a good thing. You must not miss it. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao began to search in the courtyard and finally found a golden treasure box in the hall. The treasure box was also surrounded by white mist, which looked abnormal. Fuck, why didn't I notice there was a treasure chest here before? Sun Tao cursed inwardly, walked forward to open the treasure chest, and a burst of fresh fragrance hit his nose directly. He felt refreshed instantly. There was a golden light flashing in the box, and infinite spiritual power spread out instantly. Green Lotus Root Golden Pill. Green Lotus Golden Pill. Spiritual grade potion can greatly increase the user's upper limit of life. Up to 9 pills can be taken. Taken 0/9. It turned out to be a golden elixir that could increase the upper limit of life. Seeing the effect of the green golden pill, Sun Tao wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he run so fast in the first round? I actually missed even this elixir. Unfortunately, there is no point saying anything now. I can only be careful when I refresh the map next time to avoid missing anything. After taking the golden elixir and feeling the surging energy and blood in his body, Sun Tao set out again. Follow the cliff towards the depths of the forest. This time he walked very slowly, leisurely all the way, picking flowers and pulling weeds from time to time, as if he was traveling by mountain and water. With his current strength, let alone killing a small Link Suzy, Even taking back Yanjiangxi from the black bear demon would be as easy as eating and drinking water. As long as he wanted, these little demons wouldn't even be able to find his trace. But he was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he began to explore Blackwind Mountain carefully. Sure enough, he discovered a clue. Chapter 63, Manga and Yuan Shoqing. Walking down the mountain path, he killed 2 little wolf monsters and found a dark cave. From time to time, sighs could be heard from inside. When you step inside, you will see a monster that looks like a human or a horse sitting inside. He looked very strong. He sat on a big rock holding a long whip and sighing constantly. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do? There was a golden light flashing in Sun Tao's eyes. Matyamba, leader. Level 86. Power 24,368. Skills: lightning, dazzling lightning, thunder, hidden sting, lightning 5 whips, 10,000 thunder prison. Looking at the terrifying fighting power of the horse demon in front of him, Sun Tao took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, there was no health bar above his head, so he didn't seem to be an enemy. Seeing Sun Tao coming in, Ma Baishan's eyes seemed to flash with a hint of surprise, and he spoke. You are obviously not a monster from here. Could it be that you are here to pay homage to the Black Wind King as well? Listen to me, this black bear monster is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. You can't trust him. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Sun Tao looked at Ma Batian anxiously, hating that he, the monkey with destiny, was a mute. He could not ask anything and could only listen to him talk. Brother Ma was also a man with a sense of justice. He shook his head at Sun Tao and said, The resurrection of the dead, the gold and silver treasures are all bluffs. Those little monsters were deceived. The Black Wind monster is a good trickster. He claims to cultivate himself, but he is greedy and deceitful in his heart. I dare not entrust you with what you are asking for. Although I don't know why you are here, you must be careful. I am extremely anxious at the moment and need to leave immediately. Goodbye. After saying that, he shook his head, packed up his things, and disappeared in front of Sun Tao. Ding, complete the side quest 1, Loyalty and Courage, and start the Loyalty and Courage side quest. Obtain quest reward, spell, Dark Thunder. Dark Thunder. SS level passive. Thunder damage can be added when attacking, which can be stacked up to 5 times. When fully stacked, it will explode, causing magic damage and paralysis to the enemy. Holy shit, so powerful. It's actually an SS level passive skill. Sun Tao never thought that he could acquire an SS level skill just by wandering around a cave. It seems that there are still many things hidden in Black Wind Mountain that I don't know about. You have to explore it carefully. As Ma Ge left, Sun Tao set out on the road again, ready to go deep into the depths to see what other secrets there were. Moving forward and killing many wolf demons and snake monsters, Sun Tao gained a lot of spiritual essence. I stepped into a bamboo forest and just walked up the stairs. I heard a clear voice. After being caged for so long, I finally get back to nature. When I walked forward, I saw a Taoist priest in a green robe with white hair and beard, writing with a pen and paper at a table. The huge green and black gourd on his back was particularly conspicuous. The old man turned around and looked at Sun Tao with a smile. Did you see those homeless souls when you came here? The spirit essence does not dissipate. It floats in the air. Unfortunately, your gourd is useless, and my gourd has found its master again. The Taoist carrying a gourd on his back was shaking his head while holding a brush. Sun Tao immediately opened his fiery eyes and looked over. Yuan Shoqing, half immortal. Great. Combat power. Skill. Looking at Yuan Shoqing's attribute panel, Sun Tao was shocked. This was the first time he saw a panel filled with question marks. But he was very familiar with this man's name. Yuan Shoqing? It's him. There was doubt in Sun Tao's eyes. In the original novel A Journey to the West, this person was a key figure in the journey. It is no exaggeration to say that he started the journey to the West. He once made a bet with the Dragon King of Jing River in Chang'an City, which caused the Dragon King to go against the will of heaven and ask Li Shimin for help. Although he obtained the promise from the King of Tang, he was still plotted against by fate and ultimately had to go to the dragon-slaying platform. Wei Zheng beheaded him in a dream, and his head was hung in the market. After the death of the Dragon King of Jinghe River, his resentment could not be dispelled, and his remaining soul sought revenge on Li Shimin and dragged him into the underworld, thus opening the prelude to the journey to the West. According to the time, this person should have died long ago. How can I still write and paint in the Black Wind Mountain surrounded by monsters. Really? Was he waiting for me on purpose? Sun Tao was confused and looked at Yuan Shoqing. He stood there as if he suddenly thought of something, stretched out his hand, and sucked the gourd from Sun Tao's waist into his hand. I have a method that can help the dead souls return to the true self. It will definitely help you. As he spoke, he quickly drew a talisman on Sun Tao's gourd. Golden runes were outlined, and a white light flickered on the gourd. Okay. After Yuan Shoqing finished painting, he laughed and threw the gourd to Sun Tao. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he took 2 steps towards Sun Tao. Hey, how strange. How strange. He seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened, and he counted with his fingers. But no matter how he calculated, this time he only saw chaos. The surprise in Yuan Shoqing's eyes became more and more intense, and he suddenly stroked his beard and laughed. Good, good. I couldn't even see through your fate. Maybe this time you can really break destiny. After saying that, Yuan Shoqing turned into a ball of spiritual energy and disappeared into the air. Sun Tao gently weighed the gourd in his hand and seemed to feel that it was a little different. Ding! The gourd has been enlightened by the semi-immortal and the spirit system has been activated. Essence. After the battle, you can collect the essence of monsters to gain incarnation skills, which will slightly increase the spiritual essence gained after the battle. Sun Tao's eyes widened. This old guy actually had this ability. Not only can it increase the spiritual energy you gain after fighting, but it can also allow you to possess the unique skills of monsters. It greatly enriched his combat methods. That's right, the spirit of the ghost. Sun Tao remembered that after he killed the ghost, a ball of spirit floated in the air and could not be collected. It seems that we have to wait until Yuan Shoqing enlightens the gourd before we can collect it. Use the green talisman to reach the forest where the ghost is. Use the gourd to collect its spirit and instantly gain the ghost's unique Zen attack skill. Transform into a big-headed doll and kowtow to the ground. If you hit, you will lose health. If you miss, you will salute. You will save both the inside and the outside. The key is that after absorption, it can also increase one's own defense, which is extremely cost-effective. According to the system's prompts, the gourd can only hold one spirit at a time, and the others must be stored in the land temple and can be taken out whenever needed. In addition, the essence can be upgraded by using spiritual essence and special materials up to the special grade. I wonder if the monsters out there have spirits. It would be awesome if they could absorb them. Sun Tao thought to himself, put away the gourd, and continued on his way. Going further, there were no wolf monsters on the road, but instead snake monsters. Sun Tao naturally wouldn't be polite to them. He picked up the stick and sent these monsters directly to reincarnation. There were also some monsters made up of snake demon corpses, which were also smashed to pieces by Sun Tao with a stick. In the sky, Yuan Shoqing lay on the clouds, watching Sun Tao's movements quietly. With a carefree gaze, he sighed and said, "The fate has changed, and destiny is unknown. Even I can't see your future. Maybe you can really break through this time." Yuan Shoqing sighed. He also wanted to see whether this destined man could truly break the fate this time and forcibly break the cage of this world. Perhaps our true destiny lies with you. Yuan Shoqing thought about it, suddenly looked up and smiled slightly, looking towards the distant sky. What? There seemed to be a slight sigh coming from the sky, but no one was seen. Only one leaf fell down, with a faint and distant fragrance, and the tip of the leaf was extremely thin and long. Chapter 64 Weapon Upgrade, Beast Stick Double Snake. Sun Tao, who was in Black Wind Mountain, naturally didn't know that because of Yuan Shoqing, he had entered the sight of some bigwigs. He moved forward into the Black Wind Mountain, killed Guangmo, dealt with the scholar in white, and rang the 3 huge bells in the mountain. After a dizzy spell, Sun Tao returned to the old Guanyin temple again. He knocked Elder Jinshi to death with a few blows and obtained the fireproof shield from Ling Suzi again. The magic weapon fireproof shield has been obtained, converted into spiritual energy, 5,000 points. Sure enough, it was like a red tide, turning into spiritual energy that poured into Sun Tao's body. If red tide and fire shroud can generate this much spiritual essence every time, then the spiritual essence income from each clearing of Black Wind Mountain is estimated to be around 24,000 to 30,000. Basically, after brushing it 4 or 5 times, you should be able to upgrade the Chinquan painting scroll. Looking at the skyrocketing spiritual energy value on the panel, Sun Tao was thinking, Although he seems to have a lot of spiritual energy now, he also has more skills. In addition, the Monkey King's destiny template needs to be upgraded, so tens of thousands of spiritual essences are still not enough. It would be nice if there was one more trial map. Sun Tao thought to himself that if he could have one more trial map, he could earn tens of thousands more spiritual energy a day. He had just learned through the system that in this trial system, each map can only be entered once a day. If there were one more trial map, there would be one more place to gain experience and spiritual essence. It's a pity that I still haven't seen the Shin Monkey. It would be great if I could upgrade the gourd. Sun Tao sighed. On the way here just now, he searched carefully several times but still didn't see Shin Ho. He remembered that in the game, he met Shin Ho after defeating Guangmo. Unlocked the ability to upgrade winemaking materials and gourds. I guess we need to contact some hidden branches to unlock the mission of Lu Ding Lu Jia. Sun Tao guessed and came all the way to the outside of the new Guanyin Temple, where he fought with the Black Wind King in human form. After driving him away, they turned the entire Zen temple upside down and finally found a tiny purple gold pill in the hall that could greatly increase the upper limit of magic power. After swallowing it, Sun Tao felt his magic power increase greatly. I felt even more regretful. Why did I run so fast in the first round? I even missed this precious pill. After going up the mountain, after a great battle, they defeated the Black Bear demon and regained the Great Sage's roots, and were delighted. Ding, you have killed the level 32 Demon King Black Bear, and gained experience *582 and spiritual value *428. Unfortunately, after obtaining the joy of seeing, it did not unlock the other effects of the Great Sage's root, but was converted into the Destiny Template Proficiency, which made Sun Tao a little depressed. The Great Sage's root capacity has been obtained, and the joy of seeing it has been converted into 1% of the proficiency of the Destiny Template. That's fine. Now, to increase proficiency by 1% requires 30,000 spiritual essence points, which is equivalent to gaining 30,000 spiritual essence points in one go. Looking at the Chongming bird transformed by Jianxi flying over him and disappearing, Sun Tao sighed. The light and shadows in front of his eyes swirled, and he returned to the pagoda on Piamiao Island. The murals on the wall dimmed, leaving only 3 balls of light floating in front of Sun Tao. Old Mountain Ginseng. Premium-grade alchemy material. Old Mountain Ginseng grown in the mountains absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, contains extremely strong medicinal properties, and can be used to refine elixirs. Linglong Inner Pill. Perfect-grade alchemy material. The golden pill condensed in the monster's body is an important material for refining specific immortal medicines. Fiery Black Gold. Perfect forging material. Gold becomes iron when it is not used up, and iron becomes gold when it is used up. It can be used to forge weapons. When combined with the monster core, it can be used to forge beast stick bears and beast stick double snakes. Unexpectedly, perfect-grade materials were revealed. It is also the weapon forging material he needs most at the moment. Sun Tao was slightly surprised and reached out to collect them. Then we came to the land temple. Sure enough, below the armor forging, a weapon forging option appeared. After clicking it, 2 branches appeared under the bronze cloud stick, namely the beast stick bear and the beast stick double snakes. He can now upgrade the copper cloud stick into one of them. If you want to replace it, you have to collect materials from Black Wind Mountain and make a new copper cloud stick. He glanced at the materials needed to make the copper cloud stick. Fine iron stone, *3, cloud copper wood, *10, spiritual essence 5,000. It's okay, not very difficult to collect. I should be able to collect enough by going to Black Wind Mountain a few more times. So there is no question of choosing one or the other between these 2 sticks. It's just a matter of which one goes first and which one goes later. Sun Tao looked at the introduction of the 2 sticks. Beast Stick Twin Snakes. Perfect grade weapon. Power, 760. The war stick with a double-headed snake pattern carved on its surface looks like 2 snakes entwined with each other. There is a hidden secret in the entwinement. It looks like a stick, but it is not. It is flexible and changeable, making it hard to guard against. Features: Double Snake Dance, increases the damage of light stick combos. The higher the number of combos, the higher the damage. If fighting in water, the damage effect can be greatly enhanced. Beast Stick Bear, perfect grade weapon. Power, 822. This extraordinary iron rod is inspired by the power of bears. It looks like an ancient tree and contains the wild power of bears. The surface is engraved with bear totems, which can increase the critical strike rate of the user and has the magical effect of the Black Wind King. Features: Wind Transforming Strike increases the damage of the invisibility breaking strike after using the Chi Gathering and Dispersing skill. If a charge heavy stick is used, the critical strike rate of the heavy stick will be increased. In terms of combat power, the Beast Stick Bear is definitely stronger, but considering his characteristics, he doesn't use the gathering and dispersion of energy very often. On the contrary, the combo time with a light stick is a little longer. Seriously speaking, his fighting style is the type that relies on seeing through the opponent's body movements, rather than the type that relies on stealth and heavy attacks. Therefore, if you calculate carefully, the damage of the Twin Snake's light stick combo is not necessarily weaker than the bear's attack bonus. After much thought, Sun Tao decided to upgrade the light stick double snakes first, and then prepare a bear when he has the materials so that he doesn't have to worry about it. After throwing the materials into the land temple, Sun Tao only felt a flash before his eyes, and a memory of forging the double snakes on the beast stick suddenly appeared in his mind. The copper cloud stick in his hand flashed with green light and turned into a long iron stick that was green all over with snake sculptures carved on both ends. Ding! A weapon upgrade is completed, and the forging level is increased. Forging level increased to level 2. A large amount of forging knowledge flooded into Sun Tao's mind. He turned the iron rod in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Forging is as easy as pie. The next day, Wu Runin drove to Huarong Industrial Park. I was still thinking about the phone call Li Shuyao made last night. I don't know what kind of luck this kid has. He actually deserves the attention of our little Shuyao. It seems that we have to increase his strength. Otherwise, he won't be able to pass the test of Shuyao's father. Wu Runin thought to herself as she parked her beloved Beetle, then moved the 2-meter-high large grid and squeezed out of the car. I went to the cafeteria and ate 3 bowls of noodles, 10 large steamed buns, 8 dumplings, 6 meat patties, 5 eggs, and 4 pots of soy milk. It took me half an hour to have a simple breakfast. Picking her teeth, Wu Runin walked towards her forging room, thinking about what she should teach Sun Tao today. Well, we taught him how to select materials yesterday. Let's learn how to control fire today. It's a pity that he only has 1 month. How much he can learn depends on his own understanding. Wu Runin thought about it, but she was still worried that the speed was too fast, and she didn't know if Sun Tao could keep up. After all, forging is not as simple as others imagine. It does not mean that just hammering a bunch of materials together can be called forging. It is not only a transformation of the metal's form, but also an ultimate test of the temperature, strength, and even one's character. Every time the hammer falls, it is the crystallization of the blacksmith's efforts and the experience accumulated after countless failures and attempts of his predecessors. An ordinary blacksmith has to spend 3 years as an apprentice, 3 years in charge of the fire, and 3 years of forging before he can become a true master. 1 month is too short a time to teach you anything. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Runin was thinking when she suddenly heard the sound of iron knocking. Who's forging iron so early in the morning? Wu Runin looked in the direction of the sound and discovered that the door of her forging room was ajar, and a crisp hammering sound came from inside. Chapter 65, Wu Runin's Shock. Listening to the sounds coming from the forging room, Wu Runin frowned. A bad feeling welled up in my heart. Yesterday, she gave Sun Tao access to the forging room. At this point in time, it could only be Sun Tao forging in the forging room. This guess made her a little panic for a moment. The forgers of Hon Group have a limit on the amount of forging materials they can have every month. If you run out of it, you will need to buy it yourself. A forging master like her might have a larger quota, but she also couldn't let her apprentices waste it recklessly. After all, the group has fixed forging tasks every month. If Sun Tao wastes her materials at will, Wu Runin will have to pay for the materials herself to complete the task. In addition, Wu Runin recently received an urgent order, requiring her to create more than 50 high-quality, Shuofeng long swords within 3 days. If the materials were wasted by Sun Tao, by the time the logistics guys made up for them, it would be too late. By then, Wu Runin's already tight wallet will probably be even worse. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but become a little anxious. She quickly walked to the door of the forging room and pushed open the half-open door. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you? As soon as she opened the door, the scene in front of her stunned her. Inside the forging room, the fire was blazing, illuminating a young and focused face. At this moment, he was holding an iron hammer, concentrating on hitting a sword blank. Each hammer landed precisely on the sword blank, very rhythmic, like a beautiful piece of music. Wu Runnin looked at him in surprise. Such skillful movements didn't seem like those of a novice who had just learned forging. As a result, the words she was about to say to scold him were stuck in her mouth, and she couldn't say them for a while. Seeing Sun Tao's serious look, Wu Runnin couldn't help but be moved. "You little brat! How dare you use my forging materials so carelessly? I want to see what you can forge. If you mess it up, don't blame me for scolding you to death." After hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to give Sun Tao a chance to see what he can come up with. Ding! 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 The hammer in Sun Tao's hand kept falling, and the sword blank under the pliers became sharper and sharper. After 10 minutes of continuous hammering, the entire sword body had been perfectly formed. Sun Tao then put it into the furnace to forge it. When the sword blank turned red, he quickly inserted it into the quenching pool on the side. Boom! The hot sword blank fell into the quenching oil, and a flame instantly shot up into the sky, almost burning Sun Tao's eyebrows. After the flames died down, Sun Tao slowly lifted the sword from the quenching oil. The long sword that was supposed to emit a green light was now flashing silver-white ripples. On the sword body, the sword patterns like clouds and mist undulate, reflecting a little cold light. Just by looking at it, you can feel a sharp sword energy coming towards you. "Perfect grade!" Wu Runnin exclaimed, startling Sun Tao, who was immersed in forging. But Wu Runnin didn't bother to care about him and snatched the newly forged shuofeng sword from his hand. The heat of thousands of degrees was like nothing in her palms. He stroked the cloud pattern on the sword and tapped various parts of the sword with his fingers, although he had not yet checked its properties. But Wu Runnin can conclude that this is definitely a good sword. North Wind Sword. Perfect weapon, semi-finished product. Power, 432. Level 60. The long sword contains the power of Gale, and when it is swung, the sword energy is overwhelming, which can greatly increase the attack speed and penetration. In the Gale state, the attack power increases by 30%. Features. Sword chi is everywhere, and 3 sword chis are slashed out instantly to attack the enemy, causing a large amount of magic damage to the enemy. If in the Gale state, the number of sword chis slashed out will increase by 1. Gale state. Attack the enemy 4 times in a row to enter the Gale state. Perfect grade. Looking at the properties of the shuofeng sword, Wu Runnin could no longer hold back. Sun Tao actually created a perfect shuofeng long sword. Although it is still a semi-finished product, Wu Runnin knows that the sword is complete. The next step is to carve the magic circle and infuse it with spirit. These are all very simple. All you need is hands. Instead, it was the properties of the sword that made her stand there in a daze. It's not like she hasn't seen the shuofeng long sword before. She fought against more than a dozen of them yesterday, but none of them was as abnormal as Sun Tao's. Even the perfect grade shuofeng longsword that he made himself only increased the attack speed and attack power. She had never heard of such things as sword energy and Gale state. "Sister Wu, how is my sword going?" Sun Tao put down the forging hammer and asked curiously. Before he had the chance to check the properties of the shuofeng sword, it was snatched away by Wu Runnin, and he had no idea how well he had made it. When he came over in the morning, he saw the blueprint of the North Wind sword on the forging table. After reading it several times, I think it is simple and I should be able to type it out myself. So I gathered all the materials and prepared to give it a try. Then, during the forging process, somehow I suddenly entered a mysterious state and subconsciously forged the shuofeng longsword according to the feeling of forging the beast stick and double snakes. This time, when he was awakened by Wu Runnin, he realized that he had entered a state of enlightenment. Ding, you enter the state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 4,000. Forging level increased to level 3. Ding, you enter the state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 4,000. Ding, you enter the state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 4,000. Forging level increased to level 4. Ding, you enter the state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 4,000. Forging level increased to level 6. In just half an hour, his forging skills were directly upgraded to level 6. Sun Tao raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he would gain such a reward just by making a small sword. Sun Tao's words gradually brought Wu Runnin back to her senses. She raised her head and looked at Sun Tao with a strange expression. "This sword, was it really made by you?" A shuofeng longsword of this quality, let alone a novice blacksmith like Sun Tao. Even she, a master blacksmith, could not guarantee that she could forge it. An apprentice who had only been in blacksmithing for a day did it. To be honest, Wu Runin didn't believe it. Faced with Sister Wu's questioning, Sun Tao thought that the other party wanted to hold him accountable. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, Sister Wu. I saw your equipment blueprint on the forging table, and after I looked at it, I thought it was simple, so I tried to make it myself." Before Wu Runin could speak, Sun Tao added, "If the quality of this sword is not up to standard, I will melt it down and forge it again. I can compensate for the lost materials." After all, this was the first time he made a piece of equipment by himself, so it was normal that the quality was not up to standard. Anyway, with more than 60 million and some materials, Sun Tao could definitely afford the compensation. Unexpectedly, Wu Runin laughed out loud. "Unqualified quality? How is that possible? If this sword is not qualified, then there will be no qualified Shuofeng long sword." Now Sun Tao was confused. Was he really a forging genius? I took the Shuofeng sword from Wu Runin and looked at it carefully, but I didn't think it was that powerful. "It's not as good as my own copper cloud stick." Wu Runin took out an equipment blueprint from her arms and handed it to Sun Tao. "You said that drawing was simple, then take a look at this one. If you can forge it, I will teach you the real forging technique." Chapter 66. Forging of the Finest Quality. Mountain Demon's Sealing Blade. Excellent great sword. Power, 549. Legend has it that this great sword was built by dwarves based on the weapon of the mountain god. It contains the power of nature and the earth and can greatly increase the user's strength and health. Features. Power of the mountain. After activating the power of the mountain, the attack power increases by 50%, and each attack has a 1% chance of triggering an earthquake effect, causing area damage to surrounding enemies and slowing them down. Required level, level 65. Forging materials, mountain heart, ancient rock fragments, earthquake core, earth spirit vein, magic crystal gravel, lava heart. Looking at the drawings that Wu Runin handed over, Sun Tao was slightly surprised. It turned out to be a level 65 fine quality greatsword. It is already considered a second-level weapon, and Sun Tao is not completely sure that he can forge it. After all, forging is not like in the game, where you can gain forging knowledge by just taking a shot of the forging blueprint. Forging drawings can only serve as a guide. If you really want to forge the equipment, it depends on whether the blacksmith can fully understand the blueprint. Only by cooperating with their forging techniques can the magic equipment be truly forged. Seeing Sun Tao's silence, Wu Runin realized that she had really lost her mind. This guy is just a newbie who has only been in blacksmithing for a day. How can I understand the equipment drawings? Moreover, this is a level 65 fine-grade greatsword blueprint, which even an ordinary forging master may not be able to understand. What she didn't know was that Sun Tao's silence was not because the blueprint was too difficult, but because he was thinking about how to forge the sword more perfectly. He shook his head in disappointment and was about to reach out to take the drawings back, but found that the drawings were pinched by Sun Tao. "Sister Wu, I want to try." Sun Tao raised his head and looked at Wu Runin with a firm gaze. Wu Runin was startled and looked at Sun Tao. "Can you understand this blueprint?" Sun Tao nodded with a confident smile on his face. "It's not difficult to forge this equipment. The main difficulty lies in how to perfectly fuse the earthquake fruit core and magic crystal gravel. If this is not done well, it will never reach the perfect level." When Wu Runin heard Sun Tao's answer, her eyes widened. After all, the level 65 fine quality great sword on this blueprint was obtained by her from a secret realm with great effort, and it was originally intended as an equipment blueprint for her to become a forging master. But I didn't expect that after getting the drawings, I never succeeded. It is either a defective product or an ordinary product. The best one is just a fine great sword. She didn't get much forging experience at all. Sun Tao only took a glance and solved the problem that had been bothering him for 3 months. Maybe he can really hit it. A thought flashed through Wu Runin's mind, and she subconsciously handed the drawing to Sun Tao. "In that case, you can give it a try. You can use any materials in the forge at will." Sun Tao took the drawing, smiled at Wu Runin, and studied it carefully. As he looked at the blueprint, he simulated the forging process in his mind. The more he looked, the more he felt that this sword was similar to the beast stick bear. The only difference is that one is a long stick and the other is a big sword. The internal forging logic is basically the same. There is just a slight difference in the combination of materials. Perhaps I can use magical materials to forge my armor in the future. The two should be able to achieve the same effect. After collecting his thoughts, Sun Tao put down the blueprint and began to look for various materials in the forging room. Place them one by one on the forging table. According to the requirements on the drawings, they are hammered one by one and then thrown into the furnace for calcination. As the molten iron took shape, Sun Tao carefully picked it out with tongs, poured it onto the big sword mold, and placed a brown earthquake fruit core on the hilt. After the sword blank cooled down a little, Sun Tao poured it onto the forging table, holding the hammer and hitting the sword again and again. With every strike, it seemed as if a stream of magical power flowed into the sword blank, clearing out the impurities in the sword blank. The force was just right, neither too violent nor losing its strength. Looking at Sun Tao's actions, Wu Runen's face suddenly changed. This method, this is... She quickly took out her cell phone and started searching. Sure enough, I found a video in one of my secret folders. It's actually the ancient forging technique. Wu Runen was extremely shocked. The legendary ancient forging technique was lost with the disappearance of the last forging master, Guan Hai, 50 years ago. I didn't expect to see it on Sun Tao today. That's impossible. He clearly didn't even get started with forging yesterday and couldn't even hold a hammer. How could he be Master Guan Hai's disciple? However, many of Master Guan Hai's forging techniques are original creations of his own. Many blacksmiths want to imitate them, but they can't. Only Master Guan Hai can teach such a genius. Could it be that he is Master Guan Hai's disciple? As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. Only a true blacksmith can understand the value of Sun Tao's forging technique. The hammer in Sun Tao's hand hit the sword blank again and again, and each strike made the sword blank tighter and tougher. His whole body seemed to be integrated with the hammer in his hand, and every movement was full of rhythm and beauty. As time went by, a faint cold light gradually appeared on the sword, and the tip of the sword became extremely sharp. Seeing that the forging was completed, Sun Tao immediately inserted the sword into the furnace, and then grabbed a handful of magic crystal sand and sprinkled it directly into it. Boom! A raging flame instantly burst out of the furnace. The temperature in the forging room soared instantly, forcing Sun Tao to use his magic power to resist. Seeing the sword blade turn red, Sun Tao immediately drew out the sword, picked up the hammer, and hit the sword with a clanging sound at an extremely fast speed. As the last hammer fell, Sun Tao sent it directly into the quenching pool on the side. Squeak! A large amount of white smoke rose from the quenching pool. When the smoke cleared, a shining, majestic sword appeared in front of Wu Runen. Looking at the huge sword in Sun Tao's hand, Wu Runen was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Sun Tao had forged the big sword in less than 20 minutes. Sun Tao looked at the giant sword in his hand, handed it to Wu Runen beside him, and said with a smile, "Not bad, just barely passed the test." Wu Runen took the sword. Her expression froze, and she gradually fell silent. Mountain Demon Sealing Blade. Perfect grade, great sword. Power, 673. Legend has it that this great sword was built by dwarves based on the weapon of the mountain god. It contains the power of nature and the earth and can greatly increase the user's strength and health. Features. Power of the mountain. After activating the power of the mountain, the attack power increases by 200%, and each attack has a 10% chance of triggering an earthquake effect, causing area damage to surrounding enemies and slowing them down. Hiss. Looking at the terrifying attributes and abnormal special skills of the big sword in his hand, Wu Runen took a breath of cold air instantly. Premium grade forging. It's actually premium grade forging. Chapter 67, Late Night Attack. Ding, you enter the state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 500. Ding, you enter the state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 500. Ding, you have completed a high-quality forging experience plus 1,200. Forging level increased to level 7. Hearing the system prompt sounding in his mind, Sun Tao raised his eyebrows. The so-called top-grade forging refers to forging that exceeds the upper limit of the blueprint. Created magical equipment that is more advanced than the blueprint. This Mountain Demon Sealing Blade is just a fine-grade blueprint. Even if a master forger came, it would be difficult to make it in a very short time. Even if it is printed, the quality will not be very high. Even if the quality can be barely improved, a large amount of materials will be consumed, and even perfect-grade materials may have to be added. But Sun Tao actually did it. Not only that, he even used top-grade materials to create a perfect greatsword. Completed a masterpiece. It directly broke through the limitations of the equipment blueprint and increased the power of the entire greatsword 4 times. Are you kidding me? In an instant, something seemed wrong in Wu Runin's eyes when she looked at Sun Tao. It's like when you want to eat something and think that what you see is shit. But when you take a bite, you find out that it is actually the specialty of the state banquet chef. I'm so excited. As a fellow blacksmith, Wu Runin can clearly realize how terrifying Sun Tao's talent is. It can be said that in the entire Hon Group, Wu Runin has not found any forger who can achieve what Sun Tao has achieved, including herself. This is simply genius among geniuses. As the chief forging master of Hon Group, Wu Runin's strength is unquestionable. Even if you look at the entire Shuzhou city, she is one of the top-ranked forging masters. Every piece of equipment created by her has been favored by many soul masters. He was even given the title of Huarong's #1 blacksmith. However, today, this forging master saw, for the first time, a forging genius with such incredible talent. His terrifying forging speed alone was beyond her ability. Such a terrifying talent even made Huarong's #1 forging master begin to doubt his life. Only Wu Runin still couldn't understand one thing. She had clearly tested it yesterday and found that Sun Tao really knew nothing about forging. How come you are so skilled today? She frowned, as if thinking about something. Is he really not a disciple of Master Guan Hai? Or was his performance yesterday just an act? Why is Xiao Shuyao paying so much attention to him? Wu Runin suddenly thought of a possibility and shouted loudly. I see. She grabbed Sun Tao's shoulders with great excitement and asked, have you awakened any hidden fighting spirit or any hidden talent? Sun Tao calmly shook off her hand and said with a faint smile, it's okay. It's just that it's easy to enter the state of enlightenment when forging. Wu Runin saw everything about his forging just now. Even if he didn't say it, she believed she could guess it. Fuck. After hearing Sun Tao's answer, Wu Runin couldn't help but swear. State of enlightenment. That is the forging state that all blacksmiths dream of. In this state, the blacksmith can sense the slightest changes in the material and even establish an indescribable resonance between the flame and the metal, thereby creating works that transcend the norm and are close to perfection. And during the forging process, you can also gain a lot of forging experience. You should know that general forging experience can only be obtained when completing the forging of new equipment or completing fine-grade forging. It's always pitifully little. This is also one of the reasons why there is a severe shortage of forging masters in this world. It is really difficult to gain forging experience, and Sun Tao was able to actually enter a state of enlightenment while forging, which surprised Wu Runin. In other words, as long as he has enough resources, Sun Tao will soon catch up with her and become a forging master. Or even, forging master. Gurgle. Wu Runin swallowed hard. He turned to look at Sun Tao with eyes wide open. It was like a hungry hound suddenly found a piece of delicious fat meat. Talent. This is top talent. Must get it? Looking at Wu Runin's murderous eyes, Sun Tao felt somewhat uncomfortable all over. I thought, is this guy really going to eat me? Boys still have to protect themselves when they are outside. Wu Runin was extremely shocked by the talent displayed by Sun Tao, especially the state of enlightenment that he could enter at any time, which was something she had never heard of before. Wu Runin seemed to have witnessed the birth of a god of forging. Thinking of this, Wu Runin reacted immediately. We must hold on to this thigh before Sun Tao rises completely. Sign him. He must be signed. Wait here, don't wander around. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for Sun Tao to speak, Wu Runin took the lead, said a few words to him, then went out with the giant sword and ran towards the equipment center building. She must report this kind of talent to the president as soon as possible and ask her to sign Sun Tao. Only in this way can they demonstrate the sincerity of Hon Group. Seeing Wu Runin's anxious look, Sun Tao secretly thought that something was wrong. I was so engrossed in forging just now that I couldn't stop. Too much forging. Now, they will definitely notice me, and maybe want to keep me to make equipment specifically for Hon Group. I didn't come here just to become a blacksmith. If we wait until their top management arrives, we will be in trouble. Thinking of this, an idea emerged in Sun Tao's mind. Or run away. With this thought in mind, Sun Tao didn't stop, quickly packed up his things, and ran out of Wu Runin's forging room. A few minutes later, Wu Runin ran excitedly into the forging room with a stunning beauty. Sun Tao, let me tell you, this person is the president of Hon Group. She pushed open the door of the forging room, looked at the empty room, and froze in place for a moment. The night was falling, the moonlight was thin, and the street lamps on both sides of the street flickered with dim light, stretching Sun Tao's shadow very long. After coming out of Wu Runan's forging room during the day, he ran to the Chinquan scroll, refreshed the Black Wind Mountain secret realm again, and then forged a brand new copper cloud stick. As soon as he came out and found that it was dark, he quickly summoned the Shadow Wolf and ran home. After all, tomorrow is the Zhanhuan College entrance examination, and his ID card and admission ticket are all at home. After passing through several familiar streets, Sun Tao turned into a narrow and deep alley. This place was usually deserted, and it was especially quiet tonight. Sun Tao didn't care and continued moving forward. Suddenly, a sudden cold wind blew by, and Sun Tao subconsciously stopped the magic wolf. His gaze swept across the corner of the street, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Who is it?" Chapter 68, Thunder Tiger Song Kong. Although the alley was dark, but Sun Tao has unlocked the joy of seeing and gained the golden eyes. Naturally possesses night vision. The entire alley seemed as bright as day in his eyes. In Sun Tao's sight, a figure was leaning against the corner, staring at him quietly. The man was wearing a black windbreaker, and he seemed to blend into the night. Seeing that Sun Tao had discovered him, the man simply stopped hiding. He pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. He snapped his fingers gently, and a blue flame appeared at his fingertips, lighting the cigarette. Huh! The man blew out a smoke ring, turned to look at Sun Tao on the magic wolf, and grinned. "Ha, kid, you're very alert, but unfortunately, you are going to die soon. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and don't mess with the wrong people." Sun Tao's face was solemn. He stared at the person who came, with golden light flashing in his eyes. He used his fiery eyes to the fullest and instantly found out the person's background. Name, Song Kong. Fighting spirit, Thunder Tiger. Level, 84, level 3. Power, 3,474. Skills, 3,000 thunders, Thunder Cloud Break, Thunder Fire Claw, 1,000 Thunderbirds. When he saw the level of the person coming, Sun Tao's pupil shrank. Third level combat, Soul Master. When did I offend a third level combat Soul Master? Who would send a third level combat Soul Master to kill me? Could he be Zhao Tianming's accomplice? Sun Tao was worried until he saw this guy's fighting ability. Then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Only over 3,000 combat power points. That's okay. He now has nearly 16,000 combat power points. He doesn't even need to use any skills to deal with Little Karami, who has only 3,000 combat power points. Who wants to deal with me? Recently, I've been leveling up in the secret realm. The only person I have offended is Su Wei, who has a crush on Li Shuiyao. Apart from him, the only other person could be Zhao Tianming's accomplice. No, if he was Zhao Tianming's accomplice, he wouldn't have said these words right away, but asked me to hand over the space ring. After thinking this through, Sun Tao couldn't help but sneer and ask directly, "Did Su Wei ask you to come?" Song Kong was stunned. He should not have said Su Xiao's name just now. How did this guy guess it? Then, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "So, what if you guessed it? You will definitely die today." After saying that, he rushed forward and punched Sun Tao. Golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes, and he could see clearly the energy flowing in Song Kang's body. Seeing his movements, he thought about it, and the shadow wolf under his crotch disappeared instantly. He took a wrong step and dodged Song Kang's fist very calmly. Song Kong is a third-level combat soul master trained by the Su family. He is considered one of the best even in the entire Shuzhou city. Seeing that Sun Tao is only at the first level, he does not take him seriously at all. But he didn't expect that Sun Tao easily dodged his 3 consecutive punches and seemed to be at ease. This made Song Kong, who had always been arrogant, very angry. "With such strength, no wonder you dare to provoke Master Su. But I only used 1/3 of my strength just now. Now I will let you know the difference between the first and third levels." Song Kong growled, and his hands transformed into tiger claws, surrounded by lightning. As a third-rank combat soul master, he can already transform part of his body into a combat soul, demonstrating his true combat power. Song Kong took a stance, his hands turned into claws, lightning flashed, and his speed soared more than 3 times. He launched an attack on Sun Tao, striving to defeat the enemy with one blow and kill Sun Tao on the spot. Song Kong put his hands in a grappling posture, putting all his strength into his 5 fingers, his claws whistling, and he moved left and right, repeatedly grabbing at Sun Tao's joints. If he grabs your joints, you will probably tremble all over from the lightning in his claws in an instant and become unable to resist. By then, you will really become a piece of meat on the chopping board. Although Sun Tao only has the strength of the first level now, he has the destiny template of the god-level Monkey King after all. With the help of the fiery eyes and golden pupils, Song Kang's movements are as slow as a turtle in his eyes. I couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. He didn't even take out his stick, just relied on his body skills to dodge. In terms of combat power, the three Song Kangs are no match for Sun Tao. But he was not in a hurry to win with one move. Instead, seeing that Song Kang was quite strong and could barely give him some practice, he wanted to learn a few moves from him. After all, although he has the great sage stick technique, he needs a stick in his hand. If he doesn't have a stick, he can only use the turtle fist to fight the enemy. Now that Song Kang is here, it would be a bit unreasonable not to learn a few boxing moves. Sun Tao's golden eyes can now see through illusions, night vision, perspective, and slow vision. If used at full strength, it can also give you the ability to remember everything you see, replay, and copy other people's martial arts moves. After all, under the golden eyes, the flow of energy in their bodies is as clear as observing the lines on the palm of your hand. Song Kang used his hands as claws to perform grappling techniques, and combined with his sharp steps, his attack was extremely fierce. If someone who didn't understand the technique saw it, they would definitely think he was very powerful. On the other side, Sun Tao kept observing Song Kang's movements, memorizing his every attack in his mind. He seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact he was at ease. After fighting for such a long time, Song Kang didn't touch him at all. He dodged every attack. Song Kang became more and more frightened as he fought, wondering where on earth did this guy come from? He was so difficult to deal with that he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes after fighting for more than 30 moves. Could he be another disciple of that old monster? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stop and stared at Sun Tao coldly, with a flash of lightning in his eyes, wanting to explore Sun Tao's attributes. But Sun Tao seemed to be surrounded by a cloud of mist, making it impossible for Song Kang to detect his specific attributes. This situation made Song Kang even more frightened, and he became more and more convinced that Sun Tao was definitely the disciple of some old monster. Otherwise, how could a third-level combat soul master like me not be able to see through the attributes of a first-level combat soul master? What? You don't want to fight anymore? I haven't even used my full strength yet? Why did you stop? Seeing Song Kang stop, Sun Tao urged him instead. The grappling technique hasn't been completed yet. We can't stop like this. Hearing Sun Tao's sarcasm, Song Kang's face suddenly turned gloomy. But thinking of the old monster who might be standing behind Sun Tao, he secretly suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a bow. Thunderclouds rise in Chifeng, and waves surge in Shuhai. Sun Tao frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. What is it? Are you going to fight or not? Seeing that Sun Tao didn't understand the jargon, Song Kang became furious. Since he is not the disciple of those old monsters, don't blame me for killing him. The moves in his hands changed, and his body was surrounded by thunder. The shadow of a white tiger of lightning appeared behind him. His eyes were like two bright stars, revealing a heart-pounding pressure. 3,000 thunders. Song Kang roared. Lightning flashed around him. His hands turned into claws, and he rushed towards Sun Tao with a thunderous roar. A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. He dodged sideways, and when Song Kang used up his old moves, he raised his palm and hit Song Kang directly on the chest. Before Song Kang flew out, Sun Tao changed his palm into a claw again, imitating his grappling technique, grabbed his wrist, and then pressed hard. Snap! There was a crisp sound of crackling, and Song Kang screamed immediately. He ignored the severe pain in his wrist joint, raised his knee, and pushed his elbow against it. At the same time, lightning flashed all over his body, trying to paralyze Sun Tao and get rid of Sun Tao's grip. But Sun Tao had the power of the angry ape flowing through his body, blocking the thunder. He kicked Song Kang's knee, grabbed his elbow joint, and pinched it hard again. Song Kang screamed again, and was then knocked away by Sun Tao's palm. He stuck to the wall and didn't fall down for a long time. Chapter 69, Skill Inheritance Stone. Puff! Sliding down the wall, Song Kang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with black chunks of flesh. Obviously seriously injured, he looked at Sun Tao in horror. A third-level combat soul master. was actually defeated by a first-level trash like him. How is that possible? Song Kong struggled to get up, but his serious injuries caused him to collapse to the ground powerlessly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Is this all you're capable of? Sun Tao looked coldly at Song Kong, who was lying on the ground. No, don't kill me. My master is a 5th-level combat soul master, Thundercloud Sword Chiming. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Song Kong covered his chest and said with horror. 5th-level combat, soul master. The Thundercloud swords rang out together. Sun Tao had heard of this name. 3 years ago, during the Beast Tide in Yunhai City, he fought against 8 level 200 Beast Kings alone with just a sword, and managed to hold on until the rescue of the Dragon Group arrived. Known as the #1 swordsman in South China. Unexpectedly, Song Kong was actually his disciple. Sun Tao frowned. How could a disciple of Qi Jianxing become Su Wei's dog? Song Kong smiled bitterly. I have a friend named Jiang Tianxing, who is the security manager of the Su family. He is the one who asked me to help get rid of you. Brother, you have nothing to lose anyway. The mastermind is Su Wei. Why don't you just let me go? I will never trouble you again. Having said that, what Song Kong was thinking in his heart was that when he returned, he would exaggerate the incident in front of his master and ask his senior brothers and sisters to help him avenge today's incident. Song Kong hated Sun Tao so much that he wanted to skin him alive and eat him. But in order to survive, he could only put on an apologetic smile and only hope that Sun Tao would let him go for Qi Ming's sake. Sun Tao lowered his head and pondered, then looked at Song Kong. You attacked me by surprise, and you were not strong enough. So I defeated you. If I let you go, wouldn't it make me look easy to talk to? How about this? How much do you think your life is worth? I can consider not killing you. When Song Kong heard this, his face suddenly showed joy. He twisted his body with difficulty and revealed the space bracelet on his hand. With a slight shake, a wooden box appeared on the ground. This is the Millennium Dragon Flame Grass. After taking it, it can increase the fire damage of the fighting spirit and make it immune to flame attacks. There's a certain chance that it can awaken dragon flame skills. The market value is 58 million. I will use this to exchange my life. Sun Tao picked up the wooden box, opened it, and saw that it was indeed the Millennium Dragon Flame Grass. This is a good thing. It is the main ingredient of the soul-type dragon blood potion. It can help the fighting soul awaken part of the dragon bloodline. Even for non-dragon fighting souls, it will have huge benefits. It seems that this guy has a lot of good things in his hands. Maybe there will be some good things if he squeezes them. Sun Tao put away the wooden box, rolled his eyes, and grinned. So you think your life is only worth 58 million? Song Kang's old face fell, and he twisted his body unwillingly, then took out a stone from his body and threw it out. This is fire and thunder refined iron, a perfect forging material. I spent a lot of effort to get it. It can increase the fire and thunder attribute damage of equipment. The market price is 230 million. It is the best thing I have. Song Kong had a sullen face, as if to say, if this doesn't work, just kill me, which left Sun Tao speechless. He didn't believe that the disciple of the #1 swordsman in South China only had these few things in his hands. But since he had already said this, Sun Tao couldn't force him any further. After all, he still understands the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Who knows if he has the life-saving props given by Qi Ming? It would not be worth it if the dog were cornered. So, he picked up the fire thunder iron on the ground and waved to Song Kong, indicating that he could leave. Song Kong was overjoyed and bowed to Sun Tao to express his gratitude. He said frankly that he would take good care of his injuries after returning and would never set foot in Shuzhou. But after turning around, his face suddenly turned gloomy, and he staggered out step by step, holding onto the wall, roaring angrily in my heart. Damn you, Sun Tao. I will remember today's revenge. I will definitely kill you. I will repay you 1,000 times, 100 times today's revenge. Puff! But before he reached the entrance of the alley, a slender arm suddenly shot out from the darkness behind him. It instantly pierced his chest. Song Kong looked down and saw a beating blood-red heart in his white palm. Using the remaining soul power to wrap the wound, he turned around in disbelief. Behind him stood a smiling beauty in red. Her scarlet eyes and the sharp teeth in her mouth clearly revealed her identity. Blood Clan. Song Kong spat out blood and pointed at Sun Tao with resentment. Your words don't count. Sun Tao played with the fire thunder iron in his hand with a slight smile on his face. I only said that I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say that I wouldn't let anyone else kill you. As a third-level combat spirit master, you want to sneak attack me, a first-level combat spirit master. It's a situation of life and death. Do you think I will let you go? Song Kong fell to his knees with blood spurting from his mouth. He struggled to get up several times, but eventually collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. You, don't be so proud. If you offend Master Su, you will die. I'll be waiting for you. On the Yellow Springs Road, Tisk impotent rage. Sun Tao shook his head and asked Sai Lingna to bring his space bracelet. Sai Lingna swallowed Song Kang's heart in one gulp and sucked the blood from her fingertips, her face full of satisfaction. The blood of a high-level combat spirit master is the most delicious. The blood of monsters is not tasty at all. Sai Lingna hooked her fingers, and the space bracelet on Song Kang's wrist automatically flew up and fell into her hand. The corpse fell into Sun Tao's Qinquan scroll and became fertilizer for the night elves. Handing it to Sun Tao, Sai Lingna suggested excitedly, Sun Tao, how about we become a pair of thieves? You are responsible for killing people, and I am responsible for destroying the bodies and making sure no one finds them. Sun Tao took the space bracelet and flicked her head. What are you thinking about? Are you a member of the Security Bureau, just for fun? If this really happens, we will both be in jail within a month. When Sun Tao rejected her suggestion, Sai Lingna covered her forehead with her hands in grievance, pouted and muttered unhappily. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Why are you hitting my head? He stomped his feet on the spot and turned into a beam of blood and flew into the Qinquan scroll on Sun Tao's waist. Sun Tao shrugged and began to check Song Kang's space bracelet. The space of this bracelet is not as big as Zhao Tianming's, only more than 50 cubic meters, with some magic materials and some magic equipment scattered inside. They are all worthless things, and if they are all sold, there will only be 20 or 30 million. Just as he said, the Millennium Dragon Flame Grass and Fire Thunder Refined Iron are already the best things in his hands. Suddenly, Sun Tao raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand, and took out a purple jade from the space bracelet. It's actually a soul skill inheritance stone. Pouring his soul power into the inheritance stone and looking at the skills recorded on it, Sun Tao suddenly took a breath of cold air. Chapter 70 New Template and Big Test. There are only 3 ways for soul masters to obtain soul skills. One is the upgrade of the fighting soul. Every time the fighting soul master's level increases by 40 levels, the fighting soul will be upgraded. During the upgrade, there is a chance that new fighting soul skills will be awakened. The second type is a skill book, such as the Void book that I sold to Li Shuyao last time. It is a skill book, but ordinary soul masters need to comprehend the skills on their own. If they cannot comprehend them, they will not be able to learn the skills in it. The third type is the soul skill inheritance stone in Sun Tao's hand. Other soul masters infuse their own soul skills into it. When the soul master meets the conditions, he can use it and automatically obtain the soul skills in it. However, the soul skills inherited through the soul skill inheritance stone will be 1 level lower than the original ones. Moreover, each soul skill inheritance stone requires a large amount of soul power from the original owner. Unless the 2 soul masters have a very good relationship, it is impossible to share their soul skills. Because everyone's soul skills are their own secrets. If they are known by others, they will be easily targeted, and if a fight breaks out, they will suffer a great loss. The soul skill inheritance stone in Sun Tao's hand is actually a rare S-level soul skill inheritance stone. Wind and Thunder Shadow, S-level soul skill. Consumes a large amount of soul power to condense pure wind and thunder wings behind you, increasing your flight speed by 300%, increasing your wind and thunder attribute damage by 70%, and gaining the status Wind and Thunder Break. Wind and Thunder Break increases physical dodge by 30%. It will cause lightning damage to the enemy when attacking. When the lightning damage reaches a certain level, it will automatically detonate, causing a large amount of magic damage and causing a short period of stiffness. Requirements for use. Combat power reaches 10,000 points. When Sun Tao saw the soul skill inheritance stone in his hand, his heart sank. Wind Thunder Shadow, this is Qi Ming's signature skill. I didn't expect Song Kong to have one in his hand. It seems that the relationship between him and Qi Ming is not as simple as he said. I'll have to be careful next time I meet Qi Ming. Who knows if they have any special means to find me. Looking at the soul skill inheritance stone in his hand, Sun Tao grinned. No wonder this guy doesn't use this inheritance stone. After all this time, his combat power is still not up to par. It's just a good deal for me. Sun Tao happily placed the inheritance stone on his forehead. In an instant, this soul skill inheritance stone turned into a stream of light and flowed into Sun Tao's body, appearing between the eyebrows of the golden ape of the fighting soul. Strands of golden words flew out from the jade and flew into the body of the fighting soul, gradually outlining a pair of blue-green wind and thunder wings behind it. Sun Tao only felt a powerful flow of information pouring into his sea of consciousness like a tide, accompanied by a roaring sound, as if thousands of thunder and lightning were interweaving in his mind, and like a howling strong wind blowing up endless dust. Sun Tao closed his eyes tightly, enduring this sudden and huge onslaught of information. Just when Sun Tao was accepting the inheritance of Fengliang, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, special soul skill Wind Thunder Shadow detected, can be used to open the Destiny template. Lei Jinzi. Do you want to consume 50,000 spiritual points to unlock Lei Jinzi's Destiny template? Sun Tao suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be flashes of lightning in his pupils, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. I can actually unlock the Destiny template. Sun Tao has a deep understanding of how powerful the Destiny template is. A Monkey King template that has not been fully unlocked can raise his strength to this level. If Lei Jinzi were added, Sun Tao couldn't even imagine how powerful he would be. Moreover, after unlocking Lei Jinzi's Destiny template, even if he used Wind and Thunderbreak in front of Qi Ming, he would not be able to see anything. What a pity my spiritual essence is still a little short. If I had known, I would not have upgraded my Angry Ape power yesterday. I could have unlocked a new Destiny template today. Sun Tao was very annoyed and could only take out the soul skill inheritance stone first. The words that originally flowed into the golden ape's body returned to the soul skill inheritance stone along the same path. This is the benefit of the soul skill inheritance stone. As long as the soul skill inside is not fully understood, it will not disappear. Putting away the soul skill inheritance stone in his hand, holding Song Kang's space bracelet, Sun Tao thought about it. He took off the space ring in his hand, took out a few important things from it, and threw them into the bracelet, and then put the space ring into the Chinquan scroll. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight as bright as water, and two figures were flying in the air, hidden in the night sky, like lurking ghosts, silently. With the help of the shadows, the two landed on the roof of a tall building and looked towards the Shuzhou City in North Resettlement Community not far away. Xuehuan's eyes were as cold as frost as he looked at the alleyway that Sun Tao had left not long ago. The Mad Wolf's aura finally disappeared here. The aura is still there, so he must have left not long ago. Yue Ying smiled. Her face looked particularly cold in the night. This is a resettlement community. There are not many combat spirit masters in it. It won't take much time to find it. But these few days are the battle spirit examination, and the Security Bureau and Dragon Group are watching us, so it's difficult for us to take action. Xuehuan nodded, a flash of blood in his eyes, and his voice was a little hoarse. No hurry. Wait until the Battle Soul College entrance examination is over before taking action. It just so happens that we also need time to make some preparations. It is an honor for these lowly people to be able to pay for the life of the Mad Wolf. The next day, Sun Tao returned to school with his ID card and admission ticket, ready to take the National College entrance examination. The National Battle Soul College entrance examination is more important than Sun Tao's college entrance examination in Blue Star in his previous life. This assessment not only determines whether these combat soul masters can go to higher-level combat soul colleges for further studies, but also determines whether they can become a true combat soul master. Only those who have passed the Battle Soul College entrance examination are qualified to be called Battle Soul Masters. In this world, although all people will awaken their fighting spirits, there are many people who are affected by various factors, such as low quality of fighting spirits, timidity, poor combat skills, etc. He would choose to give up becoming a combat soul master and be willing to be an ordinary person. They will give up the Battle Soul College entrance examination, and those with better family conditions will choose a secondary job skill and become a secondary professional master. Those who come from poor families will go directly into society and work hard all day long to make a living. The Battle Soul College entrance examination is the watershed of everything. Only by entering the Advanced Battle Soul Academy can one be eligible to go to other advanced adventure areas. In this world, areas outside cities are called adventure zones. There are many adventure areas that are controlled by the state because the monsters are too high level or the resources are too precious. Only a few low-level adventure areas like the Bloody Forest are open to the public. If you want to enter those advanced adventure areas, you can only be qualified by entering the Advanced Fighting Spirit Academy. Moreover, many combat soul techniques and combat soul skills can only be obtained by entering the Combat Soul Academy. This is the only chance for ordinary soul masters like Sun Tao to change their fate. When Sun Tao entered the classroom, he saw many of his classmates excitedly discussing with each other. Wow, Brother Zheng, you've reached level 10. Awesome. It looks like you've been out in the wild a lot these days. Don't mention it. I've been living and eating in the Scarlet Forest these past few days. The tree-clearing people are almost making me vomit. Awesome, Brother Zheng. Take me with you during the exam. I'm a mage, and I definitely won't hold you back. No need, I have my own fixed team. Sun Tao took a quick look and found that about 1/3 of the people did not come. Some of these people chose to give up the Battle Soul College entrance examination. Some died during the leveling process in the past few days. This is a combat soul master, always facing death. When Sun Tao walked into the classroom, he naturally attracted some people's attention. Sun Tao, do you still dare to take part in the Battle Soul College entrance examination? Chapter 71 Su Yu. It's you. The one who spoke was Chao Wei, the monitor of Sun Tao's class. As a former genius of number 1 middle school, Chao Wei was the most popular person in the school. Unfortunately, until Sun Tao entered Shuzhou number 1 middle school in his first year of high school, he was completely overshadowed by Sun Tao. Whether in academic performance or martial arts performance, Sun Tao far surpassed him. This pressure lasted for 3 years, during which time no matter how hard Chao Wei tried, he could not surpass Sun Tao. Sun Tao was like a mountain, weighing heavily on Chao Wei's heart. It was not until the day when the fighting spirit awakened that Sun Tao awakened the D-level fighting spirit, the golden monkey, that Chao Wei was completely relieved. Later, he heard that the admission quota originally intended for Sun Tao was changed to Wu Yong from Class 1, which made him even more ecstatic. To be frank, Sun Tao definitely wouldn't dare to take part in the Battle Soul College entrance examination. I can only sell sweet potatoes at home for the rest of my life. Hey, isn't this our son Tiankai? What? A D-level fighting spirit also wants to take the college entrance examination. Brother Chao, he is a genius in the Warcraft theory class. He might be able to kill those Warcraft with just his mouth. Forget it. Even if the theory is solid, it's useless if the level is not high. At most, you can enter a fake school. Maybe you can't even enter the adventure zone. Why? A pheasant school is not a fighting spirit school? It's so funny. Instead of going to a fake school, why not go directly to a technical school and learn a skill? Then you can get a job after graduation. Wouldn't that be great? I suggest you learn how to be a magic chef. At least you won't be hungry in the future. You've taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain because the original owner only focused on studying and didn't like socializing with others. So many people in the class were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Especially the group headed by Chao Wei were full of sarcasm and ridicule. This group of people was there during the awakening ceremony before, and this group of people is also there during the Battle Soul College entrance examination now. Chao Wei walked up and looked at Sun Tao with concern. Look at you. Why are you taking the college entrance examination? What if you lose your life? You might as well sell sweet potatoes at home. At least you can guarantee your own safety. Anyway, no matter what you do, you're contributing to society. With your skills, you might become a big shot by selling sweet potatoes. As soon as Chao Wei finished speaking, the people around him burst into laughter. Sun Tao heard these people's words, but he didn't take them to heart. In his previous life, Sun Tao had seen many people like this. I don't have any special abilities, but when I see people who used to be better than me are not as good as me in some aspects, I feel a sense of accomplishment, and I have to show off. In fact, I'm not that strong, but I just feel like I am superior to others. Sun Tao was too lazy to pay attention to such people. After all, the one who suppressed them was the original owner Sun Tao. What does it have to do with him, the Monkey King Sun Tao? Instead of engaging in verbal arguments now, it would be better to slap them in the face with results later. Let them know that a genius will always be a genius. You ants are still trash in front of me. Seeing that Sun Tao didn't say anything, Chao Wei felt a little unhappy and was about to step forward and push him. But Sun Tao glared at him, and his fierce eyes were like a sharp sword, which made Chao Wei's movements freeze in midair. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. The old class is here. At this moment, someone shouted, The head teacher is here. And Sun Tao slowly withdrew his gaze. Only then did Xiao Wei realize that he had just been frightened by Sun Tao. He was very unhappy, but when he thought of Sun Tao's horrible look just now, he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only curl his lips and mutter quietly. Tisk, just a D-level fighting spirit. Why are you pretending to be a master? The head teacher Su Min walked into the classroom and looked at the fact that only 2/3 of the students were left, and sighed silently in his heart. But soon he said to everyone with passion, "Students, I am glad that you have chosen to take part in the Battle Soul College entrance examination. I believe I don't need to say more about the importance of this college entrance examination. In short, I hope everyone will work hard and achieve ideal results. Now, please line up in an orderly manner and bring your ID cards and admission tickets. We will go to the playground together. Someone from the College Entrance Examination Administration will check everyone's identity, and then we will go to Tsangyuan Tower together through the teleportation array." As he spoke, he took out the roll call list and began to count the people present today. When Sun Tao's name was called, Su Min couldn't help but look up and said, "Sun Tao, are you also going to take the Battle Soul College entrance examination?" Sun Tao stood up and replied calmly, "Teacher, I should also be qualified to apply for the exam." Su Min frowned. "That's true, but your fighting spirit." Sun Tao interrupted him directly. "Teacher, just tell me whether I can take the college entrance examination." Su Min opened her mouth, but finally sighed helplessly. "Then remember, you only have one life, and saving it is your top priority. If you lose your life, you lose everything." "Thank you, Teacher Su." Sun Tao didn't say much. He just nodded and sat down. After counting the people in the classroom, Su Min led everyone to the playground. An hour later, Sun Tao stood in the line, looking at the principal on the stage, who only said a few simple sentences but gave a passionate speech for half an hour and couldn't help yawning. "Students, I will not say anything more. I hope that everyone can perform well and achieve their ideal results in this college entrance examination. Finally, let's welcome the school's outstanding graduate, Su Yu, to the stage to share her experience." Hearing Su Yu's name, the drowsy students suddenly perked up. "Fuck, is this true? Even the Red Lotus goddess Su Yu is here?" "I remember now. Su Yu seems to be our senior schoolmate, the top scorer in the college entrance examination a few years ago. Here she comes. Here she comes. Goddess Su is here." Just as everyone was talking, Su Yu, wearing a bright red windbreaker, walked to the front of the stage like a blooming red rose and began her speech. "Classmates, oh no, it's Su Yu." When Sun Tao heard the principal say Su Yu's name, he secretly felt something was wrong. When he saw Su Yu walking onto the stage, his pupils shrank and he lowered his head subconsciously. If Su Yu saw him, he would definitely recognize him as the hostage held hostage by Zhao Tianming that day. They are now conducting a large-scale manhunt for Zhao Tianming. Now that I suddenly appear, they will definitely not let me go. By then, the space ring in my hand might not be able to be kept. While Su Yu was speaking on the stage, he glanced at the students below, feeling nostalgic about his youth. 5 years ago, I was just like them, with beautiful fantasies about the future. I didn't realize at all how cruel the decision of becoming a combat soul master was. But she never regretted it. After all, in this world, there are always some things that need people to do. Her eyes scanned the children's faces one by one, and suddenly, she saw a familiar face and was slightly stunned. Then I thought of the hexagram that Zhang Tianchen mentioned. An ambiguous smile suddenly appeared on his face. "It's you." Chapter 72, New College Entrance Examination Rules. After Su Yu finished speaking, the principal arranged for the teachers to lead everyone to the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Then the staff of the College Entrance Examination Administration Bureau came forward and used special instruments to check everyone's ID cards and admission tickets. The main concern in this regard is that someone might take the exam for someone else. After all, Soul Masters are the ones fighting on the front lines against Warcraft. If someone takes advantage of the situation and sneaks in, it would be irresponsible to all of humanity. After the identity verification was completed, everyone stepped into a brand new teleportation array. That is the teleportation array to Tsangyuan Tower. Since 3 years ago, all the Combat Soul College entrance examinations have been held in Tsangyuan Tower. Accompanied by a slight tearing sensation in the body, Sun Tao and others were teleported into a huge space. This place seems like a small secret place, with countless circular platforms suspended in the dark space. Standing on it are college entrance examination candidates from all over the country. There is also a huge vortex above his head, like a black hole, which is constantly spinning and emitting terrifying pressure. Moreover, more people are being teleported here continuously. Sun Tower is a sacred artifact in the hands of Yuan Ming, the sixth-rank sole master of China's god of war. It is said that it was refined from a diamond's secret realm. No one knows how big it is, but we only know that it contains various projections of Warcraft. When the examinee kills the Warcraft projection, she will get corresponding points as the final exam score. The whirlpool above everyone's heads was the entrance to Sun Tower. When the college entrance examination comes, the entrance of Sun Tower will be opened and everyone will enter. Before the entrance opens, everyone can decide during this period whether to take the test individually or in a team. However, whether to form a team had already been decided before taking the Battle Soul College entrance examination. Few people will temporarily look for teammates on the spot. For Sun Tao, the difficulty is almost the same whether playing in a team or alone. So he didn't move at all, just stood there quietly waiting for the college entrance examination to begin. Half an hour later, the transmission beams in the entire space gradually decreased. College entrance examination candidates from all over the country have arrived. Children. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in the air. He was wearing a white half-body armor, with divine light rippling around him, like a god. I am Yuan Ming. Everyone in the space widened their eyes in shock. Fuck! Genshin Impact! As China's top god of war, Yuan Ming has saved countless cities and is revered by the world as the original god. His appearance immediately aroused the excitement of candidates across the country. Sun Tao was also looking at the figure in the sky with burning eyes, with indescribable excitement surging in his heart. Yuan Ming smiled slightly, raised his hand, and countless rays of light emerged and shot on everyone's wrists. This is the assessment bracelet. It will record your kill points. If you encounter danger, activate the bracelet in time, and it will teleport you out. The final result of this battle spirit assessment will be based on your bracelet. Attention! This year's college entrance examination has been slightly changed compared to previous ones. The 20th floor of Sun Tower has been transformed into an open secret realm that everyone can enter. There are a lot of monsters in it. After killing them, you will get guaranteed points and extra points. If you defeat other candidates, you can obtain their accumulated extra points from their assessment bracelets. At the same time, the assessment results of the 20th floor will be broadcast live nationwide. I hope that all candidates will exert their full strength and achieve ideal results. After Yuan Ming finished speaking, the candidates below were immediately excited. Shit, doesn't this mean we can steal other people's points? No way, didn't we just have to pass the test before? Now we have to be on guard against other candidates. What the hell is this? Don't worry too much. With so many candidates coming in, the area on the 20th floor must be huge. As long as we hide well and earn points, we should be fine until the end of the assessment. Speed clearance is the key. Whoever reaches the 20th floor first will have the upper hand. Wouldn't it be great for those rich people? They can just use their money to quickly gain points. No way. This is a national broadcast. They won't cheat so blatantly, right? Who knows? Genshin Impact didn't say you can't buy points with money. The emergence of the new college entrance examination rules caught everyone off guard. Even Sun Tao's expression changed slightly. The purpose of the Battle Soul College entrance examination is to select outstanding talents who are suitable for developing into Battle Soul Masters for training, and more importantly, to see everyone's potential and encourage students to develop in a diversified manner. Instead of selecting talents specifically for fighting like this selection mode doesn't feel like the selection of the Battle Soul Academy, but more like Army. Sun Tao's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. Before he could think it through, Yuan Ming continued. Dear students, although the monsters in Sun Tower are projections, their strength is still 50% of the original body. I hope you will be careful and cautious when dealing with them. Put your own safety first. If you encounter danger, you must activate the assessment bracelet in time. Results are only temporary. Even if you don't perform well this year, you can still take the college entrance examination next year, but you only have one life. I hope everyone can return safely and triumphantly. Now, I declare that the 78th National Battle Spirit College entrance examination has officially begun. After saying that, Yuan Ming waved his hand, and the candidates standing on the disc immediately turned into streams of light and flew into the vortex. Outside the field, curtains of light appeared in high schools in various cities. Above is a ranking composed of densely packed names, including the national points list and the city points list. The points will be calculated comprehensively based on the combat power of the monsters encountered by the candidates and the time it takes to pass the level. The Tower Spirit of Songyuan Tower will be responsible for the entire process to eliminate all human interference factors. For team assessment, points will be calculated based on each person's contribution. Very fair. Standing on the playground of Shujo No. 1 Middle School, the principal asked people to bring tables and chairs and invited all teachers to observe this year's college entrance examination. Inviting Suyu to sit next to him, the principal asked with a smile, "Suyu, what do you think of this year's group of junior students?" Suyu pinched her red hair and lifted her long legs. The quality this year seems average. It should be no problem to get into a Fighting Spirit Academy, but it will be difficult to get into those key academies. According to the standards of previous years, if you want to enter Kyoto Academy, you need to be at least level 15 to have a good chance of admission, and level 17 to be absolutely sure. But I just checked and found that these juniors are generally only around level 12 to 15. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The old principal smiled and waved his hands. Oh, how dare I ask for that? I will be satisfied if they can all come back safely. But I think there are a few people who are more promising. One is Su Wei from Class 1. He has awakened the A-level Battle Spirit Thundercloud Spear. His level has even reached level 13. I think he has a chance to make it to the top 5 in the province. There is also Li Shuiyao, the daughter of Li Yukai. She is also an A-level fighting spirit, but she is more of a supporting role, so she is at a disadvantage in the assessment. She can only team up with others, but I guess her results won't be too bad. At this time, Suyu was looking at the names on the light screen and seemed to be particularly interested in one of them. The old principal suddenly became curious. He didn't understand why Suyu had no interest in the geniuses he had just mentioned, but cared about other candidates. "Suyu, who do you think has more hope?" the old principal asked. Hearing the principal's question, the teachers around him also turned their heads and looked at the Red Lotus Goddess, looking forward to the answer from her mouth. Unexpectedly, Suyu just smiled slightly, pointed at a name on the screen, and said, "I think this person has the potential to be the top scholar." Sun Tao. Chapter 73. The assessment begins. Kill instantly. See this name. Except for Sun Tao's homeroom teacher and the old principal, all other teachers looked confused. This name was unfamiliar to them, and they had never heard of it. Who is this guy? Could it be a relative of Suyu's family? But seeing that his name was followed by the name of Shujo No. 1 Middle School, he must be from their school. So everyone turned their eyes to the old principal. The old principal sighed and said, "I know Sun Tao. He has always been among the best in theoretical and martial arts exams. However, what he awakened during the awakening ceremony was the lowest level D-level fighting spirit, the Golden Monkey. Apart from the eye-catching special effects, I really can't think of anything worth noting about him." As soon as they mentioned that Sun Tao was the Golden Monkey with the eye-catching special effects, the other teachers immediately knew it. Although Sun Tao's name is not well known, his fighting spirit, the special effects Golden Monkey, is talked about by many people. Such a dazzling awakening vision turned out to be just a D-level fighting spirit Golden Monkey. No one would believe it if I told others about it. I didn't expect that he would also come to take the college entrance examination. It's just a Golden Monkey. Why does Suyu value him so much? For a moment, everyone was confused. Seeing everyone silent, Suyu laughed and turned to look at the sky. "Let's just take a look first." As he was speaking, the list on the screen suddenly changed drastically. A name that is rising rapidly at the speed of a rocket, quickly squeezed into the top 100 in the province, and then moved forward rapidly. It entered the national list again, and finally directly entered the top 10 of the national list. The points and levels behind him changed very rapidly, almost every few seconds. In just 3 minutes, he reached the 10th floor and was already halfway to his goal of the 20th floor. Seeing Sun Tao's results, all the teachers present gasped. "Shit, did I see that right? 10 levels in 3 minutes, which means every monster is killed instantly. Is this still a D-rank Golden Monkey? I think an S-rank fighting spirit is only this good. Is he cheating? This is the National College entrance examination. Why don't you try cheating?" Everyone was discussing when suddenly a teacher asked, "Has any of you seen his level?" Everyone suddenly fell silent, looked at each other, and then turned their eyes to Sun Tao's head teacher, Su Min. Su Min felt like crying, but had no tears. He had been busy preparing for the college entrance examination the whole morning and had no time to pay attention to Sun Tao's grade. In his opinion, with such a short time, and Sun Tao being only a D-level fighting spirit, it was likely that no one would be willing to form a team with him. It would be great if he could reach level 6. It seems that I still underestimated Sun Tao's ability. Judging from his points, his level is probably not low, at least level 15 or higher. It has only been 10 days since the awakening ceremony. To be able to level up from level 0 to level 15 is not something that an average genius can do, unless there are many masters willing to help him level up day and night. You can even cripple the boss and let him do the final kill. However, I haven't heard of anyone in Shujo spending so much money to find a master to upgrade recently. And judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a rich man. Then there is only one explanation. The old principal thought about it and thought of a possibility. His fighting spirit has hidden attributes. It is definitely not just a D-level fighting spirit, the golden monkey. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the old principal showed a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that our number 1 middle school is going to produce another genius? Only in this way could Sun Tao reach level 15 or above in such a short time. Only in this way can one stand out in the national college entrance examination where there are so many talented people and quickly make it to the national rankings. Otherwise, why would Suyu value him so much? Thinking of this possibility, the old principal immediately asked Suyu with a trembling voice. Suyu, are you saying that the child's fighting spirit has hidden attributes? Suyu smiled slightly and did not answer. We will know after seeing his performance later, right? Sun Tao, who was in the Tsungyuan Tower, naturally had no idea that the teachers outside the venue were watching him closely. After transforming into a stream of light and flying into the tower, he came to a large altar. Not far away stood a wolf-headed monster holding a staff. Obviously, it is a magic beast. I just don't know how strong it will be. As a protection for the candidates, there will be a 30-second invincibility period in each level of the assessment. Otherwise, the candidates would be killed instantly by the zero-frame start of World of Warcraft as soon as they come in. Looking at the wolf-headed wizard in front of him, Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light. I saw its information instantly. A level 5 wolf-headed mage doesn't even have 100 combat power. Sun Tao shook his head, and the moment the light curtain above his head disappeared, he kicked his legs and rushed towards the wolf-headed wizard. The iron rod in his hand fell on its head the next second, instantly smashing its brain. It disappeared instantly without even a scream. Ding! Completed the first level of assessment, took 0.1 seconds, and obtained 30 points. About to enter the second level assessment. The assessment bracelet on his wrist flashed, showing that the score had increased by 30 points. There was a flash of light, and this time 3 minotaur monsters holding large hammers appeared in front of Sun Tao. The momentum is much stronger than the previous wolf-headed wizard. Sun Tao didn't care at all, and didn't even use any skills. When the light curtain disappeared, he rushed forward and hit 3 times in a row with the stick. The 3 bull monsters were killed instantly. Another 30 points were earned. Then comes the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the invincible time, Sun Tao wouldn't even need 3 minutes to reach the 10th floor. In the center of Tsungyuan Tower, Yuan Meng sat under many light screens, looking at the suddenly changing national rankings, feeling a little surprised. Hey, interesting. He stretched out his hand, and hundreds of light screens instantly appeared in front of him. These are the candidates who are on the national list. Seeing those monsters, he carefully selected being killed instantly by them. Yuan Meng raised his eyebrows. So powerful? His fighting power is quite high. Isn't he a repeater? After thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and shot out a ray of light into the light curtains. Then let me see your limits. The next second, Sun Tao's eyes flashed, and a new monster appeared. It was wearing armor, more than 3 meters tall, and holding a large sword as big as a door panel. He roared at Sun Tao. Sun Tao's eyes flashed, and his brows frowned. Level 50, 2,000 combat power? Why did the difficulties suddenly increase so much? Just now on the 10th floor, he was only fighting 10 level 30 rat monsters with 800 combat power, but on the 11th floor, he was directly given level 50 monsters. The difficulty increased too quickly. Could it be the boss room? Sun Tao scratched his head, unable to figure it out. But he didn't care. After all, whether it was level 50 or level 30, it was just a piece of cake for him. It would be better to blame less so that you don't have to chase after it. The light curtain disappeared, Sun Tao's figure flashed, and he rushed in front of the monster in an instant. With a wave of the stick, the monster died instantly. Flash sale. Ding completed the 11th level assessment, took 0.1 seconds, and obtained 300 points. About to enter the 12th level assessment. It's so easy. Sun Tao put away his stick, looked at the corpse slowly disappearing under his feet, and shook his head. It looks like I will be the first one to reach the 20th floor. Chapter 74. Compete for the ranking list, quick pass gold ticket. In the trial space of Tsungyuan Tower, Wang Qiyuan held 2 chain knives that were more than 10 meters long and chopped off dozens of wolf heads while spinning and flying. The blood splattering on his face did not scare him at all, but made him even more excited. Too weak. Too weak. Give me a strong opponent. Ding completed the 8th level assessment in 1.8 seconds and obtained 100 points. About to enter the 9th level assessment. In another trial space, a 2-meter-tall man was dragging a double-edged axe. He rushed straight towards a group of stone men. During the attack, Zhou Ming's whole body was shining with white light, and the axe in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light. Domineering slash. Under the terrifying axe light, more than a dozen stone men turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Ding completed the 10th level assessment in 1.3 seconds and obtained 300 points. We are about to enter the 11th level assessment. Leaning on the axe, the big man lifted his hair, looked at his increasing points, and smiled. Zhou Ming will definitely be the top scholar this time. In another assessment space, a white-haired boy holding a magic book looked coldly at the earth dragon not far away. With a grasp of the void, the 4 or 5 meter long earth dragon was instantly pulled into the air by an invisible force. With 5 fingers spread out, the dragon in the air broke into pieces in an instant. Ding completed the 10th level assessment, took 0.6 seconds, and obtained 1,000 points. We are about to enter the 11th level assessment. Listening to the system prompt sound coming from my ear, Yefronet, the speed is still too slow. Just when the geniuses from all sides were secretly competing with each other, Su Wei encountered big trouble. Their team of 5 had just finished defeating the ogres on the 3rd floor. Before I could even catch my breath, a group of sandmen appeared not far away. Looking at the countdown constantly retreating above his head, Su Wei quickly raised his spear and shouted, "Quick! The monsters are coming! Défensive formation!" The fat man didn't have time to catch his breath. He gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, raising his shield in front of the crowd. The priest behind him had a pale face, but despite Su Wei's urging, he still raised his staff to bless everyone. In contrast, Su Wei just stood in the middle, constantly giving orders with no intention of taking action at all. Quick! Wang Haoqing. Use the rain of arrows to test the opponent's physical resistance first. Li Xiaoyan prepares the frost shock to slow them down. The girl named Li Xiaoyan said with a bitter face, "Brother Wei, no, we don't have enough mana. You better slow down and let us recover some mana." Su Wei stared at her. He didn't expect that Li Xiaoyan's mana was so low that she ran out of mana after just a few skill casts. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. But seeing that these sand people had already rushed up, he had no time to curse. He took out a bottle of blue medicine from his waist bag and threw it to Li Xiaoyan. "I'll go hold them off. You guys quickly recover your mana." As he said this, he rushed forward with a spear in hand. Just as Su Wei and the Sandman were fighting hard, more than 30 phantom cat monsters rushed towards Li Shuiyao and 3 other girls. One of the girls held a shield, roared, and stepped forward to protect the 2 people behind her. Among them, the red-haired girl raised her staff and began to chant a spell. Flames gathered above her head and shot towards the cat demon in front of her. More than a dozen cat demons were instantly hit by the flames and flew backward screaming. But there were still a few fish that slipped through the net, crossed the soldier's defense line, and rushed towards Li Shuiyao and the other person. Oops! Luo Wei secretly said that it was too late to return to defend. Turning around, I saw Li Shuiyao stroking the badge on her chest, and a red light flashed. A crimson lotus knight, covered in flames, pierced the attacking cat demon with a spear. Then Li Shuiyao raised her staff. A green light flashed in the air, and 3 or 4 green light blades flashed in the air, instantly killing the cat demons that were knocked down by the flames. Ding completed the 6th level assessment, took 10 minutes and 25 seconds, and obtained 300 points. About to enter the 7th level assessment. The red-haired Lu Yin patted her big chest in fear. Luckily Xiaoxua has the knight's badge. Otherwise we would be in big trouble. Luo Wei wiped the sweat off her forehead. The higher the level of the assessment, the smarter these monsters become. Now they can bypass me and attack you directly. It took me half an hour to pass the 6th level. I'm afraid it will get harder and harder from now on. Lu Yin sighed. The Battle Soul exam will only take 2 days. It will take us at least half a day to reach the 20th floor. By then, the monsters will probably have been defeated by others. I don't know who will be the first to reach the 20th floor. Li Shuiyao smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this year's Battle Soul College entrance examination to be so difficult. These monsters are a bit ridiculously strong. Let's do our best. For some reason, Sun Tao's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. I don't know how he is doing now. How many levels has he passed? With his strength, he should be almost at the 20th floor. Just as the three of them were discussing, a cold system prompt sound suddenly rang in their ears. Ding! Candidate Sun Tao has entered the 20th level assessment space, and his current score is 78,400 points. Ding! Candidate Sun Tao has entered the 20th level assessment space, and his current score is 78,400 points. Ding! Candidate Sun Tao has entered the 20th level assessment space, and his current score is 78,400 points. The sudden system announcement stunned the three of them for a moment. Not only them, but even the candidates who were taking the exam were stunned. How come someone has already reached the 20th floor when the college entrance examination has only just begun? He wouldn't be cheating. Some people were so shocked that they were almost killed by a claw from the opposing monster. The spectators watching from the sidelines were even more shocked. They watched Sun Tao's name rise from the bottom of the national standings to the top. The points and assessment levels after the name never stopped changing. If you don't count the waiting time, the battle on each level basically ends in 1 second. Holy crap! Is this true? This guy kills instantly once he reaches the 19th floor. How strong is his fighting power? As far as I know, the combat power of the monsters in Sun Yuan Tower has increased exponentially. If you want to kill them all quickly, you need at least 8,000 combat power points. 8,000 points? I'm almost level 60 and still don't have 8,000 points of combat power. How can you tell me that a high school student has 8,000 points of combat power? Fuck, who on earth is this Sun Tao? Is he a god-level fighting spirit? Look, Sun Tao's live broadcast is out. The light curtain in the sky suddenly changed, and the scoreboard gradually shrank. Another light curtain with countless images appeared in the sky. Among them was the figure of Sun Tao. The other screens are all black for the time being because no other candidates have entered the 20th floor yet. It will not open until someone enters. Looking at the scene on the screen, many senior soul masters frowned. What the hell? It's actually the Ice and Fire Island. Chapter 75, Ice and Fire Island. Ice and Fire Island is a golden secret place that appeared in the East China Sea a few years ago. At that time, the entry level of the secret realm was from level 20 to level 100. There were 4 kinds of monsters: Minotaur, Earth Dragon, Dragon Man, and Flying Dragon. There was a dragon boss on the dragon cliff in the center. When the Ice and Fire Island appeared, it produced a lot of dragon-related materials, which attracted many soul masters to go there. As a result, the magic dragon was angered, causing a beast riot. In the end, the authorities took action and suppressed the entire Ice and Fire Island. Unexpectedly, it was sealed in Yuan Meng's Sun Yuan Tower. Fuck, it's actually the Ice and Fire Island. This year's college entrance examination is too difficult. Are we going to be able to survive? Ice and Fire Island is Ice Island during the day and Fire Island at night. When the day and night change, the attributes of the monsters will change instantly. If you are not prepared, you will probably suffer a great loss. I heard that the monsters inside are all thick-skinned dragon monsters. It will be difficult to fight them without a team. TSK. Worthy of being the original god, this Ice and Fire Island is so cruel. Not knowing what the teachers outside were saying, Sun Tao just felt dazed. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a snowy forest. Everywhere was covered in silver, and the sky was dotted with snowflakes. The snow made a crackling sound when my feet stepped on it. The snow-capped mountains not far away are shining brightly under the sunlight. And from the top of the iceberg, a faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. This is the 20th floor? An open secret realm? Sun Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. The so-called opening of the secret realm means that everyone enters the same secret space. The monsters and resources inside are shared by everyone. There is no fixed secret realm mission, and one can leave the secret realm at any time as long as one is willing. As for how much you can gain from it, it all depends on your ability. Here it comes. Suddenly, Sun Tao's expression changed, and he looked into the depths of the dense forest. His keen five senses have already captured the movement coming from deep in the jungle. Wow! The sound of branches rubbing against each other was getting closer and closer, and the frequency was becoming more and more frequent. A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes, penetrating the darkness directly. He saw a group of minotaurs holding axes rushing towards him not far away. Minotaur? Sun Tao blinked slightly. I instantly saw through their strength. Snow Bull Monster. Level? 56. Power? 4,300. Skills? Smash, Charge Rage. Level 40. 5,000 Combat Power. Sun Tao blinked. Is this really the monster used for the college entrance examination? Is it too strong? Before he could think about it, these bull monsters climbed over the dense forest and saw Sun Tao. The moment they saw Sun Tao, the bull monster's eyes instantly turned red and they rushed towards Sun Tao howling. If an ordinary person saw that horrifying appearance, they would probably be frightened silly in an instant. If you are lucky, you can even drive the assessment bracelet out of the secret realm. If you are unlucky, you will probably be torn to pieces by these bull monsters in an instant. Of course, risks and rewards are equal. If you can kill these bull monsters, you can get rich points. Seeing the bull monster rushing towards him, Sun Tao made a move from behind, and the beast stick and double snakes were already in his hands. The next moment, Sun Tao held the stick with both hands and poked it hard. The bull monster that was rushing the fastest had not yet reacted when it saw an iron rod suddenly enlarged in its pupils. Phew! A stick pierced directly through the bull monster's head, and bright red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. The first one, Sun Tao licked his lips, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Ding! Kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Seeing Sun Tao smash his companion's head with a stick, those simple-minded monsters became angry instantly. They all raised their axes and started howling. He rushed to Sun Tao and chopped down on his head. Sun Tao simply flashed backwards and avoided the bull monster's attack. After dodging several giant axes, Sun Tao used the Qi gathering technique, accumulated 3 levels of stick power, and swept across the group of bull monsters in front of him. Phew! Blood gushed out and limbs flew everywhere. With one stick, 3 bull monsters were killed instantly. Some were just touched by the wind from the stick and were hit hard, sending them flying. At this time, several bull monsters took advantage of the gap while Sun Tao was swinging his sticks and attacked him from the side with axes in hand. The axe in his hand flashed red light, and with a whistling sound, it chopped towards Sun Tao's waist. Looking at the human being so close, the scarlet in the eyes of these bull monsters became brighter and brighter, as if they had already seen the human being die under their axes. Back off an inch. Just then, a low shout was heard. Sun Tao held a long stick in his hand, turned around quickly, and retreated several meters in an instant. Go further. With a poke of the long stick in his hand, the iron stick suddenly extended and directly exploded the bull monster's head. Thump! The bull monster's axe, with its head pierced, fell to the ground, and its body collapsed limply to the ground. As the first skill acquired by Sun Tao, the Great Sage Stick Technique was also upgraded to level 10 by him. Not only did it increase his damage a lot, but it also unlocked the retreat and advanced features of the stick. When performing the cutting skill, you can keep a distance from the enemy and use the charge jab stick to attack the enemy. Coupled with Sun Tao's terrifying damage, it was within Sun Tao's expectation that he could kill these bull monsters instantly with one blow. It only took a few seconds from the time the bull monsters charged to Sun Tao's counterattack. 3 or 4 bull monsters died and 7 or 8 were seriously injured. Weak. Too weak. Sun Tao shook his head, picked up the iron rod, and rushed towards the bull monsters on the ground like lightning. For other candidates, these bull monsters have thick skin and strong flesh, and their attack power is high. If they don't have teammates, it will be extremely difficult to deal with them. But for Sun Tao, who has a combat power of over 10,000, dealing with them is just a matter of a few blows. Puff! A bull monster just stood up, and before it could react, Sun Tao's iron rod hit it on the head. The huge bull's head exploded instantly, and the gushing blood dyed the surrounding snow red. Then Sun Tao's figure flashed, and he easily solved another bull monster. In less than 5 seconds, all the remaining bull monsters were executed. They all fell under Sun Tao's iron rod. Ding! kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Ding. Kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Ding. Kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Seeing Sun Tao easily deal with these monsters like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. All the people watching his live broadcast outside the venue were stunned. The Battle Soul College entrance examination is the most important national event in China every year. In addition to the school principals and teachers, many groups and companies will also pay attention. They will select some outstanding talents and absorb them into their own adventure team to replenish fresh blood. Therefore, many TV stations will broadcast the real-time situation of the Battle Soul College entrance examination every year. As the first candidate to enter the 20th floor, Sun Tao naturally attracted everyone's attention. They're also very curious. Who on earth can stand out from the millions of candidates across the country and be the first to step into the 20th floor? Chapter 76, Fighting Genius. Is this guy Sun Tao? I have to say he's quite handsome. This figure and appearance are really great. Wow, Sun Tao is so handsome. I declare him my new husband. Many people were not from Suzhou, and it was their first time meeting Sun Tao. They were all attracted by his resolute and handsome face and his tall and mighty stature. Ever since practicing the Angry Ape power, Sun Tao's body has become more and more perfect. Not only did his height undergo a secondary development, it grew from 1.72 meters to 1.87 meters. Her figure has become more well-proportioned, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and perfect eight-pack abs faintly visible under her clothes. It instantly brightened the eyes of many female viewers. The bull monster is out. Fuck, it's worthy of being a gold-level secret realm. The first thing that comes out is a level 56 bull monster. Can these high school students really handle it? Even through the light curtain, I'm still a little scared. This is too scary. You think too much. He is just the gatekeeper of Ice and Fire Island. The horror is still to come. Awesome. If it were me, I would probably quit the test without hesitation the moment these bull monsters appeared. After the bull monster appeared, the topic finally returned to the assessment. They looked at the bull monster in the picture and couldn't help but worry about Sun Tao. There are 12 snow bull monsters in total. Sun Tao is in trouble now. They're coming. When the bull monsters rushed up and Sun Tao showed his weapons, everyone exclaimed again. Fuck, Sun Tao actually used a stick. A stick is useless. Although it has a long range, the damage is too low. It's better to use a sword or a battle axe. That can't be said. He has a sharp sword hidden with him. His stick skills are relatively simple and direct and easy to master. Maybe his fighting spirit has a bonus for stick skills. On the internet, some viewers who were watching the live broadcast were posting barrages of comments to mock the actor. But the following scene made them freeze in place, speechless for a moment, and even the barrage of comments was blank for a few seconds. Sun Tao took out an iron rod and stabbed it out like lightning. The iron rod suddenly stretched out and pierced through the bull monster's head in an instant. After killing the bull monster instantly, Sun Tao put away his stick and stood up, exuding an oppressive feeling like a god of war. The people watching the live broadcast fell into silence instantly. It was not until Sun Tao took the initiative to attack that they came to their senses and broke out into a heated discussion. Fuck, one stick kills a bull monster. Is that so perverted? Can a stick be used like this? I feel like I'm playing with a fake stick. Wow, this stick can actually become longer or shorter. Where did you buy it? I want one too. You use that for fighting? I don't even want to tell you. Wow, Sun Tao is so handsome. Seeing Sun Tao beating the bull demon with a stick so violently, everyone's blood boiled and their hearts were pounding with fear. Fuck, that's a lot of damage. How much combat power does he have? Is this guy really a high school student? Even if he repeats 3 years, he's still not as good as him. Those bull monsters would be seriously injured just by brushing against them. How powerful is he? Watching Sun Tao holding an iron rod, rushing forward and killing the bull monsters like lightning. One stick and one bull. Everyone was so excited. Fuck, so bloody, so violent, so cool. What kind of stick technique is this? It's so cool. This is the skill a man should practice. It's so exciting. I'm going to buy an iron stick and start practicing stick fighting tomorrow. Brother, I have already placed the order. Fight. Awesome. The scene of Sun Tao killing the bull monster was bloody and violent. presenting a very impactful, violent aesthetic that made everyone feel very satisfied. Their faces flushed red as they excitedly posted comments, almost covering the screen. The clean and extremely fierce fighting style made everyone extremely excited. After so many years of taking the soul fighting exam, I rarely see such an exciting battle. After all, in previous years' Battle Soul College entrance examinations, most candidates played it safe and only chose monsters that were below their own combat power. The playing styles are basically the same. Although they are safe, there is nothing interesting to watch. Now, with the presence of a big shot like Sun Tao, everyone is naturally excited. Some people even turned on the screen recorder to record Sun Tao's battle scenes. Just edit it a bit, add some catchy music, and put it online, and you're sure to get a lot of views. Sun Tao's stick skills are amazing. What kind of fighting spirit does he have? Could it be the legendary S-level fighting spirit? As soon as the problem came out, someone who knew the situation immediately broke the news online. What S-level fighting spirit? It's the worst D-level fighting spirit, Golden Monkey. And he's not a repeater. He's a freshman this year. After seeing this comment, everyone stopped believing it. Impossible. A D-rank war spirit has such high damage? Are you kidding me? You killed a Snowland bull monster with a combat power of over 4,000 as if it were a dog. You tell me this is a D-level fighting spirit? Or a fresh graduate this year? You should at least use some logic when making up a story. Sun Tao's combat power will increase by at least 6,000. Without me, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Damn it. Why are you here to cheat for food and drinks again? Looking at the heated discussions online, many knowledgeable soul masters began to speak up. In fact, his combat power is not that exaggerated. The reason why he can kill the bull monster in seconds is because he can hit the bull monster's weak points every time. You can see that his attacks were all aimed at the eyes and throat of the bull monster. The angle of the stick, the control of the distance, and other details, if there is any mistake, the bull monster will not be killed in an instant. But this also indirectly shows that Sun Tao has a very strong fighting consciousness, just like a monster. Looking at the analysis of the professionals, many viewers nodded repeatedly. That's right. If it were me, even if I had an S-level fighting spirit, I would probably be killed before I could react to the charge of these bull monsters. Sun Tao's timing of dodging was also very accurate. He basically dodged right next to the bull monster's axe without any unnecessary movements. Sun Tao is too strong. Although Sun Tao's performance was impressive, it was still slightly lacking in the eyes of some university professors. In the auditorium of Kyoto Academy, many professors sat in their seats and watched this year's Battle Soul College entrance examination. Among them, Lei Tingjun, the dean of Qinglong College, looked at Sun Tao with shining eyes, but still spoke stubbornly. Oh, although this kid has a good sense of battle, it is really unwise to waste so much energy on this wave of bull monsters. As the dean of Qinglong College, he has taught too many talented students. Naturally, we know that these geniuses will have a common shortcoming in the early stages. He will not hold back in battle. The first attack is all out, so it doesn't matter if it's a fight in a ring. But if they were in the secret realm, they would have to face wave after wave of monsters that seem to have no end. If you don't know how to conserve your energy, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually fall. Gu Chang'e, the dean of Xuanwu College, said jokingly, "Then give him to me. I think he is quite good." The Thunder Army immediately glared at him and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about it. You stole my student last time, and you want to steal him again this time?" Just as Gu Chang'e was about to continue teasing the Thunder Army, someone pointed at the picture on the screen and suddenly exclaimed, "What does he want to do?" The two of them quickly turned around to look. Sun Tao was seen carrying a stick, climbing over a small hill, looking at the group of snow-covered bull monsters not far away, with a slight smile on his lips. Chapter 77. The Swana sounds and Guangxi appears. Fuck, that's a herd of cattle, right? A quick glance shows there are at least 100 snow bull monsters. Unless it is a fully staffed second-level battle spirit master regiment, it is impossible to defeat this number of cattle. Let's go quickly, or we'll be stuck if we're discovered by the bull monster. What the hell? What is he going to do? Everyone saw Sun Tao put away the iron rod and rush towards the group of bull monsters. Is he crazy? Just charging towards the cattle. Even if he can kill the snow region bull monsters in 1 second, he won't be able to defeat so many of them. It's over, it's over. I finally got a God of War seed, but now I'm going to die. It's over. He must have been blinded by the points from the bull monster and only thought about killing monsters. Where are the staff? Hurry up and save him. He's a genius. We can't let him die here. Sun Tao is really too arrogant. Many viewers were shocked when they saw Sun Tao's actions. They admitted that Sun Tao was very powerful, but it was impossible for him to fight so many snow-covered bull monsters head-on. Moreover, he was taking on the challenge alone, without even a teammate to look after him. If you make a mistake, there is only one way out, which is death. They didn't want to watch Sun Tao, the fighting genius, die here. Many people also called the college entrance examination administrators, hoping that they could rescue Sun Tao. The reply they got was that Sun Tao had an assessment bracelet in his hand, and everything was his own choice. Unless it was really necessary, they would not interfere with the candidate's behavior. It's okay. Sun Tao has such a strong fighting consciousness. He must have some hidden tricks for doing this. The helpless audience could only look at Sun Tao on the screen, looking forward to his next move. After all, they were also curious. Sun Tao didn't look like the kind of arrogant person, so what gave him the courage to go alone into the herd of cattle? In the picture, Sun Tao quickly rushed to the herd of cattle. Many bull monsters that were nearby suddenly looked up. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at Sun Tao, so densely packed that it was heart-pounding. Seeing the bull monsters activated, Sun Tao laughed loudly and gave them a middle finger. Come on, sun thieves! Roar! The snow bull monster, which was still wandering in the same place, suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. Holding a huge axe, they rushed towards Sun Tao, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bull monsters rushed out. There were endless bull monsters being activated behind them, roaring on the spot, and then rushing towards Sun Tao with the force of thunder. In an instant, a strong wind seemed to blow across the snowfield, and hundreds of bull monsters rushed forward like a raging torrent. Their hooves sounded like thunder, and the ground shook under their stomping feet. The hundreds of bull monsters were running across the snowfield in a mighty force, with the momentum of a million-strong army. When Sun Tao saw this scene, he laughed loudly, turned around, and ran towards the dense forest behind him. The snow bull monsters followed closely behind, like a mountain torrent. Trees broke under their impact, branches and leaves flew everywhere, and the earth shook. Sun Tao ran wildly in front, using the terrain to dodge left and right, constantly widening the distance between him and the bull monsters. After passing through the dense forest and entering a canyon, the bull monsters also rushed in. This canyon is extremely long and narrow, so it would be fine if it were just a human like Sun Tao. But if it is a giant bullhead like the snow bull monster that is 3 or 4 meters tall, 4 or 5 of them standing in a row can block the passage. More than 100 bull monsters rushed in at once, naturally blocking the canyon completely. Seeing that the distance was about the same, Sun Tao stopped, turned around, and looked coldly at the herd of cattle behind him. The audience watching the live broadcast suddenly became nervous. What was he going to do? Why did he stop? What are you still standing there for? Run! He attracted hundreds of bull monsters here. He doesn't think he can win. Everyone was talking about it, but the next second, Sun Tao's action made them drop their jaws in shock. Sun Tao stood there, the scorching sun shining on him, as if he had been coated with a layer of fiery red coat. A golden giant ape figure appeared behind him. It was wearing a baishi suit and holding a double-headed fire blade, looking very majestic. Horcruxes. It's a complete set of Horcruxes. Fuck. No wonder the damage is so high. It turns out to be a Kryptonian warrior. That fire knife in his hand is so cool. Shit, I really want to know what he's going to do. Seeing the baishi suit on Sun Tao's fighting spirit, everyone instantly felt jealous. Ordinary people have never even seen a Horcrux, let alone possess one. And Sun Tao actually had 5 of them. It's really too extravagant. If they knew that Sun Tao could make his own armor and upgrade it in the future, I wonder if they would be so jealous that they would eat the screen. Seeing Sun Tao summon out the giant ape fighting spirit, the bull monster rushing in the front was instantly subdued by the terrifying momentum. Before the bull monsters in the front row could stop, the herd of cattle behind them rushed up and trampled them to death. Looking at the charging herd of cattle, a golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. Almost there, he raised his right hand and roared. Guangxi armor. Combine. Behind him, the giant ape martial spirit swung the fire knife, and a burst of flames rose out of thin air from beside Sun Tao's feet, as if summoned by an invisible force, and quickly gathered around Sun Tao to form a sea of hot fire. There seemed to be a burst of passionate swana, sounds coming from the void, resounding throughout the entire canyon. In the flames, Sun Tao's figure changed and quickly turned into a wolf-headed monk wearing a monk's robe and holding a fire knife. Fuck! Is this the true body of the fighting spirit? Is he a fourth-level fighting spirit master? No, his fighting spirit is a monkey. This is obviously a monk who looks like a werewolf. Horcrux. Horcrux skills. Fuck. So cool. The next moment, Sun Tao raised the fire knife, and after accumulating a little strength, it turned into a beam of fire and rushed towards the herd of cattle. Catch the moon. The bull monsters were crowded together in the narrow canyon. They saw Sun Tao rushing towards them and wanted to attack, but they were affected by each other. They couldn't even turn around and were chopped in half by Sun Tao's knife. After rushing into the herd of cattle, Sun Tao did not hesitate and opened fire at full force, waving the fire knife and spinning continuously in the field, setting the fur on the bull monster's body on fire. The snow bull monsters crowded together. As long as one caught fire, the other ones would quickly ignite. The blazing flames spread rapidly, enveloping the entire herd in a sea of fire. The snow bull monsters, as monsters living on the snowfield, used their fur as a weapon to resist the cold winter. However, it unexpectedly became Sun Tao's weakness when dealing with them. The bull monsters wailed and fled in all directions with raging flames, trying to escape from the sea of fire. But the narrow canyon restricted their movements and instead further spread the fire. After performing the moon-chasing technique 3 times in a row, he saw something light in front of him. When he looked up, he realized that he had already killed his way through the cattle's formation. Turning around and looking at the herd of cattle that were on fire, Sun Tao was secretly proud of himself. More hair means less fire. This is true no matter where you go. As soon as he saw these bull monsters for the first time, Sun Tao thought of a way to deal with them. With so much hair, if it were ignited by fire, it would definitely cause huge damage. At this moment, a huge snow bull monster suddenly broke through the firewall and pounced towards Sun Tao. But Sun Tao was not panicked at all. He quickly adjusted his posture, swung the fire knife in his hand, drew a bright arc in the air, and chopped directly at the bull monster's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the snow bull monster was instantly cut in two by the sharp fire knife. Ding! Kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Ding! Kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Ding! Kill the level 56 snow bull monster and get 50 guaranteed points and 120 additional points. Sun Tao stood in front of the sea of fire, watching the snow bull monsters gradually fall down. System prompts kept ringing in my mind. Slowly exhale a breath of foul air. It's a pity that there is no experience or spiritual value from killing monsters here. Otherwise, I would have made a lot of money this time. Chapter 78, Earth Dragon, Sneak Attack, Han Xing. The blazing flames burned the cattle in the snow, and the cruel scene made the audience who witnessed it all stunned. As dumb as a clay sculpture. What did they see? A high school student not only possesses a Horcrux that can transform, but also uses it to single-handedly defeat hundreds of snow bull monsters. The whole process didn't even take more than 10 minutes. This is too strong. Using the fur of the snow bull monster to light a fire. I have to say, this guy is a genius. Too scary. There are more than 100 bull monsters. He killed them all. Won't his points explode? Awesome. Awesome. This time I'm sure I'll be the top scorer in the country. Barrages of exclamations flashed across the screen, and the Thunder Army far away in Kyoto stood up suddenly. Quick, prepare the car. Let's go to Shujo City. Such a genius must not be snatched away by those people in Huazhong. Having said that, without waiting for everyone to react, he hurriedly stepped off the stage and ran out of the classroom. This scene was played out simultaneously in all the well-known universities across the country, with the presidents of various colleges coming out in person one after another, determined to recruit Sun Tao, a promising student, into their own schools. At the same time, in the center of Songyuan Tower, Yuan Ming, sitting on the throne, looked at Sun Tao in the picture with a little surprise. He has been in charge of the Battle Soul College entrance examination for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen such a stunning candidate. Interesting little guy. The fighting spirit behind me actually has a hint of divinity. It seems that Ice and Fire Island is no longer a problem for him. Yuan Ming squinted his eyes and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. In that case, let me give you a try. I hope you won't let me down. Thinking of this, Yuan Ming turned his wrist, and a golden ball of light appeared in his palm. With a gentle flick, The ball of light flew into the Tsangyuan Tower and quickly fell towards the center of the ice and fire island. As the ball of light fell, all the candidates in Tsangyuan Tower heard a system announcement. Ding! The 300th candidate enters the public trial space, and the Raiders of the Lost Ark event begins. There is an assessment light ball in the trial space. Candidates who obtain the light ball can sacrifice the light ball at the sacrificial altar to obtain a large number of points. Up to now, the Battle Soul College entrance examination has been underway for more than 3 hours. Among the hundreds of thousands of candidates across the country, almost half have voluntarily given up the competition due to injuries or lack of strength. There are only about 50,000 candidates still taking the exam. Only a small number of them completed the first 20 levels of assessment and entered the public trial space of Ice and Fire Island. The rest are still being tortured by the assessments of the first 20 levels. Those who can enter the Ice and Fire Island now are all geniuses from various provinces. A true genius. At this moment, they all looked towards the golden light falling from the sky. Their gazes pierced through the layers of clouds and were fixed firmly on the ball of light. There is a burning desire in his eyes. Sun Tao naturally also saw the ball of light in the sky. At first glance, the joy in the fighting spirit's body was also sensed and began to tremble continuously. What is this thing? It can actually trigger the Great Saint's roots. The Great Sage's root is a divine weapon he obtained from the world of black mythology. And this ball of light can actually trigger its resonance, which shows that it is definitely not an ordinary thing. Maybe you can unlock other attributes of the root. Sun Tao was shocked and immediately decided to get the ball of light. He turned around and changed back into human form. He took a step and rushed towards the center of Ice and Fire Island like an arrow. However, before he could run far, there was a sudden earthquake and the ground began to shake violently. He opened his flaming eyes and looked down. He saw a dragon underground, rushing towards him rapidly. Bang! A huge dragon head suddenly emerged from the ground. If Sun Tao had not reacted quickly, he would have flown into the air in time. I'm afraid I'll be hit directly by the dragon horns on its head. Sun Tao looked up and saw that the earth dragon was covered with hard scales, like armor made of steel. Its eyes flashed with cold light, revealing a hint of chill. Tundra, level 59, power, 4,876. Skills, burrow, ice breath, dragon roar. Humph, a mere earth dragon dares to stop me. Sun Tao snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed directly towards the earth dragon. Roar! The frozen earth dragon roared and opened its mouth to bite Sun Tao. Sun Tao flipped his body to dodge the earth dragon's attack, and at the same time, a double snake beast stick appeared in his hand. The iron stick was shining with golden light, and he hit the earth dragon's head hard with the stick. Bang! With a loud bang, Sun Tao's fist collided with the earth dragon's scales, sparking sparks. The earth dragon let out a deafening roar, and the huge force made it dizzy and it fell limply to the ground. Seeing Dilong fall to the ground, Sun Tao stepped forward directly, constantly activating the qi gathering technique on his body, and chopped down with a stick that was fully powered. The stick was as powerful as a knife, instantly cutting off the earth dragon's neck. The huge body of the earth dragon fell weakly to the ground, and its blood dyed the surrounding land red. Ding! Kill the level 59 frozen earth dragon and get 60 guaranteed points and 140 additional points. It only took a few seconds from the appearance of the earth dragon to its killing by Sun Tao. The battle is smooth, and there is no drag at all. The audience was amazed. Fuck, this fight is so smooth. It's faster than when I fight the slime. Is this really a level 59 frozen earth dragon? Earth dragon. I said I just came out to get some fresh air. Do you believe me? The audience was dumbfounded by the scene of Sun Tao's battle. Compared with other geniuses who were still struggling to resist the attacks of the snow bull monster, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. This gap is like a chasm. It seems that he is the national champion this time. It's hard to say. This is an open secret realm after all. There is still a day and a half left. If the others join forces to eliminate him first, there might be some changes. That's right, after all. He's only one person. Ignorant of the discussion in the comments, Sun Tao, after having dealt with the earth dragon, was about to move on. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air. He was startled and quickly dodged to the side. He saw a flying knife coming from the darkness and narrowly grazed his cheek. Who is it? Get out here! Sun Tao shouted loudly and scanned the surroundings with his fiery eyes. "You're lucky. You managed to dodge it." A cold voice came from the darkness, and as the words fell, a young man in black combat clothes and with a stern face slowly walked out. In his hand was a flying knife flashing with cold light, and it was obvious that he was the one who had launched the sneak attack just now. Sun Tao stared at the young man in front of him with a sharp gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The young man sneered and said, "My name is Han Xing, and my fighting spirit is the S-level Frost Flying Blade." "Boy, you're unlucky today. Hand over your points and get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 young men in the same combat uniforms ran out from the darkness. Obviously, they are Han Xing's teammates. Chapter 79, Ice and Fire Island Map. Name, Han Xing. Fighting Spirit, Frostblade S. Level 24, Level 1. Power, 836. Skills, 1,000-star blades, Frost Slash. Rubbish. He glanced at Han Xing's teammates and found that their fighting ability was not even as good as his. The combined fighting power of the 6 people is not as high as his, so they are not to be feared at all. Sun Tao looked at them without any fear in his heart, but the audience watching his live broadcast began to worry. It's over. Sun Tao actually met Han Xing. This guy is the little bully of Demon City, the 3rd son of the Han family in Demon City. He is arrogant and overbearing. Han Xing not only possesses the S-level combat spirit Frost Flying Blade, but his family is also very wealthy. He has invited several classmates with A-level combat spirits to form a team with him. Sun Tao is in danger now. Fuck, this guy is so shameless. Is he just robbing me? This is the assessment rule. After all, in addition to magical beasts, soul masters will also face more complicated humans in the future. The audience was talking about it and expressing their dissatisfaction with the Korean star's behavior. But just discussing it on the barrage is of no use at all. Facing Han Xing's threat, Sun Tao gently waved the stick in his hand, with no fear in his eyes. If you want my points, then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it." Sun Tao snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he pounced towards Han Xing. Han Xing's sneer widened when he saw this. He had seen many people like this who thought they were geniuses and failed to recognize the gap in their abilities. They have to be beaten before they behave themselves. Seeing Sun Tao rushing over, his eyes turned cold, and he snorted at the people around him. "You guys just watch first. I'll come meet him." As he spoke, he waved his hand and dozens of frost blades shot towards Sun Tao. 1,000-star blades. Han Xing's frost flying blade can transform into countless flying knives out of thin air. Controlled by Han Xing's thoughts, it can transform into up to 1,000 blades. But he is not strong enough now and can only produce a dozen of them. But it was enough for him to use in battle, because these frost blades are not only extremely fast, but also have strong penetrating power. Even the 2nd-level monster Black Mud Boar cannot withstand the piercing of the flying blade. And once hit by the frost blades, you will immediately suffer from multiple negative states such as slowness, frost, poisoning, etc., and the effects can be stacked on each other. Once you get hit by a knife, you basically can't dodge the rest. However, Sun Tao seemed to have anticipated Han Xing's attack. He slightly tilted his body in the air and easily dodged the flying blade attack. He then twirled the iron rod in his hand, dancing it around his body and knocking away the flying frost blades one by one. "Good boy. Watch out." Han Xing's eyes turned cold when he saw this, and he stretched out 5 fingers to grab back. The frost blade that flew behind Sun Tao immediately turned its blade and attacked Sun Tao's back. Sun Tao seemed to open his eyes behind his head, his body shook, and he directly used the chi gathering and dispersion technique, leaving a fake body in place. The real body rushed towards Han Xing with a stick in hand. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of flying blades suddenly pierced through the phantom left by Sun Tao, and Han Xing's face instantly showed a hideous grin. I was already thinking about how to torture Sun Tao next, but before the smile on his face disappeared, an iron rod suddenly popped out from the void and hit him directly on the chest, knocking him flying in an instant. "What? When did you come here?" At the moment of being knocked away, Han Xing was shocked and tried desperately to move his body to dodge. But his body couldn't keep up with his brain, and he could only create flying blades to protect his chest. Bang! Han Xing flew backwards and crashed into the mountain wall nearby in a mess. Sun Tao looked at Han Xing, who was knocked flying, sneered, put away his stick, and stood up. Considering that the college entrance examination footage was broadcast live across the country, he had no intention of killing Han Xing, so he just hit him in the chest. Prepare to seriously injure him first. Fuck, damn it, you're looking for death. When Han Xing's teammates saw this, they were immediately frightened. Korean stars are their financial sponsors. If something happens to the financial sponsor, it won't be a big deal even if they have no money. It would be terrible if we were held accountable afterwards. Their family members all work in the Han Group. If Han Xing gets injured under their protection, not only will they be punished, but their family members will also lose their jobs. So, these people immediately took up their weapons and rushed forward desperately. Fire, frost, poisonous fog, lightning. All kinds of soul skills fell on Sun Tao, but he just frowned and his body turned into a piece of fine stone and iron, motionless like a sculpture. Head of copper and arms of iron. Invulnerable to all attacks. Although Han Xing's teammates are all A-level fighting spirits, they may be considered as little geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people. But in front of Sun Tao, it is really not good enough. Even the little wolf demon in Black Wind Mountain is not as good as him. Sun Tao was too lazy to even dodge their spirit skills. Even if he let them land on him, they wouldn't take away much blood. But considering that this battle scene might be broadcast live, Sun Tao still wants to keep it secret. I don't want others to know how strong my body is. After all, many fighting spirits have life-saving skills similar to invincibility. Although his iron head and iron arms have extremely strong defense, it is not outrageous that he is temporarily unable to move. It doesn't matter if people know about it. So he simply used his strong arms to resist this skill. 5 or 6 soul skills landed on Sun Tao without causing any ripples, and not even his skin was broken. Seeing that the soul skills were useless, these people rushed up again, ready to capture Sun Tao. But Sun Tao shook his body, released his copper head and iron arms, and swung the stick in his hand. The few people who rushed up were knocked away in an instant, fell to the ground, spitting blood and wailing. Han Xing, who had just climbed up, saw this scene and his eyes were filled with horror. He didn't expect that Sun Tao's strength was so strong that even their combined strength couldn't resist him. You should know that their team members are all combat soul masters above level 23, equipped with a full set of high-quality equipment. The average combat power is above 700. Even if I encounter a second-level soul master, I can still give him a fight. But in front of Sun Tao, he was so vulnerable. They were all killed instantly after just one encounter. Xiaohan, remember, someone like you can only be considered a genius, but there is still a certain gap when facing a peerless genius. Han Xing couldn't help but think of what his grandfather had said before. An idea suddenly popped into my mind. Wait, we can team up. Seeing Sun Tao holding a stick to hit him, Han Xing shouted hurriedly. But Sun Tao just looked at him coldly without giving him any response. He swung the stick in his hand again and walked towards Han Xing. Seeing Sun Tao's murderous look, Han Xing shrank back in fear. He kept shouting, "Wait, my dad is Han Qianlong from the Magic City. He has been to the Ice and Fire Island before. I know the strategy for this island. We can definitely join forces to deal with other candidates. I won't want any points at that time, as long as you can save my life." Sun Tao walked up to Han Xing and started hitting him with the bat. Feeling the terrifying wind from the stick, Han Xing was so scared that he peed his pants. Ah! Han Xing screamed in horror and actually squatted down, holding his head and screaming. "Ah! Don't come over here. I have a map of this island." Sun Tao's stick stopped in midair, and he looked at Han Xing coldly. "Hand over the map." Chapter 80, The Dispute has begun. It was a battle in which the outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. All the audience were fascinated by seeing Sun Tao defeat the enemy with great ease. Fuck, he defeated 6 people at once. This is too strong. Brother Tao is awesome. I won't say much, Brother Tao's stick skills are really cool. Han Xing looked at the iron rod in front of him. A cold, murderous aura came over him, making his thighs tremble and his legs go weak. He took out a tablet from his arms and handed it to Sun Tao. Sun Tao tapped the ground with his stick and spoke. "Cancel the password and throw it on the ground." Han Xing hurriedly did as he was told, fearing that if he was a step slower, Sun Tao's stick would fall on his head. Although he knew that Sun Tao would not dare to kill him in front of the whole country. But it really hurts when the iron rod falls on your body. Korean stars don't want to experience this a second time. So Sun Tao's words are 100% true. Letting Han Xing throw the tablet on the ground, Sun Tao flipped his hand and took out a bundle of ropes from the space bracelet, then quickly tied up Han Xing and the other's hands and feet and threw them aside. This scene made the audience outside laugh and cry. My brother Tao is so steady. It's so funny. They tied him up even though he was beaten to a pulp. Han Xing, do you think I look like I can resist? I poked the tablet with an iron rod to confirm that Han Xing had not done anything tricky. Sun Tao reached out and picked it up, looking through the documents inside. Sure enough, there was a picture file with the words Ice and Fire Island map marked on it. When he opened it, he saw that it was indeed a map of the island, with the distribution of various monsters and resources marked on it, and a big dragon head drawn in the center. It is probably the location of the final secret realm boss. Although he didn't know whether the map was real or fake, Sun Tao still transferred it to his mobile phone. Throwing the tablet to Han Xing, Sun Tao carried the iron bar. Hand over your points, then activate the assessment bracelet and get out. Han Xing refused to give up and still wanted to make one last struggle. Well, big brother, we were blind just now. You should really consider joining forces. There are some things that you can't do alone. Here. I'll give you the points right away. Seeing that Sun Tao's iron rod was glowing with golden light again, Han Xing quickly changed his words. Ask the younger brothers around you to assign all the points to yourself. Then he walked over to Sun Tao and handed him the assessment bracelet, saying, By the way, what's your name, big brother? We are acquainted after fighting. When you come to Shanghai in the future, I will definitely treat you well. Sun Tao looked up and glanced at him. Why, you still want revenge on me? Ding, you have earned 530 extra points. After completing the points transfer, Han Xing waved his hand and said, No, it's just a test. We are not as skilled as others this time. We admit defeat. My dad always said that if you make a mistake, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand at attention. It is fate that we met here, Han Xing said casually. In fact, he didn't have much hatred towards Sun Tao in his heart. After all, although the Battle Soul College entrance examination is important for people like them, it is just a formality. He doesn't have any big ambitions. He doesn't aim to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, so there's no point in getting so many points. With your current scores, it's a sure thing that you'll get into a key university. Why should I offend Sun Tao just for a few points? I've been with my father for so long, but I haven't learned any other skills. Korean stars do have this ability to judge people. Their team is quite strong, and their equipment is top-notch. Before the Battle Soul College entrance examination, they trained intensively for 5 days, and their coordination was very good. But when he met Sun Tao, he couldn't even last a minute. This shows how strong Sun Tao is, and he will definitely achieve good results in this college entrance examination. Even if he is not the top scorer, he is probably among the top few in the country. If you don't make friends with such a powerful person now, do you have to wait until he takes off? In comparison, a few assessment points are nothing. Don't be fooled by Korean stars' nonchalant appearance. They're actually very smart inside. As for seeking revenge on Sun Tao, Han Xing had never thought about it. After reading so many online novels, which brainless villain has a good ending? I won't be that kind of villain. After all, there was no grudge between him and Sun Tao. The only fight was because of his sneak attack, so he couldn't blame others. So he scratched his head and smiled at Sun Tao. How about it, brother? Add me your contact information. Sun Tao looked up at Han Xing and felt speechless. This guy is such a talent. She shook her head and directly rejected his request. My name is Sun Tao. If we are destined to meet, I will give you my contact information next time we meet. Han Xing blinked and wanted to say something, but Sun Tao slapped him on the assessment bracelet. Han Xing instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the secret realm. The other 5 people looked at each other, activated their assessment bracelets, and left the secret realm. Watching Han Xing and the others leaving, Sun Tao weighed the iron rod in his hand. From the system announcement just now, it is not difficult to know that quite a few people should have entered this shared secret realm by now. Not everyone has the strength to deal with those bull monsters and earth dragons. Even if you can fight, it will probably take some effort. There will definitely be many people who will set their sights on the scores of other candidates. Moreover, there are no restrictions on forming teams here. Temporary team formation is also entirely feasible. Therefore, what you need to be careful about next, besides the monsters in the secret realm, are the other candidates, especially those teams that unite. But all this has nothing to do with Sun Tao, and it is even good news for him. After all, with his strength, he would not necessarily be defeated even if facing a siege of 50 people. Anyone who dares to provoke him will give him points. Moreover, In the later stages of the assessment, the number of candidates in the secret realm will become fewer and fewer. Points will also be concentrated in the hands of a limited number of people. Because of the existence of the Indiana Jones event, everyone will head towards Dragon Island in the center of the island. At that time, as long as Sun Tao defeats them and obtains their points, he will be able to secure the top spot in the National College entrance examination. Thinking of this, Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, took out a black cloak from the space bracelet, and put it on to cover his body. Pulling the brim of his cloak, he looked up at Longya not far away and murmured in a low voice, "The dispute has begun." Just as Sun Tao thought, more and more candidates entered the secret realm. Most candidates found that they were no match for the bull monster and the earth dragon. They all turned their attention to other candidates. Among them are many geniuses who have awakened A-level or S-level fighting spirits. He defeated the snow bull monster with great difficulty, but was defeated by his own people. The audience outside was filled with sighs. Is this really a good idea? Isn't the purpose of the Battle Soul College entrance examination to select potential Battle Soul masters to be trained in higher education institutions? Why let them kill each other? What's that? After all, the secret scene is broadcast live nationwide, so everyone is relatively restrained. If you really tried in the wild, you should know that in many cases, humans are more terrifying than monsters. I also think this is a better way to let these little kids realize the reality earlier, which is more important than going to any school. If a person teaches a person 100 times, he will never learn. But if an experience teaches a person once, he will learn it. Chapter 81. Alliance and Rejection. The terrain of Ice and Fire Island is a bit like a big gourd, high on the left and low on the right. In the middle is Longya Island, where the final boss is located, with countless flying dragons entwined on it. Those flying dragons are extremely fast and powerful. If you are not fully prepared and step in rashly, you will only die. To the west of the Ice and Fire Island is a vast plain, where a large number of dragon tribes are scattered. They make a living by herding yaks and have skills such as thunder trampling and violent charge. Because they can control lightning, that place is also called Thunder Plains. The place where Sun Tao was located was the Howling Canyon in the east. This was the territory of the Earth Dragons. It was said that it used to be a large Hindwan Mountains, but because the Earth Dragons kept moving back and forth underground, they broke the mountains and formed this canyon. In addition, there are a large number of various magical beasts living around the Ice and Fire Island, such as snow bull monsters, snow wolves, polar explosive bears, snow demons, etc. Although most candidates are unable to deal with monsters such as bull monsters and earth dragons, it is still easy for them to beat snow wolves, snow demons, and polar explosive bears. Sun Tao looked at the map on his phone and searched for half an hour before he finally figured out his location. Now he was too lazy to care about those candidates who were trying to collect points everywhere. All he was thinking about was how to get the ball of light that fell from the sky as quickly as possible. Find out why it causes the Great Saint Root in your body to vibrate. If we go this way, the mountain wall is a bit steep. If we want to take the right path, we have to go around in a circle, which is too time-consuming. Sun Tao looked at the map in his hand and muttered to himself. Along the way, he also encountered many earth dragons and bull monsters. After the kill, his assessment points were approaching 100,000. Currently, the second-place candidate has only more than 40,000 points. What is Sun Tao doing? Everyone else is killing monsters, but he's just wandering around the streets, right? Can't you see? He's looking for a way up the mountain. His goal should be the points of that Indiana Jones. It's not impossible to go shopping. He now has 100,000 points, the first by a huge margin. Even if others catch up with him in a day and a night, they won't be able to do so. Go and see the nobleman Wang Quan from Kyoto. They are ready to join forces to eliminate Sun Tao first. Suddenly, a barrage of comments startled all the viewers, and they quickly clicked on the window to switch to Wang Quan's live broadcast. At this time, on the top of a mountain on Ice and Fire Island, a young man with a long sword on his back was looking at the dragon cliff in the distance. He turned around and said to the 8 people behind him calmly, "We should join hands." At present, Sun Tao from Suzhou City has more than 103,000 points. The highest score among us is only 40,000. If we continue to fight, it will only be a waste for him. Why don't we work together to eliminate him first? As for who gets the points in the end, it depends on everyone's ability. The 8 people behind him heard this, either remained silent or nodded slightly. No one spoke. As the most outstanding young people in the Beijing circle, they know Wang Quan's style too well. He is a smiling tiger, cruel and ruthless, and he shows no mercy when it comes to cheating people. No one wants to be the gun in Wang Quan's hand. Seeing that no one was talking, Wang Quan smiled slightly. I know everyone is worried that I will burn my bridges after crossing them. So, I swear a sword oath, I don't want Sun Tao's points. Before we work together to eliminate Sun Tao, I will never attack any of you. Hearing Wang Quan say this, everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Quan is the son of the Wang family in Kyoto. Since he was born, his family has been cultivating him with all kinds of top resources. Finally, he successfully awakened the SSS-level fighting spirit Tianhe Qingyuan sword. He is regarded as a leading figure among the younger generation in Kyoto. His strength is unfathomable. No one knows what level he is or how much combat power he has. This time, other families sent people to accompany their children to participate in the National Battle Soul College entrance examination. He was the only one who refused, and he passed the individual assessment with just his sword. He arrived at Ice and Fire Island only 3 minutes later than Sun Tao, currently ranked 3rd in the national standings. In response to Wang Quan's proposal, the young men from major families in Kyoto all nodded in agreement. Brother Wang is right. How can someone from this small place be qualified to be the top scorer in the National College entrance examination? Kick him out first so that he can know what a true genius is. I think he was just lucky. He probably found a few low-level monster spawning spots and earned some points. If we talk about strength, it's still my brother Wang. Brother Wang, I listen to you. Our Zhao family team is at your disposal. The young men from several small families spoke up and patted Wang Quan's horse. Wang Quan smiled faintly and nodded at them, indicating his agreement. Then he turned his gaze to the 2 people at the edge. Each of them was 2 meters tall and very strong, like an upright black bear, with bulging muscles on their bodies that looked like blocks of iron, reflecting black light in the sun. He was wearing iron armor, and standing beside him was a huge iron hammer more than 3 meters long. Just standing there gave people a sense of oppression. His name is Cheng Beishan, the most dazzling genius of the Chung family in Kyoto. The fighting spirit is an SS-level moon pattern demon bear, which is as high as level 38. Including the equipment on his body, his combat power is close to 9,000. He is the only opponent that Wang Quan cares about in this college entrance examination. At this time, Cheng Beishan was touching his head with a silly look on his face. I don't understand what you're saying. I'll listen to my aunt. The aunt that Cheng Beishan mentioned was Lu Yueli, who was standing next to him. She was wearing a red silk dress and holding a folding fan in her hand. She tapped her palm gently and thought about Wang Quan's proposal. Lu Yueli is from the Lu family in Kyoto. In terms of seniority, she can be considered as Cheng Beishan's aunt. Because he was smart and clever since childhood, he was brought back to Kyoto from the countryside by the Lu family to be raised. Having grown up with Cheng Beitian, he is a very meticulous person. At this time, facing Wang Quan's proposal, she pursed her red lips and said, I don't object to joining forces. But none of us knows how strong Sun Tao is. It would be too risky to rashly surround and attack him. By comparison, it would be safer for me to kill some Earth Dragons. Besides, there is also the Raiders of the Lost Ark event. If we can grab the light ball, our points might be able to surpass the others instantly. Why would we bother to provoke Sun Tao? Wang Quan looked at Lu Yueli and smiled slightly. He knocked his head. Miss Lu, don't worry. Before entering the examination, I have memorized the information of all the candidates in the country. Sun Tao from Shuzhou No. 1 Middle School has a fighting spirit of just a D-level golden monkey. I don't know what kind of shit luck he had to get so many points. How about this? If Miss Lu is willing to participate, I will do my best to help you seize the light ball and obtain points for the Raiders of the Lost Ark event. Hearing Wang Quan say this, Lu Yueli immediately laughed. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, and she was so charming that even Wang Quan couldn't help but lose his mind. If that's the case, then we won't dare go. A genius like this who has had a chance encounter may have some means of saving his life. Our Chung and Lu families have limited abilities, so we won't get involved. As for the light ball, if we can get it, that would be great. If we can't get it, we won't force it. After saying that, he knocked on Cheng Beishan beside him and spoke. Let's go, Beitian. Let's go find some more bull monsters to kill before it gets dark. Looking at the backs of Lu Yueli and Cheng Beitian slowly walking down the mountain, Wang Quan's face gradually became gloomy. A strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes.